Another point in which Hobbes's doctrine is unduly limited is in regard to the relations between different states. There is not a word in Leviathan to suggest any relation between them except war and conquest, with occasional interludes. This follows, on his principles, from the absence of an international government, for the relations of states are still in a state of nature, which is that of a war of all against all. So long as there is international anarchy, it is by no means clear that increase of efficiency in the separate states is in the interest of mankind, since it increases the ferocity and destructiveness of war. Every argument that he adduces in favor of government, in so far as it is valid at all, is valid in favor of international government. So long as national states exist and fight each other, only inefficiency can preserve the human race. To improve the fighting quality of separate states without having any means of preventing war is the road to universal destruction. 9. Descartes. René Descartes, 1596–1650, is usually considered the founder of modern philosophy, and, I think, rightly. He is the first man of high philosophic capacity whose outlook is profoundly affected by the new physics and astronomy. While it is true that he retains much of scholasticism, he does not accept foundations laid by predecessors, but endeavors to construct a complete philosophic edifice de novo. This had not happened since Aristotle, and is a sign of the new self-confidence that resulted from the progress of science. There is a freshness about his work that is not to be found in any eminent previous philosopher since Plato. All the intermediate philosophers were teachers, with the professional superiority belonging to that avocation. Descartes writes, not as a teacher, but as a discoverer and explorer, anxious to communicate what he has found. His style is easy and unpedantic, addressed to intelligent men of the world rather than to pupils. It is, moreover, an extraordinarily excellent style. It is very fortunate for modern philosophy that the pioneer had such admirable literary sense. His successors, both on the continent and in England, until Kant, retain his unprofessional character, and several of them retain something of his stylistic merit. Descartes' father was a councillor of the Parliament of Brittany and possessed a moderate amount of landed property. When Descartes inherited, at his father's death, he sold his estates, and invested the money, obtaining an income of 6,000 or 7,000 francs a year. He was educated, from 1604 to 1612, at the Jesuit College of La Flèche, which seems to have given him a much better grounding in modern mathematics than he could have got at most universities at that time. In 1612 he went to Paris, where he found social life boring, and retired to a secluded retreat in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, in which he worked at geometry. Friends nosed him out, however, so, to secure more complete quiet, he enlisted in the Dutch army, 1617. As Holland was at peace at the time, he seems to have enjoyed 2 years of undisturbed meditation. However, the coming of the 30 Years' War led him to enlist in the Bavarian army, 1619. It was in Bavaria, during the winter in 1619–20, that he had the experience he describes in the Discours de la Méthode. The weather being cold, he got into a stove 1 in the morning, and stayed there all day meditating. By his own account, his philosophy was half finished when he came out, but this need not be accepted too literally. Socrates used to meditate all day in the snow, but Descartes' mind only worked when he was warm. In 1621 he gave up fighting. After a visit to Italy, he settled in Paris in 1625. But again friends would call on him before he was up. He seldom got up before midday, so in 1628 he joined the army which was besieging La Rochelle, the Huguenot stronghold. When this episode was finished, he decided to live in Holland, probably to escape the risk of persecution. He was a timid man, a practicing Catholic, but he shared Galileo's heresies. Some think that he had heard of the first, secret, condemnation of Galileo, which had taken place in 1616. However that may be, he decided not to publish a great book, Le Monde, upon which he had been engaged. His reason was that it maintained two heretical doctrines, the Earth's rotation and the infinity of the universe. This book was never published in its entirety, but fragments of it were published after his death. He lived in Holland for 20 years, 1629 to 49, except for a few brief visits to France and one to England, all on business. It is impossible to exaggerate the importance of Holland in the 17th century, as the one country where there was freedom of speculation. Hobbes had to have his books printed there. Locke took refuge there during the 5 worst years of reaction in England before 1688, Bell, of the dictionary, found it necessary to live there, and Spinoza would hardly have been allowed to do his work in any other country. I said that Descartes was a timid man, but perhaps it would be kinder to say that he wished to be left in peace so as to do his work undisturbed. He always courted ecclesiastics, especially Jesuits, not only while he was in their power, but after his emigration to Holland. His psychology is obscure, but I incline to think that he was a sincere Catholic, and wished to persuade the Church in its own interests as well as in his to be less hostile to modern science than it showed itself in the case of Galileo. There are those who think that his orthodoxy was merely politic, but though this is a possible view, I do not think it the most probable. Even in Holland he was subject to vexatious attacks, not by the Roman Church, but by Protestant bigots. It was said that his views led to atheism, and he would have been prosecuted but for the intervention of the French ambassador and the Prince of Orange. This attack having failed, another, less direct, was made a few years later by the authorities of the University of Leiden, which forbade all mention of him, whether favorable or unfavorable. Again the Prince of Orange intervened, and told the university not to be silly. This illustrates the gain to Protestant countries from the subordination of the Church to the state, and from the comparative weakness of churches that were not international. Unfortunately, through Hunnet, the French ambassador at Stockholm, Descartes got into correspondence with Queen Christina of Sweden, a passionate and learned lady who thought that, as a sovereign, she had a right to waste the time of great men. He sent her a treatise on love, a subject which until then he had somewhat neglected. He also sent her a work on the passions of the soul, which he had originally composed for Princess Elizabeth, daughter of the Elector Palatine. These writings led her to request his presence at her court. He at last agreed, and she sent a warship to fetch him, September, 1649. It turned out that she wanted daily lessons from him, but could not spare the time except at 5 in the morning. This unaccustomed early rising, in the cold of a Scandinavian winter, was not the best thing for a delicate man. Moreover, Hunnet became dangerously ill, and Descartes looked after him. The ambassador recovered, but Descartes fell ill and died in February, 1650. Descartes never married, but he had a natural daughter who died at the age of 5. This was, he said, the greatest sorrow of his life. He always was well dressed, and wore a sword. He was not industrious, he worked short hours, and read little. When he went to Holland he took few books with him, but among them were the Bible and Thomas Aquinas. His work seems to have been done with great concentration during short periods, but perhaps, to keep up the appearance of a gentlemanly amateur, he may have pretended to work less than in fact he did, for otherwise his achievements seem scarcely credible. Descartes was a philosopher, a mathematician, and a man of science. In philosophy and mathematics, his work was of supreme importance. In science, though creditable, it was not so good as that of some of his contemporaries. His great contribution to geometry was the invention of coordinate geometry, though not quite in its final form. He used the analytic method, which supposes a problem solved, and examines the consequences of the supposition, and he applied algebra to geometry. In both of these he had had predecessors as regards the former, even among the ancients. What was original in him was the use of coordinates, i.e. the determination of the position of a point in a plane by its distance from two fixed lines. He did not himself discover all the power of this method, but he did enough to make further progress easy. This was by no means his sole contribution to mathematics, but it was his most important. The book in which he set forth most of his scientific theories was Principia Philosophiae, published in 1644. There were, however, some other books of importance: Essays Philosophiques, 1637, deals with optics as well as geometry, and one of his books is called De la Formation du Foetus. He welcomed Harvey's discovery of the circulation of the blood, and was always hoping, though in vain, to make some discovery of importance in medicine. He regarded the bodies of men and animals as machines; animals he regarded as automata, governed entirely by the laws of physics, and devoid of feeling or consciousness. Men are different; they have a soul, which resides in the pineal gland. There the soul comes in contact with the vital spirits, and through this contact there is interaction between soul and body. The total quantity of motion in the universe is constant, and therefore the soul cannot affect it, but it can alter the direction of motion of the vital spirits, and hence, indirectly, of other parts of the body. This part of his theory was abandoned by his school, first by his Dutch disciple Juylinx, and later by Malebranche and Spinoza. The physicists discovered the conservation of momentum, according to which the total quantity of motion in the world in any given direction is constant. This showed that the sort of action of mind on matter that Descartes imagined is impossible. Assuming, as was very generally assumed in the Cartesian school, that all physical action is of the nature of impact, dynamical laws suffice to determine the motions of matter, and there is no room for any influence of mind. But this raises a difficulty. My arm moves when I will that it shall move, but my will is a mental phenomenon and the motion of my arm a physical phenomenon. Why then, if mind and matter cannot interact, does my body behave as if my mind controlled it? To this Juylinx invented an answer, known as the theory of the two clocks. Suppose you have two clocks which both keep perfect time; whenever one points to the hour, the other will strike, so that if you saw one and heard the other, you would think the one caused the other to strike. So it is with mind and body. Each is wound up by God to keep time with the other, so that, on occasion of my volition, purely physical laws cause my arm to move, although my will has not really acted on my body. There were of course difficulties in this theory. In the first place, it was very odd; in the second place, since the physical series was rigidly determined by natural laws, the mental series, which ran parallel to it, must be equally deterministic. If the theory was valid, there should be a sort of possible dictionary, in which each cerebral occurrence would be translated into the corresponding mental occurrence. An ideal calculator could calculate the cerebral occurrence by the laws of dynamics, and infer the concomitant mental occurrence by means of the dictionary. Even without the dictionary, the calculator could infer words and actions, since these are bodily movements. This view would be difficult to reconcile with Christian ethics and the punishment of sin. These consequences, however, were not at once apparent. The theory appeared to have two merits. The first was that it made the soul, in a sense, wholly independent of the body, since it was never acted on by the body. The second was that it allowed the general principle, one substance cannot act on another. There were two substances, mind and matter, and they were so dissimilar that an interaction seemed inconceivable. Juylinx's theory explained the appearance of interaction while denying its reality. In mechanics, Descartes accepts the first law of motion, according to which a body left to itself will move with constant velocity in a straight line. But there is no action at a distance, as later in Newton's theory of gravitation. There is no such thing as a vacuum, and there are no atoms, yet all interaction is of the nature of impact. If we knew enough, we should be able to reduce chemistry and biology to mechanics. The process by which a seed develops into an animal or a plant is purely mechanical. There is no need of Aristotle's three souls; only one of them, the rational soul, exists, and that only in man. With due caution to avoid theological censure, Descartes develops a cosmogony not unlike those of some pre-Platonic philosophers. We know, he says, that the world was created as in Genesis, but it is interesting to see how it might have grown naturally. He works out a theory of the formation of vortices. Round the Sun there is an immense vortex in the plenum, which carries the planets round with it. The theory is ingenious, but cannot explain why planetary orbits are elliptical, not circular. It was generally accepted in France, where it was only gradually ousted by the Newtonian theory. Coates, the editor of the first English edition of Newton's Principia, argues eloquently that the vortex theory leads to atheism, while Newton's requires God to set the planets in motion in a direction not towards the Sun. On this ground, he thinks, Newton is to be preferred. I come now to Descartes' two most important books, so far as pure philosophy is concerned. These are the Discourse on Method, 1637, and the Meditations, 1642. They largely overlap, and it is not necessary to keep them apart. In these books Descartes begins by explaining the method of Cartesian doubt, as it has come to be called. In order to have a firm basis for his philosophy, he resolves to make himself doubt everything that he can manage to doubt. As he foresees that the process may take some time, he resolves, in the meanwhile, to regulate his conduct by commonly received rules. This will leave his mind unhampered by the possible consequences of his doubts in relation to practice. He begins with skepticism in regard to the senses. Can I doubt, he says, that I am sitting here by the fire in a dressing gown? Yes, for sometimes I have dreamt that I was here when in fact I was naked in bed. Pajamas, and even nightshirts, had not yet been invented. Moreover, madmen sometimes have hallucinations, so it is possible that I may be in like case. Dreams, however, like painters, present us with copies of real things, at least as regards their elements. You may dream of a winged horse, but only because you have seen horses and wings. Therefore corporeal nature in general, involving such matters as extension, magnitude, and number, is less easy to question than beliefs about particular things. Arithmetic and geometry, which are not concerned with particular things, are therefore more certain than physics and astronomy. They are true even of dream objects, which do not differ from real ones as regards number and extension. Even in regard to arithmetic and geometry, however, doubt is possible. It may be that God causes me to make mistakes whenever I try to count the sides of a square or add 2 to 3. Perhaps it is wrong, even in imagination, to attribute such unkindness to God, but there might be an evil demon, no less cunning and deceitful than powerful, employing all his industry in misleading me. If there be such a demon, it may be that all the things I see are only illusions of which he makes use as traps for my credulity. There remains, however, something that I cannot doubt: no demon, however cunning, could deceive me if I did not exist. I may have no body, this might be an illusion. But thought is different. While I wanted to think everything false, it must necessarily be that I who thought was something, and remarking that this truth, I think, therefore I am, was so solid and so certain that all the most extravagant suppositions of the sceptics were incapable of upsetting it. I judged that I could receive it without scruple as the first principle of the philosophy that I sought to. This passage is the kernel of Descartes' theory of knowledge, and contains what is most important in his philosophy. Most philosophers since Descartes have attached importance to the theory of knowledge, and their doing so is largely due to him. I think, therefore I am makes mind more certain than matter, and my mind, for me, more certain than the minds of others. There is thus, in all philosophy derived from Descartes, a tendency to subjectivism, and to regarding matter as something only knowable, if at all, by inference from what is known of mind. These two tendencies exist both in continental idealism and in British empiricism, in the former triumphantly, in the latter regretfully. There has been, in quite recent times, an attempt to escape from this subjectivism by the philosophy known as instrumentalism, but of this I will not speak at present. With this exception, modern philosophy has very largely accepted the formulation of its problems from Descartes, while not accepting his solutions. The reader will remember that St. Augustine advanced an argument closely similar to the cogito. He did not, however, give prominence to it, and the problem which it is intended to solve occupied only a small part of his thoughts. Descartes' originality, therefore, should be admitted, though it consists less in inventing the argument than in perceiving its importance. Having now secured a firm foundation, Descartes sets to work to rebuild the edifice of knowledge. The I that has been proved to exist has been inferred from the fact that I think, therefore I exist while I think, and only then. If I cease to think, there would be no evidence of my existence. I am a thing that thinks, a substance of which the whole nature or essence consists in thinking, and which needs no place or material thing for its existence. The soul, therefore, is wholly distinct from the body and easier to know than the body. It would be what it is even if there were no body. Descartes next asks himself, why is the cogito so evident? He concludes that it is only because it is clear and distinct. He therefore adopts as a general rule the principle, all things that we conceive very clearly and very distinctly are true. He admits, however, that there is sometimes difficulty in knowing which these things are. Thinking is used by Descartes in a very wide sense. A thing that thinks, he says, is one that doubts, understands, conceives, affirms, denies, wills, imagines, and feels. For feeling, as it occurs in dreams, is a form of thinking. Since thought is the essence of mind, the mind must always think, even during deep sleep. Descartes now resumes the question of our knowledge of bodies. He takes as an example a piece of wax from the honeycomb. Certain things are apparent to the senses: it tastes of honey, it smells of flowers, it has a certain sensible color, size, and shape, it is hard and cold, and if struck it emits a sound. But if you put it near the fire, these qualities change, although the wax persists. Therefore what appeared to the senses was not the wax itself. The wax itself is constituted by extension, flexibility, and motion, which are understood by the mind, not by the imagination. The thing that is the wax cannot itself be sensible, since it is equally involved in all the appearances of the wax to the various senses. The perception of the wax is not a vision or touch or imagination, but an inspection of the mind. I do not see the wax, any more than I see men in the street when I see hats and coats. I understand by the sole power of judgment, which resides in my mind, what I thought I saw with my eyes. Knowledge by the senses is confused, and shared with animals, but now I have stripped the wax of its clothes, and mentally perceive it naked. From my sensibly seeing the wax, my own existence follows with certainty, but not that of the wax. Knowledge of external things must be by the mind, not by the senses. This leads to a consideration of different kinds of ideas. The commonest of errors, Descartes says, is to think that my ideas are like outside things. The word idea includes sense perceptions, as used by Descartes. Ideas seem to be of three sorts: 1. Those that are innate; 2. Those that are foreign and come from without; 3. Those that are invented by me. The second kind of ideas, we naturally suppose, are like outside objects. We suppose this, partly because nature teaches us to think so, partly because such ideas come independently of the will, i.e. through sensation, and it therefore seems reasonable to suppose that a foreign thing imprints its likeness on me. But are these good reasons? When I speak of being taught by nature in this connection, I only mean that I have a certain inclination to believe it, not that I see it by a natural light. What is seen by a natural light cannot be denied, but a mere inclination may be towards what is false. And as for ideas of sense being involuntary, that is no argument, for dreams are involuntary although they come from within. The reasons for supposing that ideas of sense come from without are therefore inconclusive. Moreover, there are sometimes two different ideas of the same external object, e.g. the sun as it appears to the senses and the sun in which the astronomers believe. These cannot both be like the sun, and reason shows that the one which comes directly from experience must be the less like it of the two. But these considerations have not disposed of the sceptical arguments which threw doubt on the existence of the external world. This can only be done by first proving the existence of God. Descartes' proofs of the existence of God are not very original, in the main they come from scholastic philosophy. They were better stated by Leibniz, and I will omit consideration of them until we come to him. When God's existence has been proved, the rest proceeds easily. Since God is good, he will not act like the deceitful demon whom Descartes has imagined as a ground for doubt. Now God has given me such a strong inclination to believe in bodies that he would be deceitful if there were none, therefore bodies exist. He must, moreover, have given me the faculty of correcting errors. I use this faculty when I employ the principle that what is clear and distinct is true. This enables me to know mathematics, and physics also, if I remember that I must know the truth about bodies by the mind alone, not by mind and body jointly. The constructive part of Descartes' theory of knowledge is much less interesting than the earlier destructive part. It uses all sorts of scholastic maxims, such as that an effect can never have more perfection than its cause, which have somehow escaped the initial critical scrutiny. No reason is given for accepting these maxims, although they are certainly less self-evident than one's own existence, which is proved with a flourish of trumpets. Plato, St. Augustine, and St. Thomas contain most of what is affirmative in the Meditations. The method of critical doubt, though Descartes himself applied it only half-heartedly, was of great philosophic importance. It is clear, as a matter of logic, that it can only yield positive results if scepticism is to stop somewhere. If there is to be both logical and empirical knowledge, there must be two kinds of stopping points, indubitable facts, and indubitable principles of inference. Descartes' indubitable facts are his own thoughts using thought in the widest possible sense. I think is his ultimate premise. Here the word I is really illegitimate, he ought to state his ultimate premise in the form there are thoughts. The word I is grammatically convenient, but does not describe a datum. When he goes on to say I am a thing which thinks, he is already using uncritically the apparatus of categories handed down by scholasticism. He nowhere proves that thoughts need a thinker, nor is there reason to believe this except in a grammatical sense. The decision, however, to regard thoughts rather than external objects as the prime empirical certainties was very important, and had a profound effect on all subsequent philosophy. In two other respects the philosophy of Descartes was important. First, it brought to completion, or very nearly to completion, the dualism of mind and matter which began with Plato and was developed, largely for religious reasons, by Christian philosophy. Ignoring the curious transactions in the pineal gland, which were dropped by the followers of Descartes, the Cartesian system presents two parallel but independent worlds, that of mind and that of matter, each of which can be studied without reference to the other. That the mind does not move the body was a new idea, due explicitly to Jelinek but implicitly to Descartes. It had the advantage of making it possible to say that the body does not move the mind. There is a considerable discussion in the Meditations as to why the mind feels sorrow when the body is thirsty. The correct Cartesian answer was that the body and the mind were like two clocks, and that when one indicated thirst the other indicated sorrow. From the religious point of view, however, there was a grave drawback to this theory, and this brings me to the second characteristic of Cartesianism that I alluded to above. In the whole theory of the material world, Cartesianism was rigidly deterministic. Living organisms, just as much as dead matter, were governed by the laws of physics. There was no longer need, as in the Aristotelian philosophy, of an entlechei or soul to explain the growth of organisms and the movements of animals. Descartes himself allowed one small exception: a human soul could, by volition, alter the direction though not the quantity of the motion of the vital spirits. This, however, was contrary to the spirit of the system, and turned out to be contrary to the laws of mechanics. It was therefore dropped. The consequence was that all the movements of matter were determined by physical laws, and, owing to parallelism, mental events must be equally determinate. Consequently Cartesians had difficulty about free will. And for those who paid more attention to Descartes' science than to his theory of knowledge, it was not difficult to extend the theory that animals are automata, why not say the same of men, and simplify the system by making it a consistent materialism? This step was actually taken in the 18th century. There is in Descartes an unresolved dualism between what he learned from contemporary science and the scholasticism that he had been taught at La Flèche. This led him into inconsistencies, but it also made him more rich in fruitful ideas than any completely logical philosopher could have been. Consistency might have made him merely the founder of a new scholasticism, whereas inconsistency made him the source of two important but divergent schools of philosophy. 10. Spinoza. Spinoza, 1632–77, is the noblest and most lovable of the great philosophers. Intellectually, some others have surpassed him, but ethically he is supreme. As a natural consequence, he was considered, during his lifetime and for a century after his death, a man of appalling wickedness. He was born a Jew, but the Jews excommunicated him. Christians abhorred him equally, although his whole philosophy is dominated by the idea of God. The Orthodox accused him of atheism. Leibniz, who owed much to him, concealed his debt, and carefully abstained from saying a word in his praise. He even went so far as to lie about the extent of his personal acquaintance with the heretic Jew. The life of Spinoza was very simple. His family had come to Holland from Spain, or perhaps Portugal, to escape the Inquisition. He himself was educated in Jewish learning, but found it impossible to remain orthodox. He was offered 1,000 florins a year to conceal his doubts. When he refused, an attempt was made to assassinate him. When this failed, he was cursed with all the curses in Deuteronomy and with the curse that Elisha pronounced on the children who, in consequence, were torn to pieces by the she-bears. But no she-bears attacked Spinoza. He lived quietly, first at Amsterdam and then at The Hague, making his living by polishing lenses. His wants were few and simple, and he showed throughout his life a rare indifference to money. The few who knew him loved him, even if they disapproved of his principles. The Dutch government, with its usual liberalism, tolerated his opinions on theological matters, though at one time he was in bad odor politically because he sided with the De Witts against the House of Orange. At the early age of 43 he died of phthisis. His chief work, The Ethics, was published posthumously. Before considering it, a few words must be said about two of his other books, the Tractatus Theologico-Politicus and the Tractatus Politicus. The former is a curious combination of biblical criticism and political theory, the latter deals with political theory only. In biblical criticism Spinoza partially anticipates modern views, particularly in assigning much later dates to various books of the Old Testament than those assigned by tradition. He endeavors throughout to show that the scriptures can be interpreted so as to be compatible with a liberal theology. Spinoza's political theory is, in the main, derived from Hobbes, in spite of the enormous temperamental difference between the two men. He holds that in a state of nature there is no right or wrong, for wrong consists in disobeying the law. He holds that the sovereign can do no wrong, and agrees with Hobbes that the church should be entirely subordinate to the state. He is opposed to all rebellion, even against a bad government, and instances the troubles in England as a proof of the harm that comes of forcible resistance to authority. But he disagrees with Hobbes in thinking democracy the most natural form of government. He disagrees also in holding that subjects should not sacrifice all their rights to the sovereign. In particular, he holds freedom of opinion important. I do not quite know how he reconciles this with the opinion that religious questions should be decided by the state. I think when he says this he means that they should be decided by the state rather than the church. In Holland the state was much more tolerant than the church. Spinoza's ethics deals with three distinct matters. It begins with metaphysics, it then goes on to the psychology of the passions and the will, and finally it sets forth an ethic based on the preceding metaphysics and psychology. The metaphysic is a modification of Descartes, the psychology is reminiscent of Hobbes, but the ethic is original, and is what is of most value in the book. The relation of Spinoza to Descartes is in some ways not unlike the relation of Plotinus to Plato. Descartes was a many-sided man, full of intellectual curiosity, but not much burdened with moral earnestness. Although he invented proofs intended to support orthodox beliefs, he could have been used by skeptics as Carneades used Plato. Spinoza, although he was not without scientific interests, and even wrote a treatise on the rainbow, was in the main concerned with religion and virtue. He accepted from Descartes and his contemporaries a materialistic and deterministic physics, and sought, within this framework, to find room for reverence and a life devoted to the good. His attempt was magnificent, and rouses admiration even in those who do not think it successful. The metaphysical system of Spinoza is of the type inaugurated by Parmenides. There is only one substance, God, or nature, nothing finite is self-subsistent. Descartes admitted three substances, God, and mind and matter. It is true that, even for him, God was, in a sense, more substantial than mind and matter, since he had created them, and could, if he chose, annihilate them. But except in relation to God's omnipotence, mind and matter were two independent substances, defined, respectively, by the attributes of thought and extension. Spinoza would have none of this. For him, thought and extension were both attributes of God. God has also an infinite number of other attributes, since he must be in every respect infinite, but these others are unknown to us. Individual souls and separate pieces of matter are, for Spinoza, adjectival, they are not things, but merely aspects of the divine being. There can be no such personal immortality as Christians believe in, but only that impersonal sort that consists in becoming more and more one with God. Finite things are defined by their boundaries, physical or logical, that is to say, by what they are not. All determination is negation. There can be only one being who is wholly positive, and he must be absolutely infinite. Hence Spinoza is led to a complete and undiluted pantheism. Everything, according to Spinoza, is ruled by an absolute logical necessity. There is no such thing as free will in the mental sphere or chance in the physical world. Everything that happens is a manifestation of God's inscrutable nature, and it is logically impossible that events should be other than they are. This leads to difficulties in regard to sin, which critics were not slow to point out. One of them, observing that, according to Spinoza, everything is decreed by God and is therefore good, asks indignantly, was it good that Nero should kill his mother? Was it good that Adam ate the apple? Spinoza answers that what was positive in these acts was good, and only what was negative was bad, but negation exists only from the point of view of finite creatures. In God, who alone is completely real, there is no negation, and therefore the evil in what to us seems sins does not exist when they are viewed as parts of the whole. This doctrine, though, in one form or another, it has been held by most mystics, cannot, obviously, be reconciled with the orthodox doctrine of sin and damnation. It is bound up with Spinoza's complete rejection of free will. Although not at all polemical, Spinoza was too honest to conceal his opinions, however shocking to contemporaries. The abhorrence of his teaching is therefore not surprising. The ethics is set forth in the style of Euclid, with definitions, axioms, and theorems. Everything after the axioms is supposed to be rigorously demonstrated by deductive argument. This makes him difficult reading. A modern student, who cannot suppose that there are rigorous proofs of such things as he professes to establish, is bound to grow impatient with the detail of the demonstrations, which is, in fact, not worth mastering. It is enough to read the enunciations of the propositions, and to study the scholia, which contain much of what is best in the ethics. But it would show a lack of understanding to blame Spinoza for his geometrical method. It was of the essence of his system, ethically as well as metaphysically, to maintain that everything could be demonstrated, and it was therefore essential to produce demonstrations. We cannot accept his method, but that is because we cannot accept his metaphysic. We cannot believe that the interconnections of the parts of the universe are logical, because we hold that scientific laws are to be discovered by observation, not by reasoning alone. But for Spinoza the geometrical method was necessary, and was bound up with the most essential parts of his doctrine. I come now to Spinoza's theory of the emotions. This comes after a metaphysical discussion of the nature and origin of the mind, which leads up to the astonishing proposition that the human mind has an adequate knowledge of the eternal and infinite essence of God. But the passions, which are discussed in the third book of the Ethics, distract us and obscure our intellectual vision of the whole. Everything, we are told, in so far as it is in itself, endeavors to persevere in its own being. Hence arise love and hate and strife. The psychology of Book 3 is entirely egoistic. He who conceives that the object of his hate is destroyed will feel pleasure. If we conceive that anyone takes delight in something, which only one person can possess, we shall endeavor to bring it about, that the man in question shall not gain possession thereof. But even in this book there are moments when Spinoza abandons the appearance of mathematically demonstrated cynicism, as when he says, hatred is increased by being reciprocated, and can on the other hand be destroyed by love. Self-preservation is the fundamental motive of the passions, according to Spinoza, but self-preservation alters its character when we realize that what is real and positive in us is what unites us to the whole, and not what preserves the appearance of separateness. The last two books of the Ethics, entitled respectively Of Human Bondage, or The Strength of the Emotions and of the Power of the Understanding, or Of Human Freedom, are the most interesting. We are in bondage in proportion as what happens to us is determined by outside causes, and we are free in proportion as we are self-determined. Spinoza, like Socrates and Plato, believes that all wrong action is due to intellectual error. The man who adequately understands his own circumstances will act wisely, and will even be happy in the face of what to another would be misfortune. He makes no appeal to unselfishness. He holds that self-seeking, in some sense, and more particularly self-preservation, govern all human behavior. No virtue can be conceived as prior to this endeavor to preserve one's own being. But his conception of what a wise man will choose as the goal of his self-seeking is different from that of the ordinary egoist. The mind's highest good is the knowledge of God, and the mind's highest virtue is to know God. Emotions are called passions when they spring from inadequate ideas. Passions in different men may conflict, but men who live in obedience to reason will agree together. Pleasure in itself is good, but hope and fear are bad, and so are humility and repentance. He who repents of an action is doubly wretched or infirm. Spinoza regards time as unreal, and therefore all emotions which have to do essentially with an event as future or as past are contrary to reason. In so far as the mind conceives a thing under the dictate of reason, it is affected equally, whether the idea be of a thing present, past, or future. This is hard saying, but it is of the essence of Spinoza's system, and we shall do well to dwell upon it for a moment. In popular estimation, all's well that ends well. If the universe is gradually improving, we think better of it than if it is gradually deteriorating, even if the sum of good and evil be the same in the two cases. We are more concerned about a disaster in our own time than in the time of Genghis Khan. According to Spinoza, this is irrational. Whatever happens is part of the eternal timeless world as God sees it. To him, the date is irrelevant. The wise man, so far as human finitude allows, endeavors to see the world as God sees it, sub specie aeternitatis, under the aspect of eternity. But, you may retort, we are surely right in being more concerned about future misfortunes, which may possibly be averted, than about past calamities about which we can do nothing. To this argument Spinoza's determinism supplies the answer. Only ignorance makes us think that we can alter the future. What will be, and the future is as unalterably fixed as the past. That is why hope and fear are condemned. Both depend upon viewing the future as uncertain, and therefore spring from lack of wisdom. When we acquire, in so far as we can, a vision of the world which is analogous to God's, we see everything as part of the whole, and as necessary to the goodness of the whole. Therefore the knowledge of evil is an inadequate knowledge. God has no knowledge of evil, because there is no evil to be known. the appearance of evil only arises through regarding parts of the universe as if they were self-subsistent. Spinoza's outlook is intended to liberate men from the tyranny of fear. A free man thinks of nothing less than of death, and his wisdom is a meditation not of death, but of life. Spinoza lived up to this precept very completely. On the last day of his life he was entirely calm, not exalted, like Socrates in the Phaedo, but conversing, as he would on any other day, about matters of interest to his interlocutor. Unlike some other philosophers, he not only believed his own doctrines, but practiced them. I do not know of any occasion, in spite of great provocation, in which he was betrayed into the kind of heat or anger that his ethic condemned. In controversy he was courteous and reasonable, never denouncing, but doing his utmost to persuade. In so far as what happens to us springs from ourselves, it is good, only what comes from without is bad for us. As all things whereof a man is the efficient cause are necessarily good, no evil can befall a man except through external causes. Obviously, therefore, nothing bad can happen to the universe as a whole, since it is not subject to external causes. We are a part of universal nature, and we follow her order. If we have a clear and distinct understanding of this, that part of our nature which is defined by intelligence, in other words the better part of ourselves, will assuredly acquiesce in what befalls us, and in such acquiescence will endeavor to persist. In so far as a man is an unwilling part of a larger whole, he is in bondage, but in so far as, through the understanding, he has grasped the sole reality of the whole, he is free. The implications of this doctrine are developed in the last book of the Ethics. Spinoza does not, like the Stoics, object to all emotions, he objects only to those that are passions, i.e. those in which we appear to ourselves to be passive in the power of outside forces. An emotion which is a passion ceases to be a passion as soon as we form a clear and distinct idea of it. Understanding that all things are necessary helps the mind to acquire power over the emotions. He who clearly and distinctly understands himself and his emotions, loves God, and so much the more as he more understands himself and his emotions. This proposition introduces us to the intellectual love of God, in which wisdom consists. The intellectual love of God is a union of thought and emotion. It consists, I think one may say, in true thought combined with joy in the apprehension of truth. All joy in true thought is part of the intellectual love of God, for it contains nothing negative, and is therefore truly part of the whole, not only apparently, as are fragmentary things so separated in thought as to appear bad. I said a moment ago that the intellectual love of God involves joy, but perhaps this was a mistake, for Spinoza says that God is not affected by any emotion of pleasure or pain, and also says that the intellectual love of the mind towards God is part of the infinite love wherewith God loves himself. I think, nevertheless, that there is something in intellectual love which is not mere intellect. Perhaps the joy involved is considered as something superior to pleasure. Love towards God, we are told, must hold the chief place in the mind. I have omitted Spinoza's demonstrations, but in so doing I have given an incomplete picture of his thought. As the proof of the above proposition is short, I will quote it in full. The reader can then in imagination supply proofs to other propositions. The proof of the above proposition is as follows. For this love is associated with all the modifications of the body, v. 14, and is fostered by them all, v. 15, therefore, v. 11, it must hold the chief place in the mind, qed. Of the propositions referred to in the above proof, v. 14 states, the mind can bring it about, that all bodily modifications or images of things may be referred to the idea of God, v. 15, quoted above, states, he who clearly and distinctly understands himself and his emotions loves God, and so much the more in proportion as he understands himself and his emotions, v. 11 states, in proportion as a mental image is referred to more objects, so is it more frequent, or more often vivid, and occupies the mind more. The proof quoted above might be expressed as follows. Every increase in the understanding of what happens to us consists in referring events to the idea of God, since, in truth, everything is part of God. This understanding of everything as part of God is love of God. When all objects are referred to God, the idea of God will fully occupy the mind. Thus the statement that love of God must hold the chief place in the mind is not a primarily moral exhortation, but an account of what must inevitably happen as we acquire understanding. We are told that no one can hate God, but, on the other hand, he who loves God cannot endeavor that God should love him in return. Goethe, who admired Spinoza without even beginning to understand him, thought this proposition an instance of self-abnegation. It is nothing of the sort, but a logical consequence of Spinoza's metaphysic. He does not say that a man ought not to want God to love him, he says that a man who loves God cannot want God to love him. This is made plain by the proof, which says, for, if a man should so endeavor, he would desire, v. 17, choral, that God, whom he loves, should not be God, and consequently he would desire to feel pain, 3. 19, which is absurd, 3. 28. V. 17 is the proposition already referred to, which says that God has no passions or pleasures or pains. The corollary referred to above deduces that God loves and hates no one. Here again what is involved is not an ethical precept, but a logical necessity. A man who loved God and wished God to love him would be wishing to feel pain, which is absurd. The statement that God can love no one should not be considered to contradict the statement that God loves himself with an infinite intellectual love. He may love himself, since that is possible without false belief, and in any case intellectual love is a very special kind of love. At this point Spinoza tells us that he has now given us all the remedies against the emotions. The great remedy is clear and distinct ideas as to the nature of the emotions and their relation to external causes. There is a further advantage in love of God as compared to love of human beings. Spiritual unhealthiness and misfortunes can generally be traced to excessive love of something which is subject to many variations. But clear and distinct knowledge begets a love towards a thing immutable and eternal, and such love has not the turbulent and disquieting character of love for an object which is transient and changeable. Although personal survival after death is an illusion, there is nevertheless something in the human mind that is eternal. The mind can only imagine or remember while the body endures, but there is in God an idea which expresses the essence of this or that human body under the form of eternity, and this idea is the eternal part of the mind. The intellectual love of God, when experienced by an individual, is contained in this eternal part of the mind. Blessedness, which consists of love towards God, is not the reward of virtue, but virtue itself. We do not rejoice in it because we control our lusts, but we control our lusts because we rejoice in it. The Ethics ends with these words. The wise man, in so far as he is regarded as such, is scarcely at all disturbed in spirit, but being conscious of himself, and of God, and of things, by a certain eternal necessity, never ceases to be, but always possesses true acquiescence of his spirit. If the way which I have pointed out as leading to this result seems exceedingly hard, it may nevertheless be discovered. Needs must it be hard, since it is so seldom found. How would it be possible, if salvation were ready to our hand, and could without great labor be found, that it should be by almost all men neglected? But all excellent things are as difficult as they are rare. In forming a critical estimate of Spinoza's importance as a philosopher, it is necessary to distinguish his ethics from his metaphysics, and to consider how much of the former can survive the rejection of the latter. Spinoza's metaphysic is the best example of what may be called logical monism, the doctrine, namely, that the world as a whole is a single substance, none of whose parts are logically capable of existing alone. The ultimate basis for this view is the belief that every proposition has a single subject and a single predicate, which leads us to the conclusion that relations and plurality must be illusory. Spinoza thought that the nature of the world and of human life could be logically deduced from self-evident axioms. We ought to be as resigned to events as to the fact that 2 and 2 are 4, since they are equally the outcome of logical necessity. The whole of this metaphysic is impossible to accept, it is incompatible with modern logic and with scientific method. Facts have to be discovered by observation, not by reasoning. When we successfully infer the future, we do so by means of principles which are not logically necessary, but are suggested by empirical data. And the concept of substance, upon which Spinoza relies, is one which neither science nor philosophy can nowadays accept. But when we come to Spinoza's ethics, we feel, or at least I feel, that something, though not everything, can be accepted even when the metaphysical foundation has been rejected. Broadly speaking, Spinoza is concerned to show how it is possible to live nobly even when we recognize the limits of human power. He himself, by his doctrine of necessity, makes these limits narrower than they are, but when they indubitably exist, Spinoza's maxims are probably the best possible. Take, for instance, death. Nothing that a man can do will make him immortal, and it is therefore futile to spend time in fears and lamentations over the fact that we must die. To be obsessed by the fear of death is a kind of slavery. Spinoza is right in saying that the free man thinks of nothing less than of death. But even in this case, it is only death in general that should be so treated. Death of any particular disease should, if possible, be averted by submitting to medical care. What should, even in this case, be avoided, is a certain kind of anxiety or terror. The necessary measures should be taken calmly, and our thoughts should, as far as possible, be then directed to other matters. The same considerations apply to all other purely personal misfortunes. But how about misfortunes to people whom you love? Let us think of some of the things that are likely to happen in our time to inhabitants of Europe or China. Suppose you are a Jew, and your family has been massacred. Suppose you are an underground worker against the Nazis, and your wife has been shot because you could not be caught. Suppose your husband, for some purely imaginary crime, has been sent to forced labor in the Arctic, and has died of cruelty and starvation. Suppose your daughter has been raped and then killed by enemy soldiers. Ought you, in these circumstances, to preserve a philosophic calm? If you follow Christ's teaching, you will say, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." I have known Quakers who could have said this sincerely and profoundly, and whom I admired because they could. But before giving admiration, one must be very sure that the misfortune is felt as deeply as it should be. One cannot accept the attitude of some among the Stoics, who said, "What does it matter to me if my family suffer? I can still be virtuous." The Christian principle, "Love your enemies," is good, but the Stoic principle, "Be indifferent to your friends," is bad. And the Christian principle does not inculcate calm, but an ardent love even towards the worst of men. There is nothing to be said against it except that it is too difficult for most of us to practice sincerely. The primitive reaction to such disasters is revenge. When Macduff learns that his wife and children have been killed by Macbeth, he resolves to kill the tyrant himself. This reaction is still admired by most people, when the injury is great, and such as to arouse moral horror in disinterested people. Nor can it be wholly condemned, for it is one of the forces generating punishment, and punishment is sometimes necessary. Moreover, from the point of view of mental health, the impulse to revenge is likely to be so strong that, if it is allowed no outlet, a man's whole outlook on life may become distorted and more or less insane. This is not true universally, but it is true in a large percentage of cases. But on the other side, it must be said that revenge is a very dangerous motive. In so far as society admits it, it allows a man to be the judge in his own case, which is exactly what the law tries to prevent. Moreover, it is usually an excessive motive. It seeks to inflict more punishment than is desirable. Torture, for example, should not be punished by torture, but the man maddened by lust for vengeance will think a painless death too good for the object of his hate. Moreover, and it is here that Spinoza is in the right, a life dominated by a single passion is a narrow life, incompatible with every kind of wisdom. Revenge as such is therefore not the best reaction to injury. Spinoza would say what the Christian says, and also something more. For him, all sin is due to ignorance. He would forgive them, for they know not what they do. But he would have you avoid the limited purview from which, in his opinion, sin springs, and would urge you, even under the greatest misfortunes, to avoid being shut up in the world of your sorrow. He would have you understand it by seeing it in relation to its causes and as a part of the whole order of nature. As we saw, he believes that hatred can be overcome by love, hatred is increased by being reciprocated, and can on the other hand be destroyed by love. Hatred which is completely vanquished by love, passes into love, and love is thereupon greater, than if hatred had not preceded it. I wish I could believe this, but I cannot, except in exceptional cases where the person hating is completely in the power of the person who refuses to hate in return. In such cases, surprise at being not punished may have a reforming effect. But so long as the wicked have power, it is not much use assuring them that you do not hate them, since they will attribute your words to the wrong motive. And you cannot deprive them of power by non-resistance. The problem for Spinoza is easier than it is for one who has no belief in the ultimate goodness of the universe. Spinoza thinks that, if you see your misfortunes as they are in reality, as part of the concatenation of causes stretching from the beginning of time to the end, you will see that they are only misfortunes to you, not to the universe, to which they are merely passing discords heightening an ultimate harmony. I cannot accept this. I think that particular events are what they are, and do not become different by absorption into a whole. Each act of cruelty is eternally a part of the universe, nothing that happens later can make that act good rather than bad, or can confer perfection on the whole of which it is a part. Nevertheless, when it is your lot to have to endure something that is, or seems to you, worse than the ordinary lot of mankind, Spinoza's principle of thinking about the whole, or at any rate about larger matters than your own grief, is a useful one. There are even times when it is comforting to reflect that human life, with all that it contains of evil and suffering, is an infinitesimal part of the life of the universe. Such reflections may not suffice to constitute a religion, but in a painful world they are a help towards sanity and an antidote to the paralysis of utter despair. 11. Leibniz. Leibniz, 1646–1716, was one of the supreme intellects of all time, but as a human being he was not admirable. He had, it is true, the virtues that one would wish to find mentioned in a testimonial to a prospective employee. He was industrious, frugal, temperate, and financially honest. But he was wholly destitute of those higher philosophic virtues that are so notable in Spinoza. His best thought was not such as would win him popularity, and he left his records of it unpublished in his desk. What he published was designed to win the approbation of princes and princesses. The consequence is that there are two systems of philosophy which may be regarded as representing Leibniz. One, which he proclaimed, was optimistic, orthodox, fantastic, and shallow. The other, which has been slowly unearthed from his manuscripts by fairly recent editors, was profound, coherent, largely Spinozistic, and amazingly logical. It was the popular Leibniz who invented the doctrine that this is the best of all possible worlds, to which F. H. Bradley added the sardonic comment, and everything in it is a necessary evil. It was this Leibniz whom Voltaire caricatured as Dr. Pangloss. It would be unhistorical to ignore this Leibniz, but the other is of far greater philosophical importance. Leibniz was born 2 years before the end of the 30 Years' War, at Leipzig, where his father was professor of moral philosophy. At the university he studied law, and in 1666 he obtained a doctor's degree at Altdorf, where he was offered a professorship, which he refused, saying he had very different things in view. In 1667 he entered the service of the Archbishop of Mainz, who, like other West German princes, was oppressed by fear of Louis XIV. With the approval of the Archbishop, Leibniz tried to persuade the French king to invade Egypt rather than Germany, but was met with a polite reminder that since the time of St. Louis the holy war against the infidel had gone out of fashion. His project remained unknown to the public until it was discovered by Napoleon when he occupied Hanover in 1803, 4 years after his own abortive Egyptian expedition. In 1672, in connection with this scheme, Leibniz went to Paris, where he spent the greater part of the next 4 years. His contacts in Paris were of great importance for his intellectual development, for Paris at that time led the world both in philosophy and in mathematics. It was there, in 1675-6, that he invented the infinitesimal calculus, in ignorance of Newton's previous but unpublished work on the same subject. Leibniz's work was first published in 1684, Newton's in 1687. The consequent dispute as to priority was unfortunate, and discreditable to all parties. Leibniz was somewhat mean about money. When any young lady at the court of Hanover married, he used to give her what he called a wedding present, consisting of useful maxims, ending up with the advice not to give up washing now that she had secured a husband. History does not record whether the brides were grateful. In Germany, Leibniz had been taught a neo-scholastic Aristotelian philosophy, of which he retained something throughout his later life. But in Paris he came to know Cartesianism and the materialism of Gassendi, both of which influenced him. At this time, he said, he abandoned the trivial schools, meaning scholasticism. In Paris he came to know Malebranche and Arnauld the Jansenist. The last important influence on his philosophy was that of Spinoza, whom he visited in 1676. He spent a month in frequent discussions with him, and secured part of the Ethics in manuscript. In later years he joined in decrying Spinoza, and minimized his contacts with him, saying he had met him once, and Spinoza had told some good anecdotes about politics. His connection with the House of Hanover, in whose service he remained for the rest of his life, began in 1673. From 1680 onwards he was their librarian at Wolfenbüttel, and was officially employed in writing the history of Brunswick. He had reached the year 1009 when he died. The work was not published till 1843. Some of his time was spent on a project for the reunion of the churches, but this proved abortive. He traveled to Italy to obtain evidence that the Dukes of Brunswick were connected with the Este family. But in spite of these services he was left behind at Hanover when George I became King of England, the chief reason being that his quarrel with Newton had made England unfriendly to him. However, the Princess of Wales, as he told all his correspondents, sided with him against Newton. In spite of her favor, he died neglected. Leibniz's popular philosophy may be found in the monadology and the principles of nature and of grace, one of which, it is uncertain which, he wrote for Prince Eugene of Savoy, Marlborough's colleague. The basis of his theological optimism is set forth in the Theodicy, which he wrote for Queen Charlotte of Prussia. I shall begin with the philosophy set forth in these writings, and then proceed to his more solid work which he left unpublished. Like Descartes and Spinoza, Leibniz based his philosophy on the notion of substance, but he differed radically from them as regards the relation of mind and matter, and as regards the number of substances. Descartes allowed three substances, God, and mind and matter. Spinoza admitted God alone. For Descartes, extension is the essence of matter. For Spinoza, both extension and thought are attributes of God. Leibniz held that extension cannot be an attribute of a substance. His reason was that extension involves plurality, and can therefore only belong to an aggregate of substances. Each single substance must be unextended. He believed, consequently, in an infinite number of substances, which he called monads. Each of these would have some of the properties of a physical point, but only when viewed abstractly. In fact, each monad is a soul. This follows naturally from the rejection of extension as an attribute of substance. The only remaining possible essential attribute seemed to be thought. Thus Leibniz was led to deny the reality of matter, and to substitute an infinite family of souls. The doctrine that substances cannot interact, which had been developed by Descartes' followers, was retained by Leibniz, and led to curious consequences. No two monads, he held, can ever have any causal relation to each other. When it seems as if they had, appearances are deceptive. Monads, as he expressed it, are windowless. This led to two difficulties, one in dynamics, where bodies seem to affect each other, especially in impact, the other in relation to perception, which seems to be an effect of the perceived object upon the percipient. We will ignore the dynamical difficulty for the present, and consider only the question of perception. Leibniz held that every monad mirrors the universe, not because the universe affects it, but because God has given it a nature which spontaneously produces this result. There is a pre-established harmony between the changes in one monad and those in another, which produces the semblance of interaction. This is obviously an extension of the two clocks, which strike at the same moment because each keeps perfect time. Leibniz has an infinite number of clocks, all arranged by the Creator to strike at the same instant, not because they affect each other, but because each is a perfectly accurate mechanism. To those who thought the pre-established harmony odd, Leibniz pointed out what admirable evidence is afforded of the existence of God. Monads form a hierarchy, in which some are superior to others in the clearness and distinctness with which they mirror the universe. In all there is some degree of confusion in perception, but the amount of confusion varies according to the dignity of the monad concerned. A human body is entirely composed of monads, each of which is a soul, and each of which is immortal, but there is one dominant monad which is what is called the soul of the man of whose body it forms part. This monad is dominant, not only in the sense of having clearer perceptions than the others, but also in another sense. The changes in a human body, in ordinary circumstances, happen for the sake of the dominant monad. When my arm moves, the purpose served by the movement is in the dominant monad, i.e. my mind, not in the monads that compose my arm. This is the truth of what appears to common sense as the control of my will over my arm. Space, as it appears to the senses, and as it is assumed in physics, is not real, but it has a real counterpart, namely the arrangement of the monads in a three-dimensional order according to the point of view from which they mirror the world. Each monad sees the world in a certain perspective peculiar to itself. In this sense we can speak, somewhat loosely, of the monad as having a spatial position. Allowing ourselves this way of speaking, we can say that there is no such thing as a vacuum. Every possible point of view is filled by one actual monad, and by only one. No two monads are exactly alike. This is Leibniz's principle of the identity of indiscernibles. In contrasting himself with Spinoza, Leibniz made much of the free will allowed in his system. He had a principle of sufficient reason, according to which nothing happens without a reason, but when we are concerned with free agents, the reasons for their actions incline without necessitating. What a human being does always has a motive, but the sufficient reason of his action has no logical necessity. So, at least, Leibniz says when he is writing popularly, but, as we shall see, he had another doctrine which he kept to himself after finding that Arnauld thought it shocking. God's actions have the same kind of freedom. He always acts for the best, but he is not under any logical compulsion to do so. Leibniz agrees with Thomas Aquinas that God cannot act contrary to the laws of logic, but he can decree whatever is logically possible, and this leaves him a great latitude of choice. Leibniz brought into their final form the metaphysical proofs of God's existence. These had a long history. They begin with Aristotle, or even with Plato. They are formalized by the scholastics, and one of them, the ontological argument, was invented by Saint Anselm. This argument, though rejected by Saint Thomas, was revived by Descartes. Leibniz, whose logical skill was supreme, stated the arguments better than they had ever been stated before. That is my reason for examining them in connection with him. Before examining the arguments in detail, it is as well to realize that modern theologians no longer rely upon them. Medieval theology is derivative from the Greek intellect. The God of the Old Testament is a God of power, the God of the New Testament is also a God of love, but the God of the theologians, from Aristotle to Calvin, is one whose appeal is intellectual. His existence solves certain puzzles which otherwise would create argumentative difficulties in the understanding of the universe. This deity who appears at the end of a piece of reasoning, like the proof of a proposition in geometry, did not satisfy Rousseau, who reverted to a conception of God more akin to that of the Gospels. In the main, modern theologians, especially such as are Protestant, have followed Rousseau in this respect. The philosophers have been more conservative. In Hegel, Lotze, and Bradley, arguments of the metaphysical sort persist, in spite of the fact that Kant professed to have demolished such arguments once for all. Leibniz's arguments for the existence of God are four in number. They are: 1. The ontological argument, 2. The cosmological argument, 3. The argument from eternal truths, 4. The argument from the pre-established harmony, which may be generalized into the argument from design, or the physico-theological argument, as Kant calls it. We will consider these arguments successively. The ontological argument depends upon the distinction between existence and essence. Any ordinary person or thing, it is held, on the one hand exists, and on the other hand has certain qualities, which make up his or its essence. Hamlet, though he does not exist, has a certain essence. He is melancholy, undecided, witty, etc. When we describe a person, the question whether he is real or imaginary remains open, however minute our description may be. This is expressed in scholastic language by saying that, in the case of any finite substance, its essence does not imply its existence. But in the case of God, defined as the most perfect being, Saint Anselm, followed by Descartes, maintains that essence does imply existence, on the ground that a being who possesses all other perfections is better if he exists than if he does not, from which it follows that if he does not, he is not the best possible being. Leibniz neither wholly accepts nor wholly rejects this argument. It needs to be supplemented, so he says, by a proof that God, so defined, is possible. He wrote out a proof that the idea of God is possible, which he showed to Spinoza when he saw him at The Hague. This proof defines God as the most perfect being, i.e. as the subject of all perfections, and a perfection is defined as a simple quality which is positive and absolute, and expresses without any limits whatever it does express. Leibniz easily proves that no two perfections, as above defined, can be incompatible. He concludes, there is, therefore, or there can be conceived, a subject of all perfections, or most perfect being. Whence it follows also that he exists, for existence is among the number of the perfections. Kant encountered this argument by maintaining that existence is not a predicate. Another kind of refutation results from my theory of descriptions. The argument does not, to a modern mind, seem very convincing, but it is easier to feel convinced that it must be fallacious than it is to find out precisely where the fallacy lies. The cosmological argument is more plausible than the ontological argument. It is a form of the first cause argument, which is itself derived from Aristotle's argument of the unmoved mover. The first cause argument is simple. It points out that everything finite has a cause, which in turn had a cause, and so on. This series of previous causes cannot, it is maintained, be infinite, and the first term in the series must itself be uncaused, since otherwise it would not be the first term. There is therefore an uncaused cause of everything, and this is obviously God. In Leibniz the argument takes a somewhat different form. He argues that every particular thing in the world is contingent, that is to say, it would be logically possible for it not to exist, and this is true, not only of each particular thing, but of the whole universe. Even if we suppose the universe to have always existed, there is nothing within the universe to show why it exists. But everything has to have a sufficient reason, according to Leibniz's philosophy, therefore the universe as a whole must have a sufficient reason, which must be outside the universe. This sufficient reason is God. This argument is better than the straightforward first cause argument, and cannot be so easily refuted. The first cause argument rests on the assumption that every series must have a first term, which is false. For example, the series of proper fractions has no first term. But Leibniz's argument does not depend upon the view that the universe must have had a beginning in time. The argument is valid so long as we grant Leibniz's principle of sufficient reason, but if this principle is denied it collapses. What exactly Leibniz meant by the principle of sufficient reason is a controversial question. Couturat maintains that it means that every true proposition is analytic, i.e. such that its contradictory is self-contradictory. But this interpretation, which has support in writings that Leibniz did not publish, belongs, if true, to the esoteric doctrine. In his published works he maintains that there is a difference between necessary and contingent propositions, that only the former follow from the laws of logic, and that all propositions asserting existence are contingent, with the sole exception of the existence of God. Though God exists necessarily, he was not compelled by logic to create the world. On the contrary, this was a free choice, motivated, but not necessitated, by his goodness. It is clear that Kant is right in saying that this argument depends upon the ontological argument. If the existence of the world can only be accounted for by the existence of a necessary being, then there must be a being whose essence involves existence, for that is what is meant by a necessary being. But if it is possible that there should be a being whose essence involves existence, then reason alone, without experience, can define such a being, whose existence will follow from the ontological argument, for everything that has to do only with essence can be known independently of experience. Such at least is Leibniz's view. The apparent greater plausibility of the cosmological as opposed to the ontological argument is therefore deceptive. The argument from the eternal truths is a little difficult to state precisely. Roughly, the argument is this: such a statement as "it is raining" is sometimes true and sometimes false, but 2 and 2 are 4 is always true. All statements that have only to do with essence, not with existence, are either always true or never true. Those that are always true are called eternal truths. The gist of the argument is that truths are part of the contents of minds, and that an eternal truth must be part of the content of an eternal mind. There is already an argument not unlike this in Plato, where he deduces immortality from the eternity of the ideas. But in Leibniz the argument is more developed. He holds that the ultimate reason for contingent truths must be found in necessary truths. The argument here is as in the cosmological argument: there must be a reason for the whole contingent world, and this reason cannot itself be contingent, but must be sought among eternal truths. But a reason for what exists must itself exist, therefore eternal truths must, in some sense, exist, and they can only exist as thoughts in the mind of God. This argument is really only another form of the cosmological argument. It is, however, open to the further objection that a truth can hardly be said to exist in a mind which apprehends it. The argument from the pre-established harmony, as Leibniz states it, is only valid for those who accept his windowless monads which all mirror the universe. The argument is that, since all the clocks keep time with each other without any causal interaction, there must have been a single outside cause that regulated all of them. The difficulty, of course, is the one that besets the whole monadology: if the monads never interact, how does any one of them know that there are any others? What seems like mirroring the universe may be merely a dream. In fact, if Leibniz is right, it is merely a dream, but he has ascertained somehow that all the monads have similar dreams at the same time. This, of course, is fantastic, and would never have seemed credible but for the previous history of Cartesianism. Leibniz's argument, however, can be freed from dependence on his peculiar metaphysic, and transformed into what is called the argument from design. This argument contends that, on a survey of the known world, we find things which cannot plausibly be explained as the product of blind natural forces, but are much more reasonably to be regarded as evidences of a beneficent purpose. This argument has no formal logical defect, its premises are empirical, and its conclusion professes to be reached in accordance with the usual canons of empirical inference. The question whether it is to be accepted or not turns, therefore, not on general metaphysical questions, but on comparatively detailed considerations. There is one important difference between this argument and the others, namely, that the God whom, if valid, it demonstrates need not have all the usual metaphysical attributes. He need not be omnipotent or omniscient, he may be only vastly wiser and more powerful than we are. The evils in the world may be due to his limited power. Some modern theologians have made use of these possibilities in forming their conception of God. But such speculations are remote from the philosophy of Leibniz, to which we must now return. One of the most characteristic features of that philosophy is the doctrine of many possible worlds. A world is possible if it does not contradict the laws of logic. There are an infinite number of possible worlds, all of which God contemplated before creating the actual world. Being good, God decided to create the best of the possible worlds, and he considered that one to be the best which had the greatest excess of good over evil. He could have created a world containing no evil, but it would not have been so good as the actual world. That is because some great goods are logically bound up with certain evils. To take a trivial illustration, a drink of cold water when you are very thirsty on a hot day may give you such great pleasure that you think the previous thirst, though painful, was worth enduring, because without it the subsequent enjoyment could not have been so great. For theology, it is not such illustrations that are important, but the connection of sin with free will. Free will is a great good, but it was logically impossible for God to bestow free will and at the same time decree that there should be no sin. God therefore decided to make man free, although he foresaw that Adam would eat the apple, and although sin inevitably brought punishment. The world that resulted, although it contains evil, has a greater surplus of good over evil than any other possible world. It is therefore the best of all possible worlds, and the evil that it contains affords no argument against the goodness of God. This argument apparently satisfied the Queen of Prussia. Her serfs continued to suffer the evil, while she continued to enjoy the good, and it was comforting to be assured by a great philosopher that this was just and right. Leibniz's solution of the problem of evil, like most of his other popular doctrines, is logically possible, but not very convincing. A Manichaean might retort that this is the worst of all possible worlds, in which the good things that exist serve only to heighten the evils. The world, he might say, was created by a wicked demiurge, who allowed free will, which is good, in order to make sure of sin, which is bad, and of which the evil outweighs the good of free will. The demiurge, he might continue, created some virtuous men, in order that they might be punished by the wicked, for the punishment of the virtuous is so great an evil that it makes the world worse than if no good men existed. I am not advocating this opinion, which I consider fantastic. I am only saying that it is no more fantastic than Leibniz's theory. People wish to think the universe good, and will be lenient to bad arguments proving that it is so, while bad arguments proving that it is bad are closely scanned. In fact, of course, the world is partly good and partly bad, and no problem of evil arises unless this obvious fact is denied. I come now to Leibniz's esoteric philosophy, in which we find reasons for much that seems arbitrary or fantastic in his popular expositions, as well as an interpretation of his doctrines which, if it had become generally known, would have made them much less acceptable. It is a remarkable fact that he so imposed upon subsequent students of philosophy that most of the editors who published selections from the immense mass of his manuscripts preferred what supported the received interpretation of his system, and rejected as unimportant essays which prove him to have been a far more profound thinker than he wished to be thought. Most of the texts upon which we must rely for an understanding of his esoteric doctrine were first published in 1901 or 1903, in two works by Louis Couturat. One of these was even headed by Leibniz with the remark, "Here I have made enormous progress." But in spite of this, no editor thought it worth printing until Leibniz had been dead for nearly 2 centuries. It is true that his letters to Arnauld, which contain a part of his more profound philosophy, were published in the 19th century, but I was the first to notice their importance. Arnauld's reception of these letters was discouraging. He writes, "I find in these thoughts so many things which alarm me, and which almost all men, if I am not mistaken, will find so shocking, that I do not see of what use a writing can be, which apparently all the world will reject." This hostile opinion no doubt led Leibniz, thenceforth, to adopt a policy of secrecy as to his real thoughts on philosophical subjects. The conception of substance, which is fundamental in the philosophies of Descartes, Spinoza, and Leibniz, is derived from the logical category of subject and predicate. Some words can be either subjects or predicates, e.g. I can say the sky is blue and blue is a color. Other words of which proper names are the most obvious instances can never occur as predicates, but only as subjects, or as one of the terms of a relation. Such words are held to designate substances. Substances, in addition to this logical characteristic, persist through time, unless destroyed by God's omnipotence, which, one gathers, never happens. Every true proposition is either general, like all men are mortal, in which case it states that one predicate implies another, or particular, like Socrates is mortal, in which case the predicate is contained in the subject, and the quality denoted by the predicate is part of the notion of the substance denoted by the subject. Whatever happens to Socrates can be asserted in a sentence in which Socrates is the subject and the words describing the happening in question are the predicate. All these predicates put together make up the notion of Socrates. All belong to him necessarily, in this sense, that a substance of which they could not be truly asserted would not be Socrates, but someone else. Leibniz was a firm believer in the importance of logic, not only in its own sphere, but as the basis of metaphysics. He did work on mathematical logic which would have been enormously important if he had published it. He would, in that case, have been the founder of mathematical logic, which would have become known a century and a half sooner than it did in fact. He abstained from publishing, because he kept on finding evidence that Aristotle's doctrine of the syllogism was wrong on some points. Respect for Aristotle made it impossible for him to believe this, so he mistakenly supposed that the errors must be his own. Nevertheless, he cherished throughout his life the hope of discovering a kind of generalized mathematics, which he called characteristica universalis, by means of which thinking could be replaced by calculation. If we had it, he says, we should be able to reason in metaphysics and morals in much the same way as in geometry and analysis. If controversies were to arise, there would be no more need of disputation between two philosophers than between two accountants. For it would suffice to take their pencils in their hands, to sit down to their slates, and to say to each other, with a friend as witness, if they liked, let us calculate. Leibniz based his philosophy upon two logical premises, the law of contradiction and the law of sufficient reason. Both depend upon the notion of an analytic proposition, which is one in which the predicate is contained in the subject. For instance, all white men are men. The law of contradiction states that all analytic propositions are true. The law of sufficient reason, in the esoteric system only, states that all true propositions are analytic. This applies even to what we should regard as empirical statements about matters of fact. If I make a journey, the notion of me must from all eternity have included the notion of this journey, which is a predicate of me. We may say that the nature of an individual substance, or complete being, is to have a notion so completed that it suffices to comprehend, and to render deducible from it, all the predicates of the subject to which this notion is attributed. Thus the quality of king, which belongs to Alexander the Great, abstracting from the subject, is not sufficiently determined for an individual, and does not involve other qualities of the same subject, nor all that the notion of this prince contains, whereas God, seeing the individual notion or heky of Alexander, sees in it at the same time the foundation and the reason of all the predicates which can be truly attributed to him, as e.g. whether he would conquer Darius and Porus, even to knowing a priori, and not by experience, whether he died a natural death or by poison, which we can only know by history. One of the most definite statements of the basis of his metaphysic occurs in a letter to Arnauld. In consulting the notion which I have of every true proposition, I find that every predicate, necessary or contingent, past, present, or future, is comprised in the notion of the subject, and I ask no more. The proposition in question is of great importance, and deserves to be well established, for it follows that every soul is as a world apart, independent of everything else except God, that it is not only immortal and so to speak impassible, but that it keeps in its substance traces of all that happens to it. He goes on to explain that substances do not act on each other, but agree through all mirroring the universe, each from its own point of view. There can be interaction, because all that happens to each subject is part of its own notion, and eternally determined if that substance exists. This system is evidently just as deterministic as that of Spinoza. Arnold expresses his horror of the statement, which Leibniz had made, that the individual notion of each person involves once for all everything that will ever happen to him. Such a view is evidently incompatible with the Christian doctrine of sin and free will. Finding it ill-received by Arnold, Leibniz carefully refrained from making it public. For human beings, it is true, there is a difference between truths known by logic and truths known by experience. This difference arises in two ways. In the first place, although everything that happens to Adam follows from his notion, if he exists, we can only ascertain his existence by experience. In the second place, the notion of any individual substance is infinitely complex, and the analysis required to deduce his predicates is only possible for God. These differences, however, are only due to our ignorance and intellectual limitations. For God, they do not exist. God apprehends the notion of Adam in all its infinite complexity, and can therefore see all true propositions about Adam as analytic. God can also ascertain a priori whether Adam exists. For God knows his own goodness, from which it follows that he will create the best possible world, and he also knows whether or not Adam forms part of this world. There is therefore no real escape from determinism through our ignorance. There is, however, a further point, which is very curious. At most times, Leibniz represents the creation as a free act of God, requiring the exercise of his will. According to this doctrine, the determination of what actually exists is not effected by observation, but must proceed by way of God's goodness. Apart from God's goodness, which leads him to create the best possible world, there is no a priori reason why one thing should exist rather than another. But sometimes, in papers not shown to any human being, there is a quite different theory as to why some things exist and others, equally possible, do not. According to this view, everything that does not exist struggles to exist, but not all possibles can exist, because they are not all composable. It may be possible that A should exist, and also possible that B should exist, but not possible that both A and B should exist. In that case, A and B are not composable. Two or more things are only composable when it is possible for all of them to exist. Leibniz seems to have imagined a sort of war in the limbo inhabited by essences all trying to exist. In this war, groups of composibles combine, and the largest group of composibles wins, like the largest pressure group in a political contest. Leibniz even uses this conception as a way of defining existence. He says, the existent may be defined as that which is compatible with more things than is anything incompatible with itself. That is to say, if A is incompatible with B, while A is compatible with C and D and E, but B is only compatible with F and G, then A, but not B, exists by definition. The existent, he says, is the being which is compatible with the most things. In this account, there is no mention of God, and apparently no act of creation. Nor is there need of anything but pure logic for determining what exists. The question whether A and B are composable is, for Leibniz, a logical question, namely, does the existence of both A and B involve a contradiction? It follows that, in theory, logic can decide the question what group of composibles is the largest, and this group consequently will exist. Perhaps, however, Leibniz did not really mean that the above was a definition of existence. If it was merely a criterion, it can be reconciled with his popular views by means of what he calls metaphysical perfection. Metaphysical perfection, as he uses the term, seems to mean quantity of existence. It is, he says, nothing but the magnitude of positive reality strictly understood. He always argues that God created as much as possible. This is one of his reasons for rejecting a vacuum. There is a general belief, which I have never understood, that it is better to exist than not to exist. On this ground children are exhorted to be grateful to their parents. Leibniz evidently held this view, and thought it part of God's goodness to create as full a universe as possible. It would follow that the actual world would consist of the largest group of compossibles. It would still be true that logic alone, given a sufficiently able logician, could decide whether a given possible substance would exist or not. Leibniz, in his private thinking, is the best example of a philosopher who uses logic as a key to metaphysics. This type of philosophy begins with Parmenides, and is carried further in Plato's use of the theory of ideas to prove various extra-logical propositions. Spinoza belongs to the same type, and so does Hegel. But none of these is so clear-cut as Leibniz in drawing inferences from syntax to the real world. This kind of argumentation has fallen into disrepute owing to the growth of empiricism. Whether any valid inferences are possible from language to non-linguistic facts is a question as to which I do not care to dogmatize, but certainly the inferences found in Leibniz and other a priori philosophers are not valid, since all are due to a defective logic. The subject-predicate logic, which all such philosophers in the past assumed, either ignores relations altogether, or produces fallacious arguments to prove that relations are unreal. Leibniz is guilty of a special inconsistency in combining the subject-predicate logic with pluralism, for the proposition there are many monads is not of the subject-predicate form. To be consistent, a philosopher who believes all propositions to be of this form should be a monist, like Spinoza. Leibniz rejected monism largely owing to his interest in dynamics, and to his argument that extension involves repetition, and therefore cannot be an attribute of a single substance. Leibniz is a dull writer, and his effect on German philosophy was to make it pedantic and arid. His disciple Wolff, who dominated the German universities until the publication of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, left out whatever was most interesting in Leibniz, and produced a dry professorial way of thinking. Outside Germany, Leibniz's philosophy had little influence. His contemporary, Locke, governed British philosophy, while in France Descartes continued to reign until he was overthrown by Voltaire, who made English empiricism fashionable. Nevertheless, Leibniz remains a great man, and his greatness is more apparent now than it was at any earlier time. Apart from his eminence as a mathematician and as the inventor of the infinitesimal calculus, he was a pioneer in mathematical logic, of which he perceived the importance when no one else did so. And his philosophical hypotheses, though fantastic, are very clear, and capable of precise expression. Even his monads can still be useful as suggesting possible ways of viewing perception, though they cannot be regarded as windowless. What I, for my part, think best in his theory of monads is his two kinds of space, one subjective, in the perceptions of each monad, and one objective, consisting of the assemblage of points of view of the various monads. This, I believe, is still useful in relating perception to physics. 12. Philosophical liberalism. The rise of liberalism in politics and philosophy provides material for the study of a very general and very important question, namely, what has been the influence of political and social circumstances upon the thoughts of eminent and original thinkers, and, conversely, what has been the influence of these men upon subsequent political and social developments. Two opposite errors, both common, are to be guarded against. On the one hand, men who are more familiar with books than with affairs are apt to overestimate the influence of philosophers. When they see some political party proclaiming itself inspired by so-and-so's teaching, they think its actions are attributable to so-and-so, whereas, not infrequently, the philosopher is only acclaimed because he recommends what the party would have done in any case. Writers of books, until recently, almost all exaggerated the effects of their predecessors in the same trade. But conversely, a new error has arisen by reaction against the old one, and this new error consists in regarding theorists as almost passive products of their circumstances, and as having hardly any influence at all upon the course of events. Ideas, according to this view, are the froth on the surface of deep currents, which are determined by material and technical causes. Social changes are no more caused by thought than the flow of a river is caused by the bubbles that reveal its direction to an onlooker. For my part, I believe that the truth lies between these two extremes. Between ideas and practical life, as everywhere else, there is reciprocal interaction. To ask which is cause and which effect is as futile as the problem of the hen and the egg. I shall not waste time upon a discussion of this question in the abstract, but shall consider historically one important case of the general question, namely the development of liberalism and its offshoots from the end of the 17th century to the present day. Early liberalism was a product of England and Holland, and had certain well-marked characteristics. It stood for religious toleration. It was Protestant, but of a latitudinarian rather than of a fanatical kind. It regarded the wars of religion as silly. It valued commerce and industry, and favored the rising middle class rather than the monarchy and the aristocracy. It had immense respect for the rights of property, especially when accumulated by the labors of the individual possessor. The hereditary principle, though not rejected, was restricted in scope more than it had previously been. In particular, the divine right of kings was rejected in favor of the view that every community has a right, at any rate initially, to choose its own form of government. Implicitly, the tendency of early liberalism was towards democracy tempered by the rights of property. There was a belief not at first wholly explicit that all men are born equal, and that their subsequent inequality is a product of circumstances. This led to a great emphasis upon the importance of education as opposed to congenital characteristics. There was a certain bias against government, because governments almost everywhere were in the hands of kings or aristocracies, who seldom either understood or respected the needs of merchants, but this bias was held in check by the hope that the necessary understanding and respect would be won before long. Early liberalism was optimistic, energetic, and philosophic, because it represented growing forces which appeared likely to become victorious without great difficulty, and to bring by their victory great benefits to mankind. It was opposed to everything medieval, both in philosophy and in politics, because medieval theories had been used to sanction the powers of church and king, to justify persecution, and to obstruct the rise of science, but it was opposed equally to the then modern fanaticisms of Calvinists and Anabaptists. It wanted an end to political and theological strife, in order to liberate energies for the exciting enterprises of commerce and science, such as the East India Company and the Bank of England, the theory of gravitation and the discovery of the circulation of the blood. Throughout the Western world bigotry was giving place to enlightenment, the fear of Spanish power was ending, all classes were increasing in prosperity, and the highest hopes appeared to be warranted by the most sober judgment. For 100 years, nothing occurred to dim these hopes. Then, at last, they themselves generated the French Revolution, which led directly to Napoleon and thence to the Holy Alliance. After these events, liberalism had to acquire its second wind before the renewed optimism of the 19th century became possible. Before embarking upon any detail, it will be well to consider the general pattern of the liberal movements from the 17th to the 19th century. This pattern is at first simple, but grows gradually more and more complex. The distinctive character of the whole movement is, in a certain wide sense, individualism, but this is a vague term until further defined. The philosophers of Greece, down to and including Aristotle, were not individualists in the sense in which I wish to use the term. They thought of a man as essentially a member of a community. Plato's Republic, for example, is concerned to define the good community, not the good individual. With the loss of political liberty from the time of Alexander onwards, individualism developed, and was represented by the Cynics and Stoics. According to the Stoic philosophy, a man could live a good life in no matter what social circumstances. This was also the view of Christianity, especially before it acquired control of the state. But in the Middle Ages, while mystics kept alive the original individualistic trends in Christian ethics, the outlook of most men, including the majority of philosophers, was dominated by a firm synthesis of dogma, law, and custom, which caused men's theoretical beliefs and practical morality to be controlled by a social institution, namely the Catholic Church. What was true and what was good was to be ascertained, not by solitary thought, but by the collective wisdom of councils. The first important breach in this system was made by Protestantism, which asserted that general councils may err. To determine the truth thus became no longer a social but an individual enterprise. Since different individuals reached different conclusions, the result was strife, and theological decisions were sought, no longer in assemblies of bishops, but on the battlefield. Since neither party was able to extirpate the other, it became evident, in the end, that a method must be found of reconciling intellectual and ethical individualism with ordered social life. This was one of the main problems which early liberalism attempted to solve. Meanwhile, individualism had penetrated into philosophy. Descartes' fundamental certainty, I think, therefore I am, made the basis of knowledge different for each person, since for each the starting point was his own existence, not that of other individuals or of the community. His emphasis upon the reliability of clear and distinct ideas tended in the same direction, since it is by introspection that we think we discover whether our ideas are clear and distinct. Most philosophy since Descartes has had this intellectually individualistic aspect in a greater or less degree. There are, however, various forms of this general position, which have, in practice, very different consequences. The outlook of the typical scientific discoverer has perhaps the smallest dose of individualism. When he arrives at a new theory, he does so solely because it seems right to him. He does not bow to authority, for, if he did, he would continue to accept the theories of his predecessors. At the same time, his appeal is to generally received canons of truth, and he hopes to persuade other men, not by his authority, but by arguments which are convincing to them as individuals. In science, any clash between the individual and society is in essence transitory, since men of science, broadly speaking, all accept the same intellectual standards, and therefore debate and investigation usually produce agreement in the end. This, however, is a modern development. In the time of Galileo, the authority of Aristotle and the Church was still considered at least as cogent as the evidence of the senses. This shows how the element of individualism in scientific method, though not prominent, is nevertheless essential. Early liberalism was individualistic in intellectual matters, and also in economics, but was not emotionally or ethically self-assertive. This form of liberalism dominated the English 18th century, the founders of the American Constitution, and the French encyclopedists. During the French Revolution, it was represented by the more moderate parties, including the Girondins, but with their extermination it disappeared for a generation from French politics. In England, after the Napoleonic Wars, it again became influential with the rise of the Benthamites and the Manchester School. Its greatest success has been in America, where, unhampered by feudalism and a state church, it has been dominant from 1776 to the present day, or at any rate to 1933. A new movement, which has gradually developed into the antithesis of liberalism, begins with Rousseau, and acquires strength from the Romantic movement and the principle of nationality. In this movement, individualism is extended from the intellectual sphere to that of the passions, and the anarchic aspects of individualism are made explicit. The cult of the hero, as developed by Carlyle and Nietzsche, is typical of this philosophy. Various elements were combined in it. There was dislike of early industrialism, hatred of the ugliness that it produced, and revulsion against its cruelties. There was a nostalgia for the Middle Ages, which were idealized owing to hatred of the modern world. There was an attempt to combine championship of the fading privileges of church and aristocracy with defense of wage earners against the tyranny of manufacturers. There was vehement assertion of the right of rebellion in the name of nationalism, and of the splendor of war in defense of liberty. Byron was the poet of this movement, Fichte, Carlyle, and Nietzsche were its philosophers. But since we cannot all have the career of heroic leaders, and cannot all make our individual will prevail, this philosophy, like all other forms of anarchism, inevitably leads, when adopted, to the despotic government of the most successful hero. And when his tyranny is established, he will suppress in others the self-assertive ethic by which he has risen to power. This whole theory of life, therefore, is self-refuting, in the sense that its adoption in practice leads to the realization of something utterly different, a dictatorial state in which the individual is severely repressed. There is yet another philosophy which, in the main, is an offshoot of liberalism, namely that of Marx. I shall consider him at a later stage, but for the moment he is merely to be borne in mind. The first comprehensive statement of the liberal philosophy is to be found in Locke, the most influential though by no means the most profound of modern philosophers. In England, his views were so completely in harmony with those of most intelligent men that it is difficult to trace their influence except in theoretical philosophy. In France, on the other hand, where they led to an opposition to the existing regime in practice and to the prevailing Cartesianism in theory, they clearly had a considerable effect in shaping the course of events. This is an example of a general principle, a philosophy developed in a politically and economically advanced country, which is, in its birthplace, little more than a clarification and systemization of prevalent opinion, may become elsewhere a source of revolutionary ardor, and ultimately of actual revolution. It is mainly through theorists that the maxims regulating the policy of advanced countries become known to less advanced countries. In the advanced countries, practice inspires theory, in the others, theory inspires practice. This difference is one of the reasons why transplanted ideas are seldom so successful as they were in their native soil. Before considering the philosophy of Locke, let us review some of the circumstances in 17th-century England that were influential in forming his opinions. The conflict between king and parliament in the Civil War gave Englishmen, once for all, a love of compromise and moderation, and a fear of pushing any theory to its logical conclusion, which has dominated them down to the present time. The principles for which the Long Parliament contended had, at first, the support of a large majority. They wished to abolish the king's right to grant trade monopolies, and to make him acknowledge the exclusive right of Parliament to impose taxes. They desired liberty within the Church of England for opinions and practices which were persecuted by Archbishop Laud. They held that Parliament should meet at stated intervals, and should not be convocate only on rare occasions when the king found its collaboration indispensable. They objected to arbitrary arrest and to the subservience of the judges to the royal wishes. But many, while prepared to agitate for these ends, were not prepared to levy war against the king, which appeared to them an act of treason and impiety. As soon as actual war broke out, the division of forces became more nearly equal. The political development from the outbreak of the Civil War to the establishment of Cromwell as Lord Protector followed the course which has now become familiar but was then unprecedented. The parliamentary party consisted of two factions, the Presbyterians and the Independents. The Presbyterians desired to preserve a state church, but to abolish bishops. The Independents agreed with them about bishops, but held that each congregation should be free to choose its own theology, without the interference of any central ecclesiastical government. The Presbyterians, in the main, were of a higher social class than the Independents, and their political opinions were more moderate. They wished to come to terms with the king as soon as defeat had made him conciliatory. Their policy, however, was rendered impossible by two circumstances. First, the king developed a martyr's stubbornness about bishops. Second, the defeat of the king proved difficult, and was only achieved by Cromwell's new model army, which consisted of independents. Consequently, when the king's military resistance was broken, he could still not be induced to make a treaty, and the Presbyterians had lost the preponderance of armed force in the parliamentary armies. The defense of democracy had thrown power into the hands of a minority, and it used its power with a complete disregard for democracy and parliamentary government. When Charles I had attempted to arrest the 5 members, there had been a universal outcry, and his failure had made him ridiculous. But Cromwell had no such difficulties. By pride's purge, he dismissed about 100 Presbyterian members, and obtained for a time a subservient majority. When, finally, he decided to dismiss Parliament altogether, not a dog barked war had made only military force seem important, and had produced a contempt for constitutional forms. For the rest of Cromwell's life, the government of England was a military tyranny, hated by an increasing majority of the nation, but impossible to shake off while his partisans alone were armed. Charles II, after hiding in oak trees and living as a refugee in Holland, determined, at the Restoration, that he would not again set out on his travels. This imposed a certain moderation. He claimed no power to impose taxes not sanctioned by Parliament. He assented to the Habeas Corpus Act, which deprived the Crown of the power of arbitrary arrest. On occasion he could flout the fiscal power of Parliament by means of subsidies from Louis XIV, but in the main he was a constitutional monarch. Most of the limitations of royal power originally desired by the opponents of Charles I were conceded at the Restoration, and were respected by Charles II because it had been shown that kings could be made to suffer at the hands of their subjects. James II, unlike his brother, was totally destitute of subtlety and finesse. By his bigoted Catholicism he united against himself the Anglicans and Nonconformists, in spite of his attempts to conciliate the latter by granting them toleration in defiance of Parliament. Foreign policy also played a part. The Stuarts, in order to avoid the taxation required in wartime, which would have made them dependent upon Parliament, pursued a policy of subservience, first to Spain and then to France. The growing power of France roused the invariable English hostility to the leading continental state, and the revocation of the Edict of Nantes made Protestant feeling bitterly opposed to Louis XIV. In the end, almost everybody in England wished to be rid of James. But almost everybody was equally determined to avoid a return to the days of the Civil War and Cromwell's dictatorship. Since there was no constitutional way of getting rid of James, there must be a revolution, but it must be quickly ended, so as to give no opportunity for disruptive forces. The rights of Parliament must be secured once for all. The king must go, but monarchy must be preserved. It should be, however, not a monarchy of divine right, but one dependent upon legislative sanction, and so upon Parliament. By a combination of aristocracy and big business, all this was achieved in a moment, without the necessity of firing a shot. Compromise and moderation had succeeded, after every form of intransigence had been tried and had failed. The new king, being Dutch, brought with him the commercial and theological wisdom for which his country was noted. The Bank of England was created, the national debt was made into a secure investment, no longer liable to repudiation at the caprice of the monarch. The Act of Toleration, while leaving Catholics and Nonconformists subject to various disabilities, put an end to actual persecution. Foreign policy became resolutely anti-French, and remained so, with brief intermissions, until the defeat of Napoleon. 13. Locke's theory of knowledge. John Locke, 1632–1704, is the apostle of the Revolution of 1688, the most moderate and the most successful of all revolutions. Its aims were modest, but they were exactly achieved, and no subsequent revolution has hitherto been found necessary in England. Locke faithfully embodies its spirit, and most of his works appeared within a few years of 1688. His chief work in theoretical philosophy, the Essay Concerning Human Understanding, was finished in 1687 and published in 1690. His first letter on toleration was originally published in Latin in 1689, in Holland, to which country Locke had found it prudent to withdraw in 1683. Two further letters on toleration were published in 1690 and 1692. His two treatises on government were licensed for printing in 1689, and published soon afterwards. His book on education was published in 1693. Although his life was long, all his influential writings are confined to the few years from 1687 to 1693. Successful revolutions are stimulating to those who believe in them. Locke's father was a Puritan, who fought on the side of Parliament. In the time of Cromwell, when Locke was at Oxford, the university was still scholastic in its philosophy. Locke disliked both scholasticism and the fanaticism of the Independents. He was much influenced by Descartes. He became a physician, and his patron was Lord Shaftesbury, Dryden's Achito fell. When Shaftesbury fell in 1683, Locke fled with him to Holland, and remained there until the Revolution. After the Revolution, except for a few years during which he was employed at the Board of Trade, his life was devoted to literary work and to numerous controversies arising out of his books. The years before the Revolution of 1688, when Locke could not, without grave risk, take any part, theoretical or practical, in English politics, were spent by him in composing his essay concerning human understanding. This is his most important book, and the one upon which his fame most securely rests, but his influence on the philosophy of politics was so great and so lasting that he must be treated as the founder of philosophical liberalism as much as of empiricism in theory of knowledge. Locke is the most fortunate of all philosophers. He completed his work in theoretical philosophy just at the moment when the government of his country fell into the hands of men who shared his political opinions. Both in practice and in theory, the views which he advocated were held, for many years to come, by the most vigorous and influential politicians and philosophers. His political doctrines, with the developments due to Montesquieu, are embedded in the American Constitution, and are to be seen at work whenever there is a dispute between President and Congress. The British Constitution was based upon his doctrines until about 50 years ago, and so was that which the French adopted in 1871. His influence in 18th-century France, which was immense, was primarily due to Voltaire, who as a young man spent some time in England, and interpreted English ideas to his compatriots in the Lettres philosophiques. The philosophes and the moderate reformers followed him, the extreme revolutionaries followed Rousseau. His French followers, rightly or wrongly, believed in an intimate connection between his theory of knowledge and his politics. In England this connection is less evident. Of his two most eminent followers, Berkeley was politically unimportant, and Hume was a Tory who set forth his reactionary views in his History of England. But after the time of Kant, when German idealism began to influence English thought, there came to be again a connection between philosophy and politics. In the main, the philosophers who followed the Germans were conservative, while the Benthamites, who were radical, were in the tradition of Locke. The correlation, however, is not invariable. Th. Green, for example, was a liberal but an idealist. Not only Locke's valid opinions, but even his errors, were useful in practice. Take, for example, his doctrine as to primary and secondary qualities. The primary qualities are defined as those that are inseparable from body, and are enumerated as solidity, extension, figure, motion, or rest, and number. The secondary qualities are all the rest, colors, sounds, smells, etc. The primary qualities, he maintains, are actually in bodies, the secondary qualities, on the contrary, are only in the percipient. Without the eye, there would be no colors, without the ear, no sounds, and so on. For Locke's view as to secondary qualities there are good grounds: jaundice, blue spectacles, etc. But Berkeley pointed out that the same arguments apply to primary qualities. Ever since Berkeley, Locke's dualism on this point has been philosophically out of date. Nevertheless, it dominated practical physics until the rise of quantum theory in our own day. Not only was it assumed, explicitly or tacitly, by physicists, but it proved fruitful as a source of many very important discoveries. The theory that the physical world consists only of matter in motion was the basis of the accepted theories of sound, heat, light, and electricity. Pragmatically, the theory was useful, however mistaken it may have been theoretically. This is typical of Locke's doctrines. Locke's philosophy, as it appears in the essay, has throughout certain merits and certain demerits. Both alike were useful. The demerits are such only from a theoretical standpoint. He is always sensible, and always willing to sacrifice logic rather than become paradoxical. He enunciates general principles which, as the reader can hardly fail to perceive, are capable of leading to strange consequences, but whenever the strange consequences seem about to appear, Locke blandly refrains from drawing them. To a logician this is irritating, to a practical man, it is a proof of a sound judgment. Since the world is what it is clear that valid reasoning from sound principles cannot lead to error, but a principle may be so nearly true as to deserve theoretical respect, and yet may lead to practical consequences which we feel to be absurd. There is therefore a justification for common sense in philosophy, but only as showing that our theoretical principles cannot be quite correct so long as their consequences are condemned by an appeal to common sense which we feel to be irresistible. The theorist may retort that common sense is no more infallible than logic. But this retort, though made by Berkeley and Hume, would have been wholly foreign to Locke's intellectual temper. A characteristic of Locke, which descended from him to the whole liberal movement, is lack of dogmatism. Some few certainties he takes over from his predecessors, our own existence, the existence of God, and the truth of mathematics. But wherever his doctrines differ from those of his forerunners, they are to the effect that truth is hard to ascertain, and that a rational man will hold his opinions with some measure of doubt. This temper of mind is obviously connected with religious toleration, with the success of parliamentary democracy, with laissez-faire, and with the whole system of liberal maxims. Although he is a deeply religious man, a devout believer in Christianity who accepts revelation as a source of knowledge, he nevertheless hedges round professed revelations with rational safeguards. On one occasion he says, the bare testimony of revelation is the highest certainty, but on another he says, revelation must be judged by reason. Thus in the end reason remains supreme. His chapter of enthusiasm is instructive in this connection. Enthusiasm had not then the same meaning as it has now, it meant the belief in a personal revelation to a religious leader or to his followers. It was a characteristic of the sects that had been defeated at the Restoration. When there is a multiplicity of such personal revelations, all inconsistent with each other, truth, or what passes as such, becomes purely personal, and loses its social character. Love of truth, which Locke considers essential, is a very different thing from love of some particular doctrine which is proclaimed as the truth. One unerring mark of love of truth, he says, is not entertaining any proposition with greater assurance than the proofs it is built upon will warrant. Forwardness to dictate, he says, shows failure of love of truth. Enthusiasm laying by reason, would set up revelation without it, whereby in effect it takes away both reason and revelation, and substitutes in the room of it the ungrounded fancies of a man's own brain. Men who suffer from melancholy or conceit are likely to have persuasions of immediate intercourse with the deity. Hence odd actions and opinions acquire divine sanction, which flatters men's laziness, ignorance, and vanity. He concludes the chapter with the maxim already quoted, that revelation must be judged of by reason. What Locke means by reason is to be gathered from his whole book. There is, it is true, a chapter called of reason, but this is mainly concerned to prove that reason does not consist of syllogistic reasoning, and is summed up in the sentence, God has not been so sparing to men to make them barely two-legged creatures, and left it to Aristotle to make them rational. Reason, as Locke uses the term, consists of two parts: first, an inquiry as to what things we know with certainty; second, an investigation of propositions which it is wise to accept in practice, although they have only probability and not certainty in their favor. The grounds of probability, he says, are two, conformity with our own experience, or the testimony of others' experience. The king of Siam, he remarks, ceased to believe what Europeans told him when they mentioned ice. In his chapter of degrees of assent he says that the degree of assent we give to any proposition should depend upon the grounds of probability in its favor. After pointing out that we must often act upon probabilities that fall short of certainty, he says that the right use of this consideration is mutual charity and forbearance. Since therefore it is unavoidable to the greatest part of men, if not all, to have several opinions, without certain and indubitable proofs of their truth, and it carries too great an imputation of ignorance, lightness, or folly, for men to quit and renounce their former tenets presently upon the offer of an argument which they cannot immediately answer and show the insufficiency of, it would, methinks, become all men to maintain peace and the common offices of humanity and friendship in the diversity of opinions, since we cannot reasonably expect that any one should readily and obsequiously quit his own opinion, and embrace ours with a blind resignation to an authority which the understanding of man acknowledges not. For, however it may often mistake, it can own no other guide but reason, nor blindly submit to the will and dictates of another. If he you would bring over to your sentiments be one that examines before he assents, you must give him leave at his leisure to go over the account again, and, recalling what is out of his mind, examine the particulars, to see on which side the advantage lies, and if he will not think over arguments of weight enough to engage him anew in so much pains, it is but what we do often ourselves in the like case, and we should take it amiss if others should prescribe to us what points we should study. And if he be one who wishes to take his opinions upon trust, how can we imagine that he should renounce those tenets which time and custom have so settled in his mind that he thinks them self-evident, and of an unquestionable certainty, or which he takes to be impressions he has received from God himself, or from men sent by him? How can we expect, I say, that opinions thus settled should be given up to the arguments or authority of a stranger or adversary? Especially if there be any suspicion of interest or design, as there never fails to be where men find themselves ill-treated. We should do well to commiserate our mutual ignorance, and endeavor to remove it in all the gentle and fair ways of information, and not instantly treat others ill as obstinate and perverse because they will not renounce their own and receive our opinions, or at least those we would force upon them, when it is more than probable that we are no less obstinate in not embracing some of theirs. For where is the man that has uncontestable evidence of the truth of all that he holds, or of the falsehood of all he condemns, or can say, that he has examined to the bottom all his own or other men's opinions? The necessity of believing without knowledge, nay often upon very slight grounds, in this fleeting state of action and blindness we are in, should make us more busy and careful to inform ourselves than to restrain others. There is reason to think, that if men were better instructed themselves, they would be less imposing on others. 1. I have dealt hitherto only with the latest chapters of the essay, where Locke is drawing the moral from his earlier theoretical investigation of the nature and limitations of human knowledge. It is time now to examine what he has to say on this more purely philosophical subject. Locke is, as a rule, contemptuous of metaphysics. Apropos of some speculation of Leibniz, he writes to a friend, "You and I have had enough of this kind of fiddling." The conception of substance, which was dominant in the metaphysics of his time, he considers vague and not useful, but he does not venture to reject it wholly. He allows the validity of metaphysical arguments for the existence of God, but he does not dwell on them, and seems somewhat uncomfortable about them. Whenever he is expressing new ideas, and not merely repeating what is traditional, he thinks in terms of concrete detail rather than of large abstractions. His philosophy is piecemeal, like scientific work, not statuesque and all of a piece, like the great continental systems of the 17th century. Locke may be regarded as the founder of empiricism, which is the doctrine that all our knowledge, with the possible exception of logic and mathematics, is derived from experience. Accordingly, the first book of the essay is concerned in arguing, as against Plato, Descartes, and the scholastics, that there are no innate ideas or principles. In the second book he sets to work to show, in detail, how experience gives rise to various kinds of ideas. Having rejected innate ideas, he says, "Let us then suppose the mind to be, as we say, white paper, void of all characters, without any ideas. How comes it to be furnished? Whence comes it by that vast store, which the busy and boundless fancy of man has painted on it with an almost endless variety? Whence has it all the materials of reason and knowledge? To this I answer in one word, from experience, in that all our knowledge is founded, and from that it ultimately derives itself." Book 2, Chapter I, Sector 2. Our ideas are derived from two sources, a. Sensation, and b. Perception of the operation of our own mind, which may be called internal sense. Since we can only think by means of ideas, and since all ideas come from experience, it is evident that none of our knowledge can antedate experience. Perception, he says, is the first step and degree towards knowledge, and the inlet of all the materials of it. This may seem, to a modern, almost a truism, since it has become part of educated common sense, at least in English-speaking countries. But in his day the mind was supposed to know all sorts of things a priori, and the complete dependence of knowledge upon perception, which he proclaimed, was a new and revolutionary doctrine. Plato, in the Theaetetus, had set to work to refute the identification of knowledge with perception, and from his time onwards almost all philosophers, down to and including Descartes and Leibniz, had taught that much of our most valuable knowledge is not derived from experience. Locke's thoroughgoing empiricism was therefore a bold innovation. The third book of the essay deals with words, and is concerned, in the main, to show that what metaphysicians present as knowledge about the world is purely verbal. Chapter 3, of general terms, takes up an extreme nominalist position on the subject of universals. All things that exist are particulars, but we can frame general ideas, such as man, that are applicable to many particulars, and to these general ideas we can give names. Their generality consists solely in the fact that they are, or may be, applicable to a variety of particular things, in their own being, as ideas in our minds, they are just as particular as everything else that exists. Chapter 6 of Book 3, of the Names of Substances, is concerned to refute the scholastic doctrine of essence. Things may have a real essence, which will consist of their physical constitution, but this is in the main unknown to us, and is not the essence of which scholastics speak. Essence, as we can know it, is purely verbal, it consists merely in the definition of a general term. To argue, for instance, as to whether the essence of body is only extension, or is extension plus solidity, is to argue about words. We may define the word body either way, and no harm can result so long as we adhere to our definition. Distinct species are not a fact of nature, but of language. They are distinct complex ideas with distinct names annexed to them. There are, it is true, differing things in nature, but the differences proceed by continuous gradations. The boundaries of the species, whereby men sort them, are made by men. He proceeds to give instances of monstrosities, concerning which it was doubtful whether they were men or not. This point of view was not generally accepted until Darwin persuaded men to adopt the theory of evolution by gradual changes. Only those who have allowed themselves to be afflicted by the scholastics will realize how much metaphysical lumber it sweeps away. Empiricism and idealism alike are faced with a problem to which, so far, philosophy has found no satisfactory solution. This is the problem of showing how we have knowledge of other things than ourself and the operations of our own mind. Locke considers this problem, but what he says is very obviously unsatisfactory. In one place too we are told, since the mind, in all its thoughts and reasonings, hath no other immediate object but its own ideas, which it alone does or can contemplate, it is evident that our knowledge is only conversant about them. And again, knowledge is the perception of the agreement or disagreement of two ideas. From this it would seem to follow immediately that we cannot know of the existence of other people, or of the physical world, for these, if they exist, are not merely ideas in my mind. Each one of us, accordingly, must, so far as knowledge is concerned, be shut up in himself, and cut off from all contact with the outer world. This, however, is a paradox, and Locke will have nothing to do with paradoxes. Accordingly, in another chapter, he sets forth a different theory, quite inconsistent with the earlier one. We have, he tells us, three kinds of knowledge of real existence. Our knowledge of our own existence is intuitive, our knowledge of God's existence is demonstrative, and our knowledge of things present to sense is sensitive. Book 4, Chapter 3. In the next chapter, he becomes more or less aware of the inconsistency. He suggests that someone might say, if knowledge consists in agreement of ideas, the enthusiast and the sober man are on a level. He replies, not so. Where ideas agree with things, he proceeds to argue that all simple ideas must agree with things, since the mind, as has been showed, can by no means make to itself any simple ideas, these being all the product of things operating on the mind in a natural way. And as regards complex ideas of substances, all our complex ideas of them must be such, and such only, as are made up of such simple ones as have been discovered to coexist in nature. Again, we can have no knowledge except, 1. By intuition, 2. By reason, examining the agreement or disagreement of two ideas, 3. By sensation, perceiving the existence of particular things, Book 4, Chapter 3, Sector 2. In all this, Locke assumes it known that certain mental occurrences, which he calls sensations, have causes outside themselves, and that these causes, at least to some extent and in certain respects, resemble the sensations which are their effects. But how, consistently with the principles of empiricism, is this to be known? We experience the sensations, but not their causes. Our experience will be exactly the same if our sensations arise spontaneously. The belief that sensations have causes, and still more the belief that they resemble their causes, is one which, if maintained, must be maintained on grounds wholly independent of experience. The view that knowledge is the perception of the agreement or disagreement of two ideas is the one that Locke is entitled to, and his escape from the paradoxes that it entails is effected by means of an inconsistency so gross that only his resolute adherence to common sense could have made him blind to it. This difficulty has troubled empiricism down to the present day. Hume got rid of it by dropping the assumption that sensations have external causes, but even he retained this assumption whenever he forgot his own principles, which was very often. His fundamental maxim, no idea without an antecedent impression, which he takes over from Locke, is only plausible so long as we think of impressions as having outside causes, which the very word impression irresistibly suggests. And at the moments when Hume achieves some degree of consistency he is wildly paradoxical. No one has yet succeeded in inventing a philosophy at once credible and self-consistent. Locke aimed at credibility, and achieved it at the expense of consistency. Most of the great philosophers have done the opposite. A philosophy which is not self-consistent cannot be wholly true, but a philosophy which is self-consistent can very well be wholly false. The most fruitful philosophies have contained glaring inconsistencies, but for that very reason have been partially true. There is no reason to suppose that a self-consistent system contains more truth than one which, like Locke's, is obviously more or less wrong. Locke's ethical doctrines are interesting, partly on their own account, partly as an anticipation of Bentham. When I speak of his ethical doctrines, I do not mean his moral disposition as a practical man, but his general theories as to how men act and how they should act. Like Bentham, Locke was a man filled with kindly feeling, who yet held that everybody, including himself, must always be moved, in action, solely by desire for his own happiness or pleasure. A few quotations will make this clear. Things are good or evil only in relation to pleasure or pain. That we call good which is apt to cause or increase pleasure, or diminish pain, in us. What is it moves desire? I answer, happiness, and that alone. Happiness, in its full extent, is the utmost pleasure we are capable of. The necessity of pursuing true happiness is the foundation of all liberty. The preference of vice to virtue is a manifest wrong judgment. The government of our passions is the right improvement of liberty. 3. The last of these statements depends, it would seem, upon the doctrine of rewards and punishments in the next world. God has laid down certain moral rules, those who follow them go to heaven, and those who break them risk going to hell. The prudent pleasure seeker will therefore be virtuous. With the decay of the belief that sin leads to hell, it has become more difficult to make a purely self-regarding argument in favor of a virtuous life. Bentham, who was a free thinker, substituted the human lawgiver in place of God. It was the business of laws and social institutions to make a harmony between public and private interests, so that each man, in pursuing his own happiness, should be compelled to minister to the general happiness. But this is less satisfactory than the reconciliation of public and private interests effected by means of heaven and hell, both because lawgivers are not always wise or virtuous, and because human governments are not omniscient. Locke has to admit, what is obvious, that men do not always act in the way which, on a rational calculation, is likely to secure them a maximum of pleasure. We value present pleasure more than future pleasure, and pleasure in the near future more than pleasure in the distant future. It may be said this is not said by Locke that the rate of interest is a quantitative measure of the general discounting of future pleasures. If the prospect of spending £1,000 a year hence were as delightful as the thought of spending it today, I should not need to be paid for postponing my pleasure. Locke admits that devout believers often commit sins which, by their own creed, put them in danger of hell. We all know people who put off going to the dentist longer than they would if they were engaged in the rational pursuit of pleasure. Thus, even if pleasure or the avoidance of pain be our motive, it must be added that pleasures lose their attractiveness and pains their terrors in proportion to their distance in the future. Since it is only in the long run that, according to Locke, self-interest and the general interest coincide, it becomes important that men should be guided, as far as possible, by their long-run interests. That is to say, men should be prudent. Prudence is the one virtue which remains to be preached, for every lapse from virtue is a failure of prudence. Emphasis on prudence is characteristic of liberalism. It is connected with the rise of capitalism, for the prudent became rich while the imprudent became or remained poor. It is connected also with certain forms of Protestant piety. Virtue with a view to heaven is psychologically very analogous to saving with a view to investment. Belief in the harmony between private and public interests is characteristic of liberalism, and long survived the theological foundation that it had in Locke. Locke states that liberty depends upon the necessity of pursuing true happiness and upon the government of our passions. This opinion he derives from his doctrine that private and public interests are identical in the long run, though not necessarily over short periods. It follows from this doctrine that, given a community of citizens who are all both pious and prudent, they will all act, given liberty, in a manner to promote the general good. There will be no need of human laws to restrain them, since divine laws will suffice. The hitherto virtuous man who is tempted to become a highwayman will say to himself, I might escape the human magistrate, but I could not escape punishment at the hands of the divine magistrate. He will accordingly renounce his nefarious schemes, and live as virtuously as if he were sure of being caught by the police. Legal liberty, therefore, is only completely possible where both prudence and piety are universal. Elsewhere, the restraints imposed by the criminal law are indispensable. Locke states repeatedly that morality is capable of demonstration, but he does not develop this idea so fully as could be wished. The most important passage is morality capable of demonstration. The idea of a supreme being, infinite in power, goodness, and wisdom, whose workmanship we are, and on whom we depend, and the idea of ourselves, as understanding, rational beings, beings such as are clear in us, would, I suppose, if duly considered and pursued, afford such foundations of our duty and rules of action as might place morality among the sciences capable of demonstration, wherein I doubt not, but from self-evident propositions, by necessary consequences, as incontestable as those in mathematics, the measures of right and wrong might be made out, to any one that will apply himself with the same indifferency and attention to the one as he does to the other of these sciences. The relation of other modes may certainly be perceived, as well as those of number and extension, and I cannot see why they should not also be capable of demonstration, if due methods were thought on to examine or pursue their agreement or disagreement. Where there is no property, there is no justice, is a proposition as certain as any demonstration in Euclid, for the idea of property being a right to anything, and the idea to which the name injustice is given being the invasion or violation of that right, it is evident that these ideas being thus established, and these names annexed to them, I can as certainly know this proposition to be true as that a triangle has 3 angles equal to 2 right ones. Again, no government allows absolute liberty, the idea of government being the establishment of society upon certain rules or laws, which require conformity to them, and the idea of absolute liberty being for anyone to do whatever he pleases, I am as capable of being certain of the truth of this proposition as of any in the mathematics 4. This passage is puzzling because, at first, it seems to make moral rules dependent upon God's decrees, while in the instances that are given it is suggested that moral rules are analytic. I suppose that, in fact, Locke thought some parts of ethics analytic and others dependent upon God's decrees. Another puzzle is that the instances given do not seem to be ethical propositions at all. There is another difficulty which one could wish to see considered. It is generally held by theologians that God's decrees are not arbitrary, but are inspired by His goodness and wisdom. This requires that there should be some concept of goodness antecedent to God's decrees, which has led Him to make just those decrees rather than any others. What this concept may be, it is impossible to discover from Locke. What he says is that a prudent man will act in such and such ways, since otherwise God will punish him, but he leaves us completely in the dark as to why punishment should be attached to certain acts rather than to their opposites. Locke's ethical doctrines are, of course, not defensible. Apart from the fact that there is something revolting in a system which regards prudence as the only virtue, there are other, less emotional, objections to his theories. In the first place, to say that men only desire pleasure is to put the cart before the horse. Whatever I may happen to desire, I shall feel pleasure in obtaining it, but as a rule the pleasure is due to the desire, not the desire to the pleasure. It is possible, as happens with masochists, to desire pain. In that case, there is still pleasure in the gratification of the desire, but it is mixed with its opposite. Even in Locke's own doctrine, it is not pleasure as such that is desired, since a proximate pleasure is more desired than a remote one. If morality is to be deduced from the psychology of desire, as Locke and his disciples attempt to do, there can be no reason for deprecating the discounting of distant pleasures, or for urging prudence as a moral duty. His argument, in a nutshell, is, we only desire pleasure. But, in fact, many men desire not pleasure as such, but proximate pleasure. This contradicts our doctrine that they desire pleasure as such, and is therefore wicked. Almost all philosophers, in their ethical systems, first lay down a false doctrine, and then argue that wickedness consists in acting in a manner that proves it false, which would be impossible if the doctrine were true. Of this pattern Locke affords an example. 14. Locke's political philosophy. A. The hereditary principle. In the years 1689 and 1690, just after the revolution of 1688, Locke wrote his two treatises on government, of which the second especially is very important in the history of political ideas. The first of these two treatises is a criticism of the doctrine of hereditary power. It is a reply to Sir Robert Filmer's Patriarcha, or the Natural Power of Kings, which was published in 1680, but written under Charles I. Sir Robert Filmer, who was a devout upholder of the divine right of kings, had the misfortune to live till 1653, and must have suffered acutely from the execution of Charles I and the victory of Cromwell. But Patriarcha was written before these sad events, though not before the Civil War, so that it naturally shows awareness of the existence of subversive doctrines. Such doctrines, as Filmer points out, were not new in 1640. In fact, both Protestant and Catholic divines, in their contest with Catholic and Protestant monarchs respectively, had vigorously affirmed the right of subjects to resist tyrannical princes, and their writings supplied Sir Robert with abundant material for controversy. Sir Robert Filmer was knighted by Charles I, and his house is said to have been plundered by the parliamentarians 10 times. He thinks it not unlikely that Noah sailed up the Mediterranean and allotted Africa, Asia, and Europe to Ham, Shem, and Japheth respectively. He held that, by the English constitution, the Lords only give counsel to the king, and the Commons have even less power. The king, he says, alone makes the laws, which proceed solely from his will. The king, according to Filmer, is perfectly free from all human control, and cannot be bound by the acts of his predecessors, or even by his own, for impossible it is in nature that a man should give a law unto himself. Filmer, as these opinions show, belonged to the most extreme section of the divine right party. Patriarcha begins by combating the common opinion that mankind is naturally endowed and born with freedom from all subjection, and at liberty to choose what form of government it please, and the power which any one man hath over others was first bestowed according to the discretion of the multitude. This tenet, he says, was first hatched in the schools. The truth, according to him, is quite different. It is, that originally God bestowed the kingly power upon Adam, from whom it descended to his heirs, and ultimately reached the various monarchs of modern times. Kings now, he assures us, either are, or are to be reputed, the next heirs to those first progenitors who were at first the natural parents of the whole people. Our first parent, it seems, did not adequately appreciate his privilege as universal monarch, for the desire of liberty was the first cause of the fall of Adam. The desire of liberty is a sentiment which Sir Robert Filmer regards as impious. The claims made by Charles I, and by his protagonists on his behalf, were in excess of what earlier times would have conceded to kings. Filmer points out that Parsons, the English Jesuit, and Buchanan, the Scotch Calvinist, who agree in almost nothing else, both maintain that sovereigns can be deposed by the people for misgovernment. Parsons, of course, was thinking of the Protestant Queen Elizabeth, and Buchanan of the Catholic Mary Queen of Scots. The doctrine of Buchanan was sanctioned by success, but that of Parsons was disproved by his colleague Campion's execution. Even before the Reformation, theologians tended to believe in setting limits to kingly power. This was part of the battle between the Church and the State which raged throughout Europe during most of the Middle Ages. In this battle, the State depended upon armed force, the Church upon cleverness and sanctity. As long as the Church had both these merits, it won. When it came to have cleverness only, it lost. But the things which eminent and holy men had said against the power of kings remained on record. Though intended in the interests of the Pope, they could be used to support the rights of the people to self-government. The subtle schoolman, says Filmer, to be sure to thrust down the king below the Pope, thought it the safest course to advance the people above the king, so that the papal power might take the place of the regal. He quotes the theologian Bellarmine as saying that secular power is bestowed by men, i.e. not by God, and is in the people unless they bestow it on a prince. Thus Bellarmine, according to Filmer, makes God the immediate author of a democratical estate, which sounds to him as shocking as it would to a modern plutocrat to say that God is the immediate author of Bolshevism. Filmer derives political power, not from any contract, nor yet from any consideration of the public good, but entirely from the authority of a father over his children. His view is, that the source of regal authority is subjection of children to parents, that the patriarchs in Genesis were monarchs, that kings are the heirs of Adam, or at least are to be regarded as such, that the natural rights of a king are the same as those of a father, and that, by nature, sons are never free of paternal power, even when the son is adult and the parent is in his dotage. This whole theory seems to a modern mind so fantastic that it is hard to believe it was seriously maintained. We are not accustomed to deriving political rights from the story of Adam and Eve. We hold it obvious that parental power should cease completely when the son or daughter reaches the age of 21, and that before that it should be very strictly limited both by the state and by the right of independent initiative which the young have gradually acquired. We recognize that the mother has rights at least equal to those of the father. But apart from all these considerations, it would not occur to any modern man outside Japan to suppose that political power should be in any way assimilated to that of parents over children. In Japan, it is true, a theory closely similar to Filmer's is held, and must be taught by all professors and school teachers. The Mikado can trace his descent from the sun goddess, whose heir he is. Other Japanese are also descended from her, but belong to cadet branches of her family. Therefore the Mikado is divine, and all resistance to him is impious. This theory was, in the main, invented in 1868, but is now alleged in Japan to have been handed down by tradition ever since the creation of the world. The attempt to impose a similar theory upon Europe, of which attempt Filmer's Patriarcha is part, was a failure. Why? The acceptance of such a theory is in no way repugnant to human nature. For example, it was held, apart from Japan, by the ancient Egyptians, and by the Mexicans and Peruvians before the Spanish conquest. At a certain stage of human development it is natural. Stuart England had passed this stage, but modern Japan has not. The defeat of theories of divine right, in England, was due to two main causes. One was the multiplicity of religions, the other was the conflict for power between the monarchy, the aristocracy, and the higher bourgeoisie. As for religion, the king, since the reign of Henry VIII, was the head of the Church of England, which was opposed both to Rome and to most of the Protestant sects. The Church of England boasted of being a compromise. The preface to the authorized version begins, "It hath been the wisdom of the Church of England, ever since the first compiling of her public liturgy, to keep the mean between two extremes." On the whole, this compromise suited most people. Queen Mary and King James II tried to drag the country over to Rome, and the victors in the Civil War tried to drag it over to Geneva, but these attempts failed, and after 1688 the power of the Church of England was unchallenged. Nevertheless, its opponents survived. The nonconformists, especially, were vigorous men, and were numerous among the rich merchants and bankers, whose power was continually increasing. The theological position of the king was somewhat peculiar, for he was not only head of the Church of England, but also of the Church of Scotland. In England, he had to believe in bishops and reject Calvinism. In Scotland, he had to reject bishops and believe in Calvinism. The Stuarts had genuine religious convictions, which made this ambiguous attitude impossible for them, and caused them even more trouble in Scotland than in England. But after 1688 political convenience led kings to acquiesce in professing two religions at once. This militate against zeal, and made it difficult to regard them as divine persons. In any case, neither Catholics nor nonconformists could acquiesce in any religious claims on behalf of the monarchy. The three parties of king, aristocracy, and rich middle class made different combinations at different times. Under Edward IV and Louis XI, king and middle class combined against the aristocracy. Under Louis XIV, king and aristocracy combined against the middle class. In England in 1688, aristocracy and middle class combined against the king. When the king had one of the other parties on his side, he was strong; when they combined against him, he was weak. For these reasons, among others, Locke had no difficulty in demolishing Filmer's arguments. So far as reasoning is concerned, Locke has, of course, an easy task. He points out that, if parental power is what is concerned, the mother's power should be equal to the father's. He lays stress on the injustice of primogeniture, which is unavoidable if inheritance is to be the basis of monarchy. He makes play with the absurdity of supposing that actual monarchs are, in any real sense, the heirs of Adam. Adam can have only one heir, but no one knows who he is. Would Filmer maintain, he asks, that, if the true heir could be discovered, all existing monarchs should lay their crowns at his feet? If Filmer's basis for monarchy were accepted, all kings, except at most one, would be usurpers, and would have no right to demand the obedience of their de facto subjects. Moreover, paternal power, he says, is temporary, and extends not to life or property. For such reasons, apart from more fundamental grounds, heredity cannot, according to Locke, be accepted as the basis of legitimate political power. Accordingly, in his second treatise on government he seeks a more defensible basis. The hereditary principle has almost vanished from politics. During my lifetime, the emperors of Brazil, China, Russia, Germany, and Austria have disappeared, to be replaced by dictators who do not aim at the foundation of a hereditary dynasty. Aristocracy has lost its privileges throughout Europe, except in England, where they have become little more than a historical form. All this, in most countries, is very recent, and has much to do with the rise of dictatorships, since the traditional basis of power has been swept away, and the habits of mind required for the successful practice of democracy have not had time to grow up. There is one great institution that has never had any hereditary element, namely, the Catholic Church. We may expect the dictatorships, if they survive, to develop gradually a form of government analogous to that of the Church. This has already happened in the case of the great corporations in America, which have, or had until Pearl Harbor, powers almost equal to those of the government. It is curious that the rejection of the hereditary principle in politics has had almost no effect in the economic sphere in democratic countries. In totalitarian states, economic power has been absorbed by political power. We still think it natural that a man should leave his property to his children, that is to say, we accept the hereditary principle as regards economic power while rejecting it as regards political power. Political dynasties have disappeared, but economic dynasties survive. I am not at the moment arguing either for or against this different treatment of the two forms of power, I am merely pointing out that it exists, and that most men are unconscious of it. When you consider how natural it seems to us that the power over the lives of others resulting from great wealth should be hereditary, you will understand better how men like Sir Robert Filmer could take the same view as regards the power of kings, and how important was the innovation represented by men who thought as Locke did. To understand how Filmer's theory could be believed, and how Locke's contrary theory could seem revolutionary, we have only to reflect that a kingdom was regarded then as a landed estate is regarded now. The owner of land has various important legal rights, the chief of which is the power of choosing who shall be on the land. Ownership can be transmitted by inheritance, and we feel that the man who has inherited an estate has a just claim to all the privileges that the law allows him in consequence. Yet at bottom his position is the same as that of the monarchs whose claims Sir Robert Filmer defends. There are at the present day in California a number of huge estates the title to which is derived from actual or alleged grants by the King of Spain. He was only in a position to make such grants, a. because Spain accepted views similar to Filmer's, and b. because the Spaniards were able to defeat the Indians in battle. Nevertheless we hold the heirs of those to whom he made grants to have a just title. Perhaps in future this will seem as fantastic as Filmer seems now. b. The state of nature, and natural law. Locke begins his second treatise on government by saying that, having shown the impossibility of deriving the authority of government from that of a father, he will now set forth what he conceives to be the true origin of government. He begins by supposing what he calls a state of nature, antecedent to all human government. In this state there is a law of nature, but the law of nature consists of divine commands, and is not imposed by any human legislator. It is not clear how far the state of nature is, for Locke, a mere illustrative hypothesis, and how far he supposes it to have had a historical existence, but I am afraid that he tended to think of it as a stage that had actually occurred. Men emerged from the state of nature by means of a social contract which instituted civil government. This also he regarded as more or less historical. But for the moment it is the state of nature that concerns us. What Locke has to say about the state of nature and the law of nature is, in the main, not original, but a repetition of medieval scholastic doctrines. Thus St. Thomas Aquinas says, "Every law framed by man bears the character of a law exactly to that extent to which it is derived from the law of nature. But if on any point it is in conflict with the law of nature, it at once ceases to be a law, it is a mere perversion of law 1. Throughout the Middle Ages, the law of nature was held to condemn usury, i.e. lending money at interest. Church property was almost entirely in land, and landowners have always been borrowers rather than lenders. But when Protestantism arose, its support, especially the support of Calvinism, came chiefly from the rich middle class, who were lenders rather than borrowers. Accordingly, first Calvin, then other Protestants, and finally the Catholic Church, sanctioned usury. Thus natural law came to be differently conceived, but no one doubted there being such a thing. Many doctrines which survived the belief in natural law owe their origin to it, for example, laissez-faire and the rights of man. These doctrines are connected, and both have their origins in Puritanism. Two quotations given by Tawney will illustrate this. A committee of the House of Commons in 1604 stated, "All free subjects are born inheritable, as to their land, and also as to the free exercise of their industry, in those trades whereto they apply themselves and whereby they are to live." And in 1656 Joseph Lee writes, "It is an undeniable maxim that every one by the light of nature and reason will do that which makes for his greatest advantage. The advancement of private persons will be the advantage of the public." Except for the words "by the light of nature and reason," this might have been written in the 19th century. In Locke's theory of government, I repeat, there is little that is original. In this Locke resembles most of the men who have won fame for their ideas. As a rule, the man who first thinks of a new idea is so much ahead of his time that everyone thinks him silly, so that he remains obscure and is soon forgotten. Then, gradually, the world becomes ready for the idea, and the man who proclaims it at the fortunate moment gets all the credit. So it was, for example, with Darwin. Poor Lord Monboddo was a laughing-stock. In regard to the state of nature, Locke was less original than Hobbes, who regarded it as one in which there was war of all against all, and life was nasty, brutish, and short. But Hobbes was reputed an atheist. The view of the state of nature and of natural law which Locke accepted from his predecessors cannot be freed from its theological basis. Where it survives without this, as in much modern liberalism, it is destitute of clear logical foundation. The belief in a happy state of nature in the remote past is derived partly from the biblical narrative of the age of the patriarchs, partly from the classical myth of the Golden Age. The general belief in the badness of the remote past only came with the doctrine of evolution. The nearest thing to a definition of the state of nature to be found in Locke is the following: men living together according to reason, without a common superior on earth, with authority to judge between them, is properly the state of nature. This is not a description of the life of savages, but of an imagined community of virtuous anarchists, who need no police or law courts because they always obey reason, which is the same as natural law, which, in turn, consists of those laws of conduct that are held to have a divine origin. For example, "Thou shalt not kill" is part of natural law, but the rule of the roads is not. Some further quotations will make Locke's meaning clearer. To understand political power right, he says, and derive it from its original, we must consider what state men are naturally in, and that is, a state of perfect freedom to order their actions and dispose of their possessions and persons, as they think fit, within the bounds of the law of nature, without asking leave, or depending upon the will of any other man. A state also of equality, wherein all the power and jurisdiction is reciprocal, no one having more than another, there being nothing more evident, than that creatures of the same species and rank, promiscuously born to all the same advantages of nature, and the use of the same faculties, should also be equal one amongst another without subordination or subjection, unless the Lord and Master of them all should, by any manifest declaration of his will, set one above another, and confer on him, by an evident and clear appointment, an undoubted right to dominion and sovereignty. But though this the state of nature be a state of liberty, yet it is not a state of license, though man in that state has an uncontrollable liberty to dispose of his person or possessions, yet he has not liberty to destroy himself, or so much as any creature in his possession, but where some nobler use than its bare preservation calls for it. The state of nature has a law of nature to govern it, which obliges every one, and reason, which is that law, teaches all mankind, who will but consult it, that being all equal and independent, no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty, or possessions too, for we are all God's property. Point 3. It presently appears, however, that, where most men are in the state of nature, there may nevertheless be some men who do not live according to the law of nature, and that the law of nature provides, up to a point, what may be done to resist such criminals? In a state of nature, we are told, every man can defend himself and what is his. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed is part of the law of nature. I may even kill a thief while he is engaged in stealing my property, and this right survives the institution of government, although, where there is government, if the thief gets away I must renounce private vengeance and resort to the law. The great objection to the state of nature is that, while it persists, every man is the judge in his own cause, since he must rely upon himself for the defense of his rights. For this evil, government is the remedy, but this is not a natural remedy. The state of nature, according to Locke, was evaded by a compact to create a government. Not any compact ends the state of nature, but only that of making one body politic. The various governments of independent states are now in a state of nature towards each other. The state of nature, we are told in a passage presumably directed against Hobbes, is not the same as a state of war, but more nearly its opposite. After explaining the right to kill a thief, on the ground that the thief may be deemed to be making war upon me, Locke says. And here we have the plain difference between the state of nature and the state of war, which, however some men have confounded, are as far distant, as a state of peace, goodwill, mutual assistance and preservation, and a state of enmity, malice, violence and mutual destruction are from one another. Perhaps the law of nature must be regarded as having a wider scope than the state of nature, since the former deals with thieves and murderers, while in the latter there are no such malefactors. This, at least, suggests a way out of an apparent inconsistency in Locke, consisting in his sometimes representing the state of nature as one where everyone is virtuous, and at other times discussing what may rightly be done in a state of nature to resist the aggressions of wicked men. Some parts of Locke's natural law are surprising. For example, he says that captives in a just war are slaves by the law of nature. He says also that by nature every man has a right to punish attacks on himself or his property, even by death. He makes no qualification, so that if I catch a person engaged in petty pilfering I have, apparently, by the law of nature, a right to shoot him. Property is very prominent in Locke's political philosophy, and is, according to him, the chief reason for the institution of civil government. The great and chief end of men uniting into commonwealths, and putting themselves under government, is the preservation of their property, to which in the state of nature there are many things wanting. The whole of this theory of the state of nature and natural law is in one sense clear but in another very puzzling. It is clear what Locke thought, but it is not clear how he can have thought it. Locke's ethic, as we saw, is utilitarian, but in his consideration of rights he does not bring in utilitarian considerations. Something of this pervades the whole philosophy of law as taught by lawyers. Legal rights can be defined, broadly speaking, a man has a legal right when he can appeal to the law to safeguard him against injury. A man has in general a legal right to his property, but if he has, say, an illicit store of cocaine, he has no legal remedy against a man who steals it. But the lawgiver has to decide what legal rights to create, and falls back naturally on the conception of natural rights, as those which the law should secure. I am attempting to go as far as is possible towards stating something like Locke's theory in untheological terms. If it is assumed that ethics, and the classification of acts as right and wrong, is logically prior to actual law, it becomes possible to restate the theory in terms not involving mythical history. To arrive at the law of nature, we may put the question in this way: in the absence of law and government, what classes of acts by A against B justify B in retaliating against A, and what sort of retaliation is justified in different cases? It is generally held that no man can be blamed for defending himself against a murderous assault, even, if necessary, to the extent of killing the assailant. He may equally defend his wife and children, or, indeed, any member of the general public. In such cases, the existence of the law against murder becomes irrelevant, if, as may easily happen, the man assaulted would be dead before the aid of the police could be invoked. We have, therefore, to fall back on natural right. A man also has a right to defend his property, though opinions differ as to the amount of injury he may justly inflict upon a thief. In the relations between states, as Locke points out, natural law is relevant. In what circumstances is war justified? So long as no international government exists, the answer to this question is purely ethical, not legal. It must be answered in the same way as it would be for an individual in a state of anarchy. Legal theory will be based upon the view that the rights of individuals should be protected by the state. That is to say, when a man suffers the kind of injury which would justify retaliation according to the principles of natural law, positive law should enact that the retaliation shall be done by the state. If you see a man making a murderous assault upon your brother, you have a right to kill him, if you cannot otherwise save your brother. In a state of nature so, at least, Locke holds if a man has succeeded in killing your brother, you have a right to kill him. But where law exists, you lose this right, which is taken over by the state. And if you kill in self-defense or in defense of another, you will have to prove to a law court that this was the reason for the killing. We may then identify natural law with moral rules insofar as they are independent of positive legal enactments. There must be such rules if there is to be any distinction between good and bad laws. For Locke, the matter is simple, since moral rules have been laid down by God, and are to be found in the Bible. When this theological basis is removed, the matter becomes more difficult. But so long as it is held that there is an ethical distinction between right actions and wrong ones, we can say, natural law decides what actions would be ethically right, and what wrong, in a community that had no government, and positive law ought to be, as far as possible, guided and inspired by natural law. In its absolute form, the doctrine that an individual has certain inalienable rights is incompatible with utilitarianism, i.e. with the doctrine that right acts are those that do most to promote the general happiness. But in order that a doctrine may be a suitable basis for law, it is not necessary that it should be true in every possible case, but only that it should be true in an overwhelming majority of cases. We can all imagine cases in which murder would be justifiable, but they are rare, and do not afford an argument against the illegality of murder. Similarly, it may be, I am not saying that it is desirable, from a utilitarian point of view, to reserve to each individual a certain sphere of personal liberty. If so, the doctrine of the rights of man will be a suitable basis for the appropriate laws, even though these rights be subject to exceptions. A utilitarian will have to examine the doctrine, considered as a basis for laws, from the point of view of its practical effects. He cannot condemn it ab initio as contrary to his own ethic. See the social contract. In the political speculation of the 17th century, there were two main types of theory as to the origin of government. Of one type we have had an example in Sir Robert Filmer. This type maintained that God had bestowed power on certain persons, and that these persons, or their heirs, constituted the legitimate government, rebellion against which is not only treason, but impiety. This view was sanctioned by sentiments of immemorial antiquity. In almost all early civilizations, the king is a sacred person. Kings, naturally, considered it an admirable theory. Aristocracies had motives for supporting it and motives for opposing it. In its favor was the fact that it emphasized the hereditary principle, and that it gave august support to resistance against the upstart merchant class. Where the middle class was more feared or hated by the aristocracy than the king was, these motives prevailed. Where the contrary was the case, and especially where the aristocracy had a chance of obtaining supreme power itself, it tended to oppose the king, and therefore to reject theories of divine right. The other main type of theory of which Locke is a representative maintained that civil government is the result of a contract, and is an affair purely of this world, not something established by divine authority. Some writers regarded the social contract as a historical fact, others as a legal fiction. The important matter, for all of them, was to find a terrestrial origin for governmental authority. In fact, they could not think of any alternative to divine right except the supposed contract. It was felt by all except rebels that some reason must be found for obeying governments, and it was not thought sufficient to say that for most people the authority of government is convenient. Government must, in some sense, have a right to exact obedience, and the right conferred by a contract seemed the only alternative to a divine command. Consequently, the doctrine that government was instituted by a contract was popular with practically all opponents of the divine right of kings. There is a hint of this theory in Thomas Aquinas, but the first serious development of it is to be found in Grotius. The contract doctrine was capable of taking forms which justified tyranny. Hobbes, for example, held that there was a contract among the citizens to hand over all power to the chosen sovereign, but the sovereign was not a party to the contract, and therefore necessarily acquired unlimited authority. This theory, at first, might have justified Cromwell's totalitarian state. After the Restoration, it justified Charles II. In Locke's form of the doctrine, however, the government is a party to the contract, and can be justly resisted if it fails to fulfill its part of the bargain. Locke's doctrine is, in essence, more or less democratic, but the democratic element is limited by the view, implied rather than expressed, that those who have no property are not to be reckoned as citizens. Let us now see just what Locke has to say on our present topic. There is first a definition of political power. Political power I take to be the right of making laws, with penalty of death, and consequently all less penalties for the regulating and preserving of property, and of employing the force of the community in the execution of such laws, and in the defense of the commonwealth from foreign injury, and all this only for the public good. Government, we are told, is a remedy for the inconveniences that arise, in the state of nature, from the fact that, in that state, every man is the judge in his own cause. But where the monarch is a party to the dispute, this is no remedy, since the monarch is both judge and plaintiff. These considerations lead to the view that governments should not be absolute, and that the judiciary should be independent of the executive. Such arguments had an important future both in England and in America, but for the moment we are not concerned with them. By nature, Locke says, every man has the right to punish attacks on himself or his property, even by death. There is political society there, and there only, where men have surrendered this right to the community or to the law. Absolute monarchy is not a form of civil government, because there is no neutral authority to decide disputes between the monarch and a subject. In fact, the monarch, in relation to his subjects, is still in a state of nature. It is useless to hope that being a king will make a naturally violent man virtuous. He that would have been insolent and injurious in the woods of America would not probably be much better in a throne, where perhaps learning and religion shall be found out to justify all that he shall do to his subjects, and the sword presently silence all those that dare question it. Absolute monarchy is as if men protected themselves against polecats and foxes, but are content, nay think it safety, to be devoured by lions. Civil society involves the rule of the majority, unless it is agreed that a greater number shall be required. As, for example, in the United States, for a change in the Constitution or the ratification of a treaty. This sounds democratic, but it must be remembered that Locke assumes the exclusion of women and the poor from the rights of citizenship. The beginning of politic society depends upon the consent of the individuals to join into and make one society. It is argued somewhat half-heartedly that such consent must, at some time, have actually taken place, though it is admitted that the origin of government antedates history everywhere except among the Jews. The civil compact which institutes government binds only those who made it. The son must consent afresh to a compact made by his father. It is clear how this follows from Locke's principles, but it is not very realistic. A young American who, on attaining the age of 21, announces "I refuse to be bound by the contract which inaugurated the United States" will find himself in difficulties. The power of the government by contract, we are told, never extends beyond the common good. A moment ago I quoted a sentence as to the powers of government, ending "and all this only for the public good." It seems not to have occurred to Locke to ask who was to be the judge of the common good. Obviously, if the government is the judge, it will always decide in its own favor. Presumably Locke would say that the majority of the citizens is to be the judge. But many questions have to be decided too quickly for it to be possible to ascertain the opinion of the electorate. Of these, peace and war are perhaps the most important. The only remedy in such cases is to allow to public opinion or its representatives some power, such as impeachment, of subsequently punishing executive officers for acts that are found to have been unpopular. But often this is a very inadequate remedy. I quoted previously a sentence which I must now quote again. The great and chief end of men uniting into commonwealths, and putting themselves under government, is the preservation of their property. Consistently with this doctrine, Locke declares that the supreme power cannot take from any man any part of his property without his own consent. Still more surprising is the statement that, although military commanders have power of life and death over their soldiers, they have no power of taking money. It follows that, in any army, it would be wrong to punish minor breaches of discipline by fines, but permissible to punish them by bodily injury, such as flogging. This shows the absurd lengths to which Locke is driven by his worship of property. The question of taxation might be supposed to raise difficulties for Locke, but he perceives none. The expense of government, he says, must be borne by the citizens, but with their consent, i.e. with that of the majority. But why, one asks, should the consent of the majority suffice? Every man's consent, we were told, is necessary to justify the government in taking any part of his property. I suppose his tacit consent to taxation in accordance with majority decision is presumed to be involved in his citizenship, which, in turn, is presumed to be voluntary. All this is, of course, sometimes quite contrary to the facts. Most men have no effective liberty of choice as to the state to which they shall belong, and none have liberty, nowadays, to belong to no state. Suppose, for example, you are a pacifist, and disapprove of war. Wherever you live, the government will take some of your property for warlike purposes. With what justice can you be compelled to submit to this? I can imagine many answers, but I do not think any of them are consistent with Locke's principles. He thrusts in the maxim of majority rule without adequate consideration, and offers no transition to it from his individualistic premises, except the mythical social contract. The social contract, in the sense required, is mythical even when, at some former period, there actually was a contract creating the government in question. The United States is a case in point. At the time when the Constitution was adopted, men had liberty of choice. Even then, many voted against it, and were therefore not parties to the contract. They could, of course, have left the country, and by remaining were deemed to have become bound by a contract to which they had not assented. But in practice it is usually difficult to leave one's country. And in the case of men born after the adoption of the Constitution, their consent is even more shadowy. The question of the rights of the individual as against the government is a very difficult one. It is too readily assumed by Democrats that, when the government represents the majority, it has a right to coerce the minority. Up to a point, this must be true, since coercion is of the essence of government. But the divine right of majorities, if pressed too far, may become almost as tyrannical as the divine right of kings. Locke says little on this subject in his essays on government, but considers it at some length in his letters on toleration, where he argues that no believer in God should be penalized on account of his religious opinions. The theory that government was created by a contract is, of course, pre-evolutionary. Government, like measles and whooping cough, must have grown up gradually, though, like them, it could be introduced suddenly into new regions such as the South Sea Islands. Before men had studied anthropology, they had no idea of the psychological mechanisms involved in the beginnings of government, or of the fantastic reasons which lead men to adopt institutions and customs that subsequently prove useful. But as a legal fiction, to justify government, the theory of the social contract has some measure of truth. D. Property. From what has been said hitherto about Locke's views on property, It might seem as though he were the champion of the great capitalists against both their social superiors and their social inferiors, but this would be only a half-truth. One finds in him, side by side and unreconciled, doctrines which foreshadow those of developed capitalism and doctrines which adumbrate a more nearly socialistic outlook. It is easy to misrepresent him by one-sided quotations, on this topic as on most others. I will put down, in the order in which they occur, Locke's principal dicta on the subject of property. We are told first that every man has private property in the produce of his own labor or, at least, should have. In pre-industrial days this maxim was not so unrealistic as it has since become. Urban production was mainly by handicraftsmen who owned their tools and sold their produce. As for agricultural production, it was held by the school to which Locke belonged that peasant proprietorship would be the best system. He states that a man may own as much land as he can till, but not more. He seems blandly unaware that, in all the countries of Europe, the realization of this program would be hardly possible without a bloody revolution. Everywhere the bulk of agricultural land belonged to aristocrats, who exacted from the farmers either a fixed proportion of the produce, often a half, or a rent which could be varied from time to time. The former system prevailed in France and Italy, the latter in England. Farther east, in Russia and Prussia, the workers were serfs, who worked for the landowner and had virtually no rights. The old system was ended in France by the French Revolution, in northern Italy and western Germany by the conquests of the French revolutionary armies. Serfdom was abolished in Prussia as a result of defeat by Napoleon, and in Russia as a result of defeat in the Crimean War. But in both countries the aristocrats retained their landed estates. In East Prussia, this system, though drastically controlled by the Nazis, survived till the present day. In Russia and what are now Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, the aristocrats were dispossessed by the Russian Revolution. In Hungary and Poland they survived. In eastern Poland they were liquidated by the Soviet government in 1940. The Soviet government, however, has done everything in its power to substitute collective farming rather than peasant proprietorship throughout Russia. In England the development has been more complex. In Locke's day, the position of the rural laborer was mitigated by the existence of commons, on which he had important rights, which enabled him to raise a considerable part of his food himself. This system was a survival from the Middle Ages, and was viewed with disapproval by modern-minded men, who pointed out that from the point of view of production it was wasteful. Accordingly, there was a movement for enclosure of commons, which began under Henry VIII and continued under Cromwell, but did not become strong until about 1750. From that time onward, for about 90 years, one common after another was enclosed and handed over to the local landowners. Each enclosure required an act of Parliament, and the aristocrats who controlled both houses of Parliament ruthlessly used their legislative power to enrich themselves, while thrusting agricultural laborers down to the verge of starvation. Gradually, owing to the growth of industry, the position of agricultural laborers improved, since otherwise they could not be prevented from migrating to the towns. At present, as a result of the taxation introduced by Lloyd George, the aristocrats have been compelled to part with most of their rural property. But those who also own urban or industrial property have been able to hang on to their estates. There has been no sudden revolution, but a gradual transition which is still in progress. At present, those aristocrats who are still rich owe their wealth to urban or industrial property. This long development may be regarded, except in Russia, as in accordance with Locke's principles. The odd thing is that he could announce doctrines requiring so much revolution before they could be put into effect, and yet show no sign that he thought the system existing in his day unjust, or that he was aware of its being different from the system that he advocated. The labor theory of value, i.e. the doctrine that the value of a product depends upon the labor expended upon it, which some attribute to Karl Marx and others to Ricardo, is to be found in Locke, and was suggested to him by a line of predecessors stretching back to Aquinas. As Tawney says, summarizing scholastic doctrine, The essence of the argument was that payment may properly be demanded by the craftsmen who make the goods, or by the merchants who transport them, for both labor in their vocation and serve the common need. The unpardonable sin is that of the speculator or middleman, who snatches private gain by the exploitation of public necessities. The true descendant of the doctrines of Aquinas is the labor theory of value. The last of the schoolmen was Karl Marx. The labor theory of value has two aspects, one ethical, the other economic. That is to say, it may assert that the value of a product ought to be proportional to the labor expended on it, or that in fact the labor regulates the price. The latter doctrine is only approximately true, as Locke recognizes. 9/10 of value, he says, is due to labor, but as to the other tenth he says nothing. It is labor, he says, that puts the difference of value on everything. He instances land in America occupied by Indians, which has almost no value because the Indians do not cultivate it. He does not seem to realize that land may acquire value as soon as people are willing to work on it, and before they have actually done so. If you own a piece of desert land on which somebody else finds oil, you can sell it for a good price without doing any work on it. As was natural in his day, he does not think of such cases, but only of agriculture. Peasant proprietorship, which he favors, is inapplicable to such things as large-scale mining, which require expensive apparatus and many workers. The principle that a man has a right to the produce of his own labor is useless in an industrial civilization. Suppose you are employed in one operation in the manufacture of Ford cars, how is anyone to estimate what proportion of the total output is due to your labor? Or suppose you are employed by a railway company in the transport of goods, who can decide what share you shall be deemed to have in the production of the goods? Such considerations have led those who wish to prevent the exploitation of labor to abandon the principle of the right to your own produce in favor of more socialistic methods of organizing production and distribution. The labor theory of value has usually been advocated from hostility to some class regarded as predatory. The schoolmen, in so far as they held it, did so from opposition to usurers, who were mostly Jews. Ricardo held it in opposition to landowners, Marx to capitalists. But Locke seems to have held it in a vacuum, without hostility to any class. His only hostility is to monarchs, but this is unconnected with his views on value. Some of Locke's opinions are so odd that I cannot see how to make them sound sensible. He says that a man must not have so many plums that they are bound to go bad before he and his family can eat them, but he may have as much gold and as many diamonds as he can lawfully get, because gold and diamonds do not go bad. It does not occur to him that the man who has the plums might sell them before they go bad. He makes a great deal of the imperishable character of the precious metals, which, he says, are the source of money and inequality of fortune. He seems, in an abstract and academic way, to regret economic inequality, but he certainly does not think that it would be wise to take such measures as might prevent it. No doubt he was impressed, as all the men of his time were, by the gains to civilization that were due to rich men, chiefly as patrons of art and letters. The same attitude exists in modern America, where science and art are largely dependent upon the benefactions of the very rich. To some extent, civilization is furthered by social injustice. This fact is the basis of what is most respectable in conservatism. Checks and balances. The doctrine that the legislative, executive, and judicial functions of government should be kept separate is characteristic of liberalism. It arose in England in the course of resistance to the Stuarts, and is clearly formulated by Locke, at least as regards the legislature and the executive. The legislative and executive must be separate, he says, to prevent abuse of power. It must, of course, be understood that when he speaks of the legislature he means Parliament, and when he speaks of the executive he means the king. At least this is what he means emotionally, whatever he may logically intend to mean. Accordingly he thinks of the legislature as virtuous, while the executive is usually wicked. The legislative, he says, must be supreme, except that it must be removable by the community. It is implied that, Like the English House of Commons, the legislative is to be elected from time to time by popular vote. The condition that the legislative is to be removable by the people, if taken seriously, condemns the part allowed by the British Constitution in Locke's day to King and Lords as part of the legislative power. In all well-framed governments, Locke says, the legislative and executive are separate. The question therefore arises, what is to be done when they conflict? If the executive fails to summon the legislative at the proper times, we are told, the executive is at war with the people, and may be removed by force. This is obviously a view suggested by what happened under Charles I. From 1628 to 1640 he tried to govern without parliament. This sort of thing, Locke feels, must be prevented, by civil war if necessary. Force, he says, is to be opposed to nothing but unjust and unlawful force. This principle is useless in practice unless there exists some body with the legal right to pronounce when force is unjust and unlawful. Charles I's attempt to collect ship money without the consent of Parliament was declared by his opponents to be unjust and unlawful, and by him to be just and lawful. Only the military issue of the Civil War proved that his interpretation of the Constitution was the wrong one. The same thing happened in the American Civil War. Had states the right to secede? No one knew, and only the victory of the North decided the legal question. The belief, which one finds in Locke and in most writers of his time, that any honest man can know what is just and lawful, is one that does not allow for the strength of party bias on both sides, or for the difficulty of establishing a tribunal, whether outwardly or in men's consciences, that shall be capable of pronouncing authoritatively on vexed questions. In practice, such questions, if sufficiently important, are decided simply by power, not by justice and law. To some degree, though in veiled language, Locke recognizes this fact. In a dispute between legislative and executive, he says there is, in certain cases, no judge under heaven. Since heaven does not make explicit pronouncements, this means, in effect, that a decision can only be reached by fighting, since it is assumed that heaven will give the victory to the better cause. Some such view is essential to any doctrine that divides governmental power. Where such a doctrine is embodied in the Constitution, the only way to avoid occasional civil war is to practice compromise and common sense. But compromise and common sense are habits of mind, and cannot be embodied in a written constitution. It is surprising that Locke says nothing about the judiciary, although this was a burning question in his day. Until the Revolution, judges could at any moment be dismissed by the king, consequently they condemned his enemies and acquitted his friends. After the Revolution, they were made irremovable except by an address from both houses of Parliament. It was thought that this would cause their decisions to be guided by the law. In fact, in cases involving party spirit, it has merely substituted the judge's prejudice for the king's. However that may be, wherever the principle of checks and balances prevailed, the judiciary became a third independent branch of government alongside of the legislative and executive. The most noteworthy example is the United States Supreme Court. The history of the doctrine of checks and balances has been interesting. In England, the country of its origin, it was intended to limit the power of the king, who, until the Revolution, had complete control of the executive. Gradually, however, the executive became dependent upon Parliament, since it was impossible for a ministry to carry on without a majority in the House of Commons. The executive thus became, in effect, a committee chosen in fact, though not in form, by Parliament, with the result that legislative and executive powers became gradually less and less separate. During the last 50 years or so, a further development took place, owing to the Prime Minister's power of dissolution and to the increasing strictness of party discipline. The majority in Parliament now decides which party shall be in power, but, having decided that, it cannot in practice decide anything else. Proposed legislation is hardly ever enacted unless introduced by government. Thus the government is both legislative and executive, and its power is only limited by the need of occasional general elections. This system is, of course, totally contrary to Locke's principles. In France, where the doctrine was preached with great force by Montesquieu, it was held by the more moderate parties in the French Revolution, but was swept into temporary oblivion by the victory of the Jacobins. Napoleon naturally had no use for it, but it was revived at the Restoration, to disappear again with the rise of Napoleon III. It was again revived in 1871, and led to the adoption of a constitution in which the president had very little power and the government could not dissolve the chambers. The result was to give great power to the Chamber of Deputies, both as against the government and as against the electorate. There was more division of powers than in modern England, but less than there should be on Locke's principles, since the legislature overshadowed the executive. What the French constitution will be after the present war it is impossible to foresee. The country where Locke's principle of the division of powers has found its fullest application is the United States, where the President and Congress are wholly independent of each other, and the Supreme Court is independent of both. Inadvertently, the Constitution made the Supreme Court a branch of the legislature, since nothing is a law if the Supreme Court says it is not. The fact that its powers are nominally only interpretative in reality increases those powers, since it makes it difficult to criticize what are supposed to be purely legal decisions. It says a very great deal for the political sagacity of Americans that this Constitution has only once led to armed conflict. Locke's political philosophy was, on the whole, adequate and useful until the Industrial Revolution. Since then, it has been increasingly unable to tackle the important problems. The power of property, as embodied in vast corporations, grew beyond anything imagined by Locke. The necessary functions of the state, for example, in education increased enormously. Nationalism brought about an alliance, sometimes an amalgamation, of economic and political power, making war the principal means of competition. The single separate citizen has no longer the power and independence that he had in Locke's speculations. Our age is one of organization, and its conflicts are between organizations, not between separate individuals. The state of nature, as Locke says, still exists as between states. A new international social contract is necessary before we can enjoy the promised benefits of government. When once an international government has been created, much of Locke's political philosophy will again become applicable, though not the part of it that deals with private property. 15. Locke's influence. From the time of Locke down to the present day, there have been in Europe two main types of philosophy, and one of these owes both its doctrines and its method to Locke, while the other was derived first from Descartes and then from Kant. Kant himself thought that he had made a synthesis of the philosophy derived from Descartes and that derived from Locke, but this cannot be admitted, at least from a historical point of view, for the followers of Kant were in the Cartesian, not the Lockean, tradition. The heirs of Locke are, first, Berkeley and Hume; second, those of the French philosophes who did not belong to the school of Rousseau; third, Bentham and the philosophical radicals; fourth, with important accretions from continental philosophy, Marx and his disciples. But Marx's system is eclectic, and any simple statement about it is almost sure to be false. I will, therefore, leave him on one side until I come to consider him in detail. In Locke's own day, his chief philosophical opponents were the Cartesians and Leibniz. Quite illogically, the victory of Locke's philosophy in England and France was largely due to the prestige of Newton. Descartes' authority as a philosopher was enhanced, in his own day, by his work in mathematics and natural philosophy. But his doctrine of vortices was definitely inferior to Newton's law of gravitation as an explanation of the solar system. The victory of the Newtonian cosmogony diminished men's respect for Descartes and increased their respect for England. Both these causes inclined men favorably towards Locke. In 18th century France, where the intellectuals were in rebellion against an antiquated, corrupt, and effete despotism, they regarded England as the home of freedom, and were predisposed in favor of Locke's philosophy by his political doctrines. In the last times before the Revolution, Locke's influence in France was reinforced by that of Hume, who lived for a time in France and was personally acquainted with many of the leading savants. The chief transmitter of English influence to France was Voltaire. In England, the philosophical followers of Locke, until the French Revolution, took no interest in his political doctrines. Berkeley was a bishop not much interested in politics. Hume was a Tory who followed the lead of Bolingbroke. England was politically quiescent in their time, and a philosopher could be content to theorize without troubling himself about the state of the world. The French Revolution changed this, and forced the best minds into opposition to the status quo. Nevertheless, the tradition in pure philosophy remained unbroken. Shelley's Necessity of Atheism, for which he was expelled from Oxford, is full of Locke's influence. 1. Until the publication of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason in 1781, it might have seemed as if the older philosophical tradition of Descartes, Spinoza, and Leibniz were being definitely overcome by the newer empirical method. This newer method, however, had never prevailed in German universities, and after 1792 it was held responsible for the horrors of the Revolution. Recanting revolutionaries such as Coleridge found in Kant an intellectual support for their opposition to French atheism. The Germans, in their resistance to the French, were glad to have a German philosophy to uphold them. Even the French, after the fall of Napoleon, were glad of any weapon against Jacobinism. All these factors favored Kant. Kant, like Darwin, gave rise to a movement which he would have detested. Kant was a liberal, a democrat, a pacifist, but those who professed to develop his philosophy were none of these things. Or, if they still called themselves liberals, they were liberals of a new species. Since Rousseau and Kant, there have been two schools of liberalism, which may be distinguished as the hard-headed and the soft-hearted. The hard-headed developed, through Bentham, Ricardo, and Marx, by logical stages into Stalin, the soft-hearted, by other logical stages, through Fichte, Byron, Carlyle, and Nietzsche, into Hitler. That statement, of course, is too schematic to be quite true, but it may serve as a map and a mnemonic. The stages in the evolution of ideas have had almost the quality of the Hegelian dialectic. Doctrines have developed, by steps that each seem natural, into their opposites. But the developments have not been due solely to the inherent movement of ideas, they have been governed, throughout, by external circumstances and the reflection of these circumstances in human emotions. That this is the case may be made evident by one outstanding fact, that the ideas of liberalism have undergone no part of this development in America, where they remain to this day as in Locke. Leaving politics on one side, let us examine the differences between the two schools of philosophy, which may be broadly distinguished as the continental and the British respectively. There is first of all a difference of method. British philosophy is more detailed and piecemeal than that of the continent. When it allows itself some general principle, it sets to work to prove it inductively by examining its various applications. Thus Hume, after announcing that there is no idea without an antecedent impression, immediately proceeds to consider the following objection: suppose you are seeing two shades of color which are similar but not identical, and suppose you have never seen a shade of color intermediate between the two, can you, nevertheless, imagine such a shade? He does not decide the question, and considers that a decision adverse to his general principle would not be fatal to him, because his principle is not logical but empirical. When to take a contrast Leibniz wants to establish his monadology, he argues, roughly, as follows: whatever is complex must be composed of simple parts, what is simple cannot be extended, therefore everything is composed of parts having no extension. But what is not extended is not matter. Therefore the ultimate constituents of things are not material, and, if not material, then mental. Consequently a table is really a colony of souls. The difference of method, here, may be characterized as follows: in Locke or Hume, a comparatively modest conclusion is drawn from a broad survey of many facts, whereas in Leibniz a vast edifice of deduction is pyramided upon a pinpoint of logical principle. In Leibniz, if the principle is completely true and the deductions are entirely valid, all is well, but the structure is unstable, and the slightest flaw anywhere brings it down in ruins. In Locke or Hume, on the contrary, the base of the pyramid is on the solid ground of observed fact, and the pyramid tapers upward, not downward, consequently the equilibrium is stable, and a flaw here or there can be rectified without total disaster. This difference of method survived Kant's attempt to incorporate something of the empirical philosophy, from Descartes to Hegel on the one side, and from Locke to John Stuart Mill on the other. It remains unvarying. The difference in method is connected with various other differences. Let us take first metaphysics. Descartes offered metaphysical proofs of the existence of God, of which the most important had been invented in the 11th century by Saint Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury. Spinoza had a pantheistic God, who seemed to the orthodox to be no God at all. However that may be, Spinoza's arguments were essentially metaphysical, and are traceable, though he may not have realized this, to the doctrine that every proposition must have a subject and a predicate. Leibniz's metaphysics had the same source. In Locke, the philosophical direction that he inaugurated is not yet fully developed. He accepts as valid Descartes' arguments as to the existence of God. Berkeley invented a wholly new argument, but Hume, in whom the new philosophy comes to completion, rejected metaphysics entirely, and held that nothing can be discovered by reasoning on the subjects with which metaphysics is concerned. This view persisted in the empirical school, while the opposite view, somewhat modified, persisted in Kant and his disciples. In ethics, there is a similar division between the two schools. Locke, as we saw, believed pleasure to be the good, and this was the prevalent view among empiricists throughout the 18th and 19th centuries. Their opponents, on the contrary, despised pleasure as ignoble, and had various systems of ethics which seemed more exalted. Hobbes valued power, and Spinoza, up to a point, agreed with Hobbes. There are in Spinoza two unreconciled views on ethics, one that of Hobbes, the other that the good consists in mystic union with God. Leibniz made no important contribution to ethics, but Kant made ethics supreme, and derived his metaphysics from ethical premises. Kant's ethic is important, because it is anti-utilitarian, a priori, and what is called noble. Kant says that if you are kind to your brother because you are fond of him, you have no moral merit. An act only has moral merit when it is performed because the moral law enjoins it. Although pleasure is not the good, it is nevertheless unjust, so Kant maintains that the virtuous should suffer. Since this often happens in this world, there must be another world where they are rewarded after death, and there must be a God to secure justice in the life hereafter. He rejects all the old metaphysical arguments for God and immortality, but considers his new ethical argument irrefutable. Kant himself was a man whose outlook on practical affairs was kindly and humanitarian, but the same cannot be said of most of those who rejected happiness as the good. The sort of ethic that is called noble is less associated with attempts to improve the world than is the more mundane view that we should seek to make men happier. This is not surprising. Contempt for happiness is easier when the happiness is other people's than when it is our own. Usually the substitute for happiness is some form of heroism. This affords unconscious outlets for the impulse to power, and abundant excuses for cruelty. Or, again, what is valued may be strong emotion. This was the case with the Romantics. This led to a toleration of such passions as hatred and revenge. Byron's heroes are typical, and are never persons of exemplary behavior. The men who did most to promote human happiness were, as might have been expected, those who thought happiness important, not those who despised it in comparison with something more sublime. Moreover, a man's ethic usually reflects his character, and benevolence leads to a desire for the general happiness. Thus the men who thought happiness the end of life tended to be the more benevolent, while those who proposed other ends were often dominated, unconsciously, by cruelty or love of power. These ethical differences are associated, usually though not invariably, with differences in politics. Locke, as we saw, is tentative in his beliefs, not at all authoritarian, and willing to leave every question to be decided by free discussion. The result, both in his case and in that of his followers, was a belief in reform, but of a gradual sort. Since their systems of thought were piecemeal, and the result of separate investigations of many different questions, their political views tended naturally to have the same character. They fought shy of large programs all cut out of one block, and preferred to consider each question on its merits. In politics, as in philosophy, they were tentative and experimental. Their opponents, on the other hand, who thought they could grasp this sorry scheme of things entire, were much more willing to shatter it to bits and then remold it nearer to the heart's desire. They might do this as revolutionaries, or as men who wished to increase the authority of the powers that be. In either case, they did not shrink from violence in pursuit of vast objectives, and they condemned love of peace as ignoble. The great political defect of Locke and his disciples, from a modern point of view, was their worship of property. But those who criticized them on this account often did so in the interest of classes that were more harmful than the capitalists, such as monarchs, aristocrats, and militarists. The aristocratic landowner, whose income comes to him without effort and in accordance with immemorial custom, does not think of himself as a money grubber, and is not so thought of by men who do not look below the picturesque surface. The businessman, on the contrary, is engaged in the conscious pursuit of wealth, and while his activities were more or less novel, they roused a resentment not felt towards the gentlemanly exactions of the landowner. That is to say, this was the case with middle-class writers and those who read them. It was not the case with the peasants, as appeared in the French and Russian revolutions. But peasants are inarticulate. Most of the opponents of Locke's school had an admiration for war, as being heroic and involving a contempt for comfort and ease. Those who adopted a utilitarian ethic, on the contrary, tended to regard most wars as folly. This, again, at least in the 19th century, brought them into alliance with the capitalists, who disliked wars because they interfered with trade. The capitalists' motive was, of course, pure self-interest, but it led to views more consonant with the general interest than those of militarists and their literary supporters. The attitude of capitalists to war, it is true, has fluctuated. England's wars of the 18th century, except the American War, were on the whole profitable, and were supported by businessmen, but throughout the 19th century until its last years, they favored peace. In modern times, big business, everywhere, has come into such intimate relations with the national state that the situation is greatly changed. But even now, both in England and in America, big business on the whole dislikes war. Enlightened self-interest is, of course, not the loftiest of motives, but those who decry it often substitute, by accident or design, motives which are much worse, such as hatred, envy, and love of power. On the whole, the school which owed its origin to Locke, and which preached enlightened self-interest, did more to increase human happiness, and less to increase human misery, than was done by the schools which despised it in the name of heroism and self-sacrifice. I do not forget the horrors of early industrialism, but these, after all, were mitigated within the system. And I set against them Russian serfdom, the evils of war and its aftermath of fear and hatred, and the inevitable obscurantism of those who attempt to preserve ancient systems when they have lost their vitality. 16. Berkeley. George Berkeley, 1685–1753, is important in philosophy through his denial of the existence of matter, a denial which he supported by a number of ingenious arguments. He maintained that material objects only exist through being perceived. To the objection that, in that case, a tree, for instance, would cease to exist if no one was looking at it, he replied that God always perceives everything. If there were no God, what we take to be material objects would have a jerky life, suddenly leaping into being when we look at them, but as it is, owing to God's perceptions, trees and rocks and stones have an existence as continuous as common sense supposes. This is, in his opinion, a weighty argument for the existence of God. A limerick by Ronald Knox, with a reply, sets forth Berkeley's theory of material objects. There was a young man who said, God must think it exceedingly odd if he finds that this tree Continues to be. When there's no one about in the quad. Reply. Dear sir. Your astonishment's odd. I am always about in the quad. And that's why the tree will continue to be. Since observed by yours faithfully, God. Berkeley was an Irishman, and became a Fellow of Trinity College, Dublin, at the age of 22. He was presented at court by Swift, and Swift's Vanessa left him half her property. He formed a scheme for a college in the Bermudas, with a view to which he went to America, but after spending 3 years, 1728 to 31, in Rhode Island, he came home and relinquished the project. He was the author of the well-known line, "Westward the course of empire takes its way," on account of which the town of Berkeley in California was called after him. In 1734 he became Bishop of Cloyne. In later life he abandoned philosophy for tar water, to which he attributed marvelous medicinal properties. It was concerning tar water that he wrote, "These are the cups that cheer, but do not inebriate," a sentiment more familiar as subsequently applied by Cooper to tea. All his best work was done while he was still quite young, A New Theory of Vision in 1709, The Principles of Human Knowledge in 1710. The Dialogues of Hylas and Philoneus in 1713. His writings after the age of 28 were of less importance. He is a very attractive writer, with a charming style. His argument against matter is most persuasively set forth in the Dialogues of Hylas and Philoneus. Of these dialogues I propose to consider only the first and the very beginning of the second, since everything that is said after that seems to me of minor importance. In the portion of the work that I shall consider, Berkeley advances valid arguments in favor of a certain important conclusion, though not quite in favor of the conclusion that he thinks he is proving. He thinks he is proving that all reality is mental. What he is proving is that we perceive qualities, not things, and that qualities are relative to the percipient. I shall begin with an uncritical account of what seems to me important in the dialogues, I shall then embark upon criticism, and finally I shall state the problems concerned as they appear to me. The characters in the dialogues are two, Hylas, who stands for scientifically educated common sense, and Philoneus, who is Berkeley. After a few amiable remarks, Hylas says that he has heard strange reports of the opinions of Philoneus, to the effect that he does not believe in material substance. Can anything, he exclaims, be more fantastical, more repugnant to common sense, or a more manifest piece of scepticism, than to believe there is no such thing as matter? Philoneus replies that he does not deny the reality of sensible things, i.e. of what is perceived immediately by the senses, but that we do not see the causes of colors or hear the causes of sounds. Both agree that the senses make no inferences. Philoneus points out that by sight we perceive only light, color, and figure, by hearing, only sounds, and so on. Consequently, apart from sensible qualities there is nothing sensible, and sensible things are nothing but sensible qualities or combinations of sensible qualities. Philoneus now sets to work to prove that the reality of sensible things consists in being perceived, as against the opinion of Hylas, that to exist is one thing, and to be perceived is another. That sense data are mental is a thesis which Philoneus supports by a detailed examination of the various senses. He begins with heat and cold. Great heat, he says, is a pain, and must be in a mind. Therefore heat is mental, and a similar argument applies to cold. This is reinforced by the famous argument about the lukewarm water. When one of your hands is hot and the other cold, you put both into lukewarm water, which feels cold to one hand and hot to the other, but the water cannot be at once hot and cold. This finishes Hylas, who acknowledges that heat and cold are only sensations existing in our minds. But he points out hopefully that other sensible qualities remain. Philoneus next takes up tastes. He points out that a sweet taste is a pleasure and a bitter taste is a pain, and that pleasure and pain are mental. The same argument applies to odors, since they are pleasant or unpleasant. Hylas makes a vigorous effort to rescue sound, which, he says, is motion in air, as may be seen from the fact that there are no sounds in a vacuum. We must, he says, distinguish between sound as it is perceived by us, and as it is in itself, or between the sound which we immediately perceive and that which exists without us. Philoneus points out that what Hylas calls real sound, being a movement, might possibly be seen or felt, but can certainly not be heard, therefore it is not sound as we know it in perception. As to this, Hylas now concedes that sounds too have no real being without the mind. They now come to colors, and here Hylas begins confidently, "Pardon me, the case of colors is very different. Can anything be plainer than that we see them on the objects? Substances existing without the mind, he maintains, have the colors we see on them." But Philoneus has no difficulty in disposing of this view. He begins with the sunset clouds, which are red and golden, and points out that a cloud, when you are close to it, has no such colors. He goes on to the difference made by a microscope, and to the yellowness of everything to a man who has jaundice. And very small insects, he says, must be able to see much smaller objects than we can see. Hylas thereupon says that color is not in the objects, but in the light. It is, he says, a thin fluid substance. Philoneus points out, as in the case of sound, that, according to Hylas, real colors are something different from the red and blue that we see, and that this won't do. Hereupon Hylas gives way about all secondary qualities, but continues to say that primary qualities, notably figure and motion, are inherent in external unthinking substances. To this Philoneus replies that things look big when we are near them and small when we are far off, and that a movement may seem quick to one man and slow to another. At this point Hylas attempts a new departure. He made a mistake, he says, in not distinguishing the object from the sensation. The act of perceiving he admits to be mental, but not what is perceived. Colors, for example, have a real existence without the mind, in some unthinking substance. To this Philoneus replies, that any immediate object of the senses, that is, any idea or combination of ideas, should exist in an unthinking substance, or exterior to all minds, is in itself an evident contradiction. It will be observed that, at this point, the argument becomes logical and is no longer empirical. A few pages later, Philoneus says, whatever is immediately perceived is an idea, and can any idea exist out of the mind? After a metaphysical discussion of substance, Hylas returns to the discussion of visual sensations, with the argument that he sees things at a distance. To this Philoneus replies that this is equally true of things seen in dreams, which everyone admits to be mental. Further, that distance is not perceived by sight, but judged as the result of experience, and that, to a man born blind but now for the first time able to see, visual objects would not appear distant. At the beginning of the second dialogue, Hylas urges that certain traces in the brain are the causes of sensations, but Philoneus retorts that the brain, being a sensible thing, exists only in the mind. The remainder of the dialogues is less interesting, and need not be considered. Let us now make a critical analysis of Berkeley's contentions. Berkeley's argument consists of two parts. On the one hand, he argues that we do not perceive material things, but only colors, sounds, etc., and that these are mental or in the mind. His reasoning is completely cogent as to the first point, but as to the second it suffers from the absence of any definition of the word mental. He relies, in fact, upon the received view that everything must be either material or mental, and that nothing is both. When he says that we perceive qualities, not things or material substances, and that there is no reason to suppose that the different qualities which common sense regards as all belonging to one thing inhere in a substance distinct from each and all of them, his reasoning may be accepted. But when he goes on to say that sensible qualities including primary qualities are mental, the arguments are of very different kinds, and of very different degrees of validity. There are some attempting to prove logical necessity, while others are more empirical. Let us take the former first. Philoneus says, whatever is immediately perceived is an idea, and can any idea exist out of the mind? This would require a long discussion of the word idea. If it were held that thought and perception consist of a relation between subject and object, it would be possible to identify the mind with the subject, and to maintain that there is nothing in the mind, but only objects before it. Berkeley discusses the view that we must distinguish the act of perceiving from the object perceived, and that the former is mental while the latter is not. His argument against this view is obscure, and necessarily so, since, for one who believes in mental substance, as Berkeley does, there is no valid means of refuting it. He says, that any immediate object of the senses should exist in an unthinking substance, or exterior to all minds, is in itself an evident contradiction. There is here a fallacy, analogous to the following: it is impossible for a nephew to exist without an uncle. Now Mr. A is a nephew, therefore it is logically necessary for Mr. A to have an uncle. It is, of course, logically necessary given that Mr. A is a nephew, but not from anything to be discovered by analysis of Mr. A. So, if something is an object of the senses, some mind is concerned with it, but it does not follow that the same thing could not have existed without being an object of the senses. There is a somewhat analogous fallacy as regards what is conceived. Hylas maintains that he can conceive a house which no one perceives, and which is not in any mind. Philoneus retorts that whatever Hylas conceives is in his mind, so that the supposed house is, after all, mental. Hylas should have answered, I do not mean that I have in mind the image of a house. When I say that I can conceive a house which no one perceives, what I really mean is that I can understand the proposition there is a house which no one perceives, or, better still, there is a house which no one either perceives or conceives. This proposition is composed entirely of intelligible words, and the words are correctly put together. Whether the proposition is true or false, I do not know, but I am sure that it cannot be shown to be self-contradictory. Some closely similar propositions can be proved. For instance, the number of possible multiplications of two integers is infinite, therefore there are some that have never been thought of. Berkeley's argument, if valid, would prove that this is impossible. The fallacy involved is a very common one. We can, by means of concepts drawn from experience, construct statements about classes some or all of whose members are not experienced. Take some perfectly ordinary concept, say pebble. This is an empirical concept derived from perception. But it does not follow that all pebbles are perceived, unless we include the fact of being perceived in our definition of pebble. Unless we do this, the concept unperceived pebble is logically unobjectionable, in spite of the fact that it is logically impossible to perceive an instance of it. Schematically, the argument is as follows. Berkeley says, sensible objects must be sensible. A is a sensible object. Therefore A must be sensible. But if must indicates logical necessity, the argument is only valid if A must be a sensible object. The argument does not prove that, from the properties of A other than its being sensible, it can be deduced that A is sensible. It does not prove, for example, that colors intrinsically indistinguishable from those that we see may not exist unseen. We may believe on physiological grounds that this does not occur, but such grounds are empirical. So far as logic is concerned, there is no reason why there should not be colors where there is no eye or brain. I come now to Berkeley's empirical arguments. To begin with, it is a sign of weakness to combine empirical and logical arguments, for the latter, if valid, make the former superfluous. Point 1 If I am contending that a square cannot be round, I shall not appeal to the fact that no square in any known city is round. But as we have rejected the logical arguments, it becomes necessary to consider the empirical arguments on their merits. The first of the empirical arguments is an odd one, that heat cannot be in the object, because the most vehement and intense degree of heat is a very great pain, and we cannot suppose any unperceiving thing capable of pain or pleasure. There is an ambiguity in the word pain, of which Berkeley takes advantage. It may mean the painful quality of a sensation, or it may mean the sensation that has this quality. We say a broken leg is painful, without implying that the leg is in the mind. It might be, similarly, that heat causes pain, and that this is all we ought to mean when we say it is a pain. This argument, therefore, is a poor one. The argument about the hot and cold hands in lukewarm water, strictly speaking, would only prove that what we perceive in that experiment is not hot and cold, but hotter and colder. There is nothing to prove that these are subjective. In regard to tastes, the argument from pleasure and pain is repeated: sweetness is a pleasure and bitterness a pain, therefore both are mental. It is also urged that a thing that tastes sweet when I am well may taste bitter when I am ill. Very similar arguments are used about odors: since they are pleasant or unpleasant, they cannot exist in any but a perceiving substance or mind. Berkeley assumes, here and everywhere, that what does not inhere in matter must inhere in a mental substance, and that nothing can be both mental and material. The argument in regard to sound is ad hominem. Hylas says that sounds are really motions in the air, and Philonous retorts that motions can be seen or felt, not heard, so that real sounds are inaudible. This is hardly a fair argument, since percepts of motion, according to Berkeley, are just as subjective as other percepts. The motions that Hylas requires will have to be unperceived and imperceptible. Nevertheless, it is valid in so far as it points out that sound, as heard, cannot be identified with the motions of air that physics regards as its cause. Hylas, after abandoning secondary qualities, is not yet ready to abandon primary qualities, viz. extension, figure, solidity, gravity, motion, and rest. The argument, naturally, concentrates on extension and motion. If things have real sizes, says Philonous, the same thing cannot be of different sizes at the same time, and yet it looks larger when we are near it than when we are far off. And if motion is really in the object, how comes it that the same motion may seem fast to one and slow to another? Such arguments must, I think, be allowed to prove the subjectivity of perceived space. But this subjectivity is physical, it is equally true of a camera, and therefore does not prove that shape is mental. In the second dialogue, Philonous sums up the discussion, so far as it has gone, in the words, "Besides spirits, all that we know or conceive are our own ideas." He ought not, of course, to make an exception for spirits, since it is just as impossible to know spirit as to know matter. The arguments, in fact, are almost identical in both cases. Let us now try to state what positive conclusions we can reach as a result of the kind of argument inaugurated by Berkeley. Things as we know them are bundles of sensible qualities. A table, for example, consists of its visual shape, its hardness, the noise it emits when rapped, and its smell, if any. These different qualities have certain contiguities in experience, which lead common sense to regard them as belonging to one thing, but the concept of thing or substance adds nothing to the perceived qualities, and is unnecessary. So far we are on firm ground. But we must now ask ourselves what we mean by perceiving. Philonous maintains that, as regards sensible things, their reality consists in their being perceived, but he does not tell us what he means by perception. There is a theory, which he rejects, that perception is a relation between a subject and a percept. Since he believed the ego to be a substance, he might well have adopted this theory, however, he decided against it. For those who reject the notion of a substantial ego, this theory is impossible. What, then, is meant by calling something a percept? Does it mean anything more than that the something in question occurs? Can we turn Berkeley's dictum round, and instead of saying that reality consists in being perceived, say that being perceived consists in being real? However this may be, Berkeley holds it logically possible that there should be unperceived things, since he holds that some real things, viz. spiritual substances, are unperceived. And it seems obvious that, when we say that an event is perceived, we mean something more than that it occurs. What is this more? One obvious difference between perceived and unperceived events is that the former, but not the latter, can be remembered. Is there any other difference? Recollection is one of a whole genus of effects which are more or less peculiar to the phenomena that we naturally call mental. These effects are connected with habit. A burnt child fears the fire, a burnt poker does not. The physiologist, however, deals with habit and kindred matters as a characteristic of nervous tissue, and has no need to depart from a physicalist interpretation. In physicalist language, we can say that an occurrence is perceived if it has effects of certain kinds. In this sense we might almost say that a watercourse perceives the rain by which it is deepened, and that a river valley is a memory of former downpours. Habit and memory, when described in physicalist terms, are not wholly absent in dead matter. The difference, in this respect, between living and dead matter, is only one of degree. In this view, to say that an event is perceived is to say that it has effects of certain kinds, and there is no reason, either logical or empirical, for supposing that all events have effects of these kinds. Theory of knowledge suggests a different standpoint. We start, here, not from finished science, but from whatever knowledge is the ground for our belief in science. This is what Berkeley is doing. Here it is not necessary, in advance, to define a percept. The method, in outline, is as follows. We collect the propositions that we feel we know without inference, and we find that most of these have to do with dated particular events. These events we define as percepts. Percepts, therefore, are those events that we know without inference, or at least, to allow for memory, such events were at some time percepts. We are then faced with the question, can we, from our own percepts, infer any other events? Here 4 positions are possible, of which the first 3 are forms of idealism. 1. We may deny totally the validity of all inferences from my present percepts and memories to other events. This view must be taken by anyone who confines inference to deduction. Any event, and any group of events, is logically capable of standing alone, and therefore no group of events affords demonstrative proof of the existence of other events. If, therefore, we confine inference to deduction, the known world is confined to those events in our own biography that we perceive or have perceived, if memory is admitted. 2. The second position, which is solipsism as ordinarily understood, allows some inference from my percepts, but only to other events in my own biography. Take, for example, the view that, at any moment in waking life, there are sensible objects that we do not notice. We see many things without saying to ourselves that we see them, at least, so it seems. Keeping the eyes fixed in an environment in which we perceive no movement, we can notice various things in succession, and we feel persuaded that they were visible before we noticed them, but before we noticed them they were not data for theory of knowledge. This degree of inference from what we observe is made unreflectingly by everybody, even by those who most wish to avoid an undue extension of our knowledge beyond experience. 3. The third position which seems to be held, for instance, by Eddington is that it is possible to make inferences to other events analogous to those in our own experience, and that, therefore, we have a right to believe that there are, for instance, colors seen by other people but not by ourselves, toothaches felt by other people, pleasures enjoyed and pains endured by other people, and so on, but that we have no right to infer events experienced by no one and not forming part of any mind. This view may be defended on the ground that all inference to events which lie outside my observation is by analogy, and that events which no one experiences are not sufficiently analogous to my data to warrant analogical inferences. 4. The fourth position is that of common sense and traditional physics, according to which there are, in addition to my own experiences and other people's, also events which no one experiences, for example, the furniture of my bedroom when I am asleep and it is pitch dark. G. E. Moore once accused idealists of holding that trains only have wheels while they are in stations, on the ground that passengers cannot see the wheels while they remain in the train. Common sense refuses to believe that the wheels suddenly spring into being whenever you look, but do not bother to exist when no one is inspecting them. When this point of view is scientific, it bases the inference to unperceived events on causal laws. I do not propose, at present, to decide between these 4 points of view. The decision, if possible at all, can only be made by an elaborate investigation of non-demonstrative inference and the theory of probability. What I do propose to do is to point out certain logical errors which have been committed by those who have discussed these questions. Berkeley, as we have seen, thinks that there are logical reasons proving that only minds and mental events can exist. This view, on other grounds, is also held by Hegel and his followers. I believe this to be a complete mistake. Such a statement as there was a time before life existed on this planet, whether true or false, cannot be condemned on grounds of logic, any more than there are multiplication sums which no one will have ever worked out. To be observed, or to be a percept, is merely to have effects of certain kinds, and there is no logical reason why all events should have effects of these kinds. There is, however, another kind of argument, which, while it does not establish idealism as a metaphysic, does, if valid, establish it as a practical policy. It is said that a proposition which is unverifiable has no meaning, that verification depends upon percepts, and that, therefore, a proposition about anything except actual or possible percepts is meaningless. I think that this view, strictly interpreted, would confine us to the first of the above 4 theories, and would forbid us to speak about anything that we have not ourselves explicitly noticed. If so, it is a view that no one can hold in practice, which is a defect in a theory that is advocated on practical grounds. The whole question of verification, and its connection with knowledge, is difficult and complex. I will, therefore, leave it on one side for the present. The fourth of the above theories, which admits events that no one perceives, may also be defended by invalid arguments. It may be held that causality is known a priori, and that causal laws are impossible unless there are unperceived events. As against this, it may be urged that causality is not a priori, and that whatever regularity can be observed must be in relation to percepts. Whatever there is reason to believe in the laws of physics must, it would seem, be capable of being stated in terms of percepts. The statement may be odd and complicated, it may lack the characteristic of continuity which, until lately, was expected of a physical law. But it can hardly be impossible. I conclude that there is no a priori objection to any one of our 4 theories. It is possible, however, to say that all truth is pragmatic, and that there is no pragmatic difference between the 4 theories. If this is true, we can adopt whichever we please, and the difference between them is only linguistic. I cannot accept this view, but this, also, is a matter for discussion at a later stage. It remains to be asked whether any meaning can be attached to the words mind and matter. Everyone knows that mind is what an idealist thinks there is nothing else but, and matter is what a materialist thinks the same about. The reader knows also, I hope, that idealists are virtuous and materialists are wicked. But perhaps there may be more than this to be said. My own definition of matter may seem unsatisfactory. I should define it as what satisfies the equations of physics. There may be nothing satisfying these equations, in that case either physics, or the concept matter, is a mistake. If we reject substance, matter will have to be a logical construction. Whether it can be any construction composed of events which may be partly inferred is a difficult question, but by no means an insoluble one. As for mind, when substance has been rejected, a mind must be some group or structure of events. The grouping must be affected by some relation which is characteristic of the sort of phenomena we wish to call mental. We may take memory as typical. We might, though this would be rather unduly simple, define a mental event as one which remembers or is remembered. Then the mind to which a given mental event belongs is the group of events connected with the given event by memory chains, backwards or forwards. It will be seen that, according to the above definitions, a mind and a piece of matter are, each of them, a group of events. There is no reason why every event should belong to a group of one kind or the other, and there is no reason why some events should not belong to both groups. Therefore some events may be neither mental nor material, and other events may be both. As to this, only detailed empirical considerations can decide. 17. Hume. David Hume, 1711–76, is one of the most important among philosophers, because he developed to its logical conclusion the empirical philosophy of Locke and Berkeley, and by making it self-consistent made it incredible. He represents, in a certain sense, a dead end. In his direction, it is impossible to go further. To refute him has been, ever since he wrote, a favorite pastime among metaphysicians. For my part, I find none of their refutations convincing. Nevertheless, I cannot but hope that something less sceptical than Hume's system may be discoverable. His chief philosophical work, the Treatise of Human Nature, was written while he was living in France during the years 1734 to 1737. The first 2 volumes were published in 1739, the third in 1740. He was a very young man, not yet in his 30s, he was not well known, and his conclusions were such as almost all schools would find unwelcome. He hoped for vehement attacks, which he would meet with brilliant retorts. Instead, no one noticed the book, as he says himself, it fell dead-born from the press. But, he adds, being naturally of a cheerful and sanguine temper, I very soon recovered from the blow. He devoted himself to the writing of essays, of which he produced the first volume in 1741. In 1744 he made an unsuccessful attempt to obtain a professorship at Edinburgh. Having failed in this, he became first tutor to a lunatic and then secretary to a general. Fortified by these credentials, he ventured again into philosophy. He shortened the treatise by leaving out the best parts and most of the reasons for his conclusions. The result was the Inquiry into Human Understanding, for a long time much better known than the treatise. It was this book that awakened Kant from his dogmatic slumbers. He does not appear to have known the treatise. He wrote also dialogues concerning natural religion, which he kept unpublished during his lifetime. By his direction, they were published posthumously in 1779. His essay on miracles, which became famous, maintains that there can never be adequate historical evidence for such events. His History of England, published in 1755 and following years, devoted itself to proving the superiority of Tories to Whigs and of Scotchmen to Englishmen. He did not consider history worthy of philosophic detachment. He visited Paris in 1763, and was made much of by the philosophes. Unfortunately, he formed a friendship with Rousseau, and had a famous quarrel with him. Hume behaved with admirable forbearance, but Rousseau, who suffered from persecution mania, insisted upon a violent breach. Hume has described his own character in a self-obituary, or funeral oration, as he calls it: I was a man of mild dispositions, of command of temper, of an open, social, and cheerful humor, capable of attachment, but little susceptible of enmity, and of great moderation in all my passions. Even my love of literary fame, my ruling passion, never soured my temper, notwithstanding my frequent disappointments. All this is borne out by everything that is known of him. Hume's Treatise of Human Nature is divided into 3 books, dealing respectively with the understanding, the passions, and morals. What is important and novel in his doctrines is in the first book, to which I shall confine myself. He begins with the distinction between impressions and ideas. These are 2 kinds of perceptions, of which impressions are those that have more force and violence. By ideas I mean the faint images of these in thinking and reasoning. Ideas, at least when simple, are like impressions, but fainter. Every simple idea has a simple impression, which resembles it, and every simple impression a correspondent idea. All our simple ideas in their first appearance are derived from simple impressions, which are correspondent to them, and which they exactly represent. Complex ideas, on the other hand, need not resemble impressions. We can imagine a winged horse without having ever seen one, but the constituents of this complex idea are all derived from impressions. The proof that impressions come first is derived from experience. For example, a man born blind has no ideas of colors. Among ideas, those that retain a considerable degree of the vivacity of the original impressions belong to memory, the others to imagination. There is a section, Book I, Part I, Sector 7, of Abstract Ideas, which opens with a paragraph of emphatic agreement with Berkeley's doctrine that all general ideas are nothing but particular ones, annexed to a certain term, which gives them a more extensive significance, and makes them recall upon occasion other individuals, which are similar to them. He contends that, when we have an idea of a man, it has all the particularity that the impression of a man has. The mind cannot form any notion of quantity or quality without forming a precise notion of degrees of each. Abstract ideas are in themselves individual, however they may become general in their representation. This theory, which is a modern form of nominalism, has two defects, one logical, the other psychological. To begin with the logical objection, when we have found a resemblance among several objects, Hume says, we apply the same name to all of them. Every nominalist would agree. But in fact a common name, such as cat, is just as unreal as the universal cat is. The nominalist solution of the problem of universals thus fails through being insufficiently drastic in the application of its own principles. It mistakenly applies these principles only to things, and not also to words. The psychological objection is more serious, at least in connection with Hume. The whole theory of ideas as copies of impressions, as he sets it forth, suffers from ignoring vagueness. When, for example, I have seen a flower of a certain color, and I afterwards call up an image of it, the image is lacking in precision, in this sense, that there are several closely similar shades of color of which it might be an image, or idea, in Hume's terminology. It is not true that the mind cannot form any notion of quantity or quality without forming a precise notion of degrees of each. Suppose you have seen a man whose height is 6 feet 1 inch. You retain an image of him, but it probably would fit a man half an inch taller or shorter. Vagueness is different from generality, but has some of the same characteristics. By not noticing it, Hume runs into unnecessary difficulties, for instance, as to the possibility of imagining a shade of color you have never seen, which is intermediate between two closely similar shades that you have seen. If these two are sufficiently similar, any image you can form will be equally applicable to both of them and to the intermediate shade. When Hume says that ideas are derived from impressions which they exactly represent, he goes beyond what is psychologically true. Hume banished the conception of substance from psychology, as Berkeley had banished it from physics. There is, he says, no impression of self, and therefore no idea of self. Book I, Part 4, Sector 6. For my part, when I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception or other, of heat or cold, light or shade, love or hatred, pain or pleasure. I never catch myself at any time without a perception, and never can observe anything but the perception. There may, he ironically concedes, be some philosophers who can perceive theirselves, but setting aside some metaphysicians of this kind, I may venture to affirm of the rest of mankind, that they are nothing but a bundle or collection of different perceptions, which succeed each other with inconceivable rapidity, and are in a perpetual flux and movement. This repudiation of the idea of the self is of great importance. Let us see exactly what it maintains, and how far it is valid. To begin with, the self, if there is such a thing, is never perceived, and therefore we can have no idea of it. If this argument is to be accepted, it must be carefully stated. No man perceives his own brain, yet, in an important sense, he has an idea of it. Such ideas, which are inferences from perceptions, are not among the logically basic stock of ideas, they are complex and descriptive. This must be the case if Hume is right in his principle that all simple ideas are derived from impressions, and if this principle is rejected, we are forced back on innate ideas. Using modern terminology, we may say, ideas of unperceived things or occurrences can always be defined in terms of perceived things or occurrences, and therefore, by substituting the definition for the term defined, we can always state that we know empirically without introducing any unperceived things or occurrences. As regards our present problem, all psychological knowledge can be stated without introducing the self. Further, the self, as defined, can be nothing but a bundle of perceptions, not a new simple thing. In this I think that any thoroughgoing empiricist must agree with Hume. It does not follow that there is no simple self, it only follows that we cannot know whether there is or not, and that the self, except as a bundle of perceptions, cannot enter into any part of our knowledge. This conclusion is important in metaphysics, as getting rid of the last surviving use of substance. It is important in theology, as abolishing all supposed knowledge of the soul. It is important in the analysis of knowledge, since it shows that the category of subject and object is not fundamental. In this matter of the ego, Hume made an important advance on Berkeley. The most important part of the whole treatise is the section called of knowledge and probability. Hume does not mean by probability the sort of knowledge contained in the mathematical theory of probability, such as that the chance of throwing double 6s with 2 dice is 1/36. This knowledge is not itself probable in any special sense, it has as much certainty as knowledge can have. What Hume is concerned with is uncertain knowledge, such as is obtained from empirical data by inferences that are not demonstrative. This includes all our knowledge as to the future, and as to unobserved portions of the past and present. In fact, it includes everything except, on the one hand, direct observation, and, on the other, logic and mathematics. The analysis of such probable knowledge led Hume to certain sceptical conclusions, which are equally difficult to refute and to accept. The result was a challenge to philosophers, which, in my opinion, has still not been adequately met. Hume begins by distinguishing 7 kinds of philosophical relation: resemblance, identity, relations of time and place, proportion in quantity or number, degrees in any quality, contrariety, and causation. These, he says, may be divided into 2 kinds, those that depend only on the ideas, and those that can be changed without any change in the ideas. Of the first kind are resemblance, contrariety, degrees in quality, and proportions in quantity or number. But spatio-temporal and causal relations are of the second kind. Only relations of the first kind give certain knowledge, our knowledge concerning the others is only probable. Algebra and arithmetic are the only sciences in which we can carry on a long chain of reasoning without losing certainty. Geometry is not so certain as algebra and arithmetic, because we cannot be sure of the truth of its axioms. It is a mistake to suppose, as many philosophers do, that the ideas of mathematics must be comprehended by a pure and intellectual view, of which the superior faculties of the soul are alone capable. The falsehood of this view is evident, says Hume, as soon as we remember that all our ideas are copied from our impressions. The 3 relations that depend not only on ideas are identity, spatio-temporal relations, and causation. In the first 2, the mind does not go beyond what is immediately present to the senses. Spatio-temporal relations, Hume holds, can be perceived, and can form parts of impressions. Causation alone enables us to infer something or occurrence from some other thing or occurrence. 'Tis only causation, which produces such a connection, as to give us assurance from the existence or action of one object, that 'twas followed or preceded by any other existence or action. A difficulty arises from Hume's contention that there is no such thing as an impression of a causal relation. We can perceive, by mere observation of A and B, that A is above B, or to the right of B, but not that A causes B. In the past, the relation of causation had been more or less assimilated to that of ground and consequent in logic, but this, Hume rightly perceived, was a mistake. In the Cartesian philosophy, as in that of the scholastics, the connection of cause and effect was supposed to be necessary, as logical connections are necessary. The first really serious challenge to this view came from Hume, with whom the modern philosophy of causation begins. He, in common with almost all philosophers down to and including Bergson, supposes the law to state that there are propositions of the form A causes B, where A and B are classes of events. The fact that such laws do not occur in any well-developed science appears to be unknown to philosophers. But much of what they have said can be translated so as to be applicable to causal laws such as do occur. We may, therefore, ignore this point for the present. Hume begins by observing that the power by which one subject produces another is not discoverable from the ideas of the two objects, and that we can therefore only know cause and effect from experience, not from reasoning or reflection. The statement "what begins must have a cause," he says, is not one that has intuitive certainty, like the statements of logic. As he puts it, there is no object, which implies the existence of any other if we consider these objects in themselves, and never look beyond the ideas which we form of them. Hume argues from this that it must be experience that gives knowledge of cause and effect, but that it cannot be merely the experience of the two events A and B which are in a causal relation to each other. It must be experience, because the connection is not logical, and it cannot be merely the experience of the particular events A and B, since we can discover nothing in A by itself which should lead to produce B. The experience required, he says, is that of the constant conjunction of events of the kind A with events of the kind B. He points out that when, in experience, two objects are constantly conjoined, we do in fact infer one from the other. When he says infer, he means that perceiving the one makes us expect the other. He does not mean a formal or explicit inference. Perhaps, the necessary connection depends on the inference, not vice versa. That is to say, the sight of A causes the expectation of B, and so leads us to believe that there is a necessary connection between A and B. The inference is not determined by reason, since that would require us to assume the uniformity of nature, which itself is not necessary, but only inferred from experience. Hume is thus led to the view that, when we say A causes B, we mean only that A and B are constantly conjoined in fact, not that there is some necessary connection between them. We have no other notion of cause and effect, but that of certain objects, which have been always conjoined together. We cannot penetrate into the reason of the conjunction. He backs up his theory with a definition of belief, which is, he maintains, a lively idea related to or associated with a present impression. Through association, if A and B have been constantly conjoined in past experience, the impression of A produces that lively idea of B which constitutes belief in B. This explains why we believe A and B to be connected. The percept of A is connected with the idea of B, and so we come to think that A is connected with B, though this opinion is really groundless. Objects have no discoverable connection together, nor is it from any other principle but custom operating upon the imagination, that we can draw any inference from the appearance of one to the experience of another. He repeats many times the contention that what appears to us as necessary connection among objects is really only connection among the ideas of those objects. The mind is determined by custom, and 'tis this impression, or determination, which affords me the idea of necessity. The repetition of instances, which leads us to the belief that A causes B, gives nothing new in the object, but in the mind leads to an association of ideas. Thus necessity is something that exists in the mind, not in objects. Let us now ask ourselves what we are to think of Hume's doctrine. It has two parts, one objective, the other subjective. The objective part says, when we judge that A causes B, what has in fact happened, so far as A and B are concerned, is that they have been frequently observed to be conjoined, i.e., A has been immediately, or very quickly, followed by B. We have no right to say that A must be followed by B, or will be followed by B on future occasions. Nor have we any ground for supposing that, however often A is followed by B, any relation beyond sequence is involved. In fact, causation is definable in terms of sequence, and is not an independent notion. The subjective part of the doctrine says, the frequently observed conjunction of A and B causes the impression of A to cause the idea of B. But if we are to define cause as is suggested in the objective part of the doctrine, we must reword the above. Substituting the definition of cause, the above becomes It has been frequently observed that the frequently observed conjunction of two objects A and B has been frequently followed by occasions on which the impression of A was followed by the idea of B. This statement, we may admit, is true, but it has hardly the scope that Hume attributes to the subjective part of his doctrine. He contends, over and over again, that the frequent conjunction of A and B gives no reason for expecting them to be conjoined in the future, but is merely a cause of this expectation. That is to say, experience of frequent conjunction is frequently conjoined with a habit of association. But, if the objective part of Hume's doctrine is accepted, the fact that, in the past, associations have been frequently formed in such circumstances, is no reason for supposing that they will continue, or that new ones will be formed in similar circumstances. The fact is that, where psychology is concerned, Hume allows himself to believe in causation in a sense, which, in general, he condemns. Let us take an illustration. I see an apple, and expect that, if I eat it, I shall experience a certain kind of taste. According to Hume, there is no reason why I should experience this kind of taste. The law of habit explains the existence of my expectation, but does not justify it. But the law of habit is itself a causal law. Therefore, if we take Hume seriously, we must say, although in the past the sight of an apple has been conjoined with expectation of a certain kind of taste, there is no reason why it should continue to be so conjoined. Perhaps the next time I see an apple I shall expect it to taste like roast beef. You may, at the moment, think this unlikely, but that is no reason for expecting that you will think it unlikely 5 minutes hence. If Hume's objective doctrine is right, we have no better reason for expectations in psychology than in the physical world. Hume's theory might be caricatured as follows: the proposition A causes B means the impression of A causes the idea of B. As a definition, this is not a happy effort. We must therefore examine Hume's objective doctrine more closely. This doctrine has two parts. 1. When we say A causes B, all that we have a right to say is that, in past experience, A and B have frequently appeared together or in rapid succession, and no instance has been observed of A not followed or accompanied by B. 2. However many instances we may have observed of the conjunction of A and B, that gives no reason for expecting them to be conjoined on a future occasion, though it is a cause of this expectation, i.e. it has been frequently observed to be conjoined with such an expectation. These two parts of the doctrine may be stated as follows. 1. In causation there is no indefinable relation except conjunction or succession. 2. Induction by simple enumeration is not a valid form of argument. Empiricists in general have accepted the first of these theses and rejected the second. When I say they have rejected the second, I mean that they have believed that, given a sufficiently vast accumulation of instances of a conjunction, the likelihood of the conjunction being found in the next instance will exceed a half, or, if they have not held exactly this, they have maintained some doctrine having similar consequences. I do not wish, at the moment, to discuss induction, which is a large and difficult subject. For the moment, I am content to observe that, if the first half of Hume's doctrine is admitted, the rejection of induction makes all expectation as to the future irrational, even the expectation that we shall continue to feel expectations. I do not mean merely that our expectations may be mistaken, that, in any case, must be admitted. I mean that, taking even our firmest expectations, such as that the sun will rise tomorrow, there is not a shadow of reason for supposing them more likely to be verified than not. With this proviso, I return to the meaning of cause. Those who disagree with Hume maintain that cause is a specific relation, which entails invariable sequence, but is not entailed by it. To revert to the clocks of the Cartesians, two perfectly accurate chronometers might strike the hours one after the other invariably, without either being the cause of the other's striking. In general, those who take this view maintain that we can sometimes perceive causal relations, though in most cases we are obliged to infer them, more or less precariously, from constant conjunction. Let us see what arguments there are for and against Hume on this point. Hume summarizes his argument as follows. I am sensible, that of all the paradoxes, which I have had, or shall hereafter have occasion to advance in the course of this treatise, the present one is the most violent, and that 'tis merely by dint of solid proof and reasoning I can ever hope it will have admission, and overcome the inveterate prejudices of mankind. Before we are reconciled to this doctrine, how often must we repeat to ourselves, that the simple view of any two objects or actions, however related, can never give us any idea of power, or of a connection betwixt them, that this idea arises from a repetition of their union, that the repetition neither discovers nor causes anything in the objects, but has an influence only on the mind, by that customary transition it produces, that this customary transition is, therefore, the same with the power and necessity, which are consequently felt by the soul, and not perceived externally in bodies. Hume is commonly accused of having too atomic a view of perception, but he allows that certain relations can be perceived. We ought not, he says, to receive as reasoning any of the observations we make concerning identity, and the relations of time and place, since in none of them the mind can go beyond what is immediately present to the senses. Causation, he says, is different in that it takes us beyond the impressions of our senses, and informs us of unperceived existences. As an argument, this seems invalid. We believe in many relations of time and place which we cannot perceive. We think that time extends backwards and forwards, and space beyond the walls of our room. Hume's real argument is that, while we sometimes perceive relations of time and place, we never perceive causal relations, which must therefore, if admitted, be inferred from relations that can be perceived. The controversy is thus reduced to one of empirical fact: do we, or do we not, sometimes perceive a relation which can be called causal? Hume says no, his adversaries say yes, and it is not easy to see how evidence can be produced by either side. I think perhaps the strongest argument on Hume's side is to be derived from the character of causal laws in physics. It appears that simple rules of the form A causes B are never to be admitted in science, except as crude suggestions in early stages. The causal laws by which such simple rules are replaced in well-developed sciences are so complex that no one can suppose them given in perception. They are all, obviously, elaborate inferences from the observed course of nature. I am leaving out of account modern quantum theory, which reinforces the above conclusion. So far as the physical sciences are concerned, Hume is wholly in the right. Such propositions as A causes B are never to be accepted, and our inclination to accept them is to be explained by the laws of habit and association. These laws themselves, in their accurate form, will be elaborate statements as to nervous tissue, primarily its physiology, then its chemistry, and ultimately its physics. The opponent of Hume, however, even if he admits the whole of what has just been said about the physical sciences, may not yet admit himself decisively defeated. He may say that in psychology we have cases where a causal relation can be perceived. The whole conception of cause is probably derived from volition, and it may be said that we can perceive a relation between a volition and the consequent act, which is something more than invariable sequence. The same might be said of the relation between a sudden pain and a cry. Such views, however, are rendered very difficult by physiology. Between the will to move my arm and the consequent movement there is a long chain of causal intermediaries consisting of processes in the nerves and muscles. We perceive only the end terms of this process, the volition and the movement, and if we think we see a direct causal connection between these we are mistaken. This argument is not conclusive on the general question, but it shows that it is rash to suppose that we perceive causal relations when we think we do. The balance, therefore, is in favor of Hume's view that there is nothing in cause except invariable succession. The evidence, however, is not so conclusive as Hume supposed. Hume is not content with reducing the evidence of a causal connection to experience of frequent conjunction. He proceeds to argue that such experience does not justify the expectation of similar conjunctions in the future. For example, when, to repeat a former illustration, I see an apple, past experience makes me expect that it will taste like an apple, and not like roast beef, but there is no rational justification for this expectation. If there were such a justification, it would have to proceed from the principle that those instances, of which we have had no experience, resemble those of which we have had experience. This principle is not logically necessary, since we can at least conceive a change in the course of nature. It should therefore be a principle of probability. But all probable arguments assume this principle, and therefore it cannot itself be proved by any probable argument, or even rendered probable by any such argument. The supposition, that the future resembles the past, is not founded on arguments of any kind, but is derived entirely from habit. The conclusion is one of complete skepticism. All probable reasoning is nothing but a species of sensation. 'Tis not solely in poetry and music, we must follow our taste and sentiment, but likewise in philosophy. When I am convinced of any principle, 'tis only an idea, which strikes more strongly upon me. When I give the preference to one set of arguments above another, I do nothing but decide from my feeling concerning the superiority of their influence. Objects have no discoverable connection together, nor is it from any other principle but custom operating upon the imagination, that we can draw any inference from the appearance of one to the existence of another too. The ultimate outcome of Hume's investigation of what passes for knowledge is not what we must suppose him to have desired. The subtitle of his book is, An Attempt to Introduce the Experimental Method of Reasoning into Moral Subjects. It is evident that he started out with a belief that scientific method yields the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. He ended, however, with the conviction that belief is never rational, since we know nothing. After setting forth the arguments for skepticism, Book I, Part 4, Section I, he goes on, not to refute the arguments, but to fall back on natural credulity. Nature, by an absolute and uncontrollable necessity, has determined us to judge as well as to breathe and feel, nor can we any more forbear viewing certain objects in a stronger and fuller light, upon account of their customary connection with the present impression, than we can hinder ourselves from thinking as long as we are awake, or seeing the surrounding bodies, when we turn our eyes towards them in broad sunshine. Whoever has taken the pains to refute this total skepticism, has really disputed without an antagonist, and endeavored by arguments to establish a faculty, which nature has antecedently implanted in the mind, and rendered unavoidable. My intention then in displaying so carefully the arguments of that fantastic sect, is only to make the reader sensible of the truth of my hypothesis, that all our reasonings concerning causes and effects are derived from nothing but custom, and that belief is more properly an act of the sensitive, than of the cogitative part of our natures. The sceptic, he continues, Book I, Part 4, Sector 2, still continues to reason and believe, even though he asserts that he cannot defend his reason by reason, and by the same rule he must assent to the principle concerning the existence of body, though he cannot pretend by any arguments of philosophy to maintain its veracity. We may well ask, what causes us to believe in the existence of body? But 'tis vain to ask, whether there be body or not. That is a point, which we must take for granted in all our reasonings. The above is the beginning of a section of skepticism with regard to the senses. After a long discussion, this section ends with the following conclusion. This sceptical doubt, both with respect to reason and the senses, is a malady, which can never be radically cured, but must return upon us every moment, however we may chase it away, and sometimes may seem entirely free from it. Carelessness and inattention alone can afford us any remedy. For this reason I rely entirely upon them, and take it for granted, whatever may be the reader's opinion at this present moment, that an hour hence he will be persuaded there is both an external and internal world. There is no reason for studying philosophy, so Hume maintains, except that, to certain temperaments, this is an agreeable way of passing the time. In all the incidents of life we ought still to preserve our skepticism. If we believe, that fire warms, or water refreshes, 'tis only because it costs us too much pains to think otherwise. Nay, if we are philosophers, it ought only to be upon sceptical principles, and from an inclination which we feel to be employing ourselves after that manner. If he abandons speculation, I feel I should be a loser in point of pleasure, and this is the origin of my philosophy. Hume's philosophy, whether true or false, represents the bankruptcy of 18th century reasonableness. He starts out, like Locke, with the intention of being sensible and empirical, taking nothing on trust, but seeking whatever instruction is to be obtained from experience and observation. But having a better intellect than Locke's, a greater acuteness in analysis, and a smaller capacity for accepting comfortable inconsistencies, he arrives at the disastrous conclusion that from experience and observation nothing is to be learnt. There is no such thing as a rational belief. If we believe that fire warms, or water refreshes, 'tis only because it costs us too much pains to think otherwise. We cannot help believing, but no belief can be grounded in reason. Nor can one line of action be more rational than another, since all alike are based upon irrational convictions. This last conclusion, however, Hume seems not to have drawn. Even in his most sceptical chapter, in which he sums up the conclusions of Book I, he says, generally speaking, the errors in religion are dangerous, those in philosophy only ridiculous. He has no right to say this. Dangerous is a causal word, and a sceptic as to causation cannot know that anything is dangerous. In fact, in the later portions of the treatise, Hume forgets all about his fundamental doubts, and writes much as any other enlightened moralist of his time might have written. He applies to his doubts the remedy that he recommends, namely carelessness and inattention. In a sense, his scepticism is insincere, since he cannot maintain it in practice. It has, however, this awkward consequence, that it paralyzes every effort to prove one line of action better than another. It was inevitable that such a self-refutation of rationality should be followed by a great outburst of irrational faith. The quarrel between Hume and Rousseau is symbolic. Rousseau was mad but influential, Hume was sane but had no followers. Subsequent British empiricists rejected his scepticism without refuting it. Rousseau and his followers agreed with Hume that no belief is based on reason, but thought the heart superior to reason, and allowed it to lead them to convictions very different from those that Hume retained in practice. German philosophers, from Kant to Hegel, had not assimilated Hume's arguments. I say this deliberately, in spite of the belief which many philosophers share with Kant, that his critique of pure reason answered Hume. In fact, these philosophers, at least Kant and Hegel, represent a pre-Humean type of rationalism, and can be refuted by Humean arguments. The philosophers who cannot be refuted in this way are those who do not pretend to be rational, such as Rousseau, Schopenhauer, and Nietzsche. The growth of unreason throughout the 19th century and what has passed of the 20th is a natural sequel to Hume's destruction of empiricism. It is therefore important to discover whether there is any answer to Hume within the framework of a philosophy that is wholly or mainly empirical. If not, there is no intellectual difference between sanity and insanity. The lunatic who believes that he is a poached egg is to be condemned solely on the ground that he is in a minority, or rather, since we must not assume democracy on the ground that the government does not agree with him. This is a desperate point of view, and it must be hoped that there is some way of escaping from it. Hume's scepticism rests entirely upon his rejection of the principle of induction. The principle of induction, as applied to causation, says that, if A has been found very often accompanied or followed by B, and no instance is known of A not being accompanied or followed by B, then it is probable that on the next occasion on which A is observed it will be accompanied or followed by B. If the principle is to be adequate, a sufficient number of instances must make the probability not far short of certainty. If this principle, or any other from which it can be deduced, is true, then the causal inferences which Hume rejects are valid, not indeed as giving certainty, but as giving a sufficient probability for practical purposes. If this principle is not true, every attempt to arrive at general scientific laws from particular observations is fallacious, and Hume's scepticism is inescapable for an empiricist. The principle itself cannot, of course, without circularity, be inferred from observed uniformities, since it is required to justify any such inference. It must therefore be, or be deduced from, an independent principle not based upon experience. To this extent, Hume has proved that pure empiricism is not a sufficient basis for science. But if this one principle is admitted, everything else can proceed in accordance with the theory that all our knowledge is based on experience. It must be granted that this is a serious departure from pure empiricism, and that those who are not empiricists may ask why, if one departure is allowed, others are to be forbidden. These, however, are questions not directly raised by Hume's arguments. What these arguments prove, and I do not think the proof can be controverted, is that induction is an independent logical principle, incapable of being inferred either from experience or from other logical principles, and that without this principle science is impossible. Part 2. From Rousseau to the present day. 18. The Romantic movement. From the latter part of the 18th century to the present day, art, and literature and philosophy, and even politics, have been influenced, positively or negatively, by a way of feeling which was characteristic of what, in a large sense, may be called the Romantic movement. Even those who were repelled by this way of feeling were compelled to take account of it, and in many cases were more affected by it than they knew. I propose in this chapter to give a brief description of the Romantic outlook, chiefly in matters not definitely philosophical, for this is the cultural background of most philosophic thought in the period with which we are now to be concerned. The Romantic movement was not, in its beginnings, connected with philosophy, though it came before long to have connections with it. With politics, through Rousseau, it was connected from the first. But before we can understand its political and philosophical effects, we must consider it in its most essential form, which is as a revolt against received ethical and aesthetic standards. The first great figure in the movement is Rousseau, but to some extent he only expressed already existing tendencies. Cultivated people in 18th century France greatly admired what they called la sensibilité, which meant a proneness to emotion, and more particularly to the emotion of sympathy. To be thoroughly satisfactory, the emotion must be direct and violent and quite uninformed by thought. The man of sensibility would be moved to tears by the sight of a single destitute peasant family, but would be cold to well thought out schemes for ameliorating the lot of peasants as a class. The poor were supposed to possess more virtue than the rich. The sage was thought of as a man who retires from the corruption of courts to enjoy the peaceful pleasures of an unambitious rural existence. As a passing mood, this attitude is to be found in poets of almost all periods. The exiled Duke in As You Like It expresses it, though he goes back to his dukedom as soon as he can. Only the melancholy Jacques sincerely prefers the life of the forest. Even Pope, the perfect exemplar of all that the Romantic movement rebelled against, says, "Happy the man whose wish and care a few paternal acres bound, content to breathe his native air on his own ground." The poor, in the imaginations of those who cultivated sensibility, always had a few paternal acres, and lived on the produce of their own labor without the need of external commerce. True, they were always losing the acres in pathetic circumstances, because the aged father could no longer work, the lovely daughter was going into a decline, and the wicked mortgagee or the wicked lord was ready to pounce either on the acres or on the daughter's virtue. The poor, to the Romantics, were never urban and never industrial. The proletariat is a 19th century conception, perhaps equally romanticized, but quite different. Rousseau appealed to the already existing cult of sensibility, and gave it a breadth and scope that it might not otherwise have possessed. He was a democrat, not only in his theories, but in his tastes. For long periods of his life, he was a poor vagabond, receiving kindness from people only slightly less destitute than himself. He repaid this kindness, in action, often with the blackest ingratitude, but in emotion his response was all that the most ardent devotee of sensibility could have wished. Having the tastes of a tramp, he found the restraints of Parisian society irksome. From him the Romantics learned a contempt for the trammels of convention, first in dress and manners, in the minuet and the heroic couplet, then in art and love, and at last over the whole sphere of traditional morals. The Romantics were not without morals, on the contrary, their moral judgments were sharp and vehement. But they were based on quite other principles than those that had seemed good to their predecessors. The period from 1660 to Rousseau is dominated by recollections of the wars of religion and the civil wars in France and England and Germany. Men were very conscious of the danger of chaos, of the anarchic tendencies of all strong passions, of the importance of safety and the sacrifices necessary to achieve it. Prudence was regarded as the supreme virtue, intellect was valued as the most effective weapon against subversive fanatics, polished manners were praised as a barrier against barbarism. Newton's orderly cosmos, in which the planets unchangingly revolve about the sun in law-abiding orbits, became an imaginative symbol of good government. Restraint in the expression of passion was the chief aim of education, and the surest mark of a gentleman. In the Revolution, pre-Romantic French aristocrats died quietly. Madame Roland and Danton, who were Romantics, died rhetorically. By the time of Rousseau, many people had grown tired of safety, and had begun to desire excitement. The French Revolution and Napoleon gave them their fill of it. When in 1815, the political world returned to tranquility, it was a tranquility so dead, so rigid, so hostile to all vigorous life, that only terrified conservatives could endure it. Consequently, there was no such intellectual acquiescence in the status quo as had characterized France under the Roi Soleil and England until the French Revolution. 19th century revolt against the system of the Holy Alliance took two forms. On the one hand, there was the revolt of industrialism, both capitalist and proletarian, against monarchy and aristocracy. This was almost untouched by Romanticism, and reverted, in many respects, to the 18th century. This movement is represented by the philosophical radicals, the free trade movement, and Marxian socialism. Quite different from this was the Romantic revolt, which was in part reactionary, in part revolutionary. The Romantics did not aim at peace and quiet, but at vigorous and passionate individual life. They had no sympathy with industrialism because it was ugly, because money-grubbing seemed to them unworthy of an immortal soul, and because the growth of modern economic organizations interfered with individual liberty. In the post-revolutionary period they were led into politics. Gradually, through nationalism, each nation was felt to have a corporate soul, which could not be free so long as the boundaries of states were different from those of nations. In the first half of the 19th century, nationalism was the most vigorous of revolutionary principles, and most Romantics ardently favored it. The Romantic movement is characterized, as a whole, by the substitution of aesthetic for utilitarian standards. The earthworm is useful, but not beautiful, the tiger is beautiful, but not useful. Darwin, who was not a Romantic, praised the earthworm, Blake praised the tiger. The morals of the Romantics have primarily aesthetic motives. But in order to characterize the Romantics, it is necessary to take account, not only of the importance of aesthetic motives, but also of the change of taste which made their sense of beauty different from that of their predecessors. Of this, their preference for Gothic architecture is one of the most obvious examples. Another is their taste in scenery. Dr. Johnson preferred Fleet Street to any rural landscape, and maintained that a man who is tired of London must be tired of life. If anything in the country was admired by Rousseau's predecessors, it was a scene of fertility, with rich pastures and lowing kine. Rousseau, being Swiss, naturally admired the Alps. In his disciples' novels and stories, we find wild torrents, fearful precipices, pathless forests, thunderstorms, tempests at sea, and generally what is useless, destructive, and violent. This change seems to be more or less permanent. Almost everybody, nowadays, prefers Niagara and the Grand Canyon to lush meadows and fields of waving corn. Tourist hotels afford statistical evidence of taste in scenery. The temper of the Romantics is best studied in fiction. They liked what was strange, ghosts, ancient decayed castles, the last melancholy descendants of once great families, practitioners of mesmerism and the occult sciences, falling tyrants, and Levantine pirates. Fielding and Smollett wrote of ordinary people in circumstances that might well have occurred, so did the realists who reacted against Romanticism. But to the Romantics such themes were too pedestrian, they felt inspired only by what was grand, remote, and terrifying. Science, of a somewhat dubious sort, could be utilized if it led to something astonishing, but in the main the Middle Ages, and what was most medieval in the present, pleased the Romantics best. Very often they cut loose from actuality, either past or present, altogether. The Ancient Mariner is typical in this respect, and Coleridge's Kubla is hardly the historical monarch of Marco Polo. The geography of the Romantics is interesting, from Xanadu to the lone Karaisamian shore, the places in which it is interested are remote, Asiatic, or ancient. The Romantic movement, in spite of owing its origin to Rousseau, was at first mainly German. The German Romantics were young in the last years of the 18th century, and it was while they were young that they gave expression to what was most characteristic in their outlook. Those who had not the good fortune to die young, in the end allowed their individuality to be obscured in the uniformity of the Catholic Church. A Romantic could become a Catholic if he had been born a Protestant, but could hardly be a Catholic otherwise, since it was necessary to combine Catholicism with revolt. The German Romantics influenced Coleridge and Shelley, and independently of German influence the same outlook became common in England during the early years of the 19th century. In France, though in a weakened form, it flourished after the Restoration, down to Victor Hugo. In America it is to be seen almost pure in Melville, Thoreau, and Brook Farm, and, somewhat softened, in Emerson and Hawthorne. Although Romantics tended towards Catholicism, there was something ineradicably Protestant in the individualism of their outlook, and their permanent successes in molding customs, opinions, and institutions were almost wholly confined to Protestant countries. The beginnings of Romanticism in England can be seen in the writings of the satirists. In Sheridan's Rivals, 1775, the heroine is determined to marry some poor man for love rather than a rich man to please her guardian and his parents, but the rich man whom they have selected wins her love by wooing her under an assumed name and pretending to be poor. Jane Austen makes fun of the Romantics in Northanger Abbey and Sense and Sensibility, 1797-8. Northanger Abbey has a heroine who is led astray by Mrs. Radcliffe's ultra-romantic Mysteries of Udolpho, which was published in 1794. The first good romantic work in England apart from Blake, who was a solitary Swedenborgian and hardly part of any movement, was Coleridge's Ancient Mariner, published in 1799. In the following year, having unfortunately been supplied with funds by the Wedgwoods, he went to Göttingen and became engulfed in cant, which did not improve his verse. After Coleridge, Wordsworth, and Southey had become reactionaries, hatred of the Revolution and Napoleon put a temporary break on English Romanticism. But it was soon revived by Byron, Shelley, and Keats, and in some degree dominated the whole Victorian epoch. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, written under the inspiration of conversations with Byron in the romantic scenery of the Alps, contains what might almost be regarded as an allegorical prophetic history of the development of Romanticism. Frankenstein's monster is not, as he has become in proverbial parlance, a mere monster. He is, at first, a gentle being, longing for human affection, but he is driven to hatred and violence by the horror which his ugliness inspires in those whose love he attempts to gain. Unseen, he observes a virtuous family of poor cottagers, and surreptitiously assists their labors. At length he decides to make himself known to them. The more I saw of them, the greater became my desire to claim their protection and kindness. My heart yearned to be known and loved by these amiable creatures, to see their sweet looks directed towards me with affection, was the utmost limit of my ambition. I dared not think that they would turn from me with disdain and horror. But they did. So he first demanded of his creator the creation of a female like himself, and, when that was refused, devoted himself to murdering, one by one, all whom Frankenstein loved. But even then, when all his murders are accomplished, and while he is gazing upon the dead body of Frankenstein, the monster's sentiments remain noble. That also is my victim. In his murder my crimes are consummated, the miserable genius of my being is wound to its close. Oh, Frankenstein! Generous and self-devoted being! What does it avail that I now ask thee to pardon me? I, who irretrievably destroyed thee by destroying all that thou lovedst. Alas! He is cold, he cannot answer me. When I run over the frightful catalogue of my sins, I cannot believe that I am the same creature whose thoughts were once filled with sublime and transcendent visions of the beauty and the majesty of goodness. But it is even so, the fallen angel becomes a malignant devil. Yet even that enemy of God and man had friends and associates in his desolation. I am alone. Robbed of its romantic form, there is nothing unreal in this psychology, and it is unnecessary to search out pirates or Vandal kings in order to find parallels. To an English visitor, the ex-Kaiser, at Dorn, lamented that the English no longer loved him. Dr. Bird, in his book on the juvenile delinquent, mentions a boy of 7 who drowned another boy in the Regent's Canal. His reason was that neither his family nor his contemporaries showed him affection. Dr. Bird was kind to him, and he became a respectable citizen, but no Dr. Bird undertook the reformation of Frankenstein's monster. It is not the psychology of the Romantics that is at fault, it is their standard of values. They admire strong passions, of no matter what kind, and whatever may be their social consequences. Romantic love, especially when unfortunate, is strong enough to win their approval, but most of the strongest passions are destructive hate and resentment and jealousy, remorse and despair, outraged pride and the fury of the unjustly oppressed, martial ardor and contempt for slaves and cowards. Hence the type of man encouraged by Romanticism, especially of the Byronic variety, is violent and antisocial, an anarchic rebel or a conquering tyrant. This outlook makes an appeal for which the reasons lie very deep in human nature and human circumstances. By self-interest man has become gregarious, but in instinct he has remained to a great extent solitary, hence the need of religion and morality to reinforce self-interest. But the habit of foregoing present satisfactions for the sake of future advantages is irksome, and when passions are roused the prudent restraints of social behavior become difficult to endure. Those who, at such times, throw them off, acquire a new energy and sense of power from the cessation of inner conflict, and, though they may come to disaster in the end, enjoy meanwhile a sense of godlike exaltation which, though known to the great mystics, can never be experienced by a merely pedestrian virtue. The solitary part of their nature reasserts itself, but if the intellect survives the reassertion must clothe itself in myth. The mystic becomes one with God, and in the contemplation of the infinite feels himself absolved from duty to his neighbor. The anarchic rebel does even better, he feels himself not one with God, but God. Truth and duty, which represent our subjection to matter and to our neighbors, exist no longer for the man who has become God. For others, truth is what he posits, duty what he commands. If we could all live solitary and without labor, we could all enjoy this ecstasy of independence. Since we cannot, its delights are only available to madmen and dictators. Revolt of solitary instincts against social bonds is the key to the philosophy, the politics, and the sentiments, not only of what is commonly called the Romantic movement, but of its progeny down to the present day. Philosophy, under the influence of German idealism, became solipsistic, and self-development was proclaimed as the fundamental principle of ethics. As regards sentiment, there has to be a distasteful compromise between the search for isolation and the necessities of passion and economics. D. H. Lawrence's story, The Man Who Loved Islands, has a hero who disdains such compromise to a gradually increasing extent and at last died of hunger and cold, but in the enjoyment of complete isolation. But this degree of consistency has not been achieved by the writers who praise solitude. The comforts of civilized life are not obtainable by a hermit, and a man who wishes to write books or produce works of art must submit to the ministrations of others if he is to survive while he does his work. In order to continue to feel solitary, he must be able to prevent those who serve him from impinging upon his ego, which is best accomplished if they are slaves. Passionate love, however, is a more difficult matter. So long as passionate lovers are regarded as in revolt against social trammels, they are admired, but in real life the love relation itself quickly becomes a social trammel, and the partner in love comes to be hated, all the more vehemently if the love is strong enough to make the bond difficult to break. Hence love comes to be conceived as a battle, in which each is attempting to destroy the other by breaking through the protecting walls of his or her ego. This point of view has become familiar through the writings of Strindberg, and, still more, of D.H. Lawrence. Not only passionate love, but every friendly relation to others, is only possible, to this way of feeling, in so far as the others can be regarded as a projection of one's own self. This is feasible if the others are blood relations, and the more nearly they are related the more easily it is possible. Hence an emphasis on race, leading, as in the case of the Ptolemies, to endogamy. How this affected Byron, we know. Wagner suggests a similar sentiment in the love of Siegmund and Sieglinde. Nietzsche, though not scandalously, preferred his sister to all other women. How strongly I feel, he writes to her, in all that you say and do, that we belong to the same stock. You understand more of me than others do, because we come of the same parentage. This fits in very well with my philosophy. The principle of nationality, of which Byron was a protagonist, is an extension of the same philosophy. A nation is assumed to be a race, descended from common ancestors, and sharing some kind of blood consciousness. Mazzini, who constantly found fault with the English for their failure to appreciate Byron, conceived nations as possessed of a mystical individuality, and attributed to them the kind of anarchic greatness that other romantics sought in heroic men. Liberty, for nations, came to be regarded, not only by Mazzini, but by comparatively sober statesmen, as something absolute, which, in practice, made international cooperation impossible. Belief in blood and race is naturally associated with anti-Semitism. At the same time, the Romantic outlook, partly because it is aristocratic, and partly because it prefers passion to calculation, has a vehement contempt for commerce and finance. It is thus led to proclaim an opposition to capitalism which is quite different from that of the socialist who represents the interest of the proletariat, since it is an opposition based on dislike of economic preoccupations, and strengthened by the suggestion that the capitalist world is governed by Jews. This point of view is expressed by Byron on the rare occasions when he condescends to notice anything so vulgar as economic power. Who hold the balance of the world? Who reign o'er conquerors, whether royalist or liberal? Who rouse the shirtless patriots of Spain, that make old Europe's journals squeak and gibber all? Who keep the world, both old and new, in pain or pleasure? Who make politics run glibber all? The shade of Bonaparte's noble daring? Jew Rothschild, and his fellow Christian Bering. The verse is perhaps not very musical, but the sentiment is quite of our time, and has been re-echoed by all Byron's followers. The Romantic movement, in its essence, aimed at liberating human personality from the fetters of social convention and social morality. In part, these fetters were a mere useless hindrance to desirable forms of activity, for every ancient community has developed rules of behavior for which there is nothing to be said except that they are traditional. But egoistic passions, when once let loose, are not easily brought again into subjection to the needs of society. Christianity has succeeded, to some extent, in taming the ego, but economic, political, and intellectual causes stimulated revolt against the churches, and the Romantic movement brought the revolt into the sphere of morals. By encouraging a new lawless ego it made social cooperation impossible, and left its disciples faced with the alternative of anarchy or despotism. Egoism, at first, made men expect from others a parental tenderness, but when they discovered, with indignation, that others had their own ego, the disappointed desire for tenderness turned to hatred and violence. Man is not a solitary animal, and so long as social life survives, Self-realization cannot be the supreme principle of ethics. 19. Rousseau. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712–78, though a philosophy in the 18th century French sense, was not what would now be called a philosopher. Nevertheless he had a powerful influence on philosophy, as on literature and taste and manners and politics. Whatever may be our opinion of his merits as a thinker, we must recognize his immense importance as a social force. This importance came mainly from his appeal to the heart, and to what, in his day, was called sensibility. He is the father of the Romantic movement, the initiator of systems of thought which infer non-human facts from human emotions, and the inventor of the political philosophy of pseudo-democratic dictatorships as opposed to traditional absolute monarchies. Ever since his time, those who considered themselves reformers have been divided into two groups, those who followed him and those who followed Locke. Sometimes they cooperated, and many individuals saw no incompatibility. But gradually the incompatibility has become increasingly evident. At the present time, Hitler is an outcome of Rousseau, Roosevelt and Churchill, of Locke. Rousseau's biography was related by himself in his Confessions in great detail, but without any slavish regard for truth. He enjoyed making himself out a great sinner, and sometimes exaggerated in this respect, but there is abundant external evidence that he was destitute of all the ordinary virtues. This did not trouble him, because he considered that he always had a warm heart, which, however, never hindered him from base actions towards his best friends. I shall relate only so much of his life as is necessary in order to understand his thought and his influence. He was born in Geneva, and educated as an Orthodox Calvinist. His father, who was poor, combined the professions of watchmaker and dancing master. His mother died when he was an infant, and he was brought up by an aunt. He left school at the age of 12, and was apprenticed to various trades, but hated them all, and at the age of 16 fled from Geneva to Savoy. Having no means of subsistence, he went to a Catholic priest and represented himself as wishing to be converted. The formal conversion took place at Turin, in an institution for catechumens. The process lasted 9 days. He represents his motives as wholly mercenary. I could not dissemble from myself that the holy deed I was about to do was at bottom the act of a bandit. But this was written after he had reverted to Protestantism, and there is reason to think that for some years he was a sincerely believing Catholic. In 1742 he testified that a house in which he was living in 1730 had been miraculously saved from a fire by a bishop's prayers. Having been turned out of the institution at Turin with 20 francs in his pocket, he became lackey to a lady named Madame de Vercelli, who died 3 months later. At her death, he was found to be in possession of a ribbon which had belonged to her, which in fact he had stolen. He asserted that it had been given him by a certain maid, whom he liked. His assertion was believed, and she was punished. His excuse is odd: never was wickedness further from me than at this cruel moment, and when I accused the poor girl, it is contradictory and yet it is true that my affection for her was the cause of what I did. She was present to my mind, and I threw the blame from myself on the first object that presented itself. This is a good example of the way in which, in Rousseau's ethic, sensibility took the place of all the ordinary virtues. After this incident, he was befriended by Madame de Warens, a convert from Protestantism like himself, a charming lady who enjoyed a pension from the King of Savoy in consideration of her services to religion. For 9 or 10 years, most of his time was spent in her house. He called her maman even after she became his mistress. For a while he shared her with her factotum. All lived in the greatest amity, and when the factotum died Rousseau felt grief, but consoled himself with the thought, well, at any rate I shall get his clothes. During his early years there were various periods which he spent as a vagabond, traveling on foot, and picking up a precarious livelihood as best he could. During one of these interludes, a friend, with whom he was traveling, had an epileptic fit in the streets of Lyons. Rousseau profited by the crowd which gathered to abandon his friend in the middle of the fit. On another occasion he became secretary to a man who represented himself as an archimandrite on the way to the Holy Sepulchre. On yet another, he had an affair with a rich lady, by masquerading as a Scotch Jacobite named Dudding. However, in 1743, through the help of a great lady, he became secretary to the French ambassador to Venice, a sot named Montaigu, who left the work to Rousseau but neglected to pay his salary. Rousseau did the work well, and the inevitable quarrel was not his fault. He went to Paris to try to obtain justice. Everybody admitted that he was in the right, but for a long time nothing was done. The vexations of this delay had something to do with turning Rousseau against the existing form of government in France, although, in the end, he received the arrears of salary that were due to him. It was at about this time, 1745, that he took up with Thérèse Levasseur, who was a servant at his hotel in Paris. He lived with her for the rest of his life, not to the exclusion of other affairs. He had 5 children by her, all of whom he took to the Foundling Hospital. No one has ever understood what attracted him to her. She was ugly and ignorant, she could neither read nor write. He taught her to write, but not to read. She did not know the names of the months, and could not add up money. Her mother was grasping and avaricious. The two together used Rousseau and all his friends as sources of income. Rousseau asserts, truly or falsely, that he never had a spark of love for Thérèse. In later years she drank, and ran after stable boys. Probably he liked the feeling that he was indubitably superior to her, both financially and intellectually, and that she was completely dependent upon him. He was always uncomfortable in the company of the great, and genuinely preferred simple people. In this respect his democratic feeling was wholly sincere. Although he never married her, he treated her almost as a wife, and all the grand ladies who befriended him had to put up with her. His first literary success came to him rather late in life. The Academy of Dijon offered a prize for the best essay on the question, have the arts and sciences conferred benefits on mankind? Rousseau maintained the negative, and won the prize, 1750. He contended that science, letters, and the arts are the worst enemies of morals, and, by creating wants, are the sources of slavery, for how can chains be imposed on those who go naked, like American savages? As might be expected, he is for Sparta, and against Athens. He had read Plutarch's Lives at the age of 7, and been much influenced by them. He admired particularly the life of Lycurgus. Like the Spartans, he took success in war as the test of merit. Nevertheless, he admired the noble savage, whom sophisticated Europeans could defeat in war. Science and virtue, he held, are incompatible, and all sciences have an ignoble origin. Astronomy comes from the superstition of astrology, eloquence from ambition, geometry from avarice, physics from vain curiosity, and even ethics has its source in human pride. Education and the art of printing are to be deplored. Everything that distinguishes civilized man from the untutored barbarian is evil. Having won the prize and achieved sudden fame by this essay, Rousseau took to living according to its maxims. He adopted the simple life, and sold his watch, saying that he would no longer need to know the time. The ideas of the first essay were elaborated in a second, a discourse on inequality, 1754, which, however, failed to win a prize. He held that man is naturally good, and only by institutions is he made bad, the antithesis of the doctrine of original sin and salvation through the Church. Like most political theorists of his age, he spoke of a state of nature, though somewhat hypothetically, as a state which exists no longer, perhaps never existed, probably never will exist, and of which none the less it is necessary to have just ideas, in order to judge well our present state. Natural law should be deduced from the state of nature, but as long as we are ignorant of natural man it is impossible to determine the law originally prescribed or best suited to him. All we can know is that the wills of those subject to it must be conscious of their submission, and it must come directly from the voice of nature. He does not object to natural inequality, in respect of age, health, intelligence, etc., but only to inequality resulting from privileges authorized by convention. The origin of civil society and of the consequent social inequalities is to be found in private property. The first man who, having enclosed a piece of land, bethought himself of saying "this is mine," and found people simple enough to believe him, was the real founder of civil society. He goes on to say that a deplorable revolution introduced metallurgy and agriculture. Grain is the symbol of our misfortune. Europe is the unhappiest continent, because it has the most grain and the most iron. To undo the evil, it is only necessary to abandon civilization, for man is naturally good, and savage man, when he has dined, is at peace with all nature and the friend of all his fellow creatures. My italics. Rousseau sent this essay to Voltaire, who replied, 1755 I have received your new book against the human race, and thank you for it. Never was such a cleverness used in the design of making us all stupid. One longs, in reading your book, to walk on all fours. But as I have lost that habit for more than 60 years, I feel unhappily the impossibility of resuming it. Nor can I embark in search of the savages of Canada, because the maladies to which I am condemned render a European surgeon necessary to me, because war is going on in those regions, and because the example of our actions has made the savages nearly as bad as ourselves. It is not surprising that Rousseau and Voltaire ultimately quarreled. The marvel is that they did not quarrel sooner. In 1754, having become famous, he was remembered by his native city, and invited to visit it. He accepted, but as only Calvinists could be citizens of Geneva, he had himself reconvert to his original faith. He had already adopted the practice of speaking of himself as a Genevan Puritan and Republican, and after his reconversion he thought of living in Geneva. He dedicated his discourse on inequality to the city fathers, but they were not pleased. They had no wish to be considered only the equals of ordinary citizens. Their opposition was not the only drawback to life in Geneva, there was another, even more grave, and this was that Voltaire had gone to live there. Voltaire was a writer of plays and an enthusiast for the theatre, but Geneva, on Puritan grounds, forbade all dramatic representations. When Voltaire tried to get the ban removed, Rousseau entered the lists on the Puritan side. Savages never act plays, Plato disapproves of them, the Catholic Church refuses to marry or bury actors, Bossuet calls the drama a school of concupiscence. The opportunity for an attack on Voltaire was too good to be lost, and Rousseau made himself the champion of ascetic virtue. This was not the first public disagreement of these two eminent men. The first was occasioned by the earthquake of Lisbon, 1755, about which Voltaire wrote a poem throwing doubt on the providential government of the world. Rousseau was indignant. He commented, Voltaire, in seeming always to believe in God, never really believed in anybody but the devil, since his pretended God is a maleficent being who according to him finds all his pleasure in working mischief. The absurdity of this doctrine is especially revolting in a man crowned with good things of every sort, and who from the midst of his own happiness tries to fill his fellow creatures with despair, by the cruel and terrible image of the serious calamities from which he is himself free. Rousseau, for his part, saw no occasion to make such a fuss about the earthquake. It is quite a good thing that a certain number of people should get killed now and then. Besides, the people of Lisbon suffered because they lived in houses 7 stories high. If they had been dispersed in the woods, as people ought to be, they would have escaped uninjured. The questions of the theology of earthquakes and of the morality of stage plays caused a bitter enmity between Voltaire and Rousseau, in which all the philosophes took sides. Voltaire treated Rousseau as a mischievous madman. Rousseau spoke of Voltaire as that trumpet of impiety, that fine genius, and that low soul. Fine sentiments, however, must find expression, and Rousseau wrote to Voltaire, 1760 I hate you, in fact, since you have so willed it, but I hate you like a man still worthier to have loved you, if you had willed it. Of all the sentiments with which my heart was full towards you, there only remain the admiration that we cannot refuse to your fine genius, and love for your writings. if there is nothing in you that I can honor but your talents, that is no fault of mine. We come now to the most fruitful period of Rousseau's life. His novel La Nouvelle Heloise appeared in 1760, Émile and the Social Contract both in 1762. Émile, which is a treatise on education according to natural principles, might have been considered harmless by the authorities if it had not contained the confession of faith of a Savoyard vicar, which set forth the principles of natural religion as understood by Rousseau, and was irritating to both Catholic and Protestant orthodoxy. The Social Contract was even more dangerous, for it advocated democracy and denied the divine right of kings. The two books, while they greatly increased his fame, brought upon him a storm of official condemnation. He was obliged to fly from France, Geneva would have none of him, one Bern refused him asylum. At last Frederick the Great took pity on him, and allowed him to live at Moutiers, near Neuchâtel, which was part of the philosopher king's dominions. There he lived for 3 years, but at the end of that time, 1765, the villagers of Moutiers, led by the pastor, accused him of poisoning, and tried to murder him. He fled to England, where Hume, in 1762, had proffered his services. In England, at first, all went well. He had a great social success, and George III granted him a pension. He saw Burke almost daily, but their friendship soon cooled to the point where Burke said, he entertained no principle, either to influence his heart, or guide his understanding, but vanity. Hume was longest faithful, saying he loved him much, and could live with him all his life in mutual friendship and esteem. But by this time Rousseau, not unnaturally, had come to suffer from the persecution mania which ultimately drove him insane, and he suspected Hume of being the agent of plots against his life. At moments he would realize the absurdity of such suspicions, and would embrace Hume, exclaiming no, no, Hume is no traitor, to which Hume, no doubt much embarrassed, replied, Quoi, mon cher monsieur. But in the end his delusions won the day and he fled. His last years were spent in Paris in great poverty, and when he died suicide was suspected. After the breach, Hume said, he has only felt during the whole course of his life, and in this respect his sensibility rises to a pitch beyond what I have seen any example of, but it still gives him a more acute feeling of pain than of pleasure. He is like a man who was stripped not only of his clothes, but of his skin, and turned out in this situation to combat with the rude and boisterous elements. This is the kindest summary of his character that is in any degree compatible with truth. There is much in Rousseau's work which, however important in other respects, does not concern the history of philosophical thought. There are only two parts of his thinking that I shall consider in any detail. These are, first, his theology, and second, his political theory. In theology he made an innovation which has now been accepted by the great majority of Protestant theologians. Before him, every philosopher from Plato onwards, if he believed in God, offered intellectual arguments in favor of his belief. Point 2. The arguments may not, to us, seem very convincing, and we may feel that they would not have seemed cogent to anyone who did not already feel sure of the truth of the conclusion. But the philosopher who advanced the arguments certainly believed them to be logically valid, and such as should cause certainty of God's existence in any unprejudiced person of sufficient philosophical capacity. Modern Protestants who urge us to believe in God, for the most part, despise the old proofs, and base their faith upon some aspect of human nature, emotions of awe or mystery, the sense of right and wrong, the feeling of aspiration, and so on. This way of defending religious belief was invented by Rousseau. It has become so familiar that his originality may easily not be appreciated by a modern reader, unless he will take the trouble to compare Rousseau with, say, Descartes or Leibniz. Ah, madam. Rousseau writes to an aristocratic lady, sometimes in the privacy of my study, with my hands pressed tight over my eyes or in the darkness of the night, I am of opinion that there is no God. But look yonder, the rising of the sun, as it scatters the mists that cover the earth, and lays bare the wondrous glittering scene of nature, disperses at the same moment all cloud from my soul. I find my faith again, and my God, and my belief in him. I admire and adore him, and I prostrate myself in his presence. On another occasion he says, I believe in God as strongly as I believe any other truth, because believing and not believing are the last things in the world that depend on me. This form of argument has the drawback of being private. The fact that Rousseau cannot help believing something affords no ground for another person to believe the same thing. He was very emphatic in his theism. On one occasion he threatened to leave a dinner party because Saint Lambert, one of the guests, expressed a doubt as to the existence of God. Moi monsieur, Rousseau exclaimed angrily, je crois en Dieu. Robespierre, in all things his faithful disciple, followed him in this respect also. The Fête de l'Être Suprême would have had Rousseau's wholehearted approval. The Confession of Faith of a Savoyard Vicar, which is an interlude in the fourth book of Émile, is the most explicit and formal statement of Rousseau's creed. Although it professes to be what the voice of nature has proclaimed to a virtuous priest, who suffers disgrace for the wholly natural fault of seducing an unmarried woman, the reader finds with surprise that the voice of nature, when it begins to speak, is uttering a hodgepodge of arguments derived from Aristotle, Saint Augustine, Descartes, and so on. It is true that they are robbed of precision and logical form. This is supposed to excuse them, and to permit the worthy vicar to say that he cares nothing for the wisdom of the philosophers. The later parts of the Confession of Faith are less reminiscent of previous thinkers than the earlier parts. After satisfying himself that there is a God, the vicar goes on to consider rules of conduct. I do not deduce these rules, he says, from the principles of a high philosophy, but I find them in the depths of my heart, written by nature in ineffaceable characters. From this he goes on to develop the view that conscience is in all circumstances an infallible guide to right action. Thanks be to heaven, he concludes this part of his argument, we are thus freed from all this terrifying apparatus of philosophy, we can be men without being learned, dispensed from wasting our life in the study of morals, we have at less cost a more assured guide in this immense labyrinth of human opinions. Our natural feelings, he contends, lead us to serve the common interest, while our reason urges selfishness. We have therefore only to follow feeling rather than reason in order to be virtuous. Natural religion, as the vicar calls his doctrine, has no need of a revelation. If men had listened to what God says to the heart, there would have been only one religion in the world. If God has revealed himself specially to certain men, this can only be known by human testimony, which is fallible. Natural religion has the advantage of being revealed directly to each individual. There is a curious passage about hell. The vicar does not know whether the wicked go to eternal torment, and says, somewhat loftily, that the fate of the wicked does not greatly interest him, but on the whole he inclines to the view that the pains of hell are not everlasting. However this may be, he is sure that salvation is not confined to the members of any one church. It was presumably the rejection of revelation and of hell that so profoundly shocked the French government and the Council of Geneva. The rejection of reason in favor of the heart was not, to my mind, an advance. In fact, no one thought of this device so long as reason appeared to be on the side of religious belief. In Rousseau's environment, reason, as represented by Voltaire, was opposed to religion, therefore away with reason. Moreover, reason was abstruse and difficult. The savage, even when he has dined, cannot understand the ontological argument, and yet the savage is the repository of all necessary wisdom. Rousseau's savage, who was not the savage known to anthropologists, was a good husband and a kind father. He was destitute of greed, and had a religion of natural kindliness. He was a convenient person, but if he could follow the good vicar's reasons for believing in God, he must have had more philosophy than his innocent naivete would lead one to expect. Apart from the fictitious character of Rousseau's natural man, there are two objections to the practice of basing beliefs as to objective fact upon the emotions of the heart. One is that there is no reason whatever to suppose that such beliefs will be true, the other is, that the resulting beliefs will be private, since the heart says different things to different people. Some savages are persuaded by the natural light that it is their duty to eat people, and even Voltaire's savages, who are led by the voice of reason to hold that one should only eat Jesuits, are not wholly satisfactory. To Buddhists, the light of nature does not reveal the existence of God, but does proclaim that it is wrong to eat the flesh of animals. But even if the heart said the same thing to all men, that could afford no evidence for the existence of anything outside our own emotions. However ardently I, or all mankind, may desire something, however necessary it may be to human happiness, that is no ground for supposing this something to exist. There is no law of nature guaranteeing that mankind should be happy. Everybody can see that this is true of our life here on earth, but by a curious twist our very sufferings in this life are made into an argument for a better life hereafter. We should not employ such an argument in any other connection. If you had bought 10 dozen eggs from a man, and the first dozen were all rotten, you would not infer that the remaining 9 dozen must be of surpassing excellence, yet that is the kind of reasoning that the heart encourages as a consolation for our sufferings here below. For my part, I prefer the ontological argument, the cosmological argument, and the rest of the old stock in trade, to the sentimental illogicality that has sprung from Rousseau. The old arguments at least were honest. If valid, they proved their point; if invalid, it was open to any critic to prove them so. But the new theology of the heart dispenses with argument; it cannot be refuted, because it does not profess to prove its points. At bottom, the only reason offered for its acceptance is that it allows us to indulge in pleasant dreams. This is an unworthy reason, and if I had to choose between Thomas Aquinas and Rousseau, I should unhesitatingly choose the saint. Rousseau's political theory is set forth in his Social Contract, published in 1762. This book is very different in character from most of his writing. It contains little sentimentality and much close intellectual reasoning. Its doctrines, though they pay lip service to democracy, tend to the justification of the totalitarian state. But Geneva and antiquity combine to make him prefer the city-state to large empires such as those of France and England. On the title page he calls himself citizen of Geneva, and in his introductory sentences he says, "As I was born a citizen of a free state, and a member of the sovereign, I feel that, however feeble the influence of my voice may have been on public affairs, the right of voting on them makes it my duty to study them." There are frequent laudatory references to Sparta, as it appears in Plutarch's Life of Lycurgus. He says that democracy is best in small states, aristocracy in middle-sized ones, and monarchy in large ones. But it is to be understood that, in his opinion, small states are preferable, in part because they make democracy more practicable. When he speaks of democracy, he means, as the Greeks meant, direct participation of every citizen. Representative government he calls elective aristocracy. Since the former is not possible in a large state, his praise of democracy always implies praise of the city-state. This love of the city-state is, in my opinion, not sufficiently emphasized in most accounts of Rousseau's political philosophy. Although the book as a whole is much less rhetorical than most of Rousseau's writing, the first chapter opens with a very forceful piece of rhetoric: man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains. One man thinks himself the master of others, but remains more of a slave than they are. Liberty is the nominal goal of Rousseau's thought, but in fact it is equality that he values, and that he seeks to secure even at the expense of liberty. His conception of the social contract seems, at first, analogous to Locke's, but soon shows itself more akin to that of Hobbes. In the development from the state of nature, there comes a time when individuals can no longer maintain themselves in primitive independence. It then becomes necessary to self-preservation that they should unite to form a society. But how can I pledge my liberty without harming my interests? The problem is to find a form of association which will defend and protect with the whole common force the person and goods of each associate, and in which each, while uniting himself with all, may still obey himself alone, and remain as free as before. This is the fundamental problem of which the social contract provides the solution. The contract consists in the total alienation of each associate, together with all his rights, to the whole community, for, in the first place, as each gives himself absolutely, the conditions are the same for all, and this being so, no one has any interest in making them burdensome to others. The alienation is to be without reserve. If individuals retain certain rights, as there would be no common superior to decide between them and the public, each, being on one point his own judge, would ask to be so on all, the state of nature would thus continue, and the association would necessarily become inoperative or tyrannical. This implies a complete abrogation of liberty and a complete rejection of the doctrine of the rights of man. It is true that, in a later chapter, there is some softening of this theory. It is there said that, although the social contract gives the body politic absolute power over all its members, nevertheless human beings have natural rights as men. The sovereign cannot impose upon its subjects any fetters that are useless to the community, nor can it even wish to do so. But the sovereign is the sole judge of what is useful or useless to the community. It is clear that only a very feeble obstacle is thus opposed to collective tyranny. It should be observed that the sovereign means, in Rousseau, not the monarch or the government, but the community in its collective and legislative capacity. The social contract can be stated in the following words. Each of us puts his person and all his power in common under the supreme direction of the general will, and, in our corporate capacity, we receive each member as an indivisible part of the whole. This act of association creates a moral and collective body, which is called the state when passive, the sovereign when active, and a power in relation to other bodies like itself. The conception of the general will, which appears in the above wording of the contract, plays a very important part in Rousseau's system. I shall have more to say about it shortly. It is argued that the sovereign need give no guarantees to its subjects, for, since it is formed of the individuals who compose it, it can have no interest contrary to theirs. The sovereign, merely by virtue of what it is always what it should be. This doctrine is misleading to the reader who does not note Rousseau's somewhat peculiar use of terms. The sovereign is not the government, which, it is admitted, may be tyrannical. The sovereign is a more or less metaphysical entity, not fully embodied in any of the visible organs of the state. Its impeccability, therefore, even if admitted, has not the practical consequences that it might be supposed to have. The will of the sovereign, which is always right, is the general will. Each citizen, qua citizen, shares in the general will, but he may also, as an individual, have a particular will running counter to the general will. The social contract involves that whoever refuses to obey the general will shall be forced to do so. This means nothing less than that he will be forced to be free. This conception of being forced to be free is very metaphysical. The general will in the time of Galileo was certainly anti-Copernican. Was Galileo forced to be free when the Inquisition compelled him to recant? Is even a malefactor forced to be free when he is put in prison? Think of Byron's Corsair. O'er the glad waters of the deep blue sea. Our thoughts as boundless and our hearts as free. Would this man be more free in a dungeon? The odd thing is that Byron's noble pirates are a direct outcome of Rousseau, and yet, in the above passage, Rousseau forgets his romanticism and speaks like a sophistical policeman. Hegel, who owed much to Rousseau, adopted his misuse of the word freedom, and defined it as the right to obey the police, or something not very different. Rousseau has not that profound respect for private property that characterizes Locke and his disciples. The state, in relation to its members, is master of all their goods. Nor does he believe in division of powers, as preached by Locke and Montesquieu. In this respect, however, as in some others, his later detailed discussions do not wholly agree with his earlier general principles. In Book 3, Chapter I, he says that the part of the sovereign is limited to making laws, and that the executive, or government, is an intermediate body set up between the subjects and the sovereign to secure their mutual correspondence. He goes on to say, if the sovereign desires to govern, or the magistrate to give laws, or if the subjects refuse to obey, disorder takes the place of regularity, and, the state falls into despotism or anarchy. In this sentence, allowing for the difference of vocabulary, he seems to agree with Montesquieu. I come now to the doctrine of the general will, which is both important and obscure. The general will is not identical with the will of the majority, or even with the will of all the citizens. It seems to be conceived as the will belonging to the body politic as such. If we take Hobbes's view, that a civil society is a person, we must suppose it endowed with the attributes of personality, including will. But then we are faced with the difficulty of deciding what are the visible manifestations of this will, and here Rousseau leaves us in the dark. We are told that the general will is always right and always tends to the public advantage, but that it does not follow that the deliberations of the people are equally correct, for there is often a great deal of difference between the will of all and the general will. How, then, are we to know what is the general will? There is, in the same chapter, a sort of answer. If, when the people, being furnished with adequate information, held its deliberations, the citizens had no communication one with another, the grand total of the small differences would always give the general will, and the decision would always be good. The conception in Rousseau's mind seems to be this: every man's political opinion is governed by self-interest, but self-interest consists of two parts, one of which is peculiar to the individual, while the other is common to all the members of the community. If the citizens have no opportunity of striking log-rolling bargains with each other, their individual interests, being divergent, will cancel out, and there will be left a resultant which will represent their common interest. This resultant is the general will. Perhaps Rousseau's conception might be illustrated by terrestrial gravitation. Every particle in the earth attracts every other particle in the universe towards itself. The air above us attracts us upward while the ground beneath us attracts us downward. But all these selfish attractions cancel each other out in so far as they are divergent, and what remains is a resultant attraction towards the center of the earth. This might be fancifully conceived as the act of the earth considered as a community, and as the expression of its general will. To say that the general will is always right is only to say that, since it represents what is in common among the self-interests of the various citizens, it must represent the largest collective satisfaction of self-interest possible to the community. This interpretation of Rousseau's meaning seems to accord with his words better than any other that I have been able to think of. Point 4. In Rousseau's opinion, what interferes in practice with the expression of the general will is the existence of subordinate associations within the state. Each of these will have its own general will, which may conflict with that of the community as a whole. It may then be said that there are no longer as many votes as there are men, but only as many as there are associations. This leads to an important consequence. It is therefore essential, if the general will is to be able to express itself, that there should be no partial society within the state, and that each citizen should think only his own thoughts, which was indeed the sublime and unique system established by the great Lycurgus. In a footnote, Rousseau supports his opinion with the authority of Machiavelli. Consider what such a system would involve in practice. The state would have to prohibit churches, except a state church, political parties, trade unions, and all other organizations of men with similar economic interests. The result is obviously the corporate or totalitarian state, in which the individual citizen is powerless. Rousseau seems to realize that it may be difficult to prohibit all associations, and adds, as an afterthought, that, if there must be subordinate associations, then the more there are the better, in order that they may neutralize each other. When, in a later part of the book, he comes to consider government, he realizes that the executive is inevitably an association having an interest and a general will of its own, which may easily conflict with that of the community. He says that while the government of a large state needs to be stronger than that of a small one, there is also more need of restraining the government by means of the sovereign. A member of the government has three wills: his personal will, the will of the government, and the general will. These three should form a crescendo, but usually in fact form a diminuendo. Again, everything conspires to take away from a man who is set in authority over others the sense of justice and reason. Thus, in spite of the infallibility of the general will, which is always constant, unalterable, and pure, all the old problems of eluding tyranny remain. What Rousseau has to say on these problems is either a surreptitious repetition of Montesquieu, or an insistence on the supremacy of the legislature, which, if democratic, is identical with what he calls the sovereign. The broad general principles with which he starts, and which he presents as if they solved political problems, disappear when he condescends to detailed considerations, towards the solution of which they contribute nothing. The condemnation of the book by contemporary reactionaries leads a modern reader to expect to find in it a much more sweeping revolutionary doctrine than it in fact contains. We may illustrate this by what is said about democracy. When Rousseau uses this word, he means, as we have already seen, the direct democracy of the ancient city-state. This, he points out, can never be completely realized, because the people cannot be always assembled and always occupied with public affairs. Were there a people of gods, their government would be democratic. So perfect a government is not for men. What we call democracy he calls elective aristocracy. This, he says, is the best of all governments, but it is not suitable to all countries. The climate must be neither very hot nor very cold, the produce must not much exceed what is necessary, for, where it does, the evil of luxury is inevitable, and it is better that this evil should be confined to a monarch and his court than diffused throughout the population. In virtue of these limitations, a large field is left for despotic government. Nevertheless, his advocacy of democracy, in spite of its limitations, was no doubt one of the things that made the French government implacably hostile to the book. The other, presumably, was the rejection of the divine right of kings, which is implied in the doctrine of the social contract as the origin of government. The social contract became the Bible of most of the leaders in the French Revolution, but no doubt, as is the fate of Bibles, it was not carefully read and was still less understood by many of its disciples. It reintroduced the habit of metaphysical abstractions among the theorists of democracy, and by its doctrine of the general will it made possible the mystic identification of a leader with his people, which has no need of confirmation by so mundane an apparatus as the ballot box. Much of its philosophy could be appropriated by Hegel V in his defense of the Prussian autocracy. Its first fruits in practice were the reign of Robespierre. The dictatorships of Russia and Germany, especially the latter, are in part an outcome of Rousseau's teaching. What further triumphs the future has to offer to his ghost I do not venture to predict. 20. Kant. A. German idealism in general. Philosophy in the 18th century was dominated by the British empiricists, of whom Locke, Berkeley, and Hume may be taken as the representatives. In these men there was a conflict, of which they themselves appear to have been unaware, between their temper of mind and the tendency of their theoretical doctrines. In their temper of mind they were socially minded citizens, by no means self-assertive, not unduly anxious for power, and in favor of a tolerant world where, within the limits of the criminal law, every man could do as he pleased. They were good-natured, men of the world, urbane and kindly. But while their temper was social, their theoretical philosophy led to subjectivism. This was not a new tendency, it had existed in late antiquity, most emphatically in Saint Augustine. It was revived in modern times by Descartes' cogito, and reached a momentary culmination in Leibniz's windowless monads. Leibniz believed that everything in his experience would be unchanged if the rest of the world were annihilated. Nevertheless he devoted himself to the reunion of the Catholic and Protestant churches. A similar inconsistency appears in Locke, Berkeley, and Hume. In Locke, the inconsistency is still in the theory. We saw in an earlier chapter that Locke says, on the one hand, since the mind, in all its thoughts and reasonings, hath no other immediate object but its own ideas, which it alone does or can contemplate, it is evident that our knowledge is only conversant about them. And, knowledge is the perception of the agreement or disagreement of two ideas. Nevertheless, he maintains that we have three kinds of knowledge of real existence: intuitive, of our own; demonstrative, of God's; and sensitive, of things present to sense. Simple ideas, he maintains, are the product of things operating on the mind in a natural way. How he knows this, he does not explain. It certainly goes beyond the agreement or disagreement of two ideas. Berkeley took an important step towards ending this inconsistency. For him, there are only minds and their ideas, the physical external world is abolished. But he still failed to grasp all the consequences of the epistemological principles that he took over from Locke. If he had been completely consistent, he would have denied knowledge of God and of all minds except his own. From such denial he was held back by his feelings as a clergyman and as a social being. Hume shrank from nothing in pursuit of theoretical consistency, but felt no impulse to make his practice conform to his theory. Hume denied the self, and threw doubt on induction and causation. He accepted Berkeley's abolition of matter, but not the substitute that Berkeley offered in the form of God's ideas. It is true that, like Locke, he admitted no simple idea without an antecedent impression, and no doubt he imagined an impression as a state of mind directly caused by something external to the mind. But he could not admit this as a definition of impression, since he questioned the notion of cause. I doubt whether either he or his disciples were ever clearly aware of this problem as to impressions. Obviously, on his view, an impression would have to be defined by some intrinsic character distinguishing it from an idea, since it could not be defined causally. He could not therefore argue that impressions give knowledge of things external to ourselves, as had been done by Locke, and, in a modified form, by Berkeley. He should, therefore, have believed himself shut up in a solipsistic world, and ignorant of everything except his own mental states and their relations. Hume, by his consistency, showed that empiricism, carried to its logical conclusion, led to results which few human beings could bring themselves to accept, and abolished, over the whole field of science, the distinction between rational belief and credulity. Locke had foreseen this danger. He puts into the mouth of a supposed critic the argument, if knowledge consists in agreement of ideas, the enthusiast and the sober man are on a level. Locke, living at a time when men had grown tired of enthusiasm, found no difficulty in persuading men of the validity of his reply to this criticism. Rousseau, coming at a moment when people were, in turn, getting tired of reason, revived enthusiasm, and, accepting the bankruptcy of reason, allowed the heart to decide questions which the head left doubtful. From 1750 to 1794, the heart spoke louder and louder. At last Thermidor put an end, for a time, to its ferocious pronouncements, so far at least as France was concerned. Under Napoleon, heart and head were alike silenced. In Germany, the reaction against Hume's agnosticism took a form far more profound and subtle than that which Rousseau had given to it. Kant, Fichte, and Hegel developed a new kind of philosophy, intended to safeguard both knowledge and virtue from the subversive doctrines of the late 18th century. In Kant, and still more in Fichte, the subjectivist tendency that begins with Descartes was carried to new extremes. In this respect there was at first no reaction against Hume. As regards subjectivism, the reaction began with Hegel, who sought, through his logic, to establish a new way of escape from the individual into the world. The whole of German idealism has affinities with the Romantic movement. These are obvious in Fichte, and still more so in Schelling. They are least so in Hegel. Kant, the founder of German idealism, is not himself politically important, though he wrote some interesting essays on political subjects. Fichte and Hegel, on the other hand, both set forth political doctrines which had, and still have, a profound influence upon the course of history. Neither can be understood without a previous study of Kant, whom we shall consider in this chapter. There are certain common characteristics of the German idealists, which can be mentioned before embarking upon detail. The critique of knowledge, as a means of reaching philosophical conclusions, is emphasized by Kant and accepted by his followers. There is an emphasis upon mind as opposed to matter, which leads in the end to the assertion that only mind exists. There is a vehement rejection of utilitarian ethics in favor of systems which are held to be demonstrated by abstract philosophical arguments. There is a scholastic tone which is absent in the earlier French and English philosophers. Kant, Fichte, and Hegel were university professors, addressing learned audiences, not gentlemen of leisure addressing amateurs. Although their effects were in part revolutionary, they themselves were not intentionally subversive. Fichte and Hegel were very definitely concerned in the defense of the state. The lives of all of them were exemplary and academic, their views on moral questions were strictly orthodox. They made innovations in theology, but they did so in the interests of religion. With these preliminary remarks, let us turn to the study of Kant. b. Outline of Kant's philosophy. Immanuel Kant, 1724–1804, is generally considered the greatest of modern philosophers. I cannot myself agree with this estimate, but it would be foolish not to recognize his great importance. Throughout his whole life, Kant lived in or near Königsberg, in East Prussia. His outer life was academic and wholly uneventful, although he lived through the 7 Years' War, during part of which the Russians occupied East Prussia, the French Revolution, and the early part of Napoleon's career. He was educated in the Wolffian version of Leibniz's philosophy, but was led to abandon it by two influences, Rousseau and Hume. Hume, by his criticism of the concept of causality, awakened him from his dogmatic slumbers, so at least he says, but the awakening was only temporary, and he soon invented a soporific which enabled him to sleep again. Hume, for Kant, was an adversary to be refuted, but the influence of Rousseau was more profound. Kant was a man of such regular habits that people used to set their watches by him as he passed their doors on his constitutional, but on one occasion his timetable was disrupted for several days. This was when he was reading Émile. He said that he had to read Rousseau's book several times, because, at a first reading, the beauty of the style prevented him from noticing the matter. Although he had been brought up as a pietist, he was a liberal both in politics and in theology. He sympathized with the French Revolution until the Reign of Terror, and was a believer in democracy. His philosophy, as we shall see, allowed an appeal to the heart against the cold dictates of theoretical reason, which might, with a little exaggeration, be regarded as a pedantic version of the Savoyard vicar. His principle that every man is to be regarded as an end in himself is a form of the doctrine of the rights of man, and his love of freedom is shown in his saying, about children as well as adults, that there can be nothing more dreadful than that the actions of a man should be subject to the will of another. Kant's early works are more concerned with science than with philosophy. After the earthquake of Lisbon he wrote on the theory of earthquakes, he wrote a treatise on wind, and a short essay on the question whether the west wind in Europe is moist because it has crossed the Atlantic Ocean. Physical geography was a subject in which he took great interest. The most important of his scientific writings is his General Natural History and Theory of the Heavens, 1755, which anticipates Laplace's nebular hypothesis, and sets forth a possible origin of the solar system. Parts of this work have a remarkable Miltonic sublimity. It has the merit of inventing what proved a fruitful hypothesis, but it does not, as Laplace did, advance serious arguments in its favor. In parts it is purely fanciful, for instance in the doctrine that all planets are inhabited, and that the most distant planets have the best inhabitants, a view to be praised for its terrestrial modesty, but not supported by any scientific grounds. At a time when he was more troubled by the arguments of skeptics than he was earlier or later, he wrote a curious work called Dreams of a Ghost Seer, illustrated by the Dreams of Metaphysics, 1766. The Ghost Seer is Swedenborg, whose mystical system had been presented to the world in an enormous work of which 4 copies were sold, 3 to unknown purchasers and 1 to Kant. Kant, half serious and half in jest, suggests that Swedenborg's system, which he calls fantastic, is perhaps no more so than orthodox metaphysics. He is not, however, wholly contemptuous of Swedenborg. His mystical side, which existed though it did not much appear in his writings, admired Swedenborg, whom he calls very sublime. Like everybody else at that time, he wrote a treatise on the sublime and the beautiful. Night is sublime, day is beautiful, the sea is sublime, the land is beautiful, man is sublime, woman is beautiful, and so on. The Encyclopaedia Britannica remarks that as he never married, he kept the habits of his studious youth to old age. I wonder whether the author of this article was a bachelor or a married man. Kant's most important book is The Critique of Pure Reason, first edition, 1781, second edition, 1787. The purpose of this work is to prove that, although none of our knowledge can transcend experience, it is, nevertheless, in part a priori and not inferred inductively from experience. The part of our knowledge which is a priori embraces, according to him, not only logic, but much that cannot be included in logic or deduced from it. He separates two distinctions which, in Leibniz, are confounded. On the one hand there is the distinction between analytic and synthetic propositions, on the other hand, the distinction between a priori and empirical propositions. Something must be said about each of these distinctions. An analytic proposition is one in which the predicate is part of the subject, for instance, a tall man is a man, or an equilateral triangle is a triangle. Such propositions follow from the law of contradiction. To maintain that a tall man is not a man would be self-contradictory. A synthetic proposition is one that is not analytic. All the propositions that we know only through experience are synthetic. We cannot, by a mere analysis of concepts, discover such truths as Tuesday was a wet day or Napoleon was a great general. But Kant, unlike Leibniz and all other previous philosophers, will not admit the converse, that all synthetic propositions are only known through experience. This brings us to the second of the above distinctions. An empirical proposition is one which we cannot know except by the help of sense perception, either our own or that of someone else whose testimony we accept. The facts of history and geography are of this sort, so are the laws of science, whenever our knowledge of their truth depends on observational data. An a priori proposition, on the other hand, is one which, though it may be elicited by experience, is seen, when known, to have a basis other than experience. A child learning arithmetic may be helped by experiencing 2 marbles and 2 other marbles, and observing that altogether he is experiencing 4 marbles. But when he has grasped the general proposition 2 and 2 are 4, he no longer requires confirmation by instances. The proposition has a certainty which induction can never give to a general law. All the propositions of pure mathematics are in this sense a priori. Hume had proved that the law of causality is not analytic, and had inferred that we could not be certain of its truth. Kant accepted the view that it is synthetic, but nevertheless maintained that it is known a priori. He maintained that arithmetic and geometry are synthetic, but are likewise a priori. He was thus led to formulate his problem in these terms. How are synthetic judgments a priori possible? The answer to this question, with its consequences, constitutes the main theme of the Critique of Pure Reason. Kant's solution of the problem was one in which he felt great confidence. He had spent 12 years in looking for it, but took only a few months to write his whole long book after his theory had taken shape. In the preface to the first edition he says, "I venture to assert that there is not a single metaphysical problem which has not been solved, or for the solution of which the key at least has not been supplied." In the preface to the second edition he compares himself to Copernicus, and says that he has effected a Copernican revolution in philosophy. According to Kant, the outer world causes only the matter of sensation, but our own mental apparatus orders this matter in space and time, and supplies the concepts by means of which we understand experience. Things in themselves, which are the causes of our sensations, are unknowable, they are not in space or time, they are not substances, nor can they be described by any of those other general concepts which Kant calls categories. Space and time are subjective, they are part of our apparatus of perception. But just because of this, we can be sure that whatever we experience will exhibit the characteristics dealt with by geometry and the science of time. If you always wore blue spectacles, you could be sure of seeing everything blue. This is not Kant's illustration. Similarly, since you always wear spatial spectacles in your mind, you are sure of always seeing everything in space. Thus geometry is a priori in the sense that it must be true of everything experienced, but we have no reason to suppose that anything analogous is true of things in themselves, which we do not experience. Space and time, Kant says, are not concepts, they are forms of intuition. The German word is Anschauung, which means literally looking at or view. The word intuition, though the accepted translation, is not altogether a satisfactory one. There are also, however, a priori concepts. These are the 12 categories, which Kant derives from the forms of the syllogism. The 12 categories are divided into 4 sets of 3, 1, of quantity, unity, plurality, totality, 2, of quality, reality, negation, limitation, 3, of relation, substance and accident, cause and effect, reciprocity, 4, of modality, possibility, existence, necessity. These are subjective in the same sense in which space and time are, that is to say, our mental constitution is such that they are applicable to whatever we experience, but there is no reason to suppose them applicable to things in themselves. As regards cause, however, there is an inconsistency, for things in themselves are regarded by Kant as causes of sensations, and free volitions are held by him to be causes of occurrences in space and time. This inconsistency is not an accidental oversight, it is an essential part of his system. A large part of the critique of pure reason is occupied in showing the fallacies that arise from applying space and time or the categories to things that are not experienced. When this is done, so Kant maintains, we find ourselves troubled by antinomies, that is to say, by mutually contradictory propositions, each of which can apparently be proved. Kant gives 4 such antinomies, each consisting of thesis and antithesis. In the first, the thesis says, the world has a beginning in time, and is also limited as regards space. The antithesis says, the world has no beginning in time, and no limits in space, it is infinite as regards both time and space. The second antinomy proves that every composite substance both is, and is not, made up of simple parts. The thesis of the third antinomy maintains that there are 2 kinds of causality, one according to the laws of nature, the other that of freedom. The antithesis maintains that there is only causality according to the laws of nature. The fourth antinomy proves that there is, and is not, an absolutely necessary being. This part of the critique greatly influenced Hegel, whose dialectic proceeds wholly by way of antinomies. In a famous section, Kant sets to work to demolish all the purely intellectual proofs of the existence of God. He makes it clear that he has other reasons for believing in God, these he was to set forth later in the critique of practical reason. But for the time being his purpose is purely negative. There are, he says, only 3 proofs of God's existence by pure reason. These are the ontological proof, the cosmological proof, and the physico-theological proof. The ontological proof, as he sets it forth, defines God as the ens realissimum, the most real being, i.e. the subject of all predicates that belong to being absolutely. It is contended, by those who believe the proof valid, that, since existence is such a predicate, this subject must have the predicate existence, i.e. must exist. Kant objects that existence is not a predicate. 100 thalers that I merely imagine may, he says, have all the same predicates as 100 real thalers. The cosmological proof says, if anything exists, then an absolutely necessary being must exist. Now I know that I exist, therefore an absolutely necessary being exists, and this must be the ens realissimum. Kant maintains that the last step in this argument is the ontological argument over again, and that it is therefore refuted by what has been already said. The physico-theological proof is the familiar argument from design, but in a metaphysical dress. It maintains that the universe exhibits an order which is evidence of purpose. This argument is treated by Kant with respect, but he points out that, at best, It proves only an architect, not a creator, and therefore cannot give an adequate conception of God. He concludes that the only theology of reason which is possible is that which is based upon moral laws or seeks guidance from them. God, freedom, and immortality, he says, are the three ideas of reason. But although pure reason leads us to form these ideas, it cannot itself prove their reality. The importance of these ideas is practical, i.e. connected with morals. The purely intellectual use of reason leads to fallacies, its only right use is directed to moral ends. The practical use of reason is developed briefly near the end of the Critique of Pure Reason, and more fully in the Critique of Practical Reason, 1786. The argument is that the moral law demands justice, i.e. happiness proportional to virtue. Only providence can ensure this, and has evidently not ensured it in this life. Therefore there is a God and a future life, and there must be freedom, since otherwise there would be no such thing as virtue. Kant's ethical system, as set forth in his Metaphysic of Morals, 1785, has considerable historical importance. This book contains the categorical imperative, which, at least as a phrase, is familiar outside the circle of professional philosophers. As might be expected, Kant will have nothing to do with utilitarianism, or with any doctrine which gives to morality a purpose outside itself. He wants, he says, a completely isolated metaphysic of morals, which is not mixed with any theology or physics or hyperphysics. All moral concepts, he continues, have their seat and origin wholly a priori in the reason. Moral worth exists only when a man acts from a sense of duty. It is not enough that the act should be such as duty might have prescribed. The tradesman who is honest from self-interest, or the man who is kind from benevolent impulse, is not virtuous. The essence of morality is to be derived from the concept of law, for, though everything in nature acts according to laws, only a rational being has the power of acting according to the idea of law, i.e. by will. The idea of an objective principle in so far as it is compelling to the will, is called a command of the reason, and the formula of the command is called an imperative. There are two sorts of imperative: the hypothetical imperative which says you must do so and so if you wish to achieve such and such an end, and the categorical imperative, which says that a certain kind of action is objectively necessary, without regard to any end. The categorical imperative is synthetic and a priori. Its character is deduced by Kant from the concept of law. If I think of a categorical imperative, I know at once what it contains. For as the imperative contains, besides the law, only the necessity of the maxim to be in accordance with this law, but the law contains no condition by which it is limited, nothing remains over but the generality of a law in general, to which the maxim of the action is to be conformable, and which conforming alone presents the imperative as necessary. Therefore the categorical imperative is a single one, and in fact this, act only according to a maxim by which you can at the same time will that it shall become a general law. Or, act as if the maxim of your action were to become through your will a general natural law. Kant gives as an illustration of the working of the categorical imperative that it is wrong to borrow money, because if we all tried to do so there would be no money left to borrow. One can in like manner show that theft and murder are condemned by the categorical imperative. But there are some acts which Kant would certainly think wrong but which cannot be shown to be wrong by his principles, for instance suicide. It would be quite possible for a melancholic to wish that everybody should commit suicide. His maxim seems, in fact, to give a necessary but not a sufficient criterion of virtue. To get a sufficient criterion, we should have to abandon Kant's purely formal point of view, and take some account of the effects of actions. Kant, however, states emphatically that virtue does not depend upon the intended result of an action, but only on the principle of which it is itself a result, and if this is conceded, nothing more concrete than his maxim is possible. Kant maintains, although his principle does not seem to entail this consequence, that we ought so to act as to treat every man as an end in himself. This may be regarded as an abstract form of the doctrine of the rights of man, and it is open to the same objections. If taken seriously, it would make it impossible to reach a decision whenever two people's interests conflict. The difficulties are particularly obvious in political philosophy, which requires some principle, such as preference for the majority, by which the interests of some can, when necessary, be sacrificed to those of others. If there is to be any ethic of government, the end of government must be one, and the only single end compatible with justice is the good of the community. It is possible, however, to interpret Kant's principle as meaning, not that each man is an absolute end, but that all men should count equally in determining actions by which many are affected. So interpreted, the principle may be regarded as giving an ethical basis for democracy. In this interpretation, it is not open to the above objection. Kant's vigor and freshness of mind in old age are shown by his treatise on perpetual peace, 1795. In this work he advocates a federation of free states, bound together by a covenant forbidding war. Reason, he says, utterly condemns war, which only an international government can prevent. The civil constitution of the component states should, he says, be republican, but he defines this word as meaning that the executive and the legislative are separated. He does not mean that there should be no king. In fact, he says that it is easiest to get a perfect government under a monarchy. Writing under the impact of the Reign of Terror, he is suspicious of democracy. He says that it is of necessity despotism, since it establishes an executive power. The whole people, so-called, who carry their measures are really not all, but only a majority, so that here the universal will is in contradiction with itself and with the principle of freedom. The phrasing shows the influence of Rousseau, but the important idea of a world federation as the way to secure peace is not derived from Rousseau. Since 1933, this treatise has caused Kant to fall into disfavor in his own country. See Kant's theory of space and time. The most important part of the critique of pure reason is the doctrine of space and time. In this section I propose to make a critical examination of this doctrine. To explain Kant's theory of space and time clearly is not easy, because the theory itself is not clear. It is set forth both in the Critique of Pure Reason and in the Prolegomena. The latter exposition is the easier, but is less full than that in the Critique. I will try first to expound the theory, making it as plausible as I can. Only after exposition will I attempt criticism. Kant holds that the immediate objects of perception are due partly to external things and partly to our own perceptive apparatus. Locke had accustomed the world to the idea that the secondary qualities colors, sounds, smells, etc. are subjective, and do not belong to the object as it is in itself. Kant, like Berkeley and Hume, though in not quite the same way, goes further, and makes the primary qualities also subjective. Kant does not at most times question that our sensations have causes, which he calls things in themselves or noumena. What appears to us in perception, which he calls a phenomenon, consists of two parts, that due to the object, which he calls the sensation, and that due to our subjective apparatus, which, he says, causes the manifold to be ordered in certain relations. This latter part he calls the form of the phenomenon. This part is not itself sensation, and therefore not dependent upon the accident of environment. It is always the same, since we carry it about with us, and it is a priori in the sense that it is not dependent upon experience. A pure form of sensibility is called a pure intuition, Anschauung. There are two such forms, namely space and time, one for the outer sense, one for the inner. To prove that space and time are a priori forms, Kant has two classes of arguments, one metaphysical, the other epistemological, or, as he calls it, transcendental. The former class of arguments are taken directly from the nature of space and time, the latter indirectly from the possibility of pure mathematics. The arguments about space are given more fully than those about time, because it is thought that the latter are essentially the same as the former. As regards space, the metaphysical arguments are four in number. 1. Space is not an empirical concept, abstracted from outer experiences, for space is presupposed in referring sensations to something external, and external experience is only possible through the presentation of space. 2. Space is a necessary presentation a priori, which underlies all external perceptions, for we cannot imagine that there should be no space, although we can imagine that there should be nothing in space. 3. Space is not a discursive or general concept of the relations of things in general, for there is only one space, of which what we call spaces are parts, not instances. 4. Space is presented as an infinite given magnitude, which holds within itself all the parts of space. This relation is different from that of a concept to its instances, and therefore space is not a concept but an Anschauung. The transcendental argument concerning space is derived from geometry. Kant holds that Euclidean geometry is known a priori, although it is synthetic, i.e. not deducible from logic alone. Geometrical proofs, he considers, depend upon the figures. We can see, for instance, that, given two intersecting straight lines at right angles to each other, only one straight line at right angles to both can be drawn through their point of intersection. This knowledge, he thinks, is not derived from experience. But the only way in which my intuition can anticipate what will be found in the object is if it contains only the form of my sensibility, antedating in my subjectivity all the actual impressions. The objects of sense must obey geometry, because geometry is concerned with our ways of perceiving, and therefore we cannot perceive otherwise. This explains why geometry, though synthetic, is a priori and apodeictic. The arguments with regard to time are essentially the same, except that arithmetic replaces geometry with the contention that counting takes time. Let us now examine these arguments one by one. The first of the metaphysical arguments concerning space says, space is not an empirical concept abstracted from external experiences. For in order that certain sensations may be referred to something outside me, i.e. to something in a different position in space from that in which I find myself, and further in order that I may be able to perceive them as outside and beside each other, and thus as not merely different, but in different places, the presentation of space must already give the foundation zum Grunde liegen. Therefore external experience is only possible through the presentation of space. The phrase outside me, i.e. in a different place from that in which I find myself, is a difficult one. As a thing in itself, I am not anywhere, and nothing is spatially outside me, it is only my body as a phenomenon that can be meant. Thus all that is really involved is what comes in the second part of the sentence, namely that I perceive different objects as in different places. The image which arises in one's mind is that of a cloakroom attendant who hangs different coats on different pegs. The pegs must already exist, but the attendant's subjectivity arranges the coats. There is here, as throughout Kant's theory of the subjectivity of space and time, a difficulty which he seems to have never felt. What induces me to arrange objects of perception as I do rather than otherwise? Why, for instance, do I always see people's eyes above their mouths and not below them? According to Kant, the eyes and the mouth exist as things in themselves, and cause my separate percepts, but nothing in them corresponds to the spatial arrangement that exists in my perception. Contrast with this the physical theory of colors. We do not suppose that in matter there are colors in the sense in which our percepts have colors, but we do think that different colors correspond to different wavelengths. Since waves, however, involve space and time, there cannot, for Kant, be waves in the causes of our percepts. If, on the other hand, the space and time of our percepts have counterparts in the world of matter, as physics assumes, then geometry is applicable to these counterparts, and Kant's arguments fail. Kant holds that the mind orders the raw material of sensation, but never thinks it necessary to say why it orders it as it does and not otherwise. In regard to time, this difficulty is even greater, because of the intrusion of causality. I perceive the lightning before I perceive the thunder. A thing in itself A caused my perception of lightning, and another thing in itself B caused my perception of thunder, but A was not earlier than B, since time exists only in the relations of percepts. Why, then, do the two timeless things A and B produce effects at different times? This must be wholly arbitrary if Kant is right, and there must be no relation between A and B corresponding to the fact that the percept caused by A is earlier than that caused by B. The second metaphysical argument maintains that it is possible to imagine nothing in space, but impossible to imagine no space. It seems to me that no serious argument can be based upon what we can or cannot imagine, but I should emphatically deny that we can imagine space with nothing in it. You can imagine looking at the sky on a dark cloudy night, but then you yourself are in space, and you imagine the clouds that you cannot see. Kant's space, as Wenger pointed out, is absolute, like Newton's, and not merely a system of relations. But I do not see how absolute empty space can be imagined. The third metaphysical argument says, space is not a discursive, or, as is said, general concept of the relations of things in general, but a pure intuition. For, in the first place, we can only imagine sich Vorstellen one single space, and if we speak of spaces we mean only parts of one and the same unique space. And these parts cannot precede the whole as its parts, but can only be thought as in it. Its space is essentially unique, the manifold in it rests solely on limitations. From this it is concluded that space is an a priori intuition. The gist of this argument is the denial of plurality in space itself. What we call spaces are neither instances of a general concept as space, nor parts of an aggregate. I do not know quite what, according to Kant, their logical status is, but in any case they are logically subsequent to space. To those who take, as practically all moderns do, a relational view of space, this argument becomes incapable of being stated, since neither space nor spaces can survive as a substantive. The fourth metaphysical argument is chiefly concerned to prove that space is an intuition, not a concept. Its premise is space is imagined or presented, vorgestellt as an infinite given magnitude. This is the view of a person living in a flat country, like that of Königsberg. I do not see how an inhabitant of an alpine valley could adopt it. It is difficult to see how anything infinite can be given. I should have thought it obvious that the part of space that is given is that which is peopled by objects of perception, and that for other parts we have only a feeling of possibility of motion. And if so vulgar an argument may be intruded, modern astronomers maintain that space is in fact not infinite, but goes round and round, like the surface of the globe. The transcendental, or epistemological, argument, which is best stated in the Prolegomena, is more definite than the metaphysical arguments, and is also more definitely refutable. Geometry, as we now know, is a name covering two different studies. On the one hand, there is pure geometry, which deduces consequences from axioms, without inquiring whether the axioms are true. This contains nothing that does not follow from logic, and is not synthetic, and has no need of figures such as are used in geometrical textbooks. On the other hand, there is geometry as a branch of physics, as it appears, for example, in the general theory of relativity. This is an empirical science, in which the axioms are inferred from measurements, and are found to differ from Euclid's. Thus of the two kinds of geometry one is a priori but not synthetic, while the other is synthetic but not a priori. This disposes of the transcendental argument. Let us now try to consider the questions raised by Kant as regards space in a more general way. If we adopt the view, which is taken for granted in physics, that our percepts have external causes which are, in some sense, material, we are led to the conclusion that all the actual qualities in percepts are different from those in their unperceived causes, but that there is a certain structural similarity between the system of percepts and the system of their causes. There is, for example, a correlation between colors, as perceived, and wavelengths, as inferred by physicists. Similarly, there must be a correlation between space as an ingredient in percepts and space as an ingredient in the system of unperceived causes of percepts. All this rests upon the maxim same cause, same effect, with its obverse, different effects, different causes. Thus, e.g. when a visual percept A appears to the left of a visual percept B, we shall suppose that there is some corresponding relation between the cause of A and the cause of B. We have, On this view, two spaces, one subjective and one objective, one known in experience and the other merely inferred. But there is no difference in this respect between space and other aspects of perception, such as colors and sounds. All alike, in their subjective forms, are known empirically, all alike, in their objective forms, are inferred by means of a maxim as to causation. There is no reason whatever for regarding our knowledge of space as in any way different from our knowledge of color and sound and smell. With regard to time, the matter is different, since, if we adhere to the belief in unperceived causes of percepts, the objective time must be identical with the subjective time. If not, we get into the difficulties already considered in connection with lightning and thunder. Or take such a case as the following: you hear a man speak, you answer him, and he hears you. His speaking, and his hearing of your reply, are both, so far as you are concerned, in the unperceived world, and in that world the former precedes the latter. Moreover, his speaking precedes your hearing in the objective world of physics, your hearing precedes your reply in the subjective world of percepts, and your reply precedes his hearing in the objective world of physics. It is clear that the relation precedes must be the same in all these propositions. While, therefore, there is an important sense in which perceptual space is subjective, there is no sense in which perceptual time is subjective. The above arguments assume, as Kant does, that percepts are caused by things in themselves, or, as we should say, by events in the world of physics. This assumption, however, is by no means logically necessary. If it is abandoned, percepts cease to be in any important sense subjective, since there is nothing with which to contrast them. The thing in itself was an awkward element in Kant's philosophy, and was abandoned by his immediate successors, who accordingly fell into something very like solipsism. Kant's inconsistencies were such as to make it inevitable that philosophers who were influenced by him should develop rapidly either in the empirical or in the absolutist direction. It was, in fact, in the latter direction that German philosophy moved until after the death of Hegel. Kant's immediate successor, Fichte, 1762–1814, abandoned things in themselves, and carried subjectivism to a point which seems almost to involve a kind of insanity. He holds that the ego is the only ultimate reality, and that it exists because it posits itself. The non-ego, which has a subordinate reality, also exists only because the ego posits it. Fichte is not important as a pure philosopher, but as the theoretical founder of German nationalism, by his addresses to the German nation, 1807–8, which were intended to rouse the Germans to resistance to Napoleon after the Battle of Jena. The ego as a metaphysical concept easily became confused with the empirical Fichte. Since the ego was German, it followed that the Germans were superior to all other nations. To have character and to be a German, says Fichte, undoubtedly mean the same thing. On this basis he worked out a whole philosophy of nationalistic totalitarianism, which had great influence in Germany. His immediate successor Schelling, 1775–1854, was more amiable but not less subjective. He was closely associated with the German Romantics. Philosophically, though famous in his day, he is not important. The important development from Kant's philosophy was that of Hegel. 21. Currents of thought in the 19th century. The intellectual life of the 19th century was more complex than that of any previous age. This was due to several causes. First, the area concerned was larger than ever before. America and Russia made important contributions, and Europe became more aware than formerly of Indian philosophies, both ancient and modern. Second, science, which had been a chief source of novelty since the 17th century, made new conquests, especially in geology, biology, and organic chemistry. Third, machine production profoundly altered the social structure, and gave men a new conception of their powers in relation to the physical environment. Fourth, a profound revolt, both philosophical and political, against traditional systems in thought, in politics, and in economics, gave rise to attacks upon many beliefs and institutions that had hitherto been regarded as unassailable. This revolt had two very different forms, one romantic, the other rationalistic. I am using these words in a liberal sense. The romantic revolt passes from Byron, Schopenhauer, and Nietzsche to Mussolini and Hitler. The rationalistic revolt begins with the French philosophers of the Revolution, passes on, somewhat softened, to the philosophical radicals in England, then acquires a deeper form in Marx and issues in Soviet Russia. The intellectual predominance of Germany is a new factor, beginning with Kant. Leibniz, though a German, wrote almost always in Latin or French, and was very little influenced by Germany in his philosophy. German idealism after Kant, as well as later German philosophy, was, on the contrary, profoundly influenced by German history. Much of what seems strange in German philosophical speculation reflects the state of mind of a vigorous nation deprived, by historical accidents, of its natural share of power. Germany had owed its international position to the Holy Roman Empire, but the emperor had gradually lost control of his nominal subjects. The last powerful emperor was Charles V, and he owed his power to his possessions in Spain and the Low Countries. The Reformation and the 30 Years' War destroyed what had been left of German unity, leaving a number of petty principalities which were at the mercy of France. In the 18th century only one German state, Prussia, had successfully resisted the French. That is why Frederick was called the Great. But Prussia itself had failed to stand against Napoleon, being utterly defeated in the Battle of Jena. The resurrection of Prussia under Bismarck appeared as a revival of the heroic past of Alaric, Charlemagne, and Barbarossa. To Germans, Charlemagne is a German, not a Frenchman. Bismarck showed his sense of history when he said, "We will not go to Canossa." Prussia, however, though politically predominant, was culturally less advanced than much of Western Germany. This explains why many eminent Germans, including Goethe, did not regret Napoleon's success at Jena. Germany, at the beginning of the 19th century, presented an extraordinary cultural and economic diversity. In East Prussia serfdom still survived, the rural aristocracy were largely immersed in bucolic ignorance, and the laborers were completely without even the rudiments of education. Western Germany, on the other hand, had been in part subject to Rome in antiquity. It had been under French influence since the 17th century, it had been occupied by French revolutionary armies, and had acquired institutions as liberal as those of France. Some of the princes were intelligent, patrons of the arts and sciences, imitating Renaissance princes in their courts. The most notable example was Weimar, where the Grand Duke was Goethe's patron. The princes were, naturally, for the most part opposed to German unity, since it would destroy their independence. They were therefore anti-patriotic, and so were many of the eminent men who depended on them, to whom Napoleon appeared the missionary of a higher culture than that of Germany. Gradually, during the 19th century, the culture of Protestant Germany became increasingly Prussian. Frederick the Great, as a freethinker and an admirer of French philosophy, had struggled to make Berlin a cultural center. The Berlin Academy had as its perpetual president an eminent Frenchman, Maupertuis, who, however, unfortunately became the victim of Voltaire's deadly ridicule. Frederick's endeavors, like those of the other enlightened despots of the time, did not include economic or political reform. All that was really achieved was a claque of hired intellectuals. After his death, it was again in Western Germany that most of the men of culture were to be found. German philosophy was more connected with Prussia than were German literature and art. Kant was a subject of Frederick the Great. Fichte and Hegel were professors at Berlin. Kant was little influenced by Prussia. Indeed, he got into trouble with the Prussian government for his liberal theology. But both Fichte and Hegel were philosophic mouthpieces of Prussia, and did much to prepare the way for the later identification of German patriotism with admiration for Prussia. Their work in this respect was carried on by the great German historians, particularly by Mommsen and Trotsch. Bismarck finally persuaded the German nation to accept unification under Prussia, and thus gave the victory to the less internationally minded elements in German culture. Throughout the whole period after the death of Hegel, most academic philosophy remained traditional, and therefore not very important. British empiricist philosophy was dominant in England until near the end of the century, and in France until a somewhat earlier time. Then, gradually, Kant and Hegel conquered the universities of France and England, so far as their teachers of technical philosophy were concerned. The general educated public, however, was very little affected by this movement, which had few adherents among men of science. The writers who carried on the academic tradition, John Stuart Mill on the empiricist side, Lotze, Sigwart, Bradley, and Bosanquet on the side of German idealism, were none of them quite in the front rank among philosophers, that is to say, they were not the equals of the men whose systems they, on the whole, adopted. Academic philosophy has often before been out of touch with the most vigorous thought of the age, for instance, in the 16th and 17th centuries, when it was still mainly scholastic. Whenever this happens, the historian of philosophy is less concerned with the professors than with the unprofessional heretics. Most of the philosophers of the French Revolution combined science with beliefs associated with Rousseau. Helvetius and Condorcet may be regarded as typical in their combination of rationalism and enthusiasm. Helvetius, 1715–71, had the honor of having his book De l'Esprit, 1758, condemned by the Sorbonne and burnt by the hangman. Bentham read him in 1769 and immediately determined to devote his life to the principles of legislation, saying, "What Bacon was to the physical world, Helvetius was to the moral. The moral world has therefore had its Bacon, but its Newton is still to come." James Mill took Helvetius as his guide in the education of his son John Stuart. Following Locke's doctrine that the mind is a tabula rasa, Helvetius considered the differences between individuals entirely due to differences of education. In every individual, his talents and his virtues are the effect of his instruction. Genius, he maintains, is often due to chance. If Shakespeare had not been caught poaching, he would have been a wool merchant. His interest in legislation comes from the doctrine that the principal instructors of adolescence are the forms of government and the consequent manners and customs. Men are born ignorant, not stupid, they are made stupid by education. In ethics, Helvetius was a utilitarian, he considered pleasure to be the good. In religion, he was a deist, and vehemently anti-clerical. In theory of knowledge, he adopted a simplified version of Locke. Enlightened by Locke, we know that it is to the sense organs we owe our ideas, and consequently our mind. Physical sensibility, he says, is the sole cause of our actions, our thoughts, our passions, and our sociability. He strongly disagrees with Rousseau as to the value of knowledge, which he rates very highly. His doctrine is optimistic, since only a perfect education is needed to make men perfect. There is a suggestion that it would be easy to find a perfect education if the priests were got out of the way. Condorcet, 1743–94, has opinions similar to those of Helvetius, but more influenced by Rousseau. The rights of man, he says, are all deduced from this one truth, that he is a sensitive being, capable of making reasonings and acquiring moral ideas, from which it follows that men can no longer be divided into rulers and subjects, liars and dupes. These principles, for which the generous Sidney gave his life and to which Locke attached the authority of his name, were afterwards developed more precisely by Rousseau. Locke, he says, first showed the limits of human knowledge. His method soon became that of all philosophers, and it is by applying it to morals, politics, and economics, that they have succeeded in pursuing in these sciences a road almost as sure as that of the natural sciences. Condorcet much admires the American Revolution. Simple common sense taught the inhabitants of the British colonies that Englishmen born on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean had precisely the same rights as those born on the meridian of Greenwich. The United States Constitution, he says, is based on natural rights, and the American Revolution made the rights of man known to all Europe, from the Neva to the Guadalquivir. The principles of the French Revolution, however, are purer, more precise, deeper than those that guided the Americans. These words were written while he was in hiding from Robespierre. Shortly afterwards, he was caught and imprisoned. He died in prison, but the manner of his death is uncertain. He was a believer in the equality of women. He was also the inventor of Malthus's theory of population, which, however, had not for him the gloomy consequences that it had for Malthus, because he coupled it with the necessity of birth control. Malthus's father was a disciple of Condorcet, and it was in this way that Malthus came to know of the theory. Condorcet is even more enthusiastic and optimistic than Helvetius. He believes that, through the spread of the principles of the French Revolution, all the major social ills will soon disappear. Perhaps he was fortunate in not living beyond 1794. The doctrines of the French revolutionary philosophers, made less enthusiastic and much more precise, were brought to England by the philosophical radicals, of whom Bentham was the recognized chief. Bentham was, at first, almost exclusively interested in law. Gradually, as he grew older, his interests widened and his opinions became more subversive. After 1808, he was a Republican, a believer in the equality of women, an enemy of imperialism, and an uncompromising Democrat. Some of these opinions he owed to James Mill. Both believed in the omnipotence of education. Bentham's adoption of the principle of the greatest happiness of the greatest number was no doubt due to democratic feeling, but it involved opposition to the doctrine of the rights of man, which he bluntly characterized as nonsense. The philosophical radicals differed from men like Helvetius and Condorcet in many ways. Temperamentally, they were patient and fond of working out their theories in practical detail. They attached great importance to economics, which they believed themselves to have developed as a science. Tendencies to enthusiasm which existed in Bentham and John Stuart Mill, but not in Malthus or James Mill, were severely held in check by the science, and particularly by Malthus's gloomy version of the theory of population, according to which most wage earners must always, except just after a pestilence, earn the smallest amount that will keep them and their families alive. Another great difference between the Benthamites and their French predecessors was that in industrial England there was violent conflict between employers and wage earners, which gave rise to trade unionism and socialism. In this conflict the Benthamites, broadly speaking, sided with the employers against the working class. Their last representative, John Stuart Mill, however, gradually ceased to give adherence to his father's stern tenets, and became, as he grew older, less and less hostile to socialism, and less convinced of the eternal truth of classical economics. According to his autobiography, this softening process was begun by the reading of the Romantic poets. The Benthamites, though at first revolutionary in a rather mild way, gradually ceased to be so, partly through success in converting the British government to some of their views, partly through opposition to the growing strength of socialism and trade unionism. Men who were in revolt against tradition, as already mentioned, were of two kinds, rationalistic and romantic, though in men like Condorcet both elements were combined. The Benthamites were almost wholly rationalistic, and so were the socialists who rebelled against them as well as against the existing economic order. This movement does not acquire a complete philosophy until we come to Marx, who will be considered in a later chapter. The romantic form of revolt is very different from the rationalist form, though both are derived from the French Revolution and the philosophers who immediately preceded it. The romantic form is to be seen in Byron in an unphilosophical dress, but in Schopenhauer and Nietzsche it has learnt the language of philosophy. It tends to emphasize the will at the expense of the intellect, to be impatient of chains of reasoning, and to glorify violence of certain kinds. In practical politics it is important as an ally of nationalism. In tendency, if not always in fact, it is definitely hostile to what is commonly called reason, and tends to be anti-scientific. Some of its most extreme forms are to be found among Russian anarchists, but in Russia it was the rationalist form of revolt that finally prevailed. It was Germany, always more susceptible to romanticism than any other country, that provided a governmental outlet for the anti-rational philosophy of naked will. So far, the philosophies that we have been considering have had an inspiration which was traditional, literary, or political. But there were two other sources of philosophical opinion, namely science and machine production. The second of these began its theoretical influence with Marx, and has grown gradually more important ever since. The first has been important since the 17th century, but took new forms during the 19th century. What Galileo and Newton were to the 17th century, Darwin was to the 19th. Darwin's theory had two parts. On the one hand, there was the doctrine of evolution, which maintained that the different forms of life had developed gradually from a common ancestry. This doctrine, which is now generally accepted, was not new. It had been maintained by Lamarck and by Darwin's grandfather Erasmus, not to mention Anaximander. Darwin supplied an immense mass of evidence for the doctrine, and in the second part of his theory believed himself to have discovered the cause of evolution. He thus gave to the doctrine a popularity and a scientific force which it had not previously possessed, but he by no means originated it. The second part of Darwin's theory was the struggle for existence and the survival of the fittest. All animals and plants multiply faster than nature can provide for them, therefore in each generation many perish before the age for reproducing themselves. What determines which will survive? To some extent, no doubt, sheer luck, but there is another cause of more importance. Animals and plants are, as a rule, not exactly like their parents, but differ slightly by excess or defect in every measurable characteristic. In a given environment, members of the same species compete for survival, and those best adapted to the environment have the best chance. Therefore, among chance variations, those that are favorable will preponderate among adults in each generation. Thus from age to age deer run more swiftly, cats stalk their prey more silently, and giraffes' necks become longer. Given enough time, this mechanism, so Darwin contended, could account for the whole long development from the protozoa to Homo sapiens. This part of Darwin's theory has been much disputed, and is regarded by most biologists as subject to many important qualifications. That, however, is not what most concerns the historian of 19th century ideas. From the historical point of view, what is interesting is Darwin's extension to the whole of life of the economics that characterized the philosophical radicals. The motive force of evolution, according to him, is a kind of biological economics in a world of free competition. It was Malthus's doctrine of population, extended to the world of animals and plants, that suggested to Darwin the struggle for existence and the survival of the fittest as the source of evolution. Darwin himself was a liberal, but his theories had consequences in some degree inimical to traditional liberalism. The doctrine that all men are born equal, and that the differences between adults are due wholly to education, was incompatible with his emphasis on congenital differences between members of the same species. If, as Lamarck held, and as Darwin himself was willing to concede up to a point, acquired characteristics were inherited, this opposition to such views as those of Helvetius could have been somewhat softened, but it has appeared that only congenital characteristics are inherited, apart from certain not very important exceptions. Thus the congenital differences between men acquire fundamental importance. There is a further consequence of the theory of evolution, which is independent of the particular mechanism suggested by Darwin. If men and animals have a common ancestry, and if men developed by such slow stages that there were creatures which we should not know whether to classify as human or not, the question arises, at what stage in evolution did men, or their semi-human ancestors, begin to be all equal? Would Pithecanthropus erectus, if he had been properly educated, have done work as good as Newton's? Would the Piltdown man have written Shakespeare's poetry if there had been anybody to convict him of poaching? A resolute egalitarian who answers these questions in the affirmative will find himself forced to regard apes as the equals of human beings. And why stop with apes? I do not see how he is to resist an argument in favor of votes for oysters. An adherent of evolution should maintain that not only the doctrine of the equality of all men, but also that of the rights of man, must be condemned as unbiological, since it makes too emphatic a distinction between men and other animals. There is, however, another aspect of liberalism which was greatly strengthened by the doctrine of evolution, namely the belief in progress. So long as the state of the world allowed optimism, evolution was welcomed by liberals, both on this ground and because it gave new arguments against orthodox theology. Marx himself, though his doctrines are in some respects pre-Darwinian, wished to dedicate his book to Darwin. The prestige of biology caused men whose thinking was influenced by science to apply biological rather than mechanistic categories to the world. Everything was supposed to be evolving, and it was easy to imagine an imminent goal. In spite of Darwin, many men considered that evolution justified a belief in cosmic purpose. The conception of organism came to be thought the key to both scientific and philosophical explanations of natural laws, and the atomic thinking of the 18th century came to be regarded as out of date. This point of view has at last influenced even theoretical physics. In politics it leads naturally to emphasis upon the community as opposed to the individual. This is in harmony with the growing power of the state, also with nationalism, which can appeal to the Darwinian doctrine of survival of the fittest applied, not to individuals, but to nations. But here we are passing into the region of extra-scientific views suggested to a large public by scientific doctrines imperfectly understood. While biology has militated against a mechanistic view of the world, modern economic technique has had an opposite effect. Until about the end of the 18th century, scientific technique, as opposed to scientific doctrines, had no important effect upon opinion. It was only with the rise of industrialism that technique began to affect men's thought. And even then, for a long time, the effect was more or less indirect. Men who produce philosophical theories are, as a rule, brought into very little contact with machinery. The Romantics noticed and hated the ugliness that industrialism was producing in places hitherto beautiful, and the vulgarity, as they considered it, of those who had made money in trade. This led them into an opposition to the middle class which sometimes brought them into something like an alliance with the champions of the proletariat. Engels praised Carlyle, not perceiving that what Carlyle desired was not the emancipation of wage earners, but their subjection to the kind of masters they had had in the Middle Ages. The socialists welcomed industrialism, but wished to free industrial workers from subjection to the power of employers. They were influenced by industrialism in the problems that they considered, but not much in the ideas that they employed in the solution of their problems. The most important effect of machine production on the imaginative picture of the world is an immense increase in the sense of human power. This is only an acceleration of a process which began before the dawn of history, when men diminished their fear of wild animals by the invention of weapons and their fear of starvation by the invention of agriculture. But the acceleration has been so great as to produce a radically new outlook in those who wield the powers that modern technique has created. In old days, mountains and waterfalls were natural phenomena. Now, an inconvenient mountain can be abolished and a convenient waterfall can be created. In old days, there were deserts and fertile regions. Now, the desert can, if people think it worthwhile, be made to blossom like the rose, while fertile regions are turned into deserts by insufficiently scientific optimists. In old days, peasants lived as their parents and grandparents had lived, and believed as their parents and grandparents had believed. Not all the power of the church could eradicate pagan ceremonies, which had to be given a Christian dress by being connected with local saints. Now the authorities can decree what the children of peasants shall learn in school, and can transform the mentality of agriculturists in a generation. One gathers that this has been achieved in Russia. There thus arises, among those who direct affairs or are in touch with those who do so, a new belief in power. First, the power of man in his conflicts with nature, and then the power of rulers as against the human beings whose beliefs and aspirations they seek to control by scientific propaganda, especially education. The result is a diminution of fixity. No change seems impossible. Nature is raw material, so is that part of the human race which does not effectively participate in government. There are certain old conceptions which represent men's belief in the limits of human power. Of these the two chief are God and truth. I do not mean that these two are logically connected. Such conceptions tend to melt away, even if not explicitly negated, they lose importance, and are retained only superficially. This whole outlook is new, and it is impossible to say how mankind will adapt itself to it. It has already produced immense cataclysms, and will no doubt produce others in the future. To frame a philosophy capable of coping with men intoxicated with the prospect of almost unlimited power and also with the apathy of the powerless is the most pressing task of our time. Though many still sincerely believe in human equality and theoretical democracy, the imagination of modern people is deeply affected by the pattern of social organization suggested by the organization of industry in the 19th century, which is essentially undemocratic. On the one hand there are the captains of industry, and on the other the mass of workers. This disruption of democracy from within is not yet acknowledged by ordinary citizens in democratic countries, but it has been a preoccupation of most philosophers from Hegel onwards, and the sharp opposition which they discovered between the interests of the many and those of the few has found practical expression in fascism. Of the philosophers, Nietzsche was unashamedly on the side of the few, Marx wholeheartedly on the side of the many. Perhaps Bentham was the only one of importance who attempted a reconciliation of conflicting interests, he therefore incurred the hostility of both parties. To formulate any satisfactory modern ethic of human relationships, it will be essential to recognize the necessary limitations of men's power over the non-human environment, and the desirable limitations of their power over each other. 22. Hegel. Hegel, 1770–1831, was the culmination of the movement in German philosophy that started from Kant. Although he often criticized Kant, his system could never have arisen if Kant's had not existed. His influence, though now diminishing, has been very great, not only or chiefly in Germany. At the end of the 19th century, the leading academic philosophers, both in America and in Great Britain, were largely Hegelians. Outside of pure philosophy, many Protestant theologians adopted his doctrines, and his philosophy of history profoundly affected political theory. Marx, as everyone knows, was a disciple of Hegel in his youth, and retained in his own finished system some important Hegelian features. Even if, as I myself believe, almost all Hegel's doctrines are false, he still retains an importance which is not merely historical, as the best representative of a certain kind of philosophy which, in others, is less coherent and less comprehensive. His life contained few events of importance. In youth he was much attracted to mysticism, and his later views may be regarded, to some extent, as an intellectualizing of what had first appeared to him as mystic insight. He taught philosophy, first as Privatdozent at Jena. He mentions that he finished his Phenomenology of Mind there the day before the Battle of Jena, then at Nuremberg, then as professor at Heidelberg, 1816–1818, and finally at Berlin from 1818 to his death. He was in later life a patriotic Prussian, a loyal servant of the state, who comfortably enjoyed his recognized philosophical preeminence, but in his youth he despised Prussia and admired Napoleon, to the extent of rejoicing in the French victory at Jena. Hegel's philosophy is very difficult. He is, I should say, the hardest to understand of all the great philosophers. Before entering on any detail, a general characterization may prove helpful. From his early interest in mysticism he retained a belief in the unreality of separateness. The world, in his view, was not a collection of hard units, whether atoms or souls, each completely self-subsistent. The apparent self-subsistence of finite things appeared to him to be an illusion. Nothing, he held, is ultimately and completely real except the whole. But he differed from Parmenides and Spinoza in conceiving the whole, not as a simple substance, but as a complex system, of the sort that we should call an organism. The apparently separate things of which the world seems to be composed are not simply an illusion, each has a greater or lesser degree of reality, and its reality consists in an aspect of the whole, which is what it is seen to be when viewed truly. With this view goes naturally a disbelief in the reality of time and space as such, For these, if taken as completely real, involve separateness and multiplicity. All this must have come to him first as mystic insight. Its intellectual elaboration, which is given in his books, must have come later. Hegel asserts that the real is rational, and the rational is real. But when he says this, he does not mean by the real what an empiricist would mean. He admits, and even urges, that what to the empiricist appear to be facts are, and must be, irrational. It is only after their apparent character has been transformed by viewing them as aspects of the whole that they are seen to be rational. Nevertheless, the identification of the real and the rational leads unavoidably to some of the complacency inseparable from the belief that whatever is right. The whole, in all its complexity, is called by Hegel the absolute. The absolute is spiritual. Spinoza's view, that it has the attribute of extension as well as that of thought, is rejected. Two things distinguish Hegel from other men who have had a more or less similar metaphysical outlook. One of these is emphasis on logic. It is thought by Hegel that the nature of reality can be deduced from the sole consideration that it must be not self-contradictory. The other distinguishing feature, which is closely connected with the first, is the triadic movement called the dialectic. His most important books are his two logics, and these must be understood if the reasons for his views on other subjects are to be rightly apprehended. Logic, as Hegel understands the word, is declared by him to be the same thing as metaphysics. It is something quite different from what is commonly called logic. His view is that any ordinary predicate, if taken as qualifying the whole of reality, turns out to be self-contradictory. One might take as a crude example the theory of Parmenides, that the one, which alone is real, is spherical. Nothing can be spherical unless it has a boundary, and it cannot have a boundary unless there is something, at least empty space, outside of it. Therefore, to suppose the universe as a whole to be spherical is self-contradictory. This argument might be questioned by bringing in non-Euclidean geometry, but as an illustration it will serve. Or let us take another illustration, still more crude, far too much so to be used by Hegel. You may say, without apparent contradiction, that Mr. A is an uncle, but if you were to say that the universe is an uncle, you would land yourself in difficulties. An uncle is a man who has a nephew, and the nephew is a separate person from the uncle, therefore an uncle cannot be the whole of reality. This illustration might also be used to illustrate the dialectic, which consists of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. First we say, reality is an uncle. This is the thesis. But the existence of an uncle implies that of a nephew. Since nothing really exists except the absolute, and we are now committed to the existence of a nephew, we must conclude, the absolute is a nephew. This is the antithesis. But there is the same objection to this as to the view that the absolute is an uncle. Therefore we are driven to the view that the absolute is the whole composed of uncle and nephew. This is the synthesis. But this synthesis is still unsatisfactory, because a man can be an uncle only if he has a brother or sister who is a parent of the nephew. Hence we are driven to enlarge our universe to include the brother or sister, with his wife or her husband. In this sort of way, so it is contended, we can be driven on, by the mere force of logic, from any suggested predicate of the absolute to the final conclusion of the dialectic, which is called the absolute idea. Throughout the whole process, there is an underlying assumption that nothing can be really true unless it is about reality as a whole. For this underlying assumption there is a basis in traditional logic, which assumes that every proposition has a subject and a predicate. According to this view, every fact consists in something having some property. It follows that relations cannot be real, since they involve two things, not one. Uncle is a relation, and a man may become an uncle without knowing it. In that case, from an empirical point of view, the man is unaffected by becoming an uncle. He has no quality which he did not have before, if by quality we understand something necessary to describing him as he is in himself, apart from his relations to other people and things. The only way in which the subject-predicate logic can avoid this difficulty is to say that the truth is not a property of the uncle alone, or of the nephew alone, but of the whole composed of uncle and nephew. Since everything, except the whole, has relations to outside things, it follows that nothing quite true can be said about separate things, and that in fact only the whole is real. This follows more directly from the fact that A and B are two is not a subject-predicate proposition, and therefore, on the basis of the traditional logic, there can be no such proposition. Therefore there are not as many as two things in the world, therefore the whole, considered as a unity, is alone real. The above argument is not explicit in Hegel, but is implicit in his system, as in that of many other metaphysicians. A few examples of Hegel's dialectic method may serve to make it more intelligible. He begins the argument of his logic by the assumption that the absolute is pure being. We assume that it just is, without assigning any qualities to it. But pure being without any qualities is nothing, therefore we are led to the antithesis, the absolute is nothing. From this thesis and antithesis we pass on to the synthesis, the union of being and not being is becoming, and so we say, the absolute is becoming. This also, of course, won't do, because there has to be something that becomes. In this way our views of reality develop by the continual correction of previous errors, all of which arose from undue abstraction, by taking something finite or limited as if it could be the whole. The limitations of the finite do not come merely from without, its own nature is the cause of its abrogation, and by its own act it passes into its counterpart. The process, according to Hegel, is essential to the understanding of the result. Each later stage of the dialectic contains all the earlier stages, as it were in solution. None of them is wholly superseded, but is given its proper place as a moment in the whole. It is therefore impossible to reach the truth except by going through all the steps of the dialectic. Knowledge as a whole has its triadic movement. It begins with sense perception, in which there is only awareness of the object. Then, through sceptical criticism of the senses, it becomes purely subjective. At last, it reaches the stage of self-knowledge, in which subject and object are no longer distinct. Thus self-consciousness is the highest form of knowledge. This, of course, must be the case in Hegel's system, for the highest kind of knowledge must be that possessed by the Absolute, and as the Absolute is the whole there is nothing outside itself for it to know. In the best thinking, according to Hegel, thoughts become fluent and interfuse. Truth and falsehood are not sharply defined opposites, as is commonly supposed. Nothing is wholly false, and nothing that we can know is wholly true. We can know in a way that is false. This happens when we attribute absolute truth to some detached piece of information. Such a question as "Where was Caesar born?" has a straightforward answer, which is true in a sense, but not in the philosophical sense. For philosophy, the truth is the whole, and nothing partial is quite true. Reason, Hegel says, is the conscious certainty of being all reality. This does not mean that a separate person is all reality. In his separateness he is not quite real, but what is real in him is his participation in reality as a whole. In proportion as we become more rational, this participation is increased. The absolute idea, with which the logic ends, is something like Aristotle's God. It is thought thinking about itself. Clearly the absolute cannot think about anything but itself, since there is nothing else, except to our partial and erroneous ways of apprehending reality. We are told that spirit is the only reality, and that its thought is reflected into itself by self-consciousness. The actual words in which the absolute idea is defined are very obscure. Wallace translates them as follows. The absolute idea. The idea, as unity of the subjective and objective idea, is the notion of the idea, a notion whose object, Gegenstand, is the idea as such, and for which the objective, object, is idea, an object which embraces all characteristics in its unity. The original German is even more difficult. Point 1. The essence of the matter is, however, somewhat less complicated than Hegel makes it seem. The absolute idea is pure thought thinking about pure thought. This is all that God does throughout the ages, truly a professor's God. Hegel goes on to say, this unity is consequently the absolute and all truth, the idea which thinks itself. I come now to a singular feature of Hegel's philosophy, which distinguishes it from the philosophy of Plato or Plotinus or Spinoza. Although ultimate reality is timeless, and time is merely an illusion generated by our inability to see the whole, yet the time process has an intimate relation to the purely logical process of the dialectic. World history, in fact, has advanced through the categories, from pure being in China, of which Hegel knew nothing except that it was, to the absolute idea, which seems to have been nearly, if not quite, realized in the Prussian state. I cannot see any justification, on the basis of his own metaphysic, for the view that world history repeats the transitions of the dialectic, yet that is the thesis which he developed in his philosophy of history. It was an interesting thesis, giving unity and meaning to the revolutions of human affairs. Like other historical theories, it required, if it was to be made plausible, some distortion of facts and considerable ignorance. Hegel, like Marx and Spengler after him, possessed both these qualifications. It is odd that a process which is represented as cosmic should all have taken place on our planet, and most of it near the Mediterranean. Nor is there any reason, if reality is timeless, why the later parts of the process should embody higher categories than the earlier parts unless one were to adopt the blasphemous supposition that the universe was gradually learning Hegel's philosophy. The time process, according to Hegel, is from the less to the more perfect, both in an ethical and in a logical sense. Indeed, these two senses are, for him, not really distinguishable, for logical perfection consists in being a closely knit whole, without ragged edges, without independent parts, but united, like a human body, or still more like a reasonable mind, into an organism whose parts are interdependent and all work together towards a single end. And this also constitutes ethical perfection. A few quotations will illustrate Hegel's theory. Like the soul conductor Mercury, the idea is, in truth, the leader of peoples and of the world, and spirit, the rational and necessitated will of that conductor, is and has been the director of the events of the world's history. To become acquainted with spirit in this its office of guidance, is the object of our present undertaking. The only thought which philosophy brings with it to the contemplation of history is the simple conception of reason, that reason is the sovereign of the world, that the history of the world, therefore, presents us with a rational process. This conviction and intuition is a hypothesis in the domain of history as such. In that of philosophy it is no hypothesis. It is there proved by speculative cognition, that reason, and this term may here suffice us, without investigating the relation sustained by the universe to the divine being, is substance, as well as infinite power, its own infinite material underlying all the natural and spiritual life which it originates, as also the infinite form, that which sets the material in motion. Reason is the substance of the universe. That this idea or reason is the true, the eternal, the absolutely powerful essence, that it reveals itself in the world, and that in that world nothing else is revealed but this, and its honor and glory, is the thesis which, as we have said, has been proved in philosophy, and is here regarded as demonstrated. The world of intelligence and conscious volition is not abandoned to chance, but must show itself in the light of the self-cognizant idea. This is a result which happens to be known to me, because I have traversed the entire field. All these quotations are from the Introduction to the Philosophy of History. Spirit, and the course of its development, is the substantial object of the philosophy of history. The nature of spirit may be understood by contrasting it with its opposite, namely matter. The essence of matter is gravity, the essence of spirit is freedom. Matter is outside itself, whereas spirit has its center in itself. Spirit is self-contained existence. If this is not clear, the following definition may be found more illuminating. But what is spirit? It is the one immutably homogeneous infinite pure identity which in its second phase separates itself from itself and makes the second aspect its own polar opposite, namely as existence for and in self as contrasted with the universal. In the historical development of spirit there have been three main phases: the Orientals, the Greeks and Romans, and the Germans. The history of the world is the discipline of the uncontrolled natural will, bringing it into obedience to a universal principle and conferring subjective freedom. The East knew, and to the present day knows, only that one is free, the Greek and Roman world, that some are free, the German world knows that all are free. One might have supposed that democracy would be the appropriate form of government where all are free, but not so. Democracy and aristocracy alike belong to the stage where some are free, despotism to that where one is free, and monarchy to that in which all are free. This is connected with the very odd sense in which Hegel uses the word freedom. For him, and so far we may agree, there is no freedom without law, but he tends to convert this, and to argue that wherever there is law there is freedom. Thus freedom, for him, means little more than the right to obey the law. As might be expected, he assigns the highest role to the Germans in the terrestrial development of spirit. The German spirit is the spirit of the New World. Its aim is the realization of absolute truth as the unlimited self-determination of freedom, that freedom which has its own absolute form itself as its purport. This is a very superfine brand of freedom. It does not mean that you will be able to keep out of a concentration camp. It does not imply democracy, or a free press too, or any of the usual liberal watchwords, which Hegel rejects with contempt. When spirit gives laws to itself, it does so freely. To our mundane vision, it may seem that the spirit that gives laws is embodied in the monarch, and the spirit to which laws are given is embodied in his subjects. But from the point of view of the absolute, the distinction between monarch and subjects, like all other distinctions, is illusory, and when the monarch imprisons a liberal-minded subject, that is still spirit freely determining itself. Hegel praises Rousseau for distinguishing between the general will and the will of all. One gathers that the monarch embodies the general will, whereas a parliamentary majority only embodies the will of all. A very convenient doctrine. German history is divided by Hegel into three periods: the first, up to Charlemagne; the second, from Charlemagne to the Reformation; the third, from the Reformation onwards. These three periods are distinguished as the kingdoms of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, respectively. It seems a little odd that the kingdom of the Holy Ghost should have begun with the bloody and utterly abominable atrocities committed in suppressing the Peasants' War, but Hegel, naturally, does not mention so trivial an incident. Instead, he goes off, as might be expected, into praises of Machiavelli. Hegel's interpretation of history since the fall of the Roman Empire is partly the effect, and partly the cause, of the teaching of world history in German schools. In Italy and France, while there has been a romantic admiration of the Germans on the part of a few men such as Tacitus and Machiavelli, they have been viewed, in general, as the authors of the barbarian invasion, and as enemies of the Church, first under the great emperors, and later as the leaders of the Reformation. Until the 19th century the Latin nations looked upon the Germans as their inferiors in civilization. Protestants in Germany naturally took a different view. They regarded the late Romans as effete, and considered the German conquest of the Western Empire an essential step towards revivification. In relation to the conflict of empire and papacy in the Middle Ages, they took a Ghibelline view. To this day, German schoolboys are taught a boundless admiration of Charlemagne and Barbarossa. In the times after the Reformation, the political weakness and disunity of Germany was deplored, and the gradual rise of Prussia was welcomed as making Germany strong under Protestant leadership, not under the Catholic and somewhat feeble leadership of Austria. Hegel, in philosophizing about history, has in mind such men as Theodoric, Charlemagne, Barbarossa, Luther, and Frederick the Great. He is to be interpreted in the light of their exploits, and in the light of the then recent humiliation of Germany by Napoleon. So much is Germany glorified that one might expect to find it the final embodiment of the absolute idea, beyond which no further development would be possible. But this is not Hegel's view. On the contrary, he says that America is the land of the future, where, in the ages that lie before us, the burden of the world's history shall reveal itself. Perhaps he adds characteristically, in a contest between North and South America. He seems to think that everything important takes the form of war. If it were suggested to him that the contribution of America to world history might be the development of a society without extreme poverty, he would not be interested. On the contrary, he says that, as yet, there is no real state in America, because a real state requires a division of classes into rich and poor. Nations, in Hegel, play the part that classes play in Marx. The principle of historical development, he says, is national genius. In every age, there is some one nation which is charged with the mission of carrying the world through the stage of the dialectic that it has reached. In our age, of course, this nation is Germany. But in addition to nations, we must also take account of world historical individuals. These are men in whose aims are embodied the dialectical transitions that are due to take place in their time. These men are heroes, and may justifiably contravene ordinary moral rules. Alexander, Caesar, and Napoleon are given as examples. I doubt whether, in Hegel's opinion, a man could be a hero without being a military conqueror. Hegel's emphasis on nations, together with his peculiar conception of freedom, explains his glorification of the state, a very important aspect of his political philosophy, to which we must now turn our attention. His philosophy of the state is developed both in his philosophy of history and in his philosophy of law. It is in the main compatible with his general metaphysic, but not necessitated by it, at certain points, however, e.g., as regards the relations between states. His admiration of the national state is carried so far as to become inconsistent with his general preference of wholes to parts. Glorification of the state begins, so far as modern times are concerned, with the Reformation. In the Roman Empire, the emperor was deified, and the state thereby acquired a sacred character, but the philosophers of the Middle Ages, with few exceptions, were ecclesiastics, and therefore put the church above the state. Luther, finding support in Protestant princes, began the opposite practice. The Lutheran Church, on the whole, was Erastian. Hobbes, who was politically a Protestant, developed the doctrine of the supremacy of the state, and Spinoza, on the whole, agreed with him. Rousseau, as we have seen, thought the state should not tolerate other political organizations. Hegel was vehemently Protestant. Of the Lutheran section, the Prussian state was an Erastian absolute monarchy. These reasons would make one expect to find the state highly valued by Hegel, but, even so, he goes to lengths which are astonishing. We are told in the philosophy of history that the state is the actually existing realized moral life, and that all the spiritual reality possessed by a human being he possesses only through the state. For his spiritual reality consists in this, that his own essence reason is objectively present to him, that it possesses objective immediate existence for him. For truth is the unity of the universal and subjective will, and the universal is to be found in the state, in its laws, its universal and rational arrangements. The state is the divine idea as it exists on earth. Again, the state is the embodiment of rational freedom, realizing and recognizing itself in an objective form. The state is the idea of spirit in the external manifestation of human will and its freedom. The philosophy of law, in the section on the state, develops the same doctrine somewhat more fully. The state is the reality of the moral idea, the moral spirit, as the visible substantial will, evident to itself, which thinks and knows itself, and fulfills what it knows in so far as it knows it. The state is the rational in and for itself. If the state existed only for the interests of individuals, as liberals contend, an individual might or might not be a member of the state. It has, however, a quite different relation to the individual. Since it is objective spirit, the individual only has objectivity, truth, and morality in so far as he is a member of the state, whose true content and purpose is union as such. It is admitted that there may be bad states, but these merely exist, and have no true reality, whereas a rational state is infinite in itself. It will be seen that Hegel claims for the state much the same position as St. Augustine and his Catholic successors claimed for the Church. There are, however, two respects in which the Catholic claim is more reasonable than Hegel's. In the first place, the Church is not a chance geographical association, but a body united by a common creed, believed by its members to be of supreme importance. It is thus in its very essence the embodiment of what Hegel calls the idea. In the second place, there is only one Catholic Church, whereas there are many states. When each state, in relation to its subjects, is made as absolute as Hegel makes it, there is difficulty in finding any philosophical principle by which to regulate the relations between different states. In fact, at this point Hegel abandons his philosophical talk, falling back on the state of nature and Hobbes's war of all against all. The habit of speaking of the state, as if there were only one, is misleading so long as there is no world state. Duty being, for Hegel, solely a relation of the individual to his state, no principle is left by which to moralize the relations between states. This Hegel recognizes. In external relations, he says, the state is an individual, and each state is independent as against the others. Since in this independence the being for self of real spirit has its existence, it is the first freedom and highest honor of a people. He goes on to argue against any sort of League of Nations by which the independence of separate states might be limited. The duty of a citizen is entirely confined, so far as the external relations of his state are concerned, to upholding the substantial individuality and independence and sovereignty of his own state. It follows that war is not wholly an evil, or something that we should seek to abolish. The purpose of the state is not merely to uphold the life and property of the citizens, and this fact provides the moral justification of war, which is not to be regarded as an absolute evil or as accidental, or as having its cause in something that ought not to be. Hegel does not mean only that, in some situations, a nation cannot rightly avoid going to war. He means much more than this. He is opposed to the creation of institutions such as a world government which would prevent such situations from arising, because he thinks it a good thing that there should be wars from time to time. War, he says, is the condition in which we take seriously the vanity of temporal goods and things. This view is to be contrasted with the opposite theory, that all wars have economic causes. War has a positive moral value. War has the higher significance that through it the moral health of peoples is preserved in their indifference towards the stabilizing of finite determinations. Peace is ossification, the Holy Alliance, and Kant's League for Peace, are mistaken, because a family of states needs an enemy. Conflicts of states can only be decided by war, states being towards each other in a state of nature, their relations are not legal or moral. Their rights have their reality in their particular wills, and the interest of each state is its own highest law. There is no contrast of morals and politics, because states are not subject to ordinary moral laws. Such is Hegel's doctrine of the state, a doctrine which, if accepted, justifies every internal tyranny and every external aggression that can possibly be imagined. The strength of his bias appears in the fact that his theory is largely inconsistent with his own metaphysic, and that the inconsistencies are all such as tend to the justification of cruelty and international brigandage. A man may be pardoned if logic compels him regretfully to reach conclusions which he deplores, but not for departing from logic in order to be free to advocate crimes. Hegel's logic led him to believe that there is more reality or excellence, the two for him are synonyms, in wholes than in their parts, and that a whole increases in reality and excellence as it becomes more organized. This justified him in preferring a state to an anarchic collection of individuals, but it should equally have led him to prefer a world state to an anarchic collection of states. Within the state, his general philosophy should have led him to feel more respect for the individual than he did feel, for the wholes of which his logic treats are not like the one of Parmenides, or even like Spinoza's God, they are wholes in which the individual does not disappear, but acquires fuller reality through his harmonious relation to a larger organism. A state in which the individual is ignored is not a small-scale model of the Hegelian absolute. Nor is there any good reason, in Hegel's metaphysic, for the exclusive emphasis on the state, as opposed to other social organizations. I can see nothing but Protestant bias in his preference of the state to the church. Moreover, if it is good that society should be as organic as possible, as Hegel believes, then many social organizations are necessary, in addition to the state and the church. It should follow from Hegel's principles that every interest which is not harmful to the community, and which can be promoted by cooperation, should have its appropriate organization, and that every such organization should have its quota of limited independence. It may be objected that ultimate authority must reside somewhere, and cannot reside elsewhere than in the state. But even so, it may be desirable that this ultimate authority should not be irresistible when it attempts to be oppressive beyond a point. This brings us to a question which is fundamental in judging Hegel's whole philosophy. Is there more reality, and is there more value, in a whole than in its parts? Hegel answers both questions in the affirmative. The question of reality is metaphysical, the question of value is ethical. They are commonly treated as if they were scarcely distinguishable, but to my mind it is important to keep them apart. Let us begin with the metaphysical question. The view of Hegel, and of many other philosophers, is that the character of any portion of the universe is so profoundly affected by its relations to the other parts and to the whole, that no true statement can be made about any part except to assign it its place in the whole. Since its place in the whole depends upon all the other parts, a true statement about its place in the whole will at the same time assign the place of every other part in the whole. Thus there can be only one true statement, there is no truth except the whole truth. And similarly nothing is quite real except the whole, for any part, when isolated, is changed in character by being isolated, and therefore no longer appears quite what it truly is. On the other hand, when a part is viewed in relation to the whole, as it should be, it is seen to be not self-subsistent, and to be incapable of existing except as part of just that whole which alone is truly real. This is the metaphysical doctrine. The ethical doctrine, which maintains that value resides in the whole rather than in the parts, must be true if the metaphysical doctrine is true, but need not be false if the metaphysical doctrine is false. It may, moreover, be true of some wholes and not of others. It is obviously true, in some sense, of a living body. The eye is worthless when separated from the body, a collection of disjecta membra, even when complete, has not the value that once belonged to the body from which they were taken. Hegel conceives the ethical relation of the citizen to the state as analogous to that of the eye to the body. In his place the citizen is part of a valuable whole, but isolated he is as useless as an isolated eye. The analogy, however, is open to question. From the ethical importance of some wholes, that of all wholes does not follow. The above statement of the ethical problem is defective in one important respect, namely, that it does not take account of the distinction between ends and means. An eye in a living body is useful, that is to say, it has value as a means, but it has no more intrinsic value than when detached from the body. A thing has intrinsic value when it is prized for its own sake, not as a means to something else. We value the eye as a means of seeing. Seeing may be a means or an end. It is a means when it shows us food or enemies, it is an end when it shows us something that we find beautiful. The state is obviously valuable as a means, it protects us against thieves and murderers, it provides roads and schools, and so on. It may, of course, also be bad as a means, for example by waging an unjust war. The real question we have to ask in connection with Hegel is not this, but whether the state is good per se, as an end, do the citizens exist for the sake of the state, or the state for the sake of the citizens. Hegel holds the former view, the liberal philosophy that comes from Locke holds the latter. It is clear that we shall only attribute intrinsic value to the state if we think of it as having a life of its own, as being in some sense a person. At this point, Hegel's metaphysic becomes relevant to the question of value. A person is a complex whole, having a single life. Can there be a superperson, composed of persons as the body is composed of organs, and having a single life which is not the sum of the lives of the component persons? If there can be such a superperson, as Hegel thinks, then the state may be such a being, and it may be as superior to ourselves as the whole body is to the eye. But if we think this superperson a mere metaphysical monstrosity, then we shall say that the intrinsic value of a community is derived from that of its members, and that the state is a means, not an end. We are thus brought back from the ethical to the metaphysical question. The metaphysical question itself, we shall find, is really a question of logic. The question at issue is much wider than the truth or falsehood of Hegel's philosophy. It is the question that divides the friends of analysis from its enemies. Let us take an illustration. Suppose I say John is the father of James. Hegel, and all who believe in what Marshall Smuts calls holism, will say, before you can understand this statement, you must know who John and James are. Now to know who John is to know all his characteristics, for apart from them he would not be distinguishable from anyone else. But all his characteristics involve other people or things. He is characterized by his relations to his parents, his wife, and his children, by whether he is a good or a bad citizen, and by the country to which he belongs. All these things you must know before you can be said to know whom the word John refers to. Step by step, in your endeavor to say what you mean by the word John, you will be led to take account of the whole universe, and your original statement will turn out to be telling you something about the universe, not about two separate people, John and James. Now this is all very well, but it is open to an initial objection. If the above argument were sound, how could knowledge ever begin? I know numbers of propositions of the form A is the father of B, but I do not know the whole universe. If all knowledge were knowledge of the universe as a whole, there would be no knowledge. This is enough to make us suspect a mistake somewhere. The fact is that, in order to use the word John correctly and intelligently, I do not need to know all about John, but only enough to recognize him. No doubt he has relations, near or remote, to everything in the universe, but he can be spoken of truly without taking them into account, except such as are the direct subject matter of what is being said. He may be the father of Jemima as well as of James, but it is not necessary for me to know this in order to know that he is the father of James. If Hegel were right, we could not state fully what is meant by John is the father of James without mentioning Jemima. We ought to say John, the father of Jemima, is the father of James. This would still be inadequate. We should have to go on to mention his parents and grandparents, and a whole who's who. But this lands us in absurdities. The Hegelian position might be stated as follows: the word John means all that is true of John. But as a definition this is circular, since the word John occurs in the defining phrase. In fact, if Hegel were right, no word could begin to have a meaning, since we should need to know already the meanings of all other words in order to state all the properties of what the word designates, which, according to the theory, are what the word means. To put the matter abstractly, we must distinguish properties of different kinds. A thing may have a property not involving any other thing, this sort is called a quality. Or it may have a property involving one other thing, such a property is being married. Or it may have one involving two other things, such as being a brother-in-law. If a certain thing has a certain collection of qualities, and no other thing has just this collection of qualities, then it can be defined as the thing having such and such qualities. From its having these qualities, nothing can be deduced by pure logic as to its relational properties. Hegel thought that, if enough was known about a thing to distinguish it from all other things, then all its properties could be inferred by logic. This was a mistake, and from this mistake arose the whole imposing edifice of his system. This illustrates an important truth, namely, that the worse your logic, the more interesting the consequences to which it gives rise. 23. Byron. The 19th century, in comparison with the present age, appears rational, progressive, and satisfied, yet the opposite qualities of our time were possessed by many of the most remarkable men during the epoch of liberal optimism. When we consider men, not as artists or discoverers, not as sympathetic or antipathetic to our own tastes, but as forces, as causes of change in the social structure, in judgments of value, or in intellectual outlook, we find that the course of events in recent times has necessitated much readjustment in our estimates, making some men less important than they had seemed, and others more so. Among those whose importance is greater than it seemed, Byron deserves a high place. On the continent, such a view would not appear surprising, but in the English-speaking world it may be thought strange. It was on the continent that Byron was influential, and it is not in England that his spiritual progeny is to be sought. To most of us, his verse seems often poor and his sentiment often tawdry, but abroad his way of feeling and his outlook on life were transmitted and developed and transmuted until they became so widespread as to be factors in great events. The aristocratic rebel, of whom Byron was in his day the exemplar, is a very different type from the leader of a peasant or proletarian revolt. Those who are hungry have no need of an elaborate philosophy to stimulate or excuse discontent, and anything of the kind appears to them merely an amusement of the idle rich. They want what others have, not some intangible and metaphysical good. Though they may preach Christian love, as the medieval communist rebels did, their real reasons for doing so are very simple, that the lack of it in the rich and powerful causes the sufferings of the poor, and that the presence of it among comrades in revolt is thought essential to success. But experience of the struggle leads to a despair of the power of love, leaving naked hate as the driving force. A rebel of this type, if, like Marx, he invents a philosophy, invents one solely designed to demonstrate the ultimate victory of his party, not one concerned with values. His values remain primitive, the good is enough to eat, and the rest is talk. No hungry man is likely to think otherwise. The aristocratic rebel, since he has enough to eat, must have other causes of discontent. I do not include among rebels the mere leaders of factions temporarily out of power, I include only men whose philosophy requires some greater change than their own personal success. It may be that love of power is the underground source of their discontent, but in their conscious thought there is criticism of the government of the world, which, when it goes deep enough, takes the form of titanic cosmic self-assertion or, in those who retain some superstition, of Satanism. Both are to be found in Byron. Both, largely through men whom he influenced, became common in large sections of society which could hardly be deemed aristocratic. The aristocratic philosophy of rebellion, growing, developing, and changing as it approached maturity, has inspired a long series of revolutionary movements, from the Carbonari after the fall of Napoleon to Hitler's coup in 1933, and at each stage it has inspired a corresponding manner of thought and feeling among intellectuals and artists. It is obvious that an aristocrat does not become a rebel unless his temperament and circumstances are in some way peculiar. Byron's circumstances were very peculiar. His earliest recollections were of his parents' quarrels. His mother was a woman whom he feared for her cruelty and despised for her vulgarity, his nurse combined wickedness with the strictest Calvinist theology, his lameness filled him with shame, and prevented him from being one of the herd at school. At 10 years old, after living in poverty, he suddenly found himself a lord and the owner of Newstead. His great-uncle the wicked lord, from whom he inherited, had killed a man in a duel 33 years ago, and been ostracized by his neighbors ever since. The Byrons had been a lawless family, and the Gordons, his mother's ancestors, even more so. After the squalor of a back street in Aberdeen, the boy naturally rejoiced in his title and his abbey, and was willing to take on the character of his ancestors in gratitude for their lands. And if, in recent years, their bellicosity had led them into trouble, he learnt that in former centuries it had brought them renown. One of his earliest poems, on leaving Newstead Abbey, relates his emotions at this time, which are of admiration for his ancestors who fought in the Crusades, at Crecy, and at Marston Moor. He ends with the pious resolve: like you will he live, or like you will he perish. When decayed, may he mingle his dust with your own. This is not the mood of a rebel, but it suggests Childe Harold, the modern peer who imitates medieval barons. As an undergraduate, when for the first time he had an income of his own, he wrote that he felt as independent as a German prince who coins his own cash, or a Cherokee chief who coins no cash at all, but enjoys what is more precious, liberty. I speak in raptures of that goddess because my amiable mamma was so despotic. He wrote, in later life, much noble verse in praise of freedom, but it must be understood that the freedom he praised was that of a German prince or a Cherokee chief, not the inferior sort that might conceivably be enjoyed by ordinary mortals. In spite of his lineage and his title, his aristocratic relations fought shy of him, and he was made to feel himself socially not of their society. His mother was intensely disliked, and he was looked on with suspicion. He knew that she was vulgar, and darkly feared a similar defect in himself. Hence arose that peculiar blend of snobbery and rebellion that characterized him. If he could not be a gentleman in the modern style, he would be a bold baron in the style of his crusading ancestors, or perhaps in the more ferocious but even more romantic style of the Ghibelline chiefs, cursed of God and man as they trampled their way to splendid downfall. Medieval romances and histories were his etiquette books. He sinned like the Hohenstaufen, and like the Crusaders he died fighting the Moslem. His shyness and sense of friendlessness made him look for comfort in love affairs, but as he was unconsciously seeking a mother rather than a mistress, all disappointed him except Augusta. Calvinism, which he never shook off to Shelley, in 1816, he described himself as Methodist, Calvinist, Augustinian, made him feel that his manner of life was wicked, but wickedness, he told himself, was a hereditary curse in his blood, an evil fate to which he was predestined by the Almighty. If that were indeed the case, since he must be remarkable, he would be remarkable as a sinner, and would dare transgressions beyond the courage of the fashionable libertines whom he wished to despise. He loved Augusta genuinely because she was of his blood, of the Ishmaelite race of the Byrons, and also, more simply, because she had an elder sister's kindly care for his daily welfare. But this was not all that she had to offer him. Through her simplicity and her obliging good nature, she became the means of providing him with the most delicious self-congratulatory remorse. He could feel himself the equal of the greatest sinners, the peer of Manfred, of Cain, almost of Satan himself. The Calvinist, the aristocrat, and the rebel were all equally satisfied, and so was the romantic lover, whose heart was broken by the loss of the only earthly being still capable of rousing in it the gentler emotions of pity and love. Byron, though he felt himself the equal of Satan, never quite ventured to put himself in the place of God. This next step in the growth of pride was taken by Nietzsche, who says, "If there were gods, how could I endure it to be not God? Therefore there are no gods." Observe the suppressed premise of this reasoning: whatever humbles my pride is to be judged false. Nietzsche, like Byron, and even to a greater degree, had a pious upbringing, but having a better intellect, he found a better escape than Satanism. He remained, however, very sympathetic to Byron. He says, "The tragedy is that we cannot believe the dogmas of religion and metaphysics if we have the strict methods of truth in heart and head, but on the other hand, we have become through the development of humanity so tenderly sensitively suffering that we need the highest kind of means of salvation and consolation, whence arises the danger that man may bleed to death through the truth that he recognizes." Byron expresses this in immortal lines. "Sorrow is knowledge, they who know the most must mourn the deepest o'er the fatal truth. The tree of knowledge is not that of life." Sometimes, though rarely, Byron approaches more nearly to Nietzsche's point of view. But in general Byron's ethical theory, as opposed to his practice, remains strictly conventional. The great man, to Nietzsche, is godlike, to Byron, usually, a titan at war with himself. Sometimes, however, he portrays a sage not unlike Zarathustra the corsair, in his dealings with his followers. Still sways their souls with that commanding art that dazzles, leads, yet chills the vulgar heart. And this same hero hated man too much to feel remorse. A footnote assures us that the corsair is true to human nature, since similar traits were exhibited by Genseric, king of the Vandals, by Ezzelino the Ghibelline tyrant, and by a certain Louisiana pirate. Byron was not obliged to confine himself to the Levant and the Middle Ages in his search for heroes, since it was not difficult to invest Napoleon with a romantic mantle. The influence of Napoleon on the imagination of 19th-century Europe was very profound. He inspired Clausewitz, Stendhal, Heine, the thought of Fichte and Nietzsche, and the acts of Italian patriots. His ghost stalks through the age, the only force which is strong enough to stand up against industrialism and commerce, pouring scorn on pacifism and shopkeeping. Tolstoy's War and Peace is an attempt to exorcise the ghost, but a vain one, for the spectre has never been more powerful than at the present day. During the 100 Days, Byron proclaimed his wish for Napoleon's victory, and when he heard of Waterloo he said, "I'm damned sorry for it." Only once, for a moment, did he turn against his hero, in 1814, when, so he thought, suicide would have been more seemly than abdication. At this moment, he sought consolation in the virtue of Washington, but the return from Elba made this effort no longer necessary. In France, when Byron died, it was remarked in many newspapers that the two greatest men of the century, Napoleon and Byron, had disappeared almost at the same time. One Carlyle, who, at the time, considered Byron the noblest spirit in Europe, and felt as if he had lost a brother, came afterwards to prefer Goethe, but still coupled Byron with Napoleon. For your nobler minds, the publishing of some such work of art, in one or the other dialect, becomes almost a necessity. For what is it properly but an altercation with the devil, before you begin honestly fighting him? Your Byron publishes his Sorrows of Lord George in verse and in prose, and copiously otherwise. Your Bonaparte presents his Sorrows of Napoleon opera, in an all too stupendous style, with music of cannon volleys, and murder shrieks of a world. His stage lights are the fires of conflagration, his rhyme and recitative are the tramp of embandied hosts and the sound of falling cities too. It is true that, 3 chapters further on, he gives the emphatic command, "Close thy Byron, open thy Goethe." But Byron was in his blood, whereas Goethe remained an aspiration. To Carlyle, Goethe and Byron were antitheses. To Alfred de Musset, they were accomplices in the wicked work of instilling the poison of melancholy into the cheerful Gallic soul. Most young Frenchmen of that age knew Goethe, it seems, only through the Sorrows of Werther, and not at all as the Olympian. Musset blamed Byron for not being consoled by the Adriatic and Countess Guiccioli wrongly, for after he knew her he wrote no more Manfreds. But Don Juan was as little read in France as Goethe's more cheerful poetry. In spite of Musset, most French poets, ever since, have found Byronic unhappiness the best material for their verses. To Musset, it was only after Napoleon that Byron and Goethe were the greatest geniuses of the century. Born in 1810, Musset was one of the generation whom he describes as concuss entre deux bouteilles in a lyrical description of the glories and disasters of the empire. In Germany, feeling about Napoleon was more divided. There were those who, like Heine, saw him as the mighty missionary of liberalism, the destroyer of serfdom, the enemy of legitimacy, the man who made hereditary prince ceilings tremble. There were others who saw him as Antichrist, the would-be destroyer of the noble German nation, the immoralist who had proved once for all that Teutonic virtue can only be preserved by unquenchable hatred of France. Bismarck effected a synthesis. Napoleon remained Antichrist, but an Antichrist to be imitated, not merely to be abhorred. Nietzsche, who accepted the compromise, remarked with ghoulish joy that the classical age of war is coming, and that we owe this boon, not to the French Revolution, but to Napoleon. And in this way nationalism, Satanism, and hero worship, the legacy of Byron, became part of the complex soul of Germany. Byron is not gentle, but violent like a thunderstorm. What he says of Rousseau is applicable to himself. Rousseau was, he says, he who through enchantment over passion, and from woe wrung overwhelming eloquence. Yet he knew how to make madness beautiful, and cast o'er erring deeds and thoughts a heavenly hue. But there is a profound difference between the two men. Rousseau is pathetic, Byron is fierce. Rousseau's timidity is obvious, Byron's is concealed. Rousseau admires virtue provided it is simple, while Byron admires sin provided it is elemental. The difference, though it is only that between two stages in the revolt of unsocial instincts, is important, and shows the direction in which the movement is developing. Byron's Romanticism, it must be confessed, was only half sincere. At times, he would say that Pope's poetry was better than his own, but this judgment, also, was probably only what he thought in certain moods. The world insisted on simplifying him, and omitting the element of pose in his cosmic despair and professed contempt for mankind. Like many other prominent men, he was more important as a myth than as he really was. As a myth, his importance, especially on the continent, was enormous. 24. Schopenhauer. Schopenhauer, 1788–1860, is in many ways peculiar among philosophers. He is a pessimist, whereas almost all the others are in some sense optimists. He is not fully academic, like Kant and Hegel, nor yet completely outside the academic tradition. He dislikes Christianity, preferring the religions of India, both Hinduism and Buddhism. He is a man of wide culture, quite as much interested in art as in ethics. He is unusually free from nationalism, and as much at home with English and French writers as with those of his own country. His appeal has always been less to professional philosophers than to artistic and literary people in search of philosophy that they could believe. He began the emphasis on will, which is characteristic of much 19th and 20th century philosophy, but for him will, though metaphysically fundamental, is ethically evil, an opposition only possible for a pessimist. He acknowledges three sources of his philosophy: Kant, Plato, and the Upanishads, but I do not think he owes as much to Plato as he thinks he does. His outlook has a certain temperamental affinity with that of the Hellenistic age. It is tired and valetudinarian, valuing peace more than victory, and quietism more than attempts at reform, which he regards as inevitably futile. Both his parents belonged to prominent commercial families in Danzig, where he was born. His father was a Voltairian, who regarded England as the land of liberty and intelligence. In common with most of the leading citizens of Danzig, he hated the encroachments of Prussia on the independence of the Free City, and was indignant when it was annexed to Prussia in 1793, so indignant that he removed to Hamburg, at considerable pecuniary loss. Schopenhauer lived there with his father from 1793 to 1797, then he spent 2 years in Paris, at the end of which his father was pleased to find that the boy had nearly forgotten German. In 1803 he was put in a boarding school in England, where he hated the cant and hypocrisy. 2 years later, to please his father, he became a clerk in a commercial house in Hamburg, but he loathed the prospect of a business career, and longed for a literary and academic life. This was made possible by his father's death, probably by suicide. His mother was willing that he should abandon commerce for school and university. It might be supposed that he would, in consequence, have preferred her to his father, but the exact opposite happened. He disliked his mother, and retained an affectionate memory of his father. Schopenhauer's mother was a lady of literary aspirations, who settled in Weimar 2 weeks before the Battle of Jena. There she kept a literary salon, wrote books, and enjoyed friendships with men of culture. She had little affection for her son, and a keen eye for his faults. She warned him against bombast and empty pathos. He was annoyed by her philanderings. When he came of age he inherited a modest competence. After this, he and his mother gradually found each other more and more intolerable. His low opinion of women is no doubt due, at least in part, to his quarrels with his mother. Already at Hamburg he had come under the influence of the Romantics, especially Tieck, Novalis, and Hoffmann, from whom he learned to admire Greece and to think ill of the Hebraic elements in Christianity. Another Romantic, Friedrich Schlegel, confirmed him in his admiration of Indian philosophy. In the year in which he came of age, 1809, he went to the University of Göttingen, where he learned to admire Kant. 2 years later he went to Berlin, where he studied mainly science. He heard Fichte lecture, but despised him. He remained indifferent throughout the excitement of the War of Liberation. In 1819 he became a Privatdozent at Berlin, and had the conceit to put his lectures at the same hour as Hegel's. Having failed to lure away Hegel's hearers, he soon ceased to lecture. In the end he settled down to the life of an old bachelor in Frankfurt. He kept a poodle named Atma, the world's soul, walked 2 hours every day, smoked a long pipe, read the London Times, and employed correspondents to hunt up evidences of his fame. He was anti-democratic, and hated the revolution of 1848, he believed in spiritualism and magic. In his study he had a bust of Kant and a bronze of Buddha. In his manner of life he tried to imitate Kant except as regards early rising. His principal work, The World as Will and Idea, was published at the end of 1818. He believed it to be of great importance, and went so far as to say that some paragraphs in it had been dictated by the Holy Ghost. To his great mortification it fell completely flat. In 1844 he persuaded the publisher to bring out a second edition, but it was not till some years later that he began to receive some of the recognition for which he longed. Schopenhauer's system is an adaptation of Kant's, but one that emphasizes quite different aspects of the critique from those emphasized by Fichte or Hegel. They got rid of the thing in itself, and thus made knowledge metaphysically fundamental. Schopenhauer retained the thing in itself, but identified it with will. He held that what appears to perception as my body is really my will. There was more to be said for this view as a development of Kant than most Kantians were willing to recognize. Kant had maintained that a study of the moral law can take us behind phenomena, and give us knowledge which sense perception cannot give. He also maintained that the moral law is essentially concerned with the will. The difference between a good man and a bad man is, for Kant, a difference in the world of things in themselves, and is also a difference as to volitions. It follows that, for Kant, volitions must belong to the real world, not to the world of phenomena. The phenomenon corresponding to a volition is a bodily movement, that is why, according to Schopenhauer, the body is the appearance of which will is the reality. But the will which is behind phenomena cannot consist of a number of different volitions. Both time and space, according to Kant, and in this Schopenhauer agrees with him, belong only to phenomena. The thing in itself is not in space or time. My will, therefore, in the sense in which it is real, cannot be dated, nor can it be composed of separate acts of will, because it is space and time that are the source of plurality, the principle of individuation, to use the scholastic phrase which Schopenhauer prefers. My will, therefore, is one and timeless. Nay, more, it is to be identified with the will of the whole universe. My separateness is an illusion, resulting from my subjective apparatus of spatio-temporal perception. What is real is one vast will, appearing in the whole course of nature, animate and inanimate alike. So far, we might expect Schopenhauer to identify his cosmic will with God, and teach a pantheistic doctrine not unlike Spinoza's, in which virtue would consist in conformity to the divine will. But at this point his pessimism leads to a different development. The cosmic will is wicked, will, altogether, is wicked, or at any rate is the source of all our endless suffering. Suffering is essential to all life, and is increased by every increase of knowledge. Will has no fixed end, which if achieved would bring contentment. Although death must conquer in the end, we pursue our futile purposes, as we blow out a soap bubble as long and as large as possible, although we know perfectly well that it will burst. There is no such thing as happiness, for an unfulfilled wish causes pain, and attainment brings only satiety. Instinct urges men to procreation, which brings into existence a new occasion for suffering and death. That is why shame is associated with the sexual act. Suicide is useless. The doctrine of transmigration, even if not literally true, conveys truth in the form of a myth. All this is very sad, but there is a way out, and it was discovered in India. The best of myths is that of nirvana, which Schopenhauer interprets as extinction. This, he agrees, is contrary to Christian doctrine, but the ancient wisdom of the human race will not be displaced by what happened in Galilee. The cause of suffering is intensity of will. The less we exercise will, the less we shall suffer. And here knowledge turns out to be useful after all, provided it is knowledge of a certain sort. the distinction between one man and another is part of the phenomenal world, and disappears when the world is seen truly. To the good man, the veil of Maya, illusion, has become transparent. He sees that all things are one, and that the distinction between himself and another is only apparent. He reaches this insight by love, which is always sympathy, and has to do with the pain of others. When the veil of Maya is lifted, a man takes on the suffering of the whole world. In the good man, knowledge of the whole quiets all volition, his will turns away from life and denies his own nature. There arises within him a horror of the nature of which his own phenomenal existence is an expression, the kernel and inner nature of that world which is recognized as full of misery. Hence Schopenhauer is led to complete agreement, at least as regards practice, with ascetic mysticism. Eckhart and Angela Silesius are better than the New Testament. There are some good things in Orthodox Christianity, notably the doctrine of original sin as preached, against the vulgar Pelagianism, by St. Augustine and Luther, but the Gospels are sadly deficient in metaphysics. Buddhism, he says, is the highest religion, and his ethical doctrines are orthodox throughout Asia, except where the detestable doctrine of Islam prevails. The good man will practice complete chastity, voluntary poverty, fasting, and self-torture. In all things he will aim at breaking down his individual will. But he does not do this, as do the Western mystics, to achieve harmony with God. No such positive good is sought. The good that is sought is wholly and entirely negative. We must banish the dark impression of that nothingness which we discern behind all virtue and holiness as their final goal, and which we fear as children fear the dark. We must not even evade it like the Indians, through myths and meaningless words, such as reabsorption in Brahma or the nirvana of the Buddhists. Rather do we freely acknowledge that what remains after the entire abolition of will is for all those who are still full of will certainly nothing, but, conversely, to those in whom the will has turned and has denied itself, this our world, which is so real, with all its suns and milky ways is nothing. There is a vague suggestion here that the saint sees something positive which other men do not see, but there is nowhere a hint as to what this is, and I think the suggestion is only rhetorical. The world and all its phenomena, Schopenhauer says, are only the objectification of will. With the surrender of the will, all those phenomena are also abolished, that constant strain and effort without end and without rest at all the grades of objectivity in which and through which the world consists, the multifarious forms succeeding each other in gradation, the whole manifestation of the will, and, finally, also the universal forms of this manifestation, time and space, and also its last fundamental form, subject and object, all are abolished. No will, no idea, no world. Before us there is certainly only nothingness. We cannot interpret this except as meaning that the saint's purpose is to come as near as possible to non-existence, which, for some reason never clearly explained, he cannot achieve by suicide. Why the saint is to be preferred to a man who is always drunk is not very easy to see. Perhaps Schopenhauer thought the sober moments were bound to be sadly frequent. Schopenhauer's gospel of resignation is not very consistent and not very sincere. The mystics to whom he appeals believed in contemplation. In the beatific vision the most profound kind of knowledge was to be achieved, and this kind of knowledge was the supreme good. Ever since Parmenides, the delusive knowledge of appearance was contrasted with another kind of knowledge, not with something of a wholly different kind. Christianity teaches that in knowledge of God standeth our eternal life. But Schopenhauer will have none of this. He agreed that what commonly passes for knowledge belongs to the realm of Maya, but when we pierce the veil, we behold not God, but Satan, the wicked omnipotent will, perpetually busied in weaving a web of suffering for the torture of its creatures. Terrified by the diabolic vision, the sage cries avaunt, and seeks refuge in non-existence. It is an insult to the mystics to claim them as believers in this mythology. And the suggestion that, without achieving complete non-existence, the sage may yet live a life having some value, is not possible to reconcile with Schopenhauer's pessimism. So long as the sage exists, he exists because he retains will, which is evil. He may diminish the quantity of evil by weakening his will, but he can never acquire any positive good. Nor is the doctrine sincere, if we may judge by Schopenhauer's life. He habitually dined well, at a good restaurant. He had many trivial love affairs, which were sensual but not passionate. He was exceedingly quarrelsome and unusually avaricious. On one occasion he was annoyed by an elderly seamstress who was talking to a friend outside the door of his apartment. He threw her downstairs, causing her permanent injury. She obtained a court order compelling him to pay her a certain sum, 15 thalers, every quarter as long as she lived. When at last she died, after 20 years, he noted in his account book, Obit anus, a bit onus one. It is hard to find in his life evidences of any virtue except kindness to animals, which he carried to the point of objecting to vivisection in the interests of science. In all other respects he was completely selfish. It is difficult to believe that a man who was profoundly convinced of the virtue of asceticism and resignation would never have made any attempt to embody his convictions in his practice. Historically, two things are important about Schopenhauer: his pessimism, and his doctrine that will is superior to knowledge. His pessimism made it possible for men to take to philosophy without having to persuade themselves that all evil can be explained away, and in this way, as an antidote, it was useful. From a scientific point of view, optimism and pessimism are alike objectionable. Optimism assumes, or attempts to prove, that the universe exists to please us, and pessimism that it exists to displease us. Scientifically, there is no evidence that it is concerned with us either one way or the other. The belief in either pessimism or optimism is a matter of temperament, not of reason, but the optimistic temperament has been much commoner among Western philosophers. A representative of the opposite party is therefore likely to be useful in bringing forward considerations which would otherwise be overlooked. More important than pessimism was the doctrine of the primacy of the will. It is obvious that this doctrine has no necessary logical connection with pessimism, and those who held it after Schopenhauer frequently found in it a basis for optimism. In one form or another, the doctrine that will is paramount has been held by many modern philosophers, notably Nietzsche, Bergson, James, and Dewey. It has, moreover, acquired a vogue outside the circles of professional philosophers. And in proportion as will has gone up in the scale, knowledge has gone down. This is, I think, the most notable change that has come over the temper of philosophy in our age. It was prepared by Rousseau and Kant, but was first proclaimed in its purity by Schopenhauer. For this reason, in spite of inconsistency and a certain shallowness, his philosophy has considerable importance as a stage in historical development. 25. Nietzsche. Nietzsche, 1844 to 1900, regarded himself, rightly, as the successor of Schopenhauer, to whom, however, he is superior in many ways, particularly in the consistency and coherence of his doctrine. Schopenhauer's Oriental ethic of renunciation seems out of harmony with his metaphysic of the omnipotence of will. In Nietzsche, the will has ethical as well as metaphysical primacy. Nietzsche, though a professor, was a literary rather than an academic philosopher. He invented no new technical theories in ontology or epistemology. His importance is primarily in ethics, and secondarily as an acute historical critic. I shall confine myself almost entirely to his ethics and his criticism of religion, since it was this aspect of his writing that made him influential. His life was simple. His father was a Protestant pastor, and his upbringing was very pious. He was brilliant at the university as a classicist and student of philology, so much so that in 1869, before he had taken his degree, he was offered a professorship of philology at Basel, which he accepted. His health was never good, and after periods of sick leave he was obliged to retire finally in 1879. After this, he lived in Switzerland and Italy. In 1888 he became insane, and remained so until his death. He had a passionate admiration for Wagner, but quarreled with him, nominally over Parsifal, which he thought too Christian and too full of renunciation. After the quarrel he criticized Wagner savagely, and even went so far to accuse him of being a Jew. His general outlook, however, remained very similar to that of Wagner in The Ring. Nietzsche's Superman is very like Siegfried, except that he knows Greek. This may seem odd, but that is not my fault. Nietzsche was not consciously a romantic, indeed he often severely criticizes the romantics. Consciously his outlook was Hellenic, but with the Orphic component omitted. He admired the pre-Socratics, except Pythagoras. He has a close affinity to Heraclitus. Aristotle's magnanimous man is very like what Nietzsche calls the noble man, but in the main he regards the Greek philosophers from Socrates onwards as inferior to their predecessors. He cannot forgive Socrates for his humble origin, he calls him a roturier, and accuses him of corrupting the noble Athenian youth with a democratic moral bias. Plato, especially, is condemned on account of his taste for edification. Nietzsche, however, obviously does not quite like condemning him, and suggests, to excuse him, that perhaps he was insincere, and only preached virtue as a means of keeping the lower classes in order. He speaks of him on one occasion as a great Cagliostro. He likes Democritus and Epicurus, but his affection for the latter seems somewhat illogical, unless it is interpreted as really an admiration for Lucretius. As might be expected, he has a low opinion of Kant, whom he calls a moral fanatic à la Rousseau. In spite of Nietzsche's criticism of the Romantics, his outlook owes much to them. It is that of aristocratic anarchism, like Byron's, and one is not surprised to find him admiring Byron. He attempts to combine two sets of values which are not easily harmonized. On the one hand he likes ruthlessness, war, and aristocratic pride, on the other hand, he loves philosophy and literature and the arts, especially music. Historically, these values coexisted in the Renaissance. Pope Julius II, fighting for Bologna and employing Michelangelo, might be taken as the sort of man whom Nietzsche would wish to see in control of governments. It is natural to compare Nietzsche with Machiavelli, in spite of important differences between the two men. As for the differences, Machiavelli was a man of affairs, whose opinions had been formed by close contact with public business, and were in harmony with his age. He was not pedantic or systematic, and his philosophy of politics scarcely forms a coherent whole. Nietzsche, on the contrary, was a professor, an essentially bookish man, and a philosopher in conscious opposition to what appeared to be the dominant political and ethical trends of his time. The similarities, however, go deeper. Nietzsche's political philosophy is analogous to that of the Prince, not the discourses, though it is worked out and applied over a wider field. Both Nietzsche and Machiavelli have an ethic which aims at power and is deliberately anti-Christian, though Nietzsche is more frank in this respect. What Caesar Borgia was to Machiavelli, Napoleon was to Nietzsche, a great man defeated by petty opponents. Nietzsche's criticism of religions and philosophies is dominated entirely by ethical motives. He admires certain qualities which he believes, perhaps rightly, to be only possible for an aristocratic minority. The majority, in his opinion, should be only means to the excellence of the few, and should not be regarded as having any independent claim to happiness or well-being. He alludes habitually to ordinary human beings as the bungled and botched, and sees no objection to their suffering if it is necessary for the production of a great man. Thus the whole importance of the period from 1789 to 1815 is summed up in Napoleon. The revolution made Napoleon possible, that is its justification. We ought to desire the anarchical collapse of the whole of our civilization if such a reward were to be its result. Napoleon made nationalism possible, that is the latter's excuse. Almost all of the higher hopes of this century, he says, are due to Napoleon. He is fond of expressing himself paradoxically and with a view to shocking conventional readers. He does this by employing the words good and evil with their ordinary connotations, and then saying that he prefers evil to good. His book, Beyond Good and Evil, really aims at changing the reader's opinion as to what is good and what is evil, but professes, except at moments, to be praising what is evil and decrying what is good. He says, for instance, that it is a mistake to regard it as a duty to aim at the victory of good and the annihilation of evil. This view is English, and typical of that blockhead, John Stuart Mill, a man for whom he has especially virulent contempt. Of him he says, "I abhor the man's vulgarity when he says what is right for one man is right for another, do not to others that which you would not that they should do unto you." 1. Such principles would fain establish the whole of human traffic upon mutual services, so that every action would appear to be a cash payment for something done to us. The hypothesis here is ignoble to the last degree. It is taken for granted that there is some sort of equivalence in value between my actions and thine too. True virtue, as opposed to the conventional sort, is not for all, but should remain the characteristic of an aristocratic minority. It is not profitable or prudent, it isolates its possessor from other men, it is hostile to order, and does harm to inferiors. It is necessary for higher men to make war upon the masses, and resist the democratic tendencies of the age, for in all directions mediocre people are joining hands to make themselves masters. Everything that pampers, that softens, and that brings the people or woman to the front, operates in favor of universal suffrage, that is to say, the dominion of inferior men. The seducer was Rousseau, who made woman interesting, then came Harriet Beecher Stowe and the slaves, then the socialists with their championship of workmen and the poor. All these are to be combated. Nietzsche's ethic is not one of self-indulgence in any ordinary sense. He believes in Spartan discipline and the capacity to endure as well as inflict pain for important ends. He admires strength of will above all things. I test the power of a will, he says, according to the amount of resistance it can offer and the amount of pain and torture it can endure, and know how to turn to its own advantage. I do not point to the evil and pain of existence with the finger of reproach, but rather entertain the hope that life may one day become more evil and more full of suffering than it has ever been. He regards compassion as a weakness to be combated. The object is to attain that enormous energy of greatness which can model the man of the future by means of discipline and also by means of the annihilation of millions of the bungled and botched, and which can yet avoid going to ruin at the sight of the suffering created thereby, the like of which has never been seen before. He prophesied with a certain glee an era of great wars. One wonders whether he would have been happy if he had lived to see the fulfillment of his prophecy. He is not, however, a worshipper of the state, far from it. He is a passionate individualist, a believer in the hero. The misery of a whole nation, he says, is of less importance than the suffering of a great individual. The misfortunes of all these small folk do not together constitute a sum total, except in the feelings of mighty men. Nietzsche is not a nationalist, and shows no excessive admiration for Germany. He wants an international ruling race, who are to be the lords of the earth, a new vast aristocracy based upon the most severe self-discipline, in which the will of philosophical men of power and artist tyrants will be stamped upon thousands of years. He is also not definitely anti-Semitic, though he thinks Germany contains as many Jews as it can assimilate, and ought not to permit any further influx of Jews. He dislikes the New Testament, but not the Old, of which he speaks in terms of the highest admiration. In justice to Nietzsche, it must be emphasized that many modern developments which have a certain connection with his general ethical outlook are contrary to his clearly expressed opinions. Two applications of his ethic deserve notice: first, his contempt for women; second, his bitter critique of Christianity. He is never tired of inveighing against women. In his pseudo-prophetical book, Thus Spake Zarathustra, he says that women are not, as yet, capable of friendship. They are still cats, or birds, or at best cows. Man shall be trained for war and woman for the recreation of the warrior. All else is folly. The recreation of the warrior is to be of a peculiar sort, if one may trust his most emphatic aphorism on this subject: "Thou goest to woman? Do not forget thy whip." He is not always quite so fierce, though always equally contemptuous. In The Will to Power he says, "We take pleasure in woman as in a perhaps daintier, more delicate, and more ethereal kind of creature. What a treat it is to meet creatures who have only dancing and nonsense and finery in their minds. They have always been the delight of every tense and profound male soul. However, even these graces are only to be found in women so long as they are kept in order by manly men. As soon as they achieve any independence they become intolerable. Woman has so much cause for shame, in woman there is so much pedantry, superficiality, schoolmasterliness, petty presumption, unbridledness, and indiscretion concealed, which has really been best restrained and dominated hitherto by the fear of man. So he says in Beyond Good and Evil, where he adds that we should think of women as property, as Orientals do. The whole of his abuse of women is offered as self-evident truth, it is not backed up by evidence from history or from his own experience, which, so far as women were concerned, was almost confined to his sister. Nietzsche's objection to Christianity is that it caused acceptance of what he calls slave morality. It is curious to observe the contrast between his arguments and those of the French philosophers who preceded the Revolution. They argued that Christian dogmas are untrue, that Christianity teaches submission to what is deemed to be the will of God, whereas self-respecting human beings should not bow before any higher power, and that the Christian churches have become the allies of tyrants, and are helping the enemies of democracy to deny liberty and continue to grind the faces of the poor. Nietzsche is not interested in the metaphysical truth of either Christianity or any other religion, being convinced that no religion is really true. He judges all religions entirely by their social effects. He agrees with the philosophers in objecting to submission to the supposed will of God, but he would substitute for it the will of earthly artist tyrants. Submission is right, except for these supermen, but not submission to the Christian God. As for the Christian churches being allies of tyrants and enemies of democracy, that, he says, is the very reverse of the truth. The French Revolution and socialism are, according to him, essentially identical in spirit with Christianity. To all alike he is opposed, and for the same reason, that he will not treat all men as equal in any respect whatever. Buddhism and Christianity, he says, are both nihilistic religions, in the sense that they deny any ultimate difference of value between one man and another, but Buddhism is much the less objectionable of the two. Christianity is degenerative, full of decaying and excremental elements, its driving force is the revolt of the bungled and botched. This revolt was begun by the Jews, and brought into Christianity by holy epileptics like St. Paul, who had no honesty. The New Testament is the gospel of a completely ignoble species of man. Christianity is the most fatal and seductive lie that ever existed. No man of note has ever resembled the Christian ideal. Consider for instance the heroes of Plutarch's lives. Christianity is to be condemned for denying the value of pride, pathos of distance, great responsibility, exuberant spirits, splendid animalism, the instincts of war and of conquest, the deification of passion, revenge, anger, voluptuousness, adventure, knowledge. All these things are good, and all are said by Christianity to be bad, so Nietzsche contends. Christianity, he argues, aims at taming the heart in man, but this is a mistake. A wild beast has a certain splendor, which it loses when it is tamed. The criminals with whom Dostoevsky associated were better than he was, because they were more self-respecting. Nietzsche is nauseated by repentance and redemption, which he calls a folie circulaire. It is difficult for us to free ourselves from this way of thinking about human behavior. We are heirs to the conscience vivisection and self-crucifixion of 2000 years. There is a very eloquent passage about Pascal, which deserves quotation, because it shows Nietzsche's objections to Christianity at their best. What is it that we combat in Christianity? That it aims at destroying the strong, at breaking their spirit, at exploiting their moments of weariness and debility, at converting their proud assurance into anxiety and conscience trouble, that it knows how to poison the noblest instincts and to infect them with disease, until their strength, their will to power, turns inwards, against themselves until the strong perish through their excessive self-contempt and self-immolation, that gruesome way of perishing, of which Pascal is the most famous example. In place of the Christian saint, Nietzsche wishes to see what he calls the noble man, by no means as a universal type, but as a governing aristocrat. The noble man will be capable of cruelty, and, on occasion, of what is vulgarly regarded as crime, he will recognize duties only to equals. He will protect artists and poets and all who happen to be masters of some skill, but he will do so as himself a member of a higher order than those who only know how to do something. From the example of warriors he will learn to associate death with the interests for which he is fighting, to sacrifice numbers, and take his cause sufficiently seriously not to spare men, to practice inexorable discipline, and to allow himself violence and cunning in war. He will recognize the part played by cruelty in aristocratic excellence. Almost everything that we call higher culture is based upon the spiritualizing and intensifying of cruelty. The noble man is essentially the incarnate will to power. What are we to think of Nietzsche's doctrines? How far are they true? Are they in any degree useful? Is there in them anything objective, or are they the mere power fantasies of an invalid? It is undeniable that Nietzsche has had a great influence, not among technical philosophers, but among people of literary and artistic culture. It must also be conceded that his prophecies as to the future have, so far, proved more nearly right than those of liberals or socialists. If he is a mere symptom of disease, the disease must be very widespread in the modern world. Nevertheless, there is a great deal in him that must be dismissed as merely megalomaniac. Speaking of Spinoza, he says, "How much of personal timidity and vulnerability does this masquerade of a sickly recluse betray?" Exactly the same may be said of him, with the less reluctance since he has not hesitated to say it of Spinoza. It is obvious that in his daydreams he is a warrior, not a professor. All the men he admires were military. His opinion of women, like every man's, is an objectification of his own emotion towards them, which is obviously one of fear. Forget not thy whip, but 9 women out of 10 would get the whip away from him, and he knew it, so he kept away from women, and soothed his wounded vanity with unkind remarks. He condemns Christian love because he thinks it is an outcome of fear. "I am afraid my neighbor may injure me, and so I assure him that I love him. If I were stronger and bolder, I should openly display the contempt for him which of course I feel." It does not occur to Nietzsche as possible that a man should genuinely feel universal love, obviously because he himself feels almost universal hatred and fear, which he would fain disguise as lordly indifference. His noble man who is himself in daydreams is a being wholly devoid of sympathy, ruthless, cunning, cruel, concerned only with his own power. King Lear, on the verge of madness, says, "I will do such things. What they are yet I know not, but they shall be." The terror of the earth. This is Nietzsche's philosophy in a nutshell. It never occurred to Nietzsche that the lust for power, with which he endows his Superman, is itself an outcome of fear. Those who do not fear their neighbors see no necessity to tyrannize over them. Men who have conquered fear have not the frantic quality of Nietzsche's artist-tyrant Neros, who try to enjoy music and massacre while their hearts are filled with dread of the inevitable palace revolution. I will not deny that, partly as a result of his teaching, the real world has become very like his nightmare, but that does not make it any the less horrible. It must be admitted that there is a certain type of Christian ethic to which Nietzsche's strictures can be justly applied. Pascal and Dostoevsky, his own illustrations, have both something abject in their virtue. Pascal sacrificed his magnificent mathematical intellect to his God, thereby attributing to him a barbarity which was a cosmic enlargement of Pascal's morbid mental tortures. Dostoevsky would have nothing to do with proper pride, he would sin in order to repent and to enjoy the luxury of confession. I will not argue the question how far such aberrations can justly be charged against Christianity, but I will admit that I agree with Nietzsche in thinking Dostoevsky's prostration contemptible. A certain uprightness and pride and even self-assertion of a sort, I should agree, are elements in the best character. No virtue which has its roots in fear is much to be admired. There are 2 sorts of saints, the saint by nature, and the saint from fear. The saint by nature has a spontaneous love of mankind, he does good because to do so gives him happiness. The saint from fear, on the other hand, like the man who only abstains from theft because of the police, would be wicked if he were not restrained by the thought of hellfire or of his neighbor's vengeance. Nietzsche can only imagine the second sort of saint. He is so full of fear and hatred that spontaneous love of mankind seems to him impossible. He has never conceived of the man who, with all the fearlessness and stubborn pride of the Superman, nevertheless does not inflict pain because he has no wish to do so. Does anyone suppose that Lincoln acted as he did from fear of hell? Yet to Nietzsche Lincoln is abject, Napoleon magnificent. It remains to consider the main ethical problem raised by Nietzsche, namely, should our ethic be aristocratic, or should it, in some sense, treat all men alike? This is a question which, as I have just stated it, has no very clear meaning, and obviously, the first step is to try to make the issue more definite. We must in the first place try to distinguish an aristocratic ethic from an aristocratic political theory. A believer in Bentham's principle of the greatest happiness of the greatest number has a democratic ethic, but he may think that the general happiness is best promoted by an aristocratic form of government. This is not Nietzsche's position. He holds that the happiness of common people is no part of the good per se. All that is good or bad in itself exists only in the superior few, what happens to the rest is of no account. The next question is, how are the superior few defined? In practice, they have usually been a conquering race or a hereditary aristocracy, and aristocracies have usually been, at least in theory, descendants of conquering races. I think Nietzsche would accept this definition. No morality is possible without good birth, he tells us. He says that the noble caste is always at first barbarian, but that every elevation of man is due to aristocratic society. It is not clear whether Nietzsche regards the superiority of the aristocrat as congenital or as due to education and environment. If the latter, it is difficult to defend the exclusion of others from advantages for which, ex hypothesi, they are equally qualified. I shall therefore assume that he regards conquering aristocracies and their descendants as biologically superior to their subjects, as men are superior to domestic animals, though in a lesser degree. What shall we mean by biologically superior? We shall mean, when interpreting Nietzsche, that individuals of the superior race, and their descendants, are more likely to be noble in Nietzsche's sense. They will have more strength of will, more courage, more impulse towards power, less sympathy, less fear, and less gentleness. We can now state Nietzsche's ethic. I think what follows is a fair analysis of it. Victors in war, and their descendants, are usually biologically superior to the vanquished. It is therefore desirable that they should hold all the power, and should manage affairs exclusively in their own interests. There is here still the word desirable to be considered. What is desirable in Nietzsche's philosophy? From the outsider's point of view, what Nietzsche calls desirable is what Nietzsche desires. With this interpretation, Nietzsche's doctrine might be stated more simply and honestly in the one sentence: I wish I had lived in the Athens of Pericles or the Florence of the Medici. But this is not a philosophy, it is a biographical fact about a certain individual. The word desirable is not synonymous with desired by me. It has some claim, however shadowy, to legislate universally. A theist may say that what is desirable is what God desires, but Nietzsche cannot say this. He could say that he knows what is good by an ethical intuition, but he will not say this, because it sounds too Kantian. What he can say, as an expansion of the word desirable, is this: if men will read my works, a certain percentage of them will come to share my desires as regards the organization of society. These men, inspired by the energy and determination which my philosophy will give them, can preserve and restore aristocracy, with themselves as aristocrats or, like me, sycophants of aristocracy. In this way they will achieve a fuller life than they can have as servants of the people. There is another element in Nietzsche, which is closely akin to the objection urged by rugged individualists against trade unions. In a fight of all against all, the victor is likely to possess certain qualities which Nietzsche admires, such as courage, resourcefulness, and strength of will. But if the men who do not possess these aristocratic qualities, who are the vast majority, band themselves together, they may win in spite of their individual inferiority. In this fight of the collective canaille against the aristocrats, Christianity is the ideological front, as the French Revolution was the fighting front. We ought therefore to oppose every kind of union among the individually feeble, for fear lest their combined power should outweigh that of the individually strong. On the other hand, we ought to promote union among the tough and virile elements of the population. The first step towards the creation of such a union is the preaching of Nietzsche's philosophy. It will be seen that it is not easy to preserve the distinction between ethics and politics. Suppose we wish, as I certainly do, to find arguments against Nietzsche's ethics and politics, what arguments can we find? There are weighty practical arguments, showing that the attempt to secure his ends will in fact secure something quite different. Aristocracies of birth are nowadays discredited. The only practicable form of aristocracy is an organization like the fascist or the Nazi Party. Such an organization rouses opposition, and is likely to be defeated in war, but if it is not defeated it must, before long, become nothing but a police state, where the rulers live in terror of assassination, and the heroes are in concentration camps. In such a community faith and honor are sapped by delation, and the would-be aristocracy of supermen degenerates into a clique of trembling poltroons. These, however, are arguments for our time. They would not have held good in past ages, when aristocracy was unquestioned. The Egyptian government was conducted on Nietzschean principles for several millennia. The governments of almost all large states were aristocratic until the American and the French revolutions. We have therefore to ask ourselves whether there is any good reason for preferring democracy to a form of government which has had such a long and successful history, or rather, since we are concerned with philosophy, not politics, whether there are objective grounds for rejecting the ethic by which Nietzsche supports aristocracy. The ethical, as opposed to the political, question is one as to sympathy. Sympathy, in the sense of being made unhappy by the suffering of others, is to some extent natural to human beings. Young children are troubled when they hear other children crying. But the development of this feeling is very different in different people. Some find pleasure in the infliction of torture, others, like Buddha, feel that they cannot be completely happy so long as any living thing is suffering. Most people divide mankind emotionally into friends and enemies, feeling sympathy for the former, but not for the latter. An ethic such as that of Christianity or Buddhism has its emotional basis in universal sympathy, Nietzsche's, in a complete absence of sympathy. He frequently preaches against sympathy, and in this respect one feels that he has no difficulty in obeying his own precepts. The question is, if Buddha and Nietzsche were confronted, could either produce any argument that ought to appeal to the impartial listener? I am not thinking of political arguments. We can imagine them appearing before the Almighty, as in the first chapter of the book of Job, and offering advice as to the sort of world he should create. What could either say? Buddha would open the argument by speaking of the lepers, outcast and miserable, the poor, toiling with aching limbs and barely kept alive by scanty nourishment, the wounded in battle, dying in slow agony, the orphans, ill-treated by cruel guardians, and even the most successful haunted by the thought of failure and death. From all this load of sorrow, he would say, a way of salvation must be found, and salvation can only come through love. Nietzsche, whom only omnipotence could restrain from interrupting, would burst out when his turn came, "Good heavens, man, you must learn to be of tougher fiber. Why go about snivelling because trivial people suffer? Or, for that matter, because great men suffer? Trivial people suffer trivially, great men suffer greatly, and great sufferings are not to be regretted, because they are noble. Your ideal is a purely negative one, absence of suffering, which can be completely secured by non-existence. I, on the other hand, have positive ideals. I admire Alcibiades, and the Emperor Frederick II, and Napoleon. For the sake of such men, any misery is worthwhile. I appeal to you, Lord, as the greatest of creative artists, do not let your artistic impulses be curbed by the degenerate fear-ridden maunderings of this wretched psychopath. Buddha, who in the courts of heaven has learned all history since his death, and has mastered science with delight in the knowledge and sorrow at the use to which men have put it, replies with calm urbanity, "You are mistaken, Professor Nietzsche, in thinking my ideal a purely negative one. True, it includes a negative element, the absence of suffering, but it has in addition quite as much that is positive as is to be found in your doctrine. Though I have no special admiration for Alcibiades and Napoleon, I, too, have my heroes, my successor Jesus, because he told men to love their enemies, the men who discovered how to master the forces of nature and secure food with less labor, the medical men who have shown how to diminish disease, the poets and artists and musicians who have caught glimpses of the divine beatitude. Love and knowledge and delight in beauty are not negations, they are enough to fill the lives of the greatest men that have ever lived. All the same, Nietzsche replies, your world would be insipid. You should study Heraclitus, whose works survive complete in the celestial library. Your love is compassion, which is elicited by pain, your truth, if you are honest, is unpleasant and only to be known through suffering, and as to beauty, what is more beautiful than the tiger, who owes his splendor to his fierceness? No, if the Lord should decide for your world, I fear we should all die of boredom. You might, Buddha replies, because you love pain, and your love of life is a sham. But those who really love life would be happy as no one can be happy in the world as it is. For my part, I agree with Buddha as I have imagined him. But I do not know how to prove that he is right by any arguments such as can be used in a mathematical or a scientific question. I dislike Nietzsche because he likes the contemplation of pain, because he erects conceit into a duty, because the men whom he most admires are conquerors, whose glory is cleverness in causing men to die. But I think the ultimate argument against his philosophy, as against any unpleasant but internally self-consistent ethic, lies not in an appeal to facts, but in an appeal to the emotions. Nietzsche despises universal love, I feel it the motive power to all that I desire as regards the world. His followers have had their innings, but we may hope that it is coming rapidly to an end. 26. The Utilitarians 1. Throughout the period from Kant to Nietzsche, professional philosophers in Great Britain remained almost completely unaffected by their German contemporaries, with the sole exception of Sir William Hamilton, who had little influence. Coleridge and Carlyle, it is true, were profoundly affected by Kant, Fichte, and the German Romantics, but they were not philosophers in the technical sense. Somebody seems to have once mentioned Kant to James Mill, who, after a cursory inspection, remarked, I see well enough what poor Kant would be at. But this degree of recognition is exceptional. In general, there is complete silence about the Germans. Bentham and his school derived their philosophy, in all its main outlines, from Locke, Hartley, and Helvetius. Their importance is not so much philosophical as political, as the leaders of British radicalism, and as the men who unintentionally prepared the way for the doctrines of socialism. Jeremy Bentham, who was the recognized leader of the philosophical radicals, was not the sort of man one expects to find at the head of a movement of this sort. He was born in 1748, but did not become a radical till 1808. He was painfully shy, and could not without great trepidation endure the company of strangers. He wrote voluminously, but never bothered to publish. What was published under his name had been benevolently purloined by his friends. His main interest was jurisprudence, in which he recognized Helvetius and Beccaria as his most important predecessors. It was through the theory of law that he became interested in ethics and politics. He bases his whole philosophy on two principles, the association principle, and the greatest happiness principle. The association principle had been emphasized by Hartley in 1749, before him, though association of ideas was recognized as occurring, it was regarded, for instance by Locke, only as a source of trivial errors. Bentham, following Hartley, made it the basic principle of psychology. He recognizes association of ideas and language, and also association of ideas and ideas. By means of this principle he aims at a deterministic account of mental occurrences. In essence, the doctrine is the same as the more modern theory of the conditioned reflex, based on Pavlov's experiments. The only important difference is that Pavlov's conditioned reflex is physiological, whereas the association of ideas was purely mental. Pavlov's work is therefore capable of a materialistic explanation, such as is given to it by the behaviorists, whereas the association of ideas led rather towards a psychology more or less independent of physiology. There can be no doubt that, scientifically, the principle of the conditioned reflex is an advance on the older principle. Pavlov's principle is this: given a reflex according to which a stimulus B produces a reaction C, and given that a certain animal has frequently experienced a stimulus A at the same time as B, it often happens that in time the stimulus A will produce the reaction C even when B is absent. To determine the circumstances under which this happens is a matter of experiment. Clearly, if we substitute ideas for A, B, and C, Pavlov's principle becomes that of the association of ideas. Both principles, indubitably, are valid over a certain field. The only controversial question is as to the extent of this field. Bentham and his followers exaggerated the extent of the field in the case of Hartley's principle, as certain behaviorists have in the case of Pavlov's principle. To Bentham, determinism in psychology was important, because he wished to establish a code of laws and, more generally, a social system which would automatically make men virtuous. His second principle, that of the greatest happiness, became necessary at this point in order to define virtue. Bentham maintained that what is good is pleasure or happiness. He used these words as synonyms, and what is bad is pain. Therefore, one state of affairs is better than another if it involves a greater balance of pleasure over pain, or a smaller balance of pain over pleasure. Of all possible states of affairs, that one is best which involves the greatest balance of pleasure over pain. There is nothing new in this doctrine, which came to be called utilitarianism. It had been advocated by Hutcheson as early as 1725. Bentham attributes it to Priestley, who, however, had no special claim to it. It is virtually contained in Locke. Bentham's merit consisted, not in the doctrine, but in his vigorous application of it to various practical problems. Bentham held not only that the good is happiness in general, but also that each individual always pursues what he believes to be his own happiness. The business of the legislator, therefore, is to produce harmony between public and private interests. It is to the interest of the public that I should abstain from theft, but it is not to my interest except where there is an effective criminal law. Thus the criminal law is a method of making the interests of the individual coincide with those of the community, that is its justification. Men are to be punished by the criminal law in order to prevent crime, not because we hate the criminal. It is more important that the punishment should be certain than that it should be severe. In his day, in England, many quite minor offences were subject to the death penalty, with the result that juries often refused to convict because they thought the penalty excessive. Bentham advocated abolition of the death penalty for all but the worst offences, and before he died the criminal law had been mitigated in this respect. Civil law, he says, should have four aims: subsistence, abundance, security, and equality. It will be observed that he does not mention liberty. In fact, he cared little for liberty. He admired the benevolent autocrats who preceded the French Revolution, Catherine the Great and the Emperor Francis. He had a great contempt for the doctrine of the rights of man. The rights of man, he said, are plain nonsense, the imprescriptible rights of man, nonsense on stilts. When the French revolutionaries made their Declaration de droit de l'homme, Bentham called it a metaphysical work, the ne plus ultra of metaphysics. Its articles, he said, could be divided into three classes: 1. Those that are unintelligible, 2. Those that are false, 3. Those that are both. Bentham's ideal, like that of Epicurus, was security, not liberty. Wars and storms are best to read of, but peace and calms are better to endure. His gradual evolution towards radicalism had two sources: on the one hand, a belief in equality, deduced from the calculus of pleasures and pains; on the other hand, an inflexible determination to submit everything to the arbitrament of reason as he understood it. His love of equality early led him to advocate equal division of a man's property among his children, and to oppose testamentary freedom. In later years it led him to oppose monarchy and hereditary aristocracy, and to advocate complete democracy, including votes for women. His refusal to believe without rational grounds led him to reject religion, including belief in God. It made him keenly critical of absurdities and anomalies in the law, however venerable their historical origin. He would not excuse anything on the ground that it was traditional. From early youth he was opposed to imperialism, whether that of the British in America, or that of other nations. He considered colonies a folly. It was through the influence of James Mill that Bentham was induced to take sides in practical politics. James Mill was 25 years younger than Bentham, and an ardent disciple of his doctrines, but he was also an active radical. Bentham gave Mill a house, which had belonged to Milton, and assisted him financially while he wrote a history of India. When this history was finished, the East India Company gave James Mill a post, as they did afterwards to his son until their abolition as a sequel to the mutiny. James Mill greatly admired Condorcet and Helvetius. Like all radicals of that period, he believed in the omnipotence of education. He practiced his theories on his son John Stuart Mill, with results partly good, partly bad. The most important bad result was that John Stuart could never quite shake off his influence, even when he perceived that his father's outlook had been narrow. James Mill, like Bentham, considered pleasure the only good and pain the only evil. But like Epicurus he valued moderate pleasure most. He thought intellectual enjoyments the best, and temperance the chief virtue. The intense was with him a byword of scornful disapprobation, says his son, who adds that he objected to the modern stress laid upon feeling. Like the whole utilitarian school, he was utterly opposed to every form of romanticism. He thought politics could be governed by reason, and expected men's opinions to be determined by the weight of evidence. If opposing sides in a controversy are presented with equal skill, there is a moral certainty, so he held that the greater number will judge right. His outlook was limited by the poverty of his emotional nature, but within his limitations he had the merits of industry, disinterestedness, and rationality. His son John Stuart Mill, who was born in 1806, carried on a somewhat softened form of the Benthamite doctrine to the time of his death in 1873. Throughout the middle portion of the 19th century, the influence of the Benthamites on British legislation and policy was astonishingly great, considering their complete absence of emotional appeal. Bentham advanced various arguments in favor of the view that the general happiness is the summum bonum. Some of these arguments were acute criticisms of other ethical theories. In his treatise on political sophisms he says, in language which seems to anticipate Marx, that sentimental and ascetic moralities serve the interests of the governing class, and are the product of an aristocratic regime. Those who teach the morality of sacrifice, he continues, are not victims of error, they want others to sacrifice to them. The moral order, he says, results from equilibrium of interests. Governing corporations pretend that there is already identity of interests between the governors and the governed, but reformers make it clear that this identity does not yet exist, and try to bring it about. He maintains that only the principle of utility can give a criterion in morals and legislation, and lay the foundation of a social science. His main positive argument in favor of his principle is that it is really implied by apparently different ethical systems. This, however, is only made plausible by a severe restriction of his survey. There is an obvious lacuna in Bentham's system. If every man always pursues his own pleasure, how are we to secure that the legislator shall pursue the pleasure of mankind in general? Bentham's own instinctive benevolence, which his psychological theories prevented him from noticing, concealed the problem from him. If he had been employed to draw up a code of laws for some country, he would have framed his proposals in what he conceived to be the public interest, not so as to further his own interests or, consciously, the interests of his class. But if he had recognized this fact, he would have had to modify his psychological doctrines. He seems to have thought that, by means of democracy combined with adequate supervision, legislators could be so controlled that they could only further their private interests by being useful to the general public. There was in his day not much material for forming a judgment as to the working of democratic institutions, and his optimism was therefore perhaps excusable, but in our more disillusioned age it seems somewhat naive. John Stuart Mill, in his Utilitarianism, offers an argument which is so fallacious that it is hard to understand how he can have thought it valid. He says, pleasure is the only thing desired, therefore pleasure is the only thing desirable. He argues that the only things visible are things seen, the only things audible are things heard, and similarly the only things desirable are things desired. He does not notice that a thing is visible if it can be seen, but desirable if it ought to be desired. Thus desirable is a word presupposing an ethical theory. We cannot infer what is desirable from what is desired. Again, if each man in fact and inevitably pursues his own pleasure, there is no point in saying he ought to do something else. Kant urged that you ought implies you can. Conversely, if you cannot, it is futile to say you ought. If each man must always pursue his own pleasure, ethics is reduced to prudence. You may do well to further the interests of others in the hope that they in turn will further yours. Similarly in politics all cooperation is a matter of log rolling. From the premises of the utilitarians no other conclusion is validly deducible. There are two distinct questions involved. First, does each man pursue his own happiness? Second, is the general happiness the right end of human action? When it is said that each man desires his own happiness, the statement is capable of two meanings, of which one is a truism and the other is false. Whatever I may happen to desire, I shall get some pleasure from achieving my wish. In this sense, whatever I desire is a pleasure, and it may be said, though somewhat loosely, that pleasures are what I desire. This is the sense of the doctrine which is a truism. But if what is meant is that, when I desire anything, I desire it because of the pleasure that it will give me, that is usually untrue. When I am hungry I desire food, and so long as my hunger persists food will give me pleasure. But the hunger, which is a desire, comes first, the pleasure is a consequence of the desire. I do not deny that there are occasions when there is a direct desire for pleasure. If you have decided to devote a free evening to the theater, you will choose the theater that you think will give you the most pleasure. But the actions thus determined by the direct desire for pleasure are exceptional and unimportant. Everybody's main activities are determined by desires which are anterior to the calculation of pleasures and pains. Anything whatever may be an object of desire. A masochist may desire his own pain. The masochist, no doubt, derives pleasure from the pain that he has desired, but the pleasure is because of the desire, not vice versa. A man may desire something that does not affect him personally except because of his desire, for instance, the victory of one side in a war in which his country is neutral. He may desire an increase of general happiness, or a mitigation of general suffering. Or he may, like Carlyle, desire the exact opposite. As his desires vary, so do his pleasures. Ethics is necessary because men's desires conflict. The primary cause of conflict is egoism. Most people are more interested in their own welfare than in that of other people. But conflicts are equally possible where there is no element of egoism. One man may wish everybody to be Catholic, another may wish everybody to be Calvinist. Such non-egoistic desires are frequently involved in social conflicts. Ethics has a twofold purpose: first, to find a criterion by which to distinguish good and bad desires; second, by means of praise and blame, to promote good desires and discourage such as are bad. The ethical part of the utilitarian doctrine, which is logically independent of the psychological part, says, those desires and those actions are good which in fact promote the general happiness. This need not be the intention of an action, but only its effect. Is there any valid theoretical argument either for or against this doctrine? We found ourselves faced with a similar question in relation to Nietzsche. His ethic differs from that of the utilitarians, since it holds that only a minority of the human race have ethical importance. The happiness or unhappiness of the remainder should be ignored. I do not myself believe that this disagreement can be dealt with by theoretical arguments such as might be used in a scientific question. Obviously those who are excluded from the Nietzschean aristocracy will object, and thus the issue becomes political rather than theoretical. The utilitarian ethic is democratic and anti-romantic. Democrats are likely to accept it, but those who like a more Byronic view of the world can, in my opinion, be refuted only practically, not by considerations which appeal only to facts as opposed to desires. The philosophical radicals were a transitional school. Their system gave birth to two others, of more importance than itself, namely Darwinism and socialism. Darwinism was an application to the whole of animal and vegetable life of Malthus's theory of population, which was an integral part of the politics and economics of the Benthamites, a global free competition, in which victory went to the animals that most resembled successful capitalists. Darwin himself was influenced by Malthus, and was in general sympathy with the philosophical radicals. There was, however, a great difference between the competition admired by orthodox economists and the struggle for existence which Darwin proclaimed as the motive force of evolution. Free competition, in orthodox economics, is a very artificial conception, hedged in by legal restrictions. You may undersell a competitor, but you must not murder him. You must not use the armed forces of the state to help you to get the better of foreign manufacturers. Those who have not the good fortune to possess capital must not seek to improve their lot by revolution. Free competition, as understood by the Benthamites, was by no means really free. Darwinian competition was not of this limited sort. There were no rules against hitting below the belt. The framework of law does not exist among animals, nor is war excluded as a competitive method. The use of the state to secure victory in competition was against the rules as conceived by the Benthamites, but could not be excluded from the Darwinian struggle. In fact, though Darwin himself was a liberal, and though Nietzsche never mentions him except with contempt, Darwin's survival of the fittest led, when thoroughly assimilated, to something much more like Nietzsche's philosophy than like Bentham's. These developments, however, belong to a later period, since Darwin's Origin of Species was published in 1859, and its political implications were not at first perceived. Socialism, on the contrary, began in the heyday of Benthamism, and as a direct outcome of orthodox economics. Ricardo, who was intimately associated with Bentham, Malthus, and James Mill, taught that the exchange value of a commodity is entirely due to the labor expended in producing it. He published this theory in 1817, and 8 years later Thomas Hodgkin, an ex-naval officer, published the first socialist rejoinder, Labor Defended Against the Claims of Capital. He argued that if, as Ricardo taught, all value is conferred by labor, then all the reward ought to go to labor. The share at present obtained by the landowner and the capitalist must be mere extortion. Meanwhile Robert Owen, after much practical experience as a manufacturer, had become convinced of the doctrine which soon came to be called socialism. The first use of the word socialist occurs in 1827, when it is applied to the followers of Owen. Machinery, he said, was displacing labor, and laissez-faire gave the working classes no adequate means of combating mechanical power. The method which he proposed for dealing with the evil was the earliest form of modern socialism. Although Owen was a friend of Bentham, who had invested a considerable sum of money in Owen's business, the philosophical radicals did not like his new doctrines. In fact, the advent of socialism made them less radical and less philosophical than they had been. Hodgkin secured a certain following in London, and James Mill was horrified. He wrote, "Their notions of property look ugly, they seem to think that it should not exist, and that the existence of it is an evil to them. Rascals, I have no doubt, are at work among them. The fools, not to see that what they madly desire would be such a calamity to them as no hands but their own could bring upon them." This letter, written in 1831, may be taken as the beginning of the long war between capitalism and socialism. In a later letter, James Mill attributes the doctrine to the mad nonsense of Hodgkin, and adds, "These opinions, if they were to spread, would be the subversion of civilized society, worse than the overwhelming deluge of Huns and Tartars." Socialism, in so far as it is only political or economic, does not come within the purview of a history of philosophy. But in the hands of Karl Marx socialism acquired a philosophy. His philosophy will be considered in the next chapter. 27. Karl Marx. Karl Marx is usually thought of as the man who claimed to have made socialism scientific, and who did more than anyone else to create the powerful movement which, by attraction and repulsion, has dominated the recent history of Europe. It does not come within the scope of the present work to consider his economics, or his politics except in certain general aspects. It is only as a philosopher, and an influence on the philosophy of others, that I propose to deal with him. In this respect he is difficult to classify. In one aspect, he is an outcome, like Hodgkin, of the philosophical radicals, continuing their rationalism and their opposition to the Romantics. In another aspect he is a revivifier of materialism, giving it a new interpretation and a new connection with human history. In yet another aspect he is the last of the great system builders, the successor of Hegel, a believer, like him, in a rational formula summing up the evolution of mankind. Emphasis upon any one of these aspects at the expense of the others gives a false and distorted view of his philosophy. The events of his life in part account for this complexity. He was born in 1818, at Treves, like St. Ambrose. Treves had been profoundly influenced by the French during the Revolutionary and Napoleonic era, and was much more cosmopolitan in outlook than most parts of Germany. His ancestors had been rabbis, but his parents became Christian when he was a child. He married a Gentile aristocrat, to whom he remained devoted throughout his life. At the university he was influenced by the still prevalent Hegelianism, as also by Feuerbach's revolt against Hegel towards materialism. He tried journalism, but the Reinigungszeitung, which he edited, was suppressed by the authorities for its radicalism. After this, in 1843, he went to France to study socialism. There he met Engels, who was the manager of a factory in Manchester. Through him he came to know English labor conditions and English economics. He thus acquired, before the revolutions of 1848, an unusually international culture. So far as Western Europe was concerned, he showed no national bias. This cannot be said of Eastern Europe, for he always despised the Slavs. He took part in both the French and the German revolutions of 1848, but the reaction compelled him to seek refuge in England in 1849. He spent the rest of his life, with a few brief intervals, in London, troubled by poverty, illness, and the deaths of children, but nevertheless indefatigably writing and amassing knowledge. The stimulus to his work was always the hope of the social revolution, if not in his lifetime, then in some not very distant future. Marx, like Bentham and James Mill, will have nothing to do with Romanticism. It is always his intention to be scientific. His economics is an outcome of British classical economics, changing only the motive force. Classical economists, consciously or unconsciously, aimed at the welfare of the capitalist, as opposed both to the landowner and to the wage earner. Marx, on the contrary, set to work to represent the interest of the wage earner. He had in youth, as appears in the Communist Manifesto of 1848, the fire and passion appropriate to a new revolutionary movement, as liberalism had had in the time of Milton. But he was always anxious to appeal to evidence, and never relied upon any extra scientific intuition. He called himself a materialist, but not of the 18th century sort. His sort, which, under Hegelian influence, he called dialectical, differed in an important way from traditional materialism, and was more akin to what is now called instrumentalism. The older materialism, he said, mistakenly regarded sensation as passive, and thus attributed activity primarily to the object. In Marx's view, all sensation or perception is an interaction between subject and object. The bare object, apart from the activity of the percipient, is a mere raw material, which is transformed in the process of becoming known. Knowledge in the old sense of passive contemplation is an unreal abstraction. The process that really takes place is one of handling things. The question whether objective truth belongs to human thinking is not a question of theory, but a practical question, he says. The truth, i.e. the reality and power, of thought must be demonstrated in practice. The contest as to the reality or non-reality of a thought which is isolated from practice, is a purely scholastic question. Philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, but the real task is to alter it one. I think we may interpret Marx as meaning that the process which philosophers have called the pursuit of knowledge is not, as has been thought, one in which the object is constant while all the adaptation is on the part of the knower. On the contrary, both subject and object, both the knower and the thing known, are in a continual process of mutual adaptation. He calls the process dialectical because it is never fully completed. It is essential to this theory to deny the reality of sensation as conceived by British empiricists. What happens, when it is most nearly what they mean by sensation, would be better called noticing, which implies activity. In fact, so Marx would contend we only notice things as part of the process of acting with reference to them, and any theory which leaves out action is a misleading abstraction. So far as I know, Marx was the first philosopher who criticized the notion of truth from this activist point of view. In him this criticism was not much emphasized, and I shall therefore say no more about it here, leaving the examination of the theory to a later chapter. Marx's philosophy of history is a blend of Hegel and British economics. Like Hegel, he thinks that the world develops according to a dialectical formula, but he totally disagrees with Hegel as to the motive force of this development. Hegel believed in a mystical entity called spirit, which causes human history to develop according to the stages of the dialectic as set forth in Hegel's logic. Why spirit has to go through these stages is not clear. One is tempted to suppose that spirit is trying to understand Hegel, and at each stage rashly objectifies what it has been reading. Marx's dialectic has none of this quality except a certain inevitableness. For Marx, matter, not spirit, is the driving force. But it is a matter in the peculiar sense that we have been considering, not the wholly dehumanized matter of the atomists. This means that, for Marx, the driving force is really man's relation to matter, of which the most important part is his mode of production. In this way Marx's materialism, in practice, becomes economics. The politics, religion, philosophy, and art of any epoch in human history are, according to Marx, an outcome of its methods of production, and, to a lesser extent, of distribution. I think he would not maintain that this applies to all the niceties of culture, but only to its broad outlines. The doctrine is called the materialist conception of history. This is a very important thesis. In particular, it concerns the historian of philosophy. I do not myself accept the thesis as it stands, but I think that it contains very important elements of truth, and I am aware that it has influenced my own views of philosophical development as set forth in the present work. Let us, to begin with, consider the history of philosophy in relation to Marx's doctrine. Subjectively, every philosopher appears to himself to be engaged in the pursuit of something which may be called truth. Philosophers may differ as to the definition of truth, but at any rate it is something objective, something which, in some sense, everybody ought to accept. No man would engage in the pursuit of philosophy if he thought that all philosophy is merely an expression of irrational bias. But every philosopher will agree that many other philosophers have been actuated by bias, and have had extra-rational reasons, of which they were usually unconscious, for many of their opinions. Marx, like the rest, believes in the truth of his own doctrines. He does not regard them as nothing but an expression of the feelings natural to a rebellious middle-class German Jew in the middle of the 19th century. What can be said about this conflict between the subjective and objective views of a philosophy? We may say, in a broad way, that Greek philosophy down to Aristotle expresses the mentality appropriate to the city-state, that Stoicism is appropriate to a cosmopolitan despotism, that scholastic philosophy is an intellectual expression of the Church as an organization, that philosophy since Descartes, or at any rate since Locke, tends to embody the prejudices of the commercial middle class, and that Marxism and Fascism are philosophies appropriate to the modern industrial state. This, I think, is both true and important. I think, however, that Marx is wrong in two respects. First, the social circumstances of which account must be taken are quite as much political as economic, they have to do with power, of which wealth is only one form. Second, social causation largely ceases to apply as soon as a problem becomes detailed and technical. The first of these objections I have set forth in my book Power, and I shall therefore say no more about it. The second more intimately concerns the history of philosophy, and I will give some examples of its scope. Take, first, the problem of universals. This problem was first discussed by Plato, then by Aristotle, by the schoolmen, by the British empiricists, and by the most modern logicians. It would be absurd to deny that bias has influenced the opinions of philosophers on this question. Plato was influenced by Parmenides and Orphism, he wanted an eternal world, and could not believe in the ultimate reality of the temporal flux. Aristotle was more empirical, and had no dislike of the everyday world. Thoroughgoing empiricists in modern times have a bias which is the opposite of Plato's, they find the thought of a supersensible world unpleasant, and are willing to go to great lengths to avoid having to believe in it. But these opposing kinds of bias are perennial, and have only a somewhat remote connection with the social system. It is said that love of the eternal is characteristic of a leisure class, which lives on the labor of others. I doubt if this is true. Epictetus and Spinoza were not gentlemen of leisure. It might be urged, on the contrary, that the conception of heaven as a place where nothing is done is that of weary toilers who want nothing but rest. Such argumentation can be carried on indefinitely, and leads nowhere. On the other hand, when we come to the detail of the controversy about universals, we find that each side can invent arguments which the other side will admit to be valid. Some of Aristotle's criticisms of Plato on this question have been almost universally accepted. In quite recent times, although no decision has been reached, a new technique has been developed, and many incidental problems have been solved. It is not irrational to hope that, before very long, a definite agreement may be reached by logicians on this question. Take, as a second example, the ontological argument. This, as we have seen, was invented by Anselm, rejected by Thomas Aquinas, accepted by Descartes, refuted by Kant, and reinstated by Hegel. I think it may be said quite decisively that, as a result of analysis of the concept existence, modern logic has proved this argument invalid. This is not a matter of temperament or of the social system, it is a purely technical matter. The refutation of the argument affords, of course, no ground for supposing its conclusion, namely the existence of God, to be untrue. If it did, we cannot suppose that Thomas Aquinas would have rejected the argument. Or take the question of materialism. This is a word which is capable of many meanings, we have seen that Marx radically altered its significance. The heated controversies as to its truth or falsehood have largely depended, for their continued vitality, upon avoidance of definition. When the term is defined, it will be found that, according to some possible definitions, materialism is demonstrably false, according to certain others, it may be true, though there is no positive reason to think so, while according to yet other definitions there are some reasons in its favor, though these reasons are not conclusive. All this, again, depends upon technical considerations, and has nothing to do with the social system. The truth of the matter is really fairly simple. What is conventionally called philosophy consists of two very different elements. On the one hand, there are questions which are scientific or logical, these are amenable to methods as to which there is general agreement. On the other hand, there are questions of passionate interest to large numbers of people, as to which there is no solid evidence either way. Among the latter are practical questions as to which it is impossible to remain aloof. When there is a war, I must support my own country or come into painful conflict both with friends and with the authorities. At many times there has been no middle course between supporting and opposing the official religion. For one reason or another, we all find it impossible to maintain an attitude of sceptical detachment on many issues as to which pure reason is silent. A philosophy, in a very usual sense of the word, is an organic whole of such extra-rational decisions. It is in regard to philosophy in this sense that Marx's contention is largely true. But even in this sense a philosophy is determined by other social causes as well as by those that are economic. War, especially, has its share in historical causation, and victory in war does not always go to the side with the greatest economic resources. Marx fitted his philosophy of history into a mold suggested by Hegelian dialectic, but in fact there was only one triad that concerned him: feudalism, represented by the landowner; capitalism, represented by the industrial employer; and socialism, represented by the wage earner. Hegel thought of nations as the vehicles of dialectic movement, Marx substituted classes. He disclaimed always all ethical or humanitarian reasons for preferring socialism or taking the side of the wage earner. He maintained, not that this side was ethically better, but that it was the side taken by the dialectic in its wholly deterministic movement. He might have said that he did not advocate socialism, but only prophesied it. This, however, would not have been wholly true. He undoubtedly believed every dialectical movement to be, in some impersonal sense, a progress, and he certainly held that socialism, once established, would minister to human happiness more than either feudalism or capitalism have done. These beliefs, though they must have controlled his life, remained largely in the background so far as his writings are concerned. Occasionally, however, he abandons calm prophecy for vigorous exhortation to rebellion, and the emotional basis of his ostensibly scientific prognostications is implicit in all he wrote. Considered purely as a philosopher, Marx has grave shortcomings. He is too practical, too much wrapped up in the problems of his time. His purview is confined to this planet, and, within this planet, to man. Since Copernicus, it has been evident that man has not the cosmic importance which he formerly arrogated to himself. No man who has failed to assimilate this fact has a right to call his philosophy scientific. There goes with this limitation to terrestrial affairs a readiness to believe in progress as a universal law. This readiness characterized the 19th century, and existed in Marx as much as in his contemporaries. It is only because of the belief in the inevitability of progress that Marx thought it possible to dispense with ethical considerations. If socialism was coming, it must be an improvement. He would have readily admitted that it would not seem to be an improvement to landowners or capitalists, but that only showed that they were out of harmony with the dialectic movement of the time. Marx professed himself an atheist, but retained a cosmic optimism which only theism could justify. Broadly speaking, all the elements in Marx's philosophy which are derived from Hegel are unscientific, in the sense that there is no reason whatever to suppose them true. Perhaps the philosophic dress that Marx gave to his socialism had really not much to do with the basis of his opinions. It is easy to restate the most important part of what he had to say without any reference to the dialectic. He was impressed by the appalling cruelty of the industrial system as it existed in England 100 years ago, which he came to know thoroughly through Engels and the reports of royal commissions. He saw that the system was likely to develop from free competition towards monopoly, and that its injustice must produce a movement of revolt in the proletariat. He held that, in a thoroughly industrialized community, the only alternative to private capitalism is state ownership of land and capital. None of these propositions are matters for philosophy, and I shall therefore not consider their truth or falsehood. The point is that, if true, they suffice to establish what is practically important in his system. The Hegelian trappings might therefore be dropped with advantage. This history of Marx's reputation has been peculiar. In his own country his doctrines inspired the program of the Social Democratic Party, which grew steadily until, in the general election of 1912, it secured 1/3 of all the votes cast. Immediately after the First World War, the Social Democratic Party was for a time in power, and Ebert, the first president of the Weimar Republic, was a member of it, but by this time the party had ceased to adhere to Marxist orthodoxy. Meanwhile, in Russia, fanatical believers in Marx had acquired the government. In the West, no large working-class movement has been quite Marxist. The British Labour Party, at times, has seemed to move in that direction, but has nevertheless adhered to an empirical type of socialism. Large numbers of intellectuals, however, have been profoundly influenced by him, both in England and in America. In Germany all advocacy of his doctrines has been forcibly suppressed, but may be expected to revive when the Nazis are overthrown. Point 2. Modern Europe and America have thus been divided, politically and ideologically, into three camps. There are liberals, who still, as far as may be, follow Locke or Bentham, but with varying degrees of adaptation to the needs of industrial organization. There are Marxists, who control the government in Russia, and are likely to become increasingly influential in various other countries. These two sections of opinion are philosophically not very widely separated, both are rationalistic, and both, in intention, are scientific and empirical. But from the point of view of practical politics the division is sharp. It appears already in the letter of James Mill quoted in the preceding chapter, saying their notions of property look ugly. It must, however, be admitted that there are certain respects in which the rationalism of Marx is subject to limitations. Although he holds that his interpretation of the trend of development is true, and will be borne out by events, he believes that the argument will only appeal, apart from rare exceptions, to those whose class interest is in agreement with it. He hopes little from persuasion, everything from the class war. He is thus committed in practice to power politics, and to the doctrine of a master class, though not of a master race. It is true that, as a result of the social revolution, the division of classes is expected ultimately to disappear, giving place to complete political and economic harmony. But this is a distant ideal, like the Second Coming. In the meantime, there is war and dictatorship, and insistence upon ideological orthodoxy. The third section of modern opinion, represented politically by Nazis and fascists, differs philosophically from the other two far more profoundly than they differ from each other. It is anti-rational and anti-scientific. Its philosophical progenitors are Rousseau, Fichte, and Nietzsche. It emphasizes will, especially will to power. This it believes to be mainly concentrated in certain races and individuals, who therefore have a right to rule. Until Rousseau, the philosophical world had a certain unity. This has disappeared for the time being, but perhaps not for long. It can be recovered by a rationalistic reconquest of men's minds, but not in any other way, since claims to mastery can only breed strife. 28. Bergson. Henri Bergson was the leading French philosopher of the present century. He influenced William James and Whitehead, and had a considerable effect upon French thought. Searle, who was a vehement advocate of syndicalism and the author of a book called Reflections on Violence, used Bergsonian irrationalism to justify a revolutionary labor movement having no definite goal. In the end, however, Searle abandoned syndicalism and became a royalist. The main effect of Bergson's philosophy was conservative, and it harmonized easily with the movement which culminated in Vichy. But Bergson's irrationalism made a wide appeal quite unconnected with politics, for instance to Bernard Shaw, whose Back to Methuselah is pure Bergsonism. Forgetting politics, it is in its purely philosophical aspect that we must consider it. I have dealt with it somewhat fully as it exemplifies admirably the revolt against reason which, beginning with Rousseau, has gradually dominated larger and larger areas in the life and thought of the world. The classification of philosophies is effected, as a rule, either by their methods or by their results, empirical and a priori is a classification by methods, realist and idealist is a classification by results. An attempt to classify Bergson's philosophy in either of these ways is hardly likely to be successful, since it cuts across all the recognized divisions. But there is another way of classifying philosophies, less precise, but perhaps more helpful to the non-philosophical. In this way, the principle of division is according to the predominant desire which has led the philosopher to philosophize. Thus we shall have philosophies of feeling, inspired by the love of happiness, theoretical philosophies, inspired by the love of knowledge, and practical philosophies, inspired by the love of action. Among philosophies of feeling we shall place all those which are primarily optimistic or pessimistic, all those that offer schemes of salvation or try to prove that salvation is impossible. To this class belong most religious philosophies. Among theoretical philosophies we shall place most of the great systems, for though the desire for knowledge is rare, it has been the source of most of what is best in philosophy. Practical philosophies, on the other hand, will be those which regard action as the supreme good, considering happiness an effect and knowledge a mere instrument of successful activity. Philosophies of this type would have been common among Western Europeans if philosophers had been average men. As it is, they have been rare until recent times. In fact, their chief representatives are the pragmatists and Bergson. In the rise of this type of philosophy we may see, as Bergson himself does, the revolt of the modern man of action against the authority of Greece, and more particularly of Plato, or we may connect it, as Dr. Schiller apparently would, with imperialism and the motor car. The modern world calls for such a philosophy, and the success which it has achieved is therefore not surprising. Bergson's philosophy, unlike most of the systems of the past, is dualistic. The world, for him, is divided into two disparate portions, on the one hand life, on the other matter, or rather that inert something which the intellect views as matter. The whole universe is the clash and conflict of two opposite motions, life, which climbs upward, and matter, which falls downward. Life is one great force, one vast vital impulse, given once for all from the beginning of the world, meeting the resistance of matter, struggling to break a way through matter, learning gradually to use matter by means of organization, divided by the obstacles it encounters into diverging currents, like the wind at a street corner, partly subdued by matter through the very adaptations which matter forces upon it, yet retaining always its capacity for free activity, struggling always to find new outlets, seeking always for greater liberty of movement amid the opposing walls of matter. Evolution is not primarily explicable by adaptation to environment. Adaptation explains only the turns and twists of evolution, like the windings of a road approaching a town through hilly country. But this simile is not quite adequate. There is no town, no definite goal, at the end of the road along which evolution travels. Mechanism and teleology suffer from the same defect. Both suppose that there is no essential novelty in the world. Mechanism regards the future as implicit in the past, and teleology, since it believes that the end to be achieved can be known in advance, denies that any essential novelty is contained in the result. As against both these views, though with more sympathy for teleology than for mechanism, Bergson maintains that evolution is truly creative, like the work of an artist. An impulse to action, an undefined want, exists beforehand, but until the want is satisfied it is impossible to know the nature of what will satisfy it. For example, we may suppose some vague desire in sightless animals to be able to be aware of objects before they were in contact with them. This led to efforts which finally resulted in the creation of eyes. Sight satisfied the desire, but could not have been imagined beforehand. For this reason, evolution is unpredictable, and determinism cannot refute the advocates of free will. This broad outline is filled in by an account of the actual development of life on the earth. The first division of the current was into plants and animals, plants aimed at storing up energy in a reservoir, animals aimed at using energy for sudden and rapid movements. But among animals, at a later stage, a new bifurcation appeared, instinct and intellect became more or less separated. They are never wholly without each other, but in the main intellect is the misfortune of man, while instinct is seen at its best in ants, bees, and Bergson. The division between intellect and instinct is fundamental in his philosophy, much of which is a kind of Sandford and Merton, with instinct as the good boy and intellect as the bad boy. Instinct at its best is called intuition. By intuition, he says, I mean instinct that has become disinterested, self-conscious, capable of reflecting upon its object and of enlarging it indefinitely. The account of the doings of intellect is not always easy to follow, but if we are to understand Bergson we must do our best. Intelligence or intellect, as it leaves the hands of nature, has for its chief object the inorganic solid. It can only form a clear idea of the discontinuous and immobile. Its concepts are outside each other like objects in space, and have the same stability. The intellect separates in space and fixes in time. It is not made to think evolution, but to represent becoming as a series of states. The intellect is characterized by a natural inability to understand life. Geometry and logic, which are its typical products, are strictly applicable to solid bodies, but elsewhere reasoning must be checked by common sense, which, as Bergson truly says, is a very different thing. Solid bodies, it would seem, are something which mind has created on purpose to apply intellect to them, much as it has created chessboards in order to play chess on them. The genesis of intellect and the genesis of material bodies, we are told, are correlative. Both have been developed by reciprocal adaptation. An identical process must have cut out matter and the intellect, at the same time, from a stuff that contained both. This conception of the simultaneous growth of matter and intellect is ingenious, and deserves to be understood. Broadly, I think, what is meant is this: intellect is the power of seeing things as separate one from another, and matter is that which is separated into distinct things. In reality there are no separate solid things, only an endless stream of becoming, in which nothing becomes and there is nothing that this nothing becomes. But becoming may be a movement up or a movement down. When it is a movement up it is called life, when it is a movement down it is what, as misapprehended by the intellect, is called matter. I suppose the universe is shaped like a cone, with the absolute at the vertex, for the movement up brings things together, while the movement down separates them, or at least seems to do so. In order that the upward motion of mind may be able to thread its way through the downward motion of the falling bodies which hail upon it, it must be able to cut out paths between them. Thus as intelligence was formed, outlines and paths appeared, and the primitive flux was cut up into separate bodies. The intellect may be compared to a carver, but it has the peculiarity of imagining that the chicken always was the separate pieces into which the carving knife divides it. As intellect is connected with space, so instinct or intuition is connected with time. It is one of the noteworthy features of Bergson's philosophy that, unlike most writers, he regards time and space as profoundly dissimilar. Space, the characteristic of matter, arises from a dissection of the flux which is really illusory, useful, up to a certain point, in practice, but utterly misleading in theory. Time, on the contrary, is the essential characteristic of life or mind. Wherever anything lives, he says, there is, open somewhere, a register in which time is being inscribed. But the time here spoken of is not mathematical time, the homogeneous assemblage of mutually external instants. Mathematical time, according to Bergson, is really a form of space. The time which is of the essence of life is what he calls duration. This conception of duration is fundamental in his philosophy. It appears already in his earliest book Time and Free Will, and it is necessary to understand it if we are to have any comprehension of his system. It is, however, a very difficult conception. I do not fully understand it myself, and therefore I cannot hope to explain it with all the lucidity which it doubtless deserves. Pure duration, we are told, is the form which our conscious states assume when our ego lets itself live, when it refrains from separating its present state from its former states. It forms the past and the present into one organic whole, where there is mutual penetration, succession without distinction. Within our ego, there is succession without mutual externality. Outside the ego, in pure space, there is mutual externality without succession. Questions relating to subject and object, to their distinction and their union, should be put in terms of time rather than of space. In the duration in which we see ourselves acting, there are dissociated elements, but in the duration in which we act, our states melt into each other. Pure duration is what is most removed from externality and least penetrated with externality, a duration in which the past is big with the present absolutely new. But then our will is strained to the utmost, we have to gather up the past which is slipping away, and thrust it whole and undivided into the present. At such moments we truly possess ourselves, but such moments are rare. Duration is the very stuff of reality, which is perpetual becoming, never something made. It is above all in memory that duration exhibits itself, for in memory the past survives in the present. Thus the theory of memory becomes of great importance in Bergson's philosophy. Matter and memory is concerned to show the relation of mind and matter, of which both are affirmed to be real, by an analysis of memory, which is just the intersection of mind and matter. There are, he says, two radically different things, both of which are commonly called memory. The distinction between these two is much emphasized by Bergson. The past survives, he says, under two distinct forms: first, in motor mechanisms, secondly, in independent recollections. For example, a man is said to remember a poem if he can repeat it by heart, that is to say, if he has acquired a certain habit or mechanism enabling him to repeat a former action. But he might, at least theoretically, be able to repeat the poem without any recollection of the previous occasions on which he has read it. Thus there is no consciousness of past events involved in this sort of memory. The second sort, which alone really deserves to be called memory, is exhibited in recollections of separate occasions when he has read the poem, each unique and with a date. Here, he thinks, there can be no question of habit, since each event only occurred once, and had to make its impression immediately. It is suggested that in some way everything that has happened to us is remembered, but as a rule only what is useful comes into consciousness. Apparent failures of memory, it is argued, are not really failures of the mental part of memory, but of the motor mechanism for bringing memory into action. This view is supported by a discussion of brain physiology and the facts of amnesia, from which it is held to result that true memory is not a function of the brain. The past must be acted by matter, imagined by mind. Memory is not an emanation of matter, indeed the contrary would be nearer the truth if we mean matter as grasped in concrete perception, which always occupies a certain duration. Memory must be, in principle, a power absolutely independent of matter. If, then, spirit is a reality, it is here, in the phenomena of memory, that we may come into touch with it experimentally. At the opposite end from pure memory Bergson places pure perception, in regard to which he adopts an ultra-realist position. In pure perception, he says, we are actually placed outside ourselves, we touch the reality of the object in an immediate intuition. So completely does he identify perception with its object that he almost refuses to call it mental at all. Pure perception, he says, which is the lowest degree of mind without memory, is really part of matter, as we understand matter. Pure perception is constituted by dawning action, its actuality lies in its activity. It is in this way that the brain becomes relevant to perception, for the brain is not an instrument of action. The function of the brain is to limit our mental life to what is practically useful. But for the brain, one gathers, everything would be perceived, but in fact we only perceive what interests us. The body, always turned towards action, has for its essential function to limit, with a view to action, the life of the spirit. It is, in fact, an instrument of choice. In the above outline, I have in the main endeavored merely to state Bergson's views, without giving the reasons adduced by him in favor of their truth. This is easier than it would be with most philosophers, since as a rule he does not give reasons for his opinions, but relies on their inherent attractiveness, and on the charm of an excellent style. Like advertisers, he relies upon picturesque and varied statement, and on apparent explanation of many obscure facts. Analogies and similes, especially, form a very large part of the whole process by which he recommends his views to the reader. The number of similes for life to be found in his works exceeds the number in any poet known to me. Life, he says, is like a shell bursting into fragments which are again shells. It is like a sheaf. Initially, it was a tendency to accumulate in a reservoir, as do especially the green parts of vegetables. But the reservoir is to be filled with boiling water from which steam is issuing, jets must be gushing out unceasingly, of which each, falling back, is a world. Again, life appears in its entirety as an immense wave which, starting from a center, spreads outwards, and which on almost the whole of its circumference is stopped and converted into oscillation. At one single point the obstacle has been forced, the impulsion has passed freely. Then there is the great climax in which life is compared to a cavalry charge. All organized beings, from the humblest to the highest, from the first origins of life to the time in which we are, and in all places as in all times, do but evidence a single impulsion, the inverse of the movement of matter, and in itself indivisible. All the living hold together, and all yield to the same tremendous push. The animal takes its stand on the plant, man best rides animality, and the whole of humanity, in space and in time, is one immense army galloping beside and before and behind each of us in an overwhelming charge, able to beat down every resistance and to clear many obstacles, perhaps even death. But a cool critic, who feels himself a mere spectator, perhaps an unsympathetic spectator, of the charge in which man is mounted upon animality, may be inclined to think that calm and careful thought is hardly compatible with this form of exercise. When he is told that thought is a mere means of action, the mere impulse to avoid obstacles in the field, he may feel that such a view is becoming in a cavalry officer, but not in a philosopher, whose business, after all, is with thought. He may feel that in the passion and noise of violent motion there is no room for the fainter music of reason, no leisure for the disinterested contemplation in which greatness is sought, not by turbulence, but by the greatness of the universe which is mirrored. In that case, he may be tempted to ask whether there are any reasons for accepting such a restless view of the world. And if he asks this question, he will find, if I am not mistaken, that there is no reason whatever for accepting this view, either in the universe or in the writings of M. Bergson. One of the bad effects of an anti-intellectual philosophy, such as that of Bergson, is that it thrives upon the errors and confusions of the intellect. Hence it is led to prefer bad thinking to good, to declare every momentary difficulty insoluble, and to regard every foolish mistake as revealing the bankruptcy of intellect and the triumph of intuition. There are in Bergson's works many allusions to mathematics and science, and to a careless reader these allusions may seem to strengthen his philosophy greatly. As regards science, especially biology and physiology, I am not competent to criticize his interpretations. But as regards mathematics, he has deliberately preferred traditional errors in interpretation to the more modern views which have prevailed among mathematicians for the last 80 years. In this matter, he has followed the example of most philosophers. In the 18th and early 19th centuries, the infinitesimal calculus, though well developed as a method, was supported, as regards its foundations, by many fallacies and much confused thinking. Hegel and his followers seized upon these fallacies and confusions, to support them in their attempt to prove all mathematics self-contradictory. Thence the Hegelian account of these matters passed into the current thought of philosophers, where it has remained long after the mathematicians have removed all the difficulties upon which the philosophers rely. And so long as the main object of philosophers is to show that nothing can be learned by patience and detailed thinking, but that we ought rather to worship the prejudices of the ignorant under the title of reason if we are Hegelians, or of intuition if we are Bergsonians, so long philosophers will take care to remain ignorant of what mathematicians have done to remove the errors by which Hegel profited. Apart from the question of number, which we have already considered, the chief point at which Bergson touches mathematics is his rejection of what he calls the cinematographic representation of the world. Mathematics conceives change, even continuous change, as constituted by a series of states. Bergson, on the contrary, contends that no series of states can represent what is continuous, and that in change a thing is never in any state at all. The view that change is constituted by a series of changing states he calls cinematographic. This view, he says, is natural to the intellect, but is radically vicious. True change can only be explained by true duration. It involves an interpenetration of past and present, not a mathematical succession of static states. This is what is called a dynamic instead of a static view of the world. The question is important, and in spite of its difficulty we cannot pass it by. Bergson's theory of duration is bound up with his theory of memory. According to this theory, things remembered survive in memory, and thus interpenetrate present things. Past and present are not mutually external, but are mingled in the unity of consciousness. Action, he says, is what constitutes being, but mathematical time is a mere passive receptacle, which does nothing and therefore is nothing. The past, he says, is that which acts no longer, and the present is that which is acting. But in this statement, as indeed throughout his account of duration, Bergson is unconsciously assuming the ordinary mathematical time. Without this, his statements are unmeaning. What is meant by saying the past is essentially that which acts no longer, his italics, except that the past is that of which the action is past. The words no longer are words expressive of the past. To a person who did not have the ordinary notion of the past as something outside the present, these words would have no meaning. Thus his definition is circular. What he says is, in effect, the past is that of which the action is in the past. As a definition, this cannot be regarded as a happy effort. And the same applies to the present. The present, we are told, is that which is acting, his italics. But the word is introduces just that idea of the present which was to be defined. The present is that which is acting as opposed to that which was acting or will be acting. That is to say, the present is that whose action is in the present, not in the past or in the future. Again, the definition is circular. An earlier passage on the same page will illustrate the fallacy further. That which constitutes our pure perception, he says, is our dawning action. The actuality of our perception thus lies in its activity, in the movements which prolong it, and not in its greater intensity. The past is only idea, the present is ideomotor. This passage makes it quite clear that, when Bergson speaks of the past, he does not mean the past, but our present memory of the past. The past when it existed was just as active as the present is now. If Bergson's account were correct, the present moment ought to be the only one in the whole history of the world containing any activity. In earlier times there were other perceptions, just as active, just as actual in their day, as our present perceptions. The past, in its day, was by no means only idea, but was in its intrinsic character just what the present is now. This real past, however, Bergson simply forgets. What he speaks of is the present idea of the past. The real past does not mingle with the present, since it is not part of it, but that is a very different thing. The whole of Bergson's theory of duration and time rests throughout on the elementary confusion between the present occurrence of a recollection and the past occurrence which is recollected. But for the fact that time is so familiar to us, the vicious circle involved in his attempt to deduce the past as what is no longer active would be obvious at once. As it is, what Bergson gives is an account of the difference between perception and recollection, both present facts, and what he believes himself to have given is an account of the difference between the present and the past. As soon as this confusion is realized, his theory of time is seen to be simply a theory which omits time altogether. Of course, a large part of Bergson's philosophy, probably the part to which most of its popularity is due, does not depend upon argument, and cannot be upset by argument. His imaginative picture of the world, regarded as a poetic effort, is in the main not capable of either proof or disproof. Shakespeare says life's but a walking shadow, Shelley says it is like a dome of many-colored glass, Bergson says it is a shell which bursts into parts that are again shells. If you like Bergson's image better, it is just as legitimate. The good which Bergson hopes to see realized in the world is action for the sake of action. All pure contemplation he calls dreaming, and condemns by a whole series of uncomplimentary epithets: static, Platonic, mathematical, logical, intellectual. Those who desire some prevision of the end which action is to achieve are told that an end foreseen would be nothing new, because desire, like memory, is identified with its object. Thus we are condemned, in action, to be the blind slaves of instinct. The life force pushes us on from behind, restlessly and unceasingly. There is no room in this philosophy for the moment of contemplative insight when, rising above the animal life, we become conscious of the greater ends that redeem man from the life of the brutes. Those to whom activity without purpose seems a sufficient good will find in Bergson's books a pleasing picture of the universe. But those to whom action, if it is to be of any value, must be inspired by some vision, by some imaginative foreshadowing of a world less painful, less unjust, less full of strife than the world of our everyday life, those, in a word, whose action is built on contemplation, will find in this philosophy nothing of what they seek, and will not regret that there is no reason to think it true. 29. William James. William James, 1842–1910, was primarily a psychologist, but was important in philosophy on two accounts. He invented the doctrine which he called radical empiricism, and he was one of the three protagonists of the theory called pragmatism or instrumentalism. In later life he was, as he deserved to be, the recognized leader of American philosophy. He was led by the study of medicine to the consideration of psychology. His great book on the subject, published in 1890, had the highest possible excellence. I shall not, however, deal with it, since it was a contribution to science rather than to philosophy. There were two sides to William James's philosophical interests, one scientific, the other religious. On the scientific side, the study of medicine had given his thoughts a tendency towards materialism, which, however, was held in check by his religious emotions. His religious feelings were very Protestant, very democratic, and very full of the warmth of human kindness. He refused altogether to follow his brother Henry into fastidious snobbishness. The Prince of Darkness, he said, may be a gentleman, as we are told he is, but whatever the God on earth and heaven is, he can surely be no gentleman. This is a very characteristic pronouncement. His warm-heartedness and his delightful humor caused him to be almost universally beloved. The only man I know of who did not feel any affection for him was Santayana, whose doctor's thesis William James had described as the perfection of rottenness. There was between these two men a temperamental opposition which nothing could have overcome. Santayana also liked religion, but in a very different way. He liked it aesthetically and historically, not as a help towards a moral life. As was natural, he greatly preferred Catholicism to Protestantism. He did not intellectually accept any of the Christian dogmas, but he was content that others should believe them, and himself appreciated what he regarded as the Christian myth. To James, such an attitude could not but appear immoral. He retained from his Puritan ancestry a deep-seated belief that what is of most importance is good conduct, and his democratic feeling made him unable to acquiesce in the notion of one truth for philosophers and another for the vulgar. The temperamental opposition between Protestant and Catholic persists among the unorthodox. Santayana was a Catholic freethinker, William James a Protestant, however heretical. James's doctrine of radical empiricism was first published in 1904, in an essay called Does Consciousness Exist? The main purpose of this essay was to deny that the subject-object relation is fundamental. It had, until then, been taken for granted by philosophers that there is a kind of occurrence called knowing, in which one entity, the knower or subject, is aware of another, the thing known, or the object. The knower was regarded as a mind or soul, the object known might be a material object, an eternal essence, another mind, or, in self-consciousness, identical with the knower. Almost everything in accepted philosophy was bound up with the dualism of subject and object. The distinction of mind and matter, the contemplative ideal, and the traditional notion of truth, all need to be radically reconsidered if the distinction of subject and object is not accepted as fundamental. For my part, I am convinced that James was partly right on this matter, and would, on this ground alone, deserve a high place among philosophers. I had thought otherwise until he, and those who agreed with him, persuaded me of the truth of his doctrine. But let us proceed to his arguments. Consciousness, he says, is the name of a nonentity, and has no right to a place among first principles. Those who still cling to it are clinging to a mere echo, the faint rumor left behind by the disappearing soul upon the air of philosophy. There is, he continues, no aboriginal stuff or quality of being, contrasted with that of which material objects are made, out of which our thoughts of them are made. He explains that he is not denying that our thoughts perform a function which is that of knowing, and that this function may be called being conscious. What he is denying might be put crudely as the view that consciousness is a thing. He holds that there is only one primal stuff or material, out of which everything in the world is composed. This stuff he calls pure experience. Knowing, he says, is a particular sort of relation between two portions of pure experience. The subject-object relation is derivative. Experience, I believe, has no such inner duplicity. A given undivided portion of experience can be in one context a knower, and in another something known. He defines pure experience as the immediate flux of life which furnishes the material to our later reflection. It will be seen that this doctrine abolishes the distinction between mind and matter, if regarded as a distinction between two different kinds of what James calls stuff. Accordingly, those who agree with James in this matter advocate what they call neutral monism, according to which the material of which the world is constructed is neither mind nor matter, but something anterior to both. James himself did not develop this implication of his theory. On the contrary, his use of the phrase pure experience points to a perhaps unconscious Berkeleyan idealism. The word experience is one often used by philosophers, but seldom defined. Let us consider for a moment what it can mean. Common sense holds that many things which occur are not experienced, for instance, events on the invisible side of the moon. Berkeley and Hegel, for different reasons, both denied this, and maintained that what is not experienced is nothing. Their arguments are now held by most philosophers to be invalid rightly, in my opinion. If we are to adhere to the view that the stuff of the world is experience, we shall find it necessary to invent elaborate and unplausible explanations of what we mean by such things as the invisible side of the moon. And unless we are able to infer things not experienced from things experienced, we shall have difficulty in finding grounds for belief in the existence of anything except ourselves. James, it is true, denies this, but his reasons are not very convincing. What do we mean by experience? The best way to find an answer is to ask, what is the difference between an event which is not experienced and one which is? Rain seen or felt to be falling is experienced, but rain falling in the desert where there is no living thing is not experienced. Thus we arrive at our first point: there is no experience except where there is life. But experience is not coextensive with life. Many things happen to me which I do not notice, these I can hardly be said to experience. Clearly I experience whatever I remember, but some things which I do not explicitly remember may have set up habits which still persist. The burnt child fears the fire, even if he has no recollection of the occasion on which he was burnt. I think we may say that an event is experienced when it sets up a habit. Memory is one kind of habit. Broadly speaking, habits are only set up in living organisms. A burnt poker does not fear the fire, however often it is made red hot. On common sense grounds, therefore, we shall say that experience is not coextensive with the stuff of the world. I do not myself see any valid reason for departing from common sense on this point. Except in this matter of experience, I find myself in agreement with James's radical empiricism. It is otherwise with his pragmatism and will to believe. The latter, especially, seems to me to be designed to afford a specious but sophistical defense of certain religious dogmas, a defense, moreover, which no wholehearted believer could accept. The Will to Believe was published in 1896, Pragmatism, a new name for some old ways of thinking, was published in 1907. The doctrine of the latter is an amplification of that of the former. The Will to Believe argues that we are often compelled, in practice, to take decisions where no adequate theoretical grounds for a decision exist, for even to do nothing is still a decision. Religious matters, James says, come under this head. We have, he maintains, a right to adopt a believing attitude although our merely logical intellect may not have been coerced. This is essentially the attitude of Rousseau's Savoyard Vicar, but James's development is novel. The moral duty of veracity, we are told, consists of two co-equal precepts: believe truth, and shun error. The sceptic wrongly attends only to the second, and thus fails to believe various truths which a less cautious man will believe. If believing truth and avoiding error are of equal importance, I may do well, when presented with an alternative, to believe one of the possibilities at will, for then I have an even chance of believing truth, whereas I have none if I suspend judgment. The ethic that would result if this doctrine were taken seriously is a very odd one. Suppose I meet a stranger in the train, and I ask myself, is his name Ebenezer Wilkes Smith? If I admit that I do not know, I am certainly not believing truly about his name, whereas, if I decide to believe that that is his name, there is a chance that I may be believing truly. The sceptic, says James, is afraid of being duped, and through his fear may lose important truth. What proof is there, he adds, that dupery through hope is so much worse than dupery through fear? It would seem to follow that, if I have been hoping for years to meet a man called Ebenezer Wilkes Smith, positive as opposed to negative veracity should prompt me to believe that this is the name of every stranger I meet, until I acquire conclusive evidence to the contrary. But, you will say, the instance is absurd, for, though you do not know the stranger's name, you do know that a very small percentage of mankind are called Ebenezer Wilkes Smith. You are therefore not in that state of complete ignorance that is presupposed in your freedom of choice. Now, strange to say, James throughout his essay, never mentions probability, and yet there is almost always some discoverable consideration of probability in regard to any question. Let it be conceded, though no orthodox believer would concede it, that there is no evidence either for or against any of the religions of the world. Suppose you are a Chinese, brought into contact with Confucianism, Buddhism, and Christianity. You are precluded by the laws of logic from supposing that each of the three is true. Let us suppose that Buddhism and Christianity each has an even chance, then, given that both cannot be true, one of them must be, and therefore Confucianism must be false. If all three are to have equal chances, each must be more likely to be false than true. In this sort of way James's principle collapses as soon as we are allowed to bring in considerations of probability. It is curious that, in spite of being an eminent psychologist, James allowed himself at this point a singular crudity. He spoke as if the only alternatives were complete belief or complete disbelief, ignoring all shades of doubt. Suppose, for instance, I am looking for a book in my shelves. I think, it may be in this shelf, and I proceed to look, but I do not think, it is in this shelf until I see it. We habitually act upon hypotheses, but not precisely as we act upon what we consider certainties, for when we act upon an hypothesis we keep our eyes open for fresh evidence. The precept of veracity, it seems to me, is not such as James thinks. It is, I should say, give to any hypothesis which is worth your while to consider just that degree of credence which the evidence warrants. And if the hypothesis is sufficiently important, there is the additional duty of seeking further evidence. This is plain common sense, and in harmony with the procedure in the law courts, but it is quite different from the procedure recommended by James. It would be unfair to James to consider his will to believe in isolation. It was a transitional doctrine, leading by a natural development to pragmatism. Pragmatism, as it appears in James, is primarily a new definition of truth. There were two other protagonists of pragmatism, F.C.S. Schiller and Dr. John Dewey. I shall consider Dr. Dewey in the next chapter. Schiller was of less importance than the other two. Between James and Dr. Dewey there is a difference of emphasis. Dr. Dewey's outlook is scientific, and his arguments are largely derived from an examination of scientific method, but James is concerned primarily with religion and morals. Roughly speaking, he is prepared to advocate any doctrine which tends to make people virtuous and happy. If it does so, it is true in the sense in which he uses that word. The principle of pragmatism, according to James, was first enunciated by C.S. Peirce, who maintained that, in order to attain clearness in our thoughts of an object, we need only consider what conceivable effects of a practical kind the object may involve. James, in elucidation, says that the function of philosophy is to find out what difference it makes to you or me if this or that world formula is true. In this way theories become instruments, not answers to enigmas. Ideas, we are told by James, become true insofar as they help us to get into satisfactory relations with other parts of our experience. An idea is true so long as to believe it is profitable to our lives. Truth is one species of good, not a separate category. Truth happens to an idea, it is made true by events. It is correct to say, with the intellectualists, that a true idea must agree with reality, but agreeing does not mean copying. To agree in the widest sense with a reality can only mean to be guided either straight up to it or into its surroundings, or to be put into such working touch with it as to handle either it or something connected with it better than if we disagreed. He adds that the true is only the expedient in the way of our thinking, in the long run and on the whole of course. In other words, our obligation to seek truth is part of our general obligation to do what pays. In a chapter on pragmatism and religion he reaps the harvest. We cannot reject any hypothesis if consequences useful to life flow from it. If the hypothesis of God works satisfactorily in the widest sense of the word, it is true. We may well believe, on the proofs that religious experience affords, that higher powers exist and are at work to save the world on ideal lines similar to our own. I find great intellectual difficulties in this doctrine. It assumes that a belief is true when its effects are good. If this definition is to be useful and if not it is condemned by the pragmatist's test, we must know, a. What is good? b. What are the effects of this or that belief? And we must know these things before we can know that anything is true, since it is only after we have decided that the effects of a belief are good that we have a right to call it true. The result is an incredible complication. Suppose you want to know whether Columbus crossed the Atlantic in 1492. You must not, as other people do, look it up in a book. You must first inquire what are the effects of this belief, and how they differ from the effects of believing that he sailed in 1491 or 1493. This is difficult enough, but it is still more difficult to weigh the effects from an ethical point of view. You may say that obviously 1492 has the best effects, since it gives you higher marks in examinations. But your competitors, who would surpass you if you said 1491 or 1493, may consider your success instead of theirs ethically regrettable. Apart from examinations, I cannot think of any practical effects of the belief except in the case of a historian. But this is not the end of the trouble. You must hold that your estimate of the consequences of a belief, both ethical and factual, is true, for if it is false your argument for the truth of your belief is mistaken. But to say that your belief as to consequences is true is, according to James, to say that it has good consequences, and this in turn is only true if it has good consequences, and so on ad infinitum. Obviously this won't do. There is another difficulty. Suppose I say there was such a person as Columbus, everyone will agree that what I say is true. But why is it true? Because of a certain man of flesh and blood who lived 450 years ago, in short, because of the causes of my belief, not because of its effects. With James's definition, it might happen that A exists is true although in fact A does not exist. I have always found that the hypothesis of Santa Claus works satisfactorily in the widest sense of the word, therefore Santa Claus exists is true, although Santa Claus does not exist. James says, I repeat, if the hypothesis of God works satisfactorily in the widest sense of the word, it is true. This simply omits as unimportant the question whether God really is in his heaven. If he is a useful hypothesis, that is enough. God, the architect of the cosmos, is forgotten, all that is remembered is belief in God, and its effects upon the creatures inhabiting our petty planet. No wonder the Pope condemned the pragmatic defense of religion. We come here to a fundamental difference between James's religious outlook and that of religious people in the past. James is interested in religion as a human phenomenon, but shows little interest in the objects which religion contemplates. He wants people to be happy, and if belief in God makes them happy, let them believe in him. This, so far, is only benevolence, not philosophy. It becomes philosophy when it is said that if the belief makes them happy it is true. To the man who desires an object of worship this is unsatisfactory. He is not concerned to say, if I believed in God I should be happy. He is concerned to say, I believe in God and therefore I am happy. And when he believes in God, he believes in him as he believes in the existence of Roosevelt or Churchill or Hitler. God, for him, is an actual being, not merely a human idea which has good effects. It is this genuine belief that has the good effects, not James's emasculate substitute. It is obvious that if I say Hitler exists I do not mean the effects of believing that Hitler exists are good. And to the genuine believer the same is true of God. James's doctrine is an attempt to build a superstructure of belief upon a foundation of skepticism, and like all such attempts it is dependent on fallacies. In his case the fallacies spring from an attempt to ignore all extra-human facts. Berkeleyan idealism combined with skepticism causes him to substitute belief in God for God, and to pretend that this will do just as well. But this is only a form of the subjectivistic madness which is characteristic of most modern philosophy. 30. John Dewey. John Dewey, who was born in 1859, is generally admitted to be the leading living philosopher of America. In this estimate I entirely concur. He has had a profound influence, not only among philosophers, but on students of education, aesthetics, and political theory. He is a man of the highest character, liberal in outlook, generous and kind in personal relations, indefatigable in work. With many of his opinions I am in almost complete agreement. Owing to my respect and admiration for him, as well as to personal experience of his kindness, I should wish to agree completely, but to my regret I am compelled to dissent from his most distinctive philosophical doctrine, namely the substitution of inquiry for truth as the fundamental concept of logic and theory of knowledge. Like William James, Dewey is a New Englander, and carries on the tradition of New England liberalism, which has been abandoned by some of the descendants of the great New Englanders of 100 years ago. He has never been what might be called a mere philosopher. Education, especially, has been in the forefront of his interests, and his influence on American education has been profound. I, in my lesser way, have tried to have an influence on education very similar to his. Perhaps he, like me, has not always been satisfied with the practice of those who profess to follow his teaching, but any new doctrine, in practice, is bound to be subject to some extravagance and excess. This, however, does not matter so much as might be thought, because the faults of what is new are so much more easily seen than those of what is traditional. When Dewey became professor of philosophy at Chicago in 1894, pedagogy was included among his subjects. He founded a progressive school, and wrote much about education. What he wrote at this time was summed up in his book The School and Society, 1899, which is considered the most influential of all his writings. He has continued to write on education throughout his life, almost as much as on philosophy. Other social and political questions have also had a large share of his thought. Like myself, he was much influenced by visits to Russia and China, negatively in the first case, positively in the second. He was reluctantly a supporter of the First World War. He had an important part in the inquiry as to Trotsky's alleged guilt, and, while he was convinced that the charges were unfounded, he did not think that the Soviet regime would have been satisfactory if Trotsky instead of Stalin had been Lenin's successor. He became persuaded that violent revolution leading to dictatorship is not the way to achieve a good society. Although very liberal in all economic questions, he has never been a Marxist. I heard him say once that, having emancipated himself with some difficulty from the traditional orthodox theology, he was not going to shackle himself with another. In all this his point of view is almost identical with my own. From the strictly philosophical point of view, the chief importance of Dewey's work lies in his criticism of the traditional notion of truth, which is embodied in the theory that he calls instrumentalism. Truth, as conceived by most professional philosophers, is static and final, perfect and eternal. In religious terminology, it may be identified with God's thoughts, and with those thoughts which, as rational beings, we share with God. The perfect model of truth is the multiplication table, which is precise and certain and free from all temporal dross. Since Pythagoras, and still more since Plato, mathematics has been linked with theology, and has profoundly influenced the theory of knowledge of most professional philosophers. Dewey's interests are biological rather than mathematical, and he conceives thought as an evolutionary process. The traditional view would, of course, admit that men gradually come to know more, but each piece of knowledge, when achieved, is regarded as something final. Hegel, it is true, does not regard human knowledge in this way. He conceives human knowledge as an organic whole, gradually growing in every part, and not perfect in any part until the whole is perfect. But although the Hegelian philosophy influenced Dewey in his youth, it still has its absolute and its eternal world which is more real than the temporal process. These can have no place in Dewey's thought, for which all reality is temporal, and process, though evolutionary, is not, as for Hegel, the unfolding of an eternal idea. So far, I am in agreement with Dewey. Nor is this the end of my agreement. Before embarking upon discussion of the points as to which I differ, I will say a few words as to my own view of truth. The first question is, what sort of thing is true or false? The simplest answer would be, a sentence. Columbus crossed the ocean in 1492 is true, Columbus crossed the ocean in 1776 is false. This answer is correct, but incomplete. Sentences are true or false as the case may be, because they are significant, and their significance depends upon the language used. If you were translating an account of Columbus into Arabic, you would have to alter 1492 into the corresponding year of the Mohammedan era. Sentences in different languages may have the same significance, and it is the significance, not the words, that determines whether the sentence is true or false. When you assert a sentence, you express a belief, which may be equally well expressed in a different language. The belief, whatever it may be, is what is true or false or more or less true. Thus we are driven to the investigation of belief. Now a belief, provided it is sufficiently simple, may exist without being expressed in words. It would be difficult, without using words, to believe that the ratio of the circumference of a circle to the diameter is approximately 3.14159, or that Caesar, when he decided to cross the Rubicon, sealed the fate of the Roman Republican Constitution. But in simple cases unverbalized beliefs are common. Suppose, for instance, in descending a staircase, you make a mistake as to when you have got to the bottom, you take a step suitable for level ground, and come down with a bump. The result is a violent shock or surprise. You would naturally say, I thought I was at the bottom, but in fact you were not thinking about the stairs, or you would not have made the mistake. Your muscles were adjusted in a way suitable to the bottom, when in fact you were not yet there. It was your body rather than your mind that made the mistake, at least that would be a natural way to express what happened. But in fact the distinction between mind and body is a dubious one. It will be better to speak of an organism, leaving the division of its activities between the mind and the body undetermined. One can say, then, your organism was adjusted in a manner which would have been suitable if you had been at the bottom, but in fact was not suitable. This failure of adjustment constituted error, and one may say that you were entertaining a false belief. The test or error in the above illustration is surprise. I think this is true generally of beliefs that can be tested. A false belief is one which, in suitable circumstances, will cause the person entertaining it to experience surprise, while a true belief will not have this effect. But although surprise is a good criterion when it is applicable, it does not give the meaning of the words true and false, and is not always applicable. Suppose you are walking in a thunderstorm, and you say to yourself, I am not at all likely to be struck by lightning. The next moment you are struck, but you experience no surprise, because you are dead. If one day the sun explodes, as Sir James Jeans seems to expect, we shall all perish instantly, and therefore not be surprised, but unless we expect the catastrophe we shall all have been mistaken. Such illustrations suggest objectivity in truth and falsehood. What is true, or false, is a state of the organism, but it is true, or false, in general, in virtue of occurrences outside the organism. Sometimes experimental tests are possible to determine truth and falsehood, but sometimes they are not. When they are not, the alternative nevertheless remains, and is significant. I will not further develop my view of truth and falsehood, but will proceed to the examination of Dewey's doctrine. Dewey does not aim at judgments that shall be absolutely true, or condemn their contradictories as absolutely false. In his opinion there is a process called inquiry, which is one form of mutual adjustment between an organism and its environment. If I wished, from my point of view, to go as far as possible towards agreeing with Dewey, I should begin by an analysis of meaning or significance. Suppose for example you are at the zoo, and you hear a voice through a megaphone saying, "A lion has just escaped." You will, in that case, act as you would if you saw the lion, that is to say, you will get away as quickly as possible. The sentence "a lion has escaped" means a certain occurrence, in the sense that it promotes the same behavior as the occurrence would if you saw it. Broadly, a sentence S means an event E if it promotes behavior which E would have promoted. If there has in fact been no such occurrence, the sentence is false. Just the same applies to a belief which is not expressed in words. One may say, a belief is a state of an organism promoting behavior such as a certain occurrence would promote if sensibly present. The occurrence which would promote this behavior is the significance of the belief. This statement is unduly simplified, but it may serve to indicate the theory I am advocating. So far, I do not think that Dewey and I would disagree very much. But with his further developments I find myself in very definite disagreement. Dewey makes inquiry the essence of logic, not truth or knowledge. He defines inquiry as follows: inquiry is the controlled or directed transformation of an indeterminate situation into one that is so determinate in its constituent distinctions and relations as to convert the elements of the original situation into a unified whole. He adds that inquiry is concerned with objective transformations of objective subject matter. This definition is plainly inadequate. Take for instance the dealings of a drill sergeant with a crowd of recruits, or of a bricklayer with a heap of bricks. These exactly fulfill Dewey's definition of inquiry. Since he clearly would not include them, there must be an element in his notion of inquiry which he has forgotten to mention in his definition. What this element is, I shall attempt to determine in a moment. But let us first consider what emerges from the definition as it stands. It is clear that inquiry, as conceived by Dewey, is part of the general process of attempting to make the world more organic. Unified wholes are to be the outcome of inquiries. Dewey's love of what is organic is due partly to biology, partly to the lingering influence of Hegel. Unless on the basis of an unconscious Hegelian metaphysic, I do not see why inquiry should be expected to result in unified wholes. If I am given a pack of cards in disorder, and asked to inquire into their sequence, I shall, if I follow Dewey's prescription, First arrange them in order, and then say that this was the order resulting from inquiry. There will be, it is true, an objective transformation of objective subject matter while I am arranging the cards, but the definition allows for this. If, at the end, I am told, we wanted to know the sequence of the cards when they were given to you, not after you had rearranged them, I shall, if I am a disciple of Dewey, reply, your ideas are altogether too static. I am a dynamic person, and when I inquire into any subject matter I first alter it in such a way as to make the inquiry easy. The notion that such a procedure is legitimate can only be justified by a Hegelian distinction of appearance and reality. The appearance may be confused and fragmentary, but the reality is always orderly and organic. Therefore when I arrange the cards I am only revealing their true eternal nature. But this part of the doctrine is never made explicit. The metaphysic of organism underlies Dewey's theories, but I do not know how far he is aware of this fact. Let us now try to find the supplement to Dewey's definition which is required in order to distinguish inquiry from other kinds of organizing activity, such as those of the drill sergeant and the bricklayer. Formerly it would have been said that inquiry is distinguished by its purpose, which is to ascertain some truth. But for Dewey truth is to be defined in terms of inquiry, not vice versa. He quotes with approval Peirce's definition, truth is the opinion which is fated to be ultimately agreed to by all who investigate. This leaves us completely in the dark as to what the investigators are doing, for we cannot, without circularity, say that they are endeavoring to ascertain the truth. I think Dr. Dewey's theory might be stated as follows. The relations of an organism to its environment are sometimes satisfactory to the organism, sometimes unsatisfactory. When they are unsatisfactory, the situation may be improved by mutual adjustment. When the alterations by means of which the situation is improved are mainly on the side of the organism, they are never wholly on either side. The process involved is called inquiry. For example, during a battle you are mainly concerned to alter the environment, i.e. the enemy, but during the preceding period of reconnaissance you are mainly concerned to adapt your own forces to his dispositions. This earlier period is one of inquiry. The difficulty of this theory, to my mind, lies in the severing of the relation between a belief and the fact or facts which would commonly be said to verify it. Let us continue to consider the example of a general planning a battle. His reconnaissance planes report to him certain enemy preparations, and he, in consequence, makes certain counter-preparations. Common sense would say that the reports upon which he acts are true if, in fact, the enemy have made the moves which they are said to have made, and that, in that case, the reports remain true even if the general subsequently loses the battle. This view is rejected by Dr. Dewey. He does not divide beliefs into true and false, but he still has two kinds of beliefs, which we will call satisfactory if the general wins and unsatisfactory if he is defeated. Until the battle has taken place, he cannot tell what to think about the reports of his scouts. Generalizing, we may say that Dr. Dewey, like everyone else, divides beliefs into two classes, of which one is good and the other bad. He holds, however, that a belief may be good at one time and bad at another. This happens with imperfect theories which are better than their predecessors but worse than their successors. Whether a belief is good or bad depends upon whether the activities which it inspires in the organism entertaining the belief have consequences which are satisfactory or unsatisfactory to it. Thus a belief about some event in the past is to be classified as good or bad, not according to whether the event really took place, but according to the future effects of the belief. The results are curious. Suppose somebody says to me, "Did you have coffee with your breakfast this morning?" If I am an ordinary person, I shall try to remember. But if I am a disciple of Dr. Dewey I shall say, "Wait a while, I must try 2 experiments before I can tell you." I shall then first make myself believe that I had coffee, and observe the consequences, if any. I shall then make myself believe that I did not have coffee, and again observe the consequences, if any. I shall then compare the 2 sets of consequences, to see which I found the more satisfactory. If there is a balance on one side, I shall decide for that answer. If there is not, I shall have to confess that I cannot answer the question. But this is not the end of our troubles. How am I to know the consequences of believing that I had coffee for breakfast? If I say the consequences are such and such, this in turn will have to be tested by its consequences before I can know whether what I have said was a good or a bad statement. And even if this difficulty were overcome, how am I to judge which set of consequences is the more satisfactory? One decision as to whether I had coffee may fill me with contentment, the other with determination to further the war effort. Each of these may be considered good, but until I have decided which is better, I cannot tell whether I had coffee for breakfast. Surely this is absurd. Dewey's divergence from what has hitherto been regarded as common sense is due to his refusal to admit facts into his metaphysic, in the sense in which facts are stubborn and cannot be manipulated. In this it may be that common sense is changing, and that his view will not seem contrary to what common sense is becoming. The main difference between Dr. Dewey and me is that he judges a belief by its effects, whereas I judge it by its causes where a past occurrence is concerned. I consider such a belief true, or as nearly true as we can make it, if it has a certain kind of relation, sometimes very complicated, to its causes. Dr. Dewey holds that it has warranted assertability, which he substitutes for truth if it has certain kinds of effects. This divergence is connected with a difference of outlook on the world. The past cannot be affected by what we do, and therefore, if truth is determined by what has happened, it is independent of present or future volitions. It represents, in logical form, the limitations on human power. But if truth, or rather warranted assertability, depends upon the future, then, in so far as it is in our power to alter the future, it is in our power to alter what should be asserted. This enlarges the sense of human power and freedom. Did Caesar cross the Rubicon? I should regard an affirmative answer as unalterably necessitated by a past event. Dr. Dewey would decide whether to say yes or no by an appraisal of future events, and there is no reason why these future events could not be arranged by human power so as to make a negative answer the more satisfactory. If I find the belief that Caesar crossed the Rubicon very distasteful, I need not sit down in dull despair. I can, if I have enough skill and power, arrange a social environment in which the statement that he did not cross the Rubicon will have warranted assertability. Throughout this book, I have sought, where possible, to connect philosophies with the social environment of the philosophers concerned. It has seemed to me that the belief in human power, and the unwillingness to admit stubborn facts, were connected with the hopefulness engendered by machine production and the scientific manipulation of our physical environment. This view is shared by many of Dr. Dewey's supporters. Thus George Raymond Geiger, in a laudatory essay, says that Dr. Dewey's method would mean a revolution in thought just as middle-class and unspectacular, but just as stupendous, as the revolution in industry of a century ago. It seemed to me that I was saying the same thing when I wrote Dr. Dewey has an outlook which, where it is distinctive, is in harmony with the age of industrialism and collective enterprise. It is natural that his strongest appeal should be to Americans, and also that he should be almost equally appreciated by the progressive elements in countries like China and Mexico. To my regret and surprise, this statement, which I had supposed completely innocuous, vexed Dr. Dewey, who replied, "Mr. Russell's confirmed habit of connecting the pragmatic theory of knowing with obnoxious aspects of American industrialism, is much as if I were to link his philosophy to the interests of the English landed aristocracy. For my part, I am accustomed to having my opinions explained, especially by communists, as due to my connection with the British aristocracy, and I am quite willing to suppose that my views, like other men's, are influenced by social environment. But if, in regard to Dr. Dewey, I am mistaken as to the social influences concerned, I regret the mistake. I find, however, that I am not alone in having made it. Santayana, for instance, says, in Dewey, as in current science and ethics, there is a pervasive quasi-Hegelian tendency to dissolve the individual into his social functions, as well as everything substantial and actual into something relative and transitional. Dr. Dewey's world, it seems to me, is one in which human beings occupy the imagination. The cosmos of astronomy, though of course acknowledged to exist, is at most times ignored. His philosophy is a power philosophy, though not, like Nietzsche's, a philosophy of individual power. It is the power of the community that is felt to be valuable. It is this element of social power that seems to me to make the philosophy of instrumentalism attractive to those who are more impressed by our new control over natural forces than by the limitations to which that control is still subject. The attitude of man towards the non-human environment has differed profoundly at different times. The Greeks, with their dread of hubris and their belief in a necessity or fate superior even to Zeus, carefully avoided what would have seemed to them insolence towards the universe. The Middle Ages carried submission much further. Humility towards God was a Christian's first duty. Initiative was cramped by this attitude, and great originality was scarcely possible. The Renaissance restored human pride, but carried it to the point where it led to anarchy and disaster. Its work was largely undone by the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation. But modern technique, while not altogether favorable to the lordly individual of the Renaissance, has revived the sense of the collective power of human communities. Man, formerly too humble, begins to think of himself as almost a god. The Italian pragmatist Papini urges us to substitute the imitation of God for the imitation of Christ. In all this I feel a grave danger, the danger of what might be called cosmic impiety. The concept of truth as something dependent upon facts largely outside human control has been one of the ways in which philosophy hitherto has inculcated the necessary element of humility. When this check upon pride is removed, a further step is taken on the road towards a certain kind of madness, the intoxication of power which invaded philosophy with Fichte, and to which modern men, whether philosophers or not, are prone. I am persuaded that this intoxication is the greatest danger of our time, and that any philosophy which, however unintentionally, contributes to it is increasing the danger of vast social disaster. 31. The philosophy of logical analysis. In philosophy, ever since the time of Pythagoras, there has been an opposition between the men whose thought was mainly inspired by mathematics and those who were more influenced by the empirical sciences. Plato, Thomas Aquinas, Spinoza, and Kant belong to what may be called the mathematical party. Democritus, Aristotle, and the modern empiricists from Locke onwards, belong to the opposite party. In our day a school of philosophy has arisen which sets to work to eliminate Pythagoreanism from the principles of mathematics, and to combine empiricism with an interest in the deductive parts of human knowledge. The aims of this school are less spectacular than those of most philosophers in the past, but some of its achievements are as solid as those of the men of science. The origin of this philosophy is in the achievements of mathematicians who set to work to purge their subject of fallacies and slipshod reasoning. The great mathematicians of the 17th century were optimistic and anxious for quick results, consequently they left the foundations of analytical geometry and the infinitesimal calculus insecure. Leibniz believed in actual infinitesimals, but although this belief suited his metaphysics, it had no sound basis in mathematics. Weierstrass, soon after the middle of the 19th century, showed how to establish the calculus without infinitesimals, and thus at last made it logically secure. Next came George Cantor, who developed the theory of continuity and infinite number. Continuity had been, until he defined it, a vague word, convenient for philosophers like Hegel, who wished to introduce metaphysical muddles into mathematics. Cantor gave a precise significance to the word, and showed that continuity, as he defined it, was the concept needed by mathematicians and physicists. By this means a great deal of mysticism, such as that of Bergson, was rendered antiquated. Cantor also overcame the long-standing logical puzzles about infinite number. Take the series of whole numbers from 1 onwards, how many of them are there? Clearly the number is not finite. Up to 1,000, there are 1,000 numbers, up to 1,000,000, 1,000,000. Whatever finite number you mention, there are evidently more numbers than that, because from 1 up to the number in question there are just that number of numbers, and then there are others that are greater. The number of finite whole numbers must, therefore, be an infinite number. But now comes a curious fact: the number of even numbers must be the same as the number of all whole numbers. Consider the two rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. There is one entry in the lower row for every one in the top row, therefore the number of terms in the two rows must be the same, although the lower row consists of only half the terms in the top row. Leibniz, who noticed this, thought it a contradiction, and concluded that, though there are infinite collections, there are no infinite numbers. George Cantor, on the contrary, boldly denied that it is a contradiction. He was right, it is only an oddity. George Cantor defined an infinite collection as one which has parts containing as many terms as the whole collection contains. On this basis he was able to build up a most interesting mathematical theory of infinite numbers, thereby taking into the realm of exact logic a whole region formerly given over to mysticism and confusion. The next man of importance was Frege, who published his first work in 1879, and his definition of number in 1884, but, in spite of the epoch-making nature of his discoveries, he remained wholly without recognition until I drew attention to him in 1903. It is remarkable that, before Frege, every definition of number that had been suggested contained elementary logical blunders. It was customary to identify number with plurality. But an instance of number is a particular number, say 3, and an instance of 3 is a particular triad. The triad is a plurality, but the class of all triads which Frege identified with the number 3 is a plurality of pluralities, and number in general, of which 3 is an instance, is a plurality of pluralities of pluralities. The elementary grammatical mistake of confounding this with the simple plurality of a given triad made the whole philosophy of number, before Frege, a tissue of nonsense in the strictest sense of the term nonsense. From Frege's work it followed that arithmetic, and pure mathematics generally, is nothing but a prolongation of deductive logic. This disproved Kant's theory that arithmetical propositions are synthetic and involve a reference to time. The development of pure mathematics from logic was set forth in detail in Principia Mathematica, by Whitehead and myself. It gradually became clear that a great part of philosophy can be reduced to something that may be called syntax, though the word has to be used in a somewhat wider sense than has hitherto been customary. Some men, notably Carnap, have advanced the theory that all philosophical problems are really syntactical, and that, when errors in syntax are avoided, a philosophical problem is thereby either solved or shown to be insoluble. I think, and Carnap now agrees, that this is an overstatement, but there can be no doubt that the utility of philosophical syntax in relation to traditional problems is very great. I will illustrate its utility by a brief explanation of what is called the theory of descriptions. By a description I mean a phrase such as the present President of the United States, in which a person or thing is designated, not by name, but by some property which is supposed or known to be peculiar to him or it. Such phrases had given a lot of trouble. Suppose I say, the Golden Mountain does not exist, and suppose you ask what is it that does not exist. It would seem that, if I say it is the Golden Mountain, I am attributing some sort of existence to it. Obviously I am not making the same statement as if I said, the round square does not exist. This seemed to imply that the Golden Mountain is one thing and the round square is another, although neither exists. The theory of descriptions was designed to meet this and other difficulties. According to this theory, when a statement containing a phrase of the form the so and so is rightly analyzed, the phrase the so and so disappears. For example, take the statement Scott was the author of Waverley. The theory interprets the statement as saying, one and only one man wrote Waverley, and that man was Scott. Or, more fully, there is an entity C such that the statement X wrote Waverley is true if X is C and false otherwise, moreover C is Scott. The first part of this, before the word moreover, is defined as meaning, the author of Waverley exists, or existed or will exist. Thus the Golden Mountain does not exist means there is no entity C such that X is golden and mountainous is true when X is C, but not otherwise. With this definition, the puzzle as to what is meant when we say the Golden Mountain does not exist disappears. Existence, according to this theory, can only be asserted of descriptions. We can say the author of Waverley exists, but to say Scott exists is bad grammar, or rather bad syntax. This clears up 2 millennia of muddle-headedness about existence, beginning with Plato's Theaetetus. One result of the work we have been considering is to dethrone mathematics from the lofty place that it has occupied since Pythagoras and Plato, and to destroy the presumption against empiricism which has been derived from it. Mathematical knowledge, it is true, is not obtained by induction from experience. Our reason for believing that 2 and 2 are 4 is not that we have so often found, by observation, that one couple and another couple together make a quartet. In this sense, mathematical knowledge is still not empirical. But it is also not a priori knowledge about the world. It is, in fact, merely verbal knowledge. 3 means 2 plus 1, and 4 means 3 plus 1. Hence it follows, though the proof is long, that 4 means the same as 2 plus 2. Thus mathematical knowledge ceases to be mysterious. It is all of the same nature as the great truth that there are 3 feet in a yard. Physics, as well as pure mathematics, has supplied material for the philosophy of logical analysis. This has occurred especially through the theory of relativity and quantum mechanics. What is important to the philosopher in the theory of relativity is the substitution of space-time for space and time. Common sense thinks of the physical world as composed of things which persist through a certain period of time and move in space. Philosophy and physics developed the notion of thing into that of material substance, and thought of material substance as consisting of particles, each very small, and each persisting throughout all time. Einstein substituted events for particles. Each event had to each other a relation called interval, which could be analyzed in various ways into a time element and a space element. The choice between these various ways was arbitrary, and no one of them was theoretically preferable to any other. Given 2 events A and B, in different regions, it might happen that according to one convention they were simultaneous, according to another A was earlier than B, and according to yet another B was earlier than A. No physical facts correspond to these different conventions. From all this it seems to follow that events, not particles, must be the stuff of physics. What has been thought of as a particle will have to be thought of as a series of events. The series of events that replaces a particle has certain important physical properties, and therefore demands our attention, but it has no more substantiality than any other series of events that we might arbitrarily single out. Thus matter is not part of the ultimate material of the world, but merely a convenient way of collecting events into bundles. Quantum theory reinforces this conclusion, but its chief philosophical importance is that it regards physical phenomena as possibly discontinuous. It suggests that, in an atom, interpreted as above, a certain state of affairs persists for a certain time, and then suddenly is replaced by a finitely different state of affairs. Continuity of motion, which had always been assumed, appears to have been a mere prejudice. The philosophy appropriate to quantum theory, however, has not yet been adequately developed. I suspect that it will demand even more radical departures from the traditional doctrine of space and time than those demanded by the theory of relativity. While physics has been making matter less material, psychology has been making mind less mental. We had occasion in a former chapter to compare the association of ideas with the conditioned reflex. The latter, which has replaced the former, is obviously much more physiological. This is only one illustration. I do not wish to exaggerate the scope of the conditioned reflex. Thus from both ends physics and psychology have been approaching each other, and making more possible the doctrine of neutral monism suggested by William James's criticism of consciousness. The distinction of mind and matter came into philosophy from religion, although, for a long time, it seemed to have valid grounds. I think that both mind and matter are merely convenient ways of grouping events. Some single events, I should admit, belong only to material groups, but others belong to both kinds of groups, and are therefore at once mental and material. This doctrine effects a great simplification in our picture of the structure of the world. Modern physics and physiology throw a new light upon the ancient problem of perception. If there is to be anything that can be called perception, it must be in some degree an effect of the object perceived, and it must more or less resemble the object if it is to be a source of knowledge of the object. The first requisite can only be fulfilled if there are causal chains which are, to a greater or less extent, independent of the rest of the world. According to physics, this is the case. Light waves travel from the sun to the earth, and in doing so obey their own laws. This is only roughly true. Einstein has shown that light rays are affected by gravitation. When they reach our atmosphere, they suffer refraction, and some are more scattered than others. When they reach a human eye, all sorts of things happen which would not happen elsewhere, ending up with what we call seeing the sun. But although the sun of our visual experience is very different from the sun of the astronomer, it is still a source of knowledge as to the latter, because seeing the sun differs from seeing the moon in ways that are causally connected with the difference between the astronomer's sun and the astronomer's moon. What we can know of physical objects in this way, however, is only certain abstract properties of structure. We can know that the sun is round in a sense, though not quite the sense in which what we see is round, but we have no reason to suppose that it is bright or warm, because physics can account for it seeming so without supposing that it is so. Our knowledge of the physical world, therefore, is only abstract and mathematical. Modern analytical empiricism, of which I have been giving an outline, differs from that of Locke, Berkeley, and Hume by its incorporation of mathematics and its development of a powerful logical technique. It is thus able, in regard to certain problems, to achieve definite answers, which have the quality of science rather than of philosophy. It has the advantage, as compared with the philosophies of the system builders, of being able to tackle its problems one at a time, instead of having to invent at one stroke a block theory of the whole universe. Its methods, in this respect, resemble those of science. I have no doubt that, in so far as philosophical knowledge is possible, it is by such methods that it must be sought. I have also no doubt that, by these methods, many ancient problems are completely soluble. There remains, however, a vast field, traditionally included in philosophy, where scientific methods are inadequate. This field includes ultimate questions of value. Science alone, for example, cannot prove that it is bad to enjoy the infliction of cruelty. Whatever can be known by means of science, but things which are legitimately matters of feeling lie outside its province. Philosophy, throughout its history, has consisted of two parts inharmoniously blended, on the one hand a theory as to the nature of the world, on the other an ethical or political doctrine as to the best way of living. The failure to separate these two with sufficient clarity has been a source of much confused thinking. Philosophers, from Plato to William James, have allowed their opinions as to the constitution of the universe to be influenced by the desire for edification, knowing, as they supposed, what beliefs would make men virtuous. They have invented arguments, often very sophistical, to prove that these beliefs are true. For my part, I reprobate this kind of bias, both on moral and on intellectual grounds. Morally, a philosopher who uses his professional competence for anything except a disinterested search for truth is guilty of a kind of treachery. And when he assumes, in advance of inquiry, that certain beliefs, whether true or false, are such as to promote good behavior, he is so limiting the scope of philosophical speculation as to make philosophy trivial. The true philosopher is prepared to examine all preconceptions. When any limits are placed, consciously or unconsciously, upon the pursuit of truth, philosophy becomes paralyzed by fear, and the ground is prepared for a government censorship punishing those who utter dangerous thoughts. In fact, the philosopher has already placed such a censorship over his own investigations. Intellectually, the effect of mistaken moral considerations upon philosophy has been to impede progress to an extraordinary extent. I do not myself believe that philosophy can either prove or disprove the truth of religious dogmas, but ever since Plato most philosophers have considered it part of their business to produce proofs of immortality and the existence of God. They have found fault with the proofs of their predecessors. St. Thomas rejected St. Anselm's proofs, and Kant rejected Descartes, but they have supplied new ones of their own. In order to make their proofs seem valid, they have had to falsify logic, to make mathematics mystical, and to pretend that deep-seated prejudices were heaven-sent intuitions. All this is rejected by the philosophers who make logical analysis the main business of philosophy. They confess frankly that the human intellect is unable to find conclusive answers to many questions of profound importance to mankind, but they refuse to believe that there is some higher way of knowing, by which we can discover truths hidden from science and the intellect. For this renunciation they have been rewarded by the discovery that many questions, formerly obscured by the fog of metaphysics, can be answered with precision, and by objective methods which introduce nothing of the philosopher's temperament except the desire to understand. Take such questions as, what is number? What are space and time? What is mind, and what is matter? I do not say that we can here and now give definitive answers to all these ancient questions, but I do say that a method has been discovered by which, as in science, we can make successive approximations to the truth, in which each new stage results from an improvement, not a rejection, of what has gone before. In the welter of conflicting fanaticisms, one of the few unifying forces is scientific truthfulness, by which I mean the habit of basing our beliefs upon observations and inferences as impersonal, and as much divested of local and temperamental bias, as is possible for human beings. To have insisted upon the introduction of this virtue into philosophy, and to have invented a powerful method by which it can be rendered fruitful, are the chief merits of the philosophical school of which I am a member. The habit of careful veracity acquired in the practice of this philosophical method can be extended to the whole sphere of human activity, producing, wherever it exists, a lessening of fanaticism with an increasing capacity of sympathy and mutual understanding. In abandoning a part of its dogmatic pretensions, philosophy does not cease to suggest and inspire a way of life.